Chapter 158, Kabuta. Izumi and the others already left. However, Lee tried to remember Izumi's face. He felt confident that his taijutsu was far superior despite being unable to use ninjutsu. Thus, Lee intended to teach Izumi a lesson when the Chunin exam took place. At that moment, a girl with Chinese-style clothes and appearance, along with a long-haired boy with pupil-less eyes, approached Lee. "What are you doing late?" "Ah, Neji." The girl is Tenten, and the boy is Neji. Neji glanced at Sasuke and his team. He already noticed his Sharingan as well. "What's your name?" Neji asked. "Before asking someone's name, shouldn't you introduce yourself first?" Sasuke asked back with a sneer. "Hyuga Neji." "Uchiha Sasuke." "So you're the famous Uchiha Sasuke, the so-called genius. Isn't it too early for you to take the Chunin exam? You should just back off and try again next year." Sasuke wanted to respond to Neji, but someone held back his laugh. PFFFT. Instantly, Sasuke's team and Neji's team turned their heads. The voice was from Izumi and his group. Izumi had already submitted the form and wanted to go back, but instead heard Neji making fun of Sasuke. Neji frowned. From what he saw with his eyes, the Byakugan, Izumi, Luffy, and Yuki Ana's chakra flow was so different from the others. And strangely, Yuki Ana didn't have chakra flow even though she clearly used her skill in front of people earlier. On the other hand, when Luffy saw Neji's eyes, he became curious and took a step forward. After a moment, he walked to the left and right without taking his eyes off Neji. Luffy immediately turned back and said, "Hey, he's amazing. I thought he was blind, but apparently he can see me." Hahaha, Izumi, Kuroniko, and Kazuma laughed out loud. They never thought Luffy would ever say that in front of Neji. Even Hiro, who had been silent all this time, held his laugh. Neji clenched his fists while shaking with anger. Neji and his team had just returned from a mission, so he had no clue about the new alliance. "Who the hell are you?" Neji questioned them with hostility. Then Izumi replied, "You will know later. Also, I will tell you something. That geeky-haired boy over there seemed to be confident in his close combat skill. If he ever meets this straw hat in the exam later, especially in combat..." Izumi grabbed Luffy, then carried on. "That means you're out of luck. Ha ha ha. Let's go, guys. Oh, Naruto and Sasuke, I expect you to make it to the last round. Do your best." "Heh, of course. I will make it to the final round, just wait," Sasuke said confidently. In the last few days, apart from being tested by the Hokage in order to take the Chunin exam, Kakashi had trained Sasuke in a Spartan way in order to surpass Izumi. And that was also Sasuke's request to Kakashi in order to get stronger. "Of course, I will beat the others and head to the final round," Naruto said so casually. "Hihihi, don't lose too soon, Durian Head," Luffy said while waving his hand, then walked along with Izumi. Because Naruto's hair looked spiky, Luffy decided to call him that since it was easy to remember. "Who are you calling Durian Head, damned straw hat?" Naruto pointed at Luffy annoyingly after getting called with a random nickname. "A durian head, huh?" Sasuke said with a smirk, while Sakura nodded and said, "It suits you, Naruto." "No way, even Sakura-chan said that," Naruto said dejectedly. Meanwhile, "Hey, wait, what did you mean by that?" Neji tried to stop Izumi and the others, but he was completely ignored. Even Neji felt that Izumi was more supportive of Naruto and Sasuke and that they could go to the final round. Looking at Izumi's group, he could see that 4 of the 6 were carrying swords. So Neji thought they were proficient in kenjutsu or sword techniques. Humph, we'll see when we meet later. Neji didn't ask Sasuke about Izumi because he felt he was lowering his self-esteem. So, it would be best if he found out their origins without the help of the people he was going to be fighting against. The next day, Izumi warned Luffy not to make noise in the written exam. If he couldn't answer, just sleep. If he threw a tantrum that knocked Izumi's team out, Izumi would tie Luffy up and dry him out in the sunlight like dried fish for days without giving him food. Luffy gulped while remembering Izumi's threat. If Izumi didn't mention food, there was no way that Luffy would comply with Izumi's words. Kuroniko and Kazuma probably already knew, but Izumi still explained if they could answer in the written exam or not. If they couldn't, There was no need to answer and just keep quiet until the exam was over. Of the 6 people, only Hiro and Izumi could cheat secretly, but Izumi didn't say anything. When they reached the front of the exam room, Izumi saw Kakashi, who seemed to be watching Naruto and Sasuke. Izumi whispered, "Kakashi-san, do you intend to catch Kabuto in this Chunin exam?" "What do you think?" "Leave it be. You don't have enough evidence to prove that Kabuto is Orochimaru's spy, do you?" Kakashi nodded. Kabuto's behavior was really like a ninja who had served Konoha faithfully, so if there was not enough evidence, Kabuto would be declared innocent. A moment later, Izumi heard Naruto's shouts, declaring that he would defeat them all. This made Izumi smirk. "Well, it's not easy, Naruto, but do your best." After that, Izumi waved his hand, signaled the others to come in. The arrival of Izumi and his group was so conspicuous that made everyone turn their eyes to Izumi and his group. Seeing all eyes on him, Izumi said, Don't look at me, please. I'm embarrassed." His tone was too flat, as if his tone didn't express what he said. Everyone's expressions darkened after hearing that. However, since Izumi did nothing, they didn't take action either. "Izumi-san," Naruto called out to Izumi while waving his hand. "Oh, Naruto, what are you doing?" Here, Kabuto-san explained to us about the abilities of the participants. Naruto pointed to a gray-haired guy with circular glasses called Kabuto. Izumi held his chin. "Oh, interesting. Then, are you asking about his ability as well?" No, Naruto shook his head. Kabuto just smiled. He prepared to tell his abilities to Izumi, but before he could say it, Izumi sneered. "Too bad. I'm just quite surprised. Why did he pretend to be a genin? Did he want to be a hero and unleash his full strength when Konohagakure was in danger?" Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura turned to Kabuto shockingly. According to Izumi's estimation, Kabuto's strength should be a special Jonin-level ninja at worst. When he heard Izumi mention pretend, Kabuto narrowed his eyes for a moment, but turned back to normal again. And that slightest change of his expression couldn't escape from Izumi's eyes. "Let's see if you can still play along, Kabuto," Izumi sneered inwardly. Kabuto had no data on Izumi and his group, because Kabuto heard that they were from a newly built village. Kabuto revealed which abilities to watch out for in the Chunin exams to Naruto and his team. But he didn't reveal the abilities of Gaara or Izumi's group, or he couldn't, due to lack of information. "Izumi-san, what do you mean?" Naruto asked. Sasuke also felt that something wasn't right, but for what reason would Kabuto hide his strength? That question always popped into his head. Izumi had no reason to lie. Izumi is so strong, but this is his first time taking the Chunin exam. Unlike Kabuto, who said that he had participated many times but always failed, but Izumi said that Kabuto was hiding his strength. That was so suspicious considering there was no reason for Kabuto to hide his strength. But there was also the possibility that what Izumi said was the other way around. Whether what Izumi said was right or wrong didn't matter. But Izumi seemed cautious against Kabuto, and Sasuke saw it clearly. There was no way someone as strong as Izumi would be wary of Kabuto, who failed the Chunin exam so many times. There must be something he didn't know about. Izumi walked away while warning the others about Kabuto. "Sakura, Naruto, come here." Due to Izumi's behavior earlier, he became suspicious of Kabuto, so it was better if his team distanced itself from Kabuto. After seeing Sasuke push Naruto away forcefully from Kabuto, Kabuto's gaze turned to Izumi with malice. If Izumi wasn't there, the plan would have gone smoothly. Izumi noticed Kabuto's gaze, but he ignored him completely. Instead, Izumi looked at Gaara. From Kabuto's perspective, he seemed to understand that Izumi was like a sensor-type ninja who could detect enemy strength. And from earlier, all he did was pointing others with his finger, who were the strong people according to him one by one. If it was someone Izumi thought was normal, he would shake his head. Seeing that, Kabuto smirked. On the other hand, Izumi laughed inwardly. As he expected, fooling a smart person who didn't know him was so easy. Chapter 159, A Written Test. A man that had a large, imposing figure, and a face covered with old wounds and scars, appeared from thin air, which seemed like using shunshin, no jutsu followed by some ninjas who appeared one by one. Shunshin no jutsu, or body flicker technique, is a high-speed movement technique that allows ninjas to move short to long distances at an almost untraceable speed. Izumi himself had never used this kind of jutsu because, with his magic, he could teleport in an instant within his domain. Thanks for waiting. I'm Morino Ibiki, the examiner on the first test of the Chunin exam. Ibiki introduced himself. Seeing everyone still silent, he carried on. Anyway, if any of you are making trouble in this exam, or even fighting during this first test, I'll kick you out immediately. That's not fair. Unexpectedly, someone commented. Everyone turned to the source of the voice. It was Izumi. You want to argue? With a scary look, Ibiki approached Izumi slowly. But Izumi didn't seem daunted as he shook his head while crossing his arms across his chest. Argue? No. I just want you to imagine by yourself, how would you feel if your friend who didn't do anything was attacked right in front of your eyes? Do you think you would stay silent? If you said yes, then you're definitely a coward. I can't do the same. If someone dares to hurt my friends, I'll pay back twice to 10 times, depending on severity. Ibiki narrowed his eyes. To think that there was still a boy who was not intimidated by him. Ibiki became interested in the boy, but he remained firm. As long as I'm here, there will be no one who hurt your friends, so you can rest assured. It took a while before Izumi answered. Fine then. After hearing Izumi's answer, Ibiki nodded. Then Ibiki warned all participants not to fight without the examiner's approval. If they didn't follow Ibiki's words, they would be disqualified in an instant. Meanwhile, Izumi-kun is so cool. He dared to say that in front of such a scary person. As expected, he's really my type. Ino's eyes shone upon seeing Izumi. In addition, Izumi also looked calm despite how scary Ibiki was. Ino also knew that Ibiki was too sadistic to the enemy. So, anyone below the special Jonin level ninja would be scared shitless in front of him. Shikamaru, who was beside Ino, complained about Ino's nature. It was Sasuke, now it's another boy. I really don't understand what this girl is thinking. How troublesome. On the other hand, Sasuke, Neji, Lee, Shino, and Kabuto had the same thought. He's uncommon. Not anyone below Ibiki's level could stand his intimidation. Well, we will now start the first test of the Chunin exam. We will give you a test paper, and the time to finish is 45 minutes. Never ever start writing before I tell you to, or you will be disqualified. Ibiki explained that the first test was a written test, where the examiner not only gave the paper, but also the seat number to the participants. And participants must sit on the seat according to the number they received. After that, Ibiki explained the rules of the first exam. Naruto was silent for a moment, then cried out in surprise. A written exam. In the written exam, the questions given were too difficult, and it was almost impossible for a genin-level ninja to answer those questions. As if participants were told to cheat. That test was a test where all genin-level ninjas had to demonstrate their abilities to gather information. If their cheating was too conspicuous, how could they gather information secretly on the mission? If that were the case, they wouldn't be qualified as ninjas. So, it was better to kick them out immediately. Izumi saw the question and just mumbled. Cryptogram, mathematics, psychology. No wonder many genins can't answer these. Seeing the questions, Izumi swiftly wrote an answer. 2 questions were ignored due to the relation of shinobi world history, so he just skipped them. Well, whether he wrote the answer or not really didn't matter anyway. So, after he finished 7 out of 10 questions, he immediately lay down and relaxed while glancing around. He found it funny to see Naruto's panicked face, which made him smirk. When looking at Luffy, Izumi was impressed by what he did. He slept soundly while drooling on the table. Right next to Luffy's seat was Ino. She looked worried because Luffy seemed to be on the same team as Izumi. It would be a shame if Izumi failed just because of Luffy, so Ino tried to wake him up. Feeling shaken by someone, Luffy slowly opened his eyes in delirium. Sanji, meal. His voice was heard throughout the room. Izumi, who heard that, wrinkled his forehead. He glanced in that direction and saw Ino, who seemed to put her index finger on her lips, gesturing for Luffy to be quiet. It was obvious that Ino had just woken up Luffy. This was because Izumi had warned Luffy before the exam started. "This girl, can she not meddle in other people's business?" Izumi murmured in a low voice. "Hey, you two, can you keep quiet? Or do you want to be disqualified now?" "Yes, I'm sorry," Ino immediately apologized. While Luffy glanced at Izumi, Izumi stared back with his sharp gaze. Luffy could only respond by scratching his head while grinning since it wasn't his fault in the first place. After Ino felt she was out of sight of the examiner, Ino asked in a whisper, "Why did you sleep during the exam?" Luffy looked at Ino and answered. Izumi said if I couldn't answer, I was told to sleep so as not to disturb the others. What did that mean?" "Dunno." Ino really didn't understand it. Why did Izumi-kun even say that? Doesn't he want to pass the first test? Ino asked in her mind. Minutes have passed. Within minutes, one by one, a lot of the teams were disqualified, and without realizing it, 45 minutes of exam time had run out. Ibiki, who saw the time had come, began to speak. "Okay, now, we will begin the 10th question." All the participants got tensed at Ibiki's words. However, before we get into it, I'd like to go over the additional rule to this question. Ibiki walked slowly while looking at the participants, then added. "First, for this 10th question, you must decide whether you will take it or not." "Choose, so what happens if we choose not to?" Temari asked with a slightly uneasy face. Ibiki answered with a grin. "If you choose not to, your points will be deducted to 0, and you will be declared a failure along with your team. And if you choose to take it and answer incorrectly, that person will lose the right to participate in the next Chunin exam." "What a stupid rule was that?" Someone complained, but Ibiki answered. "You guys are unlucky, this year is my rule." Ibiki also gave another way they could take, which was to give up and try again the next year. One by one, the participants gave up and decided not to take it. They failed along with their teammates. Izumi saw Naruto, who had just raised his hand as if to give up, however. "Don't underestimate me, I will not run." With a fierce expression, Naruto added, "I'll take it, even if I'll be a genin-level ninja forever. I am the person who will become a Hokage anyway, I'm not afraid." Luffy, who heard what Naruto said, started chuckling. "Hihihi, I thought you would give up, Durian Head." "Shut up, damn straw hat." Ibiki clapped his hands and said again, "I'll ask you again, your life is riding on this decision. This is your last chance to quit." Naruto answered, "Heh, I'll follow my unbending words. That's my ninja way." "Good decision." Ibiki turned to the other examiners and nodded at each other. Ibiki said, "Now, to everyone still remaining, I congratulate you on passing the first test." Huh? Everyone except Izumi's group was stunned, as they expressed their surprise almost at the same time. Chapter 160, A Survival Test. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Sakura asked Ibiki, "Wait, what do you mean? Where is the 10th question?" Actually, there is no 10th question, or you can assume the two options earlier as the 10th question." Ibiki's expression turned cheerful by answering Sakura's question. Ino was also surprised that she passed on the first test, but what surprised her even more was, Izumi told Luffy, who was sitting beside her, not to have to answer questions. What did that mean? That meant Izumi already knew that in order to pass the first exam, they didn't need to answer those questions. Ino ventured to ask, "Then, what are the previous 9 questions for? Aren't they pointless?" They were not pointless. They had already served their intended purpose, to test your individual information gathering ability, and also to show one's intelligence. Ibiki began to explain that those questions weren't questions that the genin-level ninjas could answer. So, like it or not, in order to get points, they have to cheat. And the cheating targets were already prepared beforehand, in which Ibiki had 2 or more Chunin-level ninjas mixed in the crowd. Regarding the 2 options, imagine if you have become a Chunin-level ninja. Your mission is to steal a secret document, but you don't know what dangers you will face. Neither the number nor the strength of the opponent will stand in your way. Of course, there are many traps as well. Everyone listened carefully to Ibiki's words, to which no one made a sound. Since you don't want to die because you don't want your comrades to get hurt, can you avoid the mission? The answer is no. Ibiki was silent for a moment while taking a breath, then carried on. Whatever the danger is, there must be a mission that cannot be avoided. Courageous and able to face hardship. It was something a ninja should have. Now the first test ends here. Good luck with the next exam. When Ibiki finished speaking, he turned his head towards the window. Crash! The glass window was shattered by someone who seemed to enter as if to steal the show. What appeared was a young woman who has light brown, pupil-less eyes. Her violet hair is styled in a short, spiky, fanned-out ponytail. You guys, this is not the time to celebrate. I am Mitarashi Anko, the examiner in the second exam. Now let's go and follow me. Seeing Anko's appearance, Izumi clicked his tongue and murmured, "Tisk, it smells like a troublesome woman." Even though what Izumi said was very quiet, Anko could still hear, which made her turn to Izumi. "What did you say?" Instead of answering, Izumi looked back. Anko became even more irritated to see his behavior. "Why did you look back? I'm asking you." "Omi, what did I say? I didn't say anything, you know." Izumi pointed at himself while looking at Anko. Anko's expression darkened. She said with a grin, This kid has guts." "I only have a pen, though." Then, he picked up the pen that was on the table. Anko twitched her cheek. She couldn't be less than irritated by Izumi's attitude. Without warning, Anko moved swiftly and appeared behind Izumi with a kunai pin to his neck. However, puffed, Izumi dispersed into smoke. It turned out that what Anko was attacking was only a shadow clone. Anko twitched her brows, then she felt something on her shoulder. It was Izumi's sword that lay on Anko's shoulder while he was squatting on the table. All the examinees? No, everyone in the room was stunned. Izumi's ninja level still hadn't been raised to the chunin level, but as a genin, he was even able to trick Anko, who was a special jonin level ninja. A ninja rank below the jonin level ninja. What a tempered woman you are. Be careful, don't underestimate someone just because their ninja's level is lower than yours. They can bite you back, you know. Quite skilled, aren't you? Well, my observation is too good. I could understand immediately what you wanted to do. But you know, don't sneak behind me, brat, unless you're tired of living. Well, I'm just used to reacting like that if someone suddenly attacks me. Izumi put his sword back into its scabbard. Anko herself was still looking at Izumi, thanks to what he had shown earlier. Too weird. From his movement alone, it was clear that this boy was used to fighting, and I'm pretty sure that his strength is above genin level ninja. To think a youngster from the new village is this strong. Anko said in her mind. She glanced at the other examinees from Kyaogakure village who were not surprised by Izumi's strength. This showed that Izumi's strength was already considered normal to them. Anko jumped back to where Ibiki was standing. She glanced at the other participants and found that there were still quite a number of participants left. Ibiki, did you ease the test earlier? Why are there still so many examinees left? Ibiki turned to Anko and answered. There are a lot of talented genin-level ninjas this year. Hearing Ibiki's words, Anko just hummed while holding her chin. She looked at Izumi, who he felt was indeed talented. In Konohagakure, there were two excellent kids who took the Chunin exam this year, Hyuga Neji and Uchiha Sasuke. But after seeing Izumi's strength, Anko doubts whether they could stand in front of Izumi without cooperating. Well, never mind, all of you follow me. Ibiki, who was picking up the exam papers one by one on the table, was surprised. It turns out that there are also those who pass without answering any questions. Uzumaki Naruto, huh? What an interesting youngster. After a while, Ibiki picked up the other exam papers. One more with another blank paper. Monkey D. Luffy, what a surprise, hahaha. Izumi and his group, along with the examinees, had arrived at the open field. In front of them, iron fences covered the huge and shady trees behind it, in other words, a forest. The forest, which was overgrown with large trees, looked dark and eerie. Welcome to the stage for the second test, a forest of dead. You'll find out later why it's called the Forest of Death. You think that scares me? That's nothing, I'm not afraid. Swoosh! The kunai flew towards Naruto and scratched his cheek when he finished speaking. Anko appeared holding Naruto in her arms. A brat like you is the easiest to kill, haha. Then, Anko licked the blood that was on Naruto's cheek. Fresh blood from young people tastes good. Naruto shuddered at that words. Meanwhile, Kiriniko, who saw Anko from earlier, started to whisper. Don't you think that woman looks like Miyamura? Kazuma, who was beside Kiriniko, turned his head. Similar how? Asked Kazuma. Sadistic nature. Oh. Kazuma nodded in confirmation, but then. Hey, I can hear you guys whispering. So you think I'm a sadist, huh? How about I try it on you, Kazuma? Hey, stop, Izumi. The exam is about to start, okay? Kazuma pointed at Anko, who started to give the agreement forms. The form was to agree that the life and death of the examinees were not Anko's responsibility. In the second test, the examinees must survive in the forest of death. In addition, they must get a different scroll than they have by snatching the scroll from the other teams. After they got the scrolls, they could go to the tower in the middle of the forest to pass and move on to the next test. If they opened the scroll while the exam was still in progress, they would be automatically disqualified. Half of all the examining teams will each get a scroll with heaven written on it, and the other half with earth written on it. Anko also explained that the time limit to survive was 5 days. After each team gets one scroll, Anko declared. The second test begins. Chapter 161, The Queen of Nightmare in Action. Izumi and his team who had obtained the scrolls had now entered the forest of death. The scroll he got was written with heaven, so the target was. What a coincidence. Izumi smirked looking at the scroll in his hand, then he kept it in the storage space. Regarding what Izumi knew, the ninja from the Kusagakure village, or it could be said that the disguise of Orochimaru, had a scroll with the word Earth written on it. What do you mean? Kazuma didn't understand what Izumi was saying, so he asked. Izumi didn't answer, but sniffed the smell of the air around him. Luffy crossed his arms and tilted his head in confusion at what Izumi was doing. What are you doing, Izumi? Why are you sniffing like a dog? Izumi twitched his cheek, but he still replied. This is a part of the ability that I just acquired. Ability? Izumi nodded but didn't explain anymore. Instead, he said. Let's go, I found Naruto's direction. Kazuma stiffened, then he asked in a slightly trembling voice. Do we really need to confront that snake right now? Of course. Izumi added inwardly. Well, this could be an opportunity to prevent Sasuke from following Orochimaru anyway. So, like it or not, we have to do it. Izumi stepped on the ground and started running in a certain direction. But when he felt that Kazuma and Luffy weren't moving, Izumi stopped after tens of meters. What are you waiting for? Kazuma, who seemed reluctant to follow Izumi toward Orochimaru, asked back. You won't let me die and be revived by Momo, right? Do you think I want to let you die? Izumi slowly approached Kazuma while asking. As for Luffy, he instead pointed in a direction with his index finger. Hey, can we have a meal with that? What Luffy was pointing to was a huge wild boar, about 5 times that of an ordinary wild boar. His saliva was also dripping from his mouth, as if he could taste how delicious the wild boar meat was. Seeing Luffy's very looking forward expression, Izumi gave up. Fine, go kill that boar, but let's postpone our meal, okay? Luffy responded by directly attacking the boar. Elsewhere, it is time for the Queen of Nightmare to act. The power of darkness that dwells within my body will soon be released and swallow up all those who dare to oppose this queen. Kiriniko, with the pose of covering one eye with her hand, said in Chuuni words as usual. Kiriniko turned back and looked at Hiro and Yuki-onna. What do you think, my servants? Which way should we go? Hiro, who was walking behind Kiriniko while putting his hand in his pocket, didn't expect that Kiriniko was such an acute Chuuni. Since when have I been your servant? It's fine if you don't realize your position. I'll let you know that you've been bound by a contract to be my servant ever since you set foot in this world. Kiriniko answered Hiro's question. Hiro was speechless. He didn't know what he wanted to say in response to Kiriniko's words. In the end, Hiro ignored Kiriniko while using his magic to scan the area around them. Hey, don't ignore me. In response to her yell, Hihiro only gave a signal by placing his index finger on his lips and saying, "SHHH, there's an enemy." "Humph, not fun, you're too serious." Kiriniko pouted, but remained alert for the incoming enemy. "Do you need my help?" Yukiana, who had been silent for so long, finally started to speak. "Please do," Hihiro answered curtly. A moment later, 3 figures appeared on the tree. From the symbols on their forehead protectors, the 3 of them were genin-level ninjas from Aimgakure. All of them wore light gray jackets and scarves wrapped around their necks. The 3 of them thought it would be easy after they saw their targets were just a tall boy wearing glasses and 2 girls. One of the ninjas from Aimgakure whispered, "Aren't they a group from Kyoogakure village? That guy isn't with them, this is our chance to finish them off." What they meant by "that guy" was Izumi, who caught the attention of the other participants. Seeing that Izumi wasn't with them, they thought of taking the opportunity to defeat Kiriniko's team since they looked like an easy target. The Aimgakure ninja, who seemed to be the leader of the team, gestured with his finger to the others to take a position. But suddenly they felt a cold temperature. A blizzard suddenly appeared. Their bodies went cold and stiff after a few seconds. "Nice one, Yuki-chan, now it's my turn," Kiriniko exclaimed. Hihiro used his magic on the 3 ninjas to slow down their movements after Yuki on the blizzard. With those debuffs, they almost can't move from their place. They couldn't even perform a hand seal to use a ninjutsu. Hihiro added another magic to them by summoning water to freeze them. Kiriniko wielded her divine sword. Incidentally, that sword had 2 elements within it, lightning and wind. Then she raised her sword to the sky with a grin while saying in a chuni pose, "God of Thunder, lend your power to eradicate the evil that wants to devour this earth. Judgment Knight of Thunder." Then, lightning came out of the sword and stroked the 3 ninjas from Aimgakure. In addition, with the 3 of them's bodies covered in ice that could be considered a conductor for electricity, the voltage from the lightning strike increased. Their screams could be heard from far away. It was even heard from outside the Forest of Death. Then, they passed out with smoky bodies. Kakakaku, that was the power of the Queen of Nightmare. "Oh people, know your place. Otherwise, you will be punished by this queen." Kiriniko's left hand was brought close to her left eye while performing the chuni pose as usual. Kiriniko's team had an earth scroll, and coincidentally, the scroll that the ninja they defeated owned was a heaven scroll. This meant they could head straight for the tower, in the middle of the Forest of Death. "Are we going to finish this second test?" Kiriniko suddenly changed her chuni nature to normal. "I want to see how a ninja fights, and also want to know how they use various ninjutsus." Hihiro didn't seem to want to complete the second test, yet as he was interested in seeing how the ninjas fought. Since Izumi, who came from the same world as him, could do it, how could he not? Perhaps he should try asking someone to teach him. On the other hand, it didn't matter to Yuki Anna what those 2 wanted to do. All in all, she just obeyed Izumi's words, who told her to help Kiriniko and Hihiro whenever they needed. Good idea, my servant. Then show me the way," Kiriniko said as she looked at Hihiro while pointing in a direction with her index finger. She intended to make Hihiro lead the way, but Hihiro turned to the Yuki Anna instead and said, "Hey Yuki, do something about this Chuni girl's illness." Yuki Anna tilted her head and said back, "Illness? I see that Kiriniko-sama seems to be in good health." Yuki Anna didn't find weirdness in Kiriniko's words, and what she said made Kiriniko even more pleased. "Kakaku, you are trying to conspire with the wrong person. Yuki-chan is on my side." Not long after that, they started to walk, led by Hihiro, who seemed to have given up. Elsewhere, Sasuke and Sakura were on guard against a ninja from Kusagakure village. The person in front of them had long hair with a slightly pale complexion. He swallowed his earth scroll, which Sasuke's team needed because they had the heaven scroll. The way he swallowed was just like a snake swallowing its prey. It looked too creepy. Sasuke and Sakura were surprised to see the person who swallowed the scroll. If they wanted the scroll, the only way was to kill him. Chapter 162, 162, Confronting Orochimaru. Orochimaru. Long ago, he was an outstanding young ninja. His talent, knowledge, and determination were regarded by Hiruzen as a prodigy seen only once in a few generations. When his parents died, Orochimaru found a white snake near his parents' grave. Hiruzen once explained that the white snake represented fortune and rebirth. Hiruzen's words inspired Orochimaru to learn Kenjutsu, or forbidden jutsu, and also want to learn all jutsus around the world. Orochimaru has a twisted personality, and most likely due to the death of his parents and his teammate, Tsunade, who lost the person she loves. Orochimaru grew to disdain the fragility of human life and how it affected those who were still living, which led him to desire immortality. The first time he met Uchiha Itachi, he was fascinated with the red eyes he had, Sharingan. He wanted to gain Itachi's body by transferring his soul, which led him to attempt to kill Itachi. However, he failed since Itachi's eyes were too strong. After that attempt, he couldn't forget how fascinating the Uchiha clan was. If he knew, he should have prevented the destruction of the Uchiha clan. However, he couldn't reverse time. Luckily, he got information that there was a lone survivor of the Uchiha clan excluding Itachi. Knowing the lone survivor was Itachi's little brother, Orochimaru's desire peaked and wanted to gain that body. Nevertheless, Orochimaru needed Sasuke to get strong first before he took Sasuke's body. Orochimaru stood in front of Sasuke and Sakura. Naruto was nowhere to be seen, as if they were forced apart. Orochimaru licked his own lips, as if he was an animal that found its prey. Now let's begin the battle for each other's scroll, with our lives on the line. Then a deadly aura released from Orochimaru's body. At the same time, Sasuke and Sakura's gaze changed. Both seemed to be hallucinating, as if they were killed in an instant by Orochimaru. A moment later, Sasuke woke up. He muttered and looked at Orochimaru while shaking and even throwing up. Genjutsu, no, it's fear. His killing intent made us see death. Who is this guy? Sasuke asked inwardly. He thought the person in front of him used a genjutsu, a jutsu to visually display illusions. But he realized that it wasn't a genjutsu, rather, it was his killing intent. This proved that the person in front of Sasuke, Orochimaru, had killed too many people already. Sasuke thought for a moment that fighting Orochimaru was a bad idea, so he intended to run away. But to Sasuke's surprise, Sakura was still shaking with tears in her eyes. Sakura didn't hear anything when Sasuke called her. Sasuke himself couldn't move his feet, which showed how afraid he was of Orochimaru. Orochimaru threw 2 kunais at Sasuke and Sakura. And just like what happened in canon, Sasuke stabbed his own leg with a kunai to feel the pain that took away his fear of Orochimaru. Sasuke carried Sakura, then hid somewhere. Even so, Orochimaru was able to find them easily, until finally, Naruto appeared bravely by throwing a kunai which should have been right on target if Orochimaru stepped forward to attack Sasuke. Sasuke, who saw Naruto, felt he couldn't do anything else. Even a Jonin-level ninja was probably not strong enough to defeat Orochimaru. There was no way 3 Genin-level ninjas could match him. Reluctantly, Sasuke took the Heaven Scroll and was about to give it to Orochimaru. However, Naruto grabbed the scroll and hit Sasuke. "You're fake, Sasuke, right?" "Totally stupid, I'm the real Sasuke." "Lie, there's no way the Sasuke I know is this coward. I don't know how strong that person is, but do you think he'll just let us go even if we give him the scroll? Aren't you too freaked to understand the situation?" Sasuke fell silent at Naruto's words, while Orochimaru, who heard their conversation, began to say, "Hehe, Naruto, you're absolutely correct. That's because I can kill you to snatch a scroll of yours." Naruto looked angry, and then ran toward Orochimaru with the intention to defeat him, although Naruto himself wasn't sure he could do that. Orochimaru did not stay silent and began to act. Kuchios no Jutsu. With a summoning jutsu, Orochimaru summoned a giant snake which then attacked Naruto. Naruto was thrown from the attack until he vomited blood. The snake approached Naruto and intended to swallow him, but suddenly, "Take this shit." Naruto's expression changed. His face became fiercer with slightly elongated fangs and eyes that turned into the eyes of the 9-tailed fox. Naruto's strength was multiplied, and his punch could hurt the giant snake. Orochimaru counterattacked Naruto, which rendered him get thrown once again. Then, using the giant snake, Orochimaru attacked Sasuke, who seemed too scared to dodge. Just as the snake was about to reach the target, it was stopped by Naruto. Naruto sneered at Sasuke while holding the snake with all his strength. "Are you all right, coward?" Orochimaru was quite impressed by Naruto's persistence. Orochimaru, who saw Naruto become a shield for Sasuke, immediately stuck out his tongue that could be extended. By lifting Naruto's clothes up, Orochimaru saw the nine-tailed fox's seal visible on Naruto's stomach. Orochimaru gathered his chakra into his 5 fingertips, which he forcibly applied to Naruto's seal. "Gaju Fuin." Aza. Naruto felt pain after Orochimaru piled the seal in Naruto's stomach. This made him faint instantly. Orochimaru turned to attack Sasuke. Within seconds, Sasuke imagined how weak he was, having a clan massacred by his own brother. And the same thing seemed about to happen again to his close friends who were likely to be killed by Orochimaru. Something inside Sasuke rose. With the desire for revenge because of the Uchiha clan massacre and the deepest desire to protect his friends, Sasuke's eyes changed color. Sasuke then made a barrage of attacks on Orochimaru with his weapons and jutsus, which in the end, Sasuke managed to bind Orochimaru and attacked him with his strongest jutsu. With that jutsu, Sasuke almost ran out of chakra and he was panting out of breath. But he was a little relieved that his attack was effective. Shockingly, his relief only lasted a moment because Orochimaru looked as if he was about to shed his skin. "As expected, your talent exceeds Uchiha Itachi. This makes me want you." Then Orochimaru again released the killing intent that made Sasuke and Sakura stiff. "My name is Orochimaru, if you want to see me again." While speaking, Orochimaru took out his scroll and intended to burn the scroll. Then survive this exa. A pistol. Before Orochimaru could burn his scroll and also hadn't finished speaking, a punch was launched at Orochimaru, which took him by surprise. Luffy's punch hit Orochimaru, which caused his scroll to slip out of his hand. Deftly, Luffy grabbed the scroll that slipped from Orochimaru's grasp. "Gotcha," Luffy grinned happily after he got the scroll from Orochimaru. Orochimaru was surprised because some people suddenly appeared without him, expecting that he should be able to detect the presence of someone around him. Previously, Izumi had felt the presence of Orochimaru, who was within 1 kilometer away. Before appearing at Orochimaru's spot, Izumi just told Luffy to throw a punch forward. And when Luffy was released, Izumi immediately used his teleportation magic that could reach the distance from his location to Orochimaru's. At first, Izumi only intended to launch a surprise attack, but unexpectedly, Izumi's decision actually made him get Orochimaru's scroll that should have been burned by him. Orochimaru rubbed his cheek because of Luffy's punch. He narrowed his eyes and released a killing intent toward 3 of them who appeared from a thin air. Luffy and Izumi's faces became serious because of the killing intent Orochimaru released on them. Once again, Sasuke and Sakura, who felt Orochimaru's killing intent, immediately trembled. Kazuma, who wasn't used to dealing with someone's killing intent, was trembling as well. Sakura tried to open her mouth and say, but her voice didn't come out at all, as if she was mute. Orochimaru frowned. He saw Luffy and Izumi, who seemed to be able to withstand his killing intent, as if both of them were experienced in dealing with the current situation. "Who are you brats?" Orochimaru got information that the people from the new village were very mysterious. Even their strengths were unknown. Hearing Orochimaru's question, Luffy replied with his iconic introduction. "My name is Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will become the Pirate King." Hearing Luffy's answer, Orochimaru felt that he was being toyed with by a beat, and his anger soared. Chapter 163, 163, A Fight Against Orochimaru. Orochimaru's expression changed as he looked at Luffy with his sharp gaze. "Are you joking with me? What the hell are you talking about?" Luffy tilted his head since Orochimaru's question confused him. Orochimaru bit his finger, and the blood that dripped from his finger streaked onto a seal on his hand. "Kuchios no Jutsu." Luffy, who saw Orochimaru summon 2 giant snakes instead of him being serious, was actually impressed, which made his eyes sparkle. "Amazing. Hey, how did you do that? Can you teach me?" Luffy said to Orochimaru with an expectant expression. but Izumi grabbed Luffy's collar and pulled him to the back while saying, "The hell are you talking about? If you beat the Sea King, then the Sea King will submit to you. You don't have to bother to use the summoning jutsu." Luffy looked back, thinking that Izumi's idea was pretty good too. Sea King, that big monster in the deep ocean, that's fun as well. But Izumi asked with a smile, "Can you beat that?" I don't know. Maybe I can try it first." Luffy didn't really think about it seriously. What was on his mind was to try first whether he could defeat the Sea King or not. Izumi chuckled. "Heh, you damn fool. Learn to swim first before trying to fight the Sea King." "Oh, that's right, I still can't swim, he. Thanks to Izumi's words, Luffy realized that the Sea King should be underwater, which meant that Luffy had to dive to defeat it. And Luffy himself still couldn't swim. How could he beat the Sea King who was underwater? Orochimaru, who heard the conversation, was really furious. It was obvious that he was being looked down upon by the brats. Even so, Orochimaru calmed himself and said, "You brats are quite interesting. Let's play for a bit." Everyone turned their heads to Orochimaru, where the summoned giant snakes started attacking Izumi and the others. Orochimaru himself did not stay silent. While his summoned snakes attacked the newly arrived brats, he prepared to attack Sasuke to give him the Heaven's Curse mark. Izumi noticed that Sasuke had run out of chakra, so he intended to help. Quickly, Izumi used his Devil Fruit ability. With his hands outstretched toward Sasuke and Naruto, both of them were pulled toward Izumi as if Izumi was a magnetic force that pulled an iron toward him. Orochimaru, who was about to attack, Sasuke was surprised by what Izumi did until he muttered, "What jutsu was that? He didn't use any hand seals at all. Is it a Kekkei Genkai?" Then Orochimaru smiled, thinking that Luffy and Izumi he was dealing with were not ordinary brats. Suryu no Haku. Izumi unleashed his magic. His mouth shot a high-pressure torrent of water in which the pressure is focused on the outer sides of the water manifested by the magic. The dragon's roar magic was still not strong enough to take down or kill the giant snake in one hit, but at least the snake took a huge amount of damage from his attack. Gamu Gamu no Gatling. While Luffy himself unleashed successive blows to the other giant snake. And coupled with Luffy's quirk, his punch got stronger every time he hit the giant snake. The snake was thrown at the other snake, which caused both snakes to fall to the ground. Seeing Luffy's action, Izumi immediately gestured by using his hand for Sakura to come closer, because he didn't know what Orochimaru would do if he couldn't get Sasuke. Orochimaru was a little surprised by the kids because they could repulse the giant snakes. He wanted to try something by forming some hand seals. Futen Daitapa. Orochimaru inhaled the wind from his mouth, which blew away whatever was in front of him. However, buzz! The sound of equally strong winds collided with each other, causing them to swirl. Orochimaru was perplexed. He didn't see something was coming, but his attack collided. It was definitely what Izumi did, since Luffy was a close combat type. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. "Are you planning on getting in my way?" Izumi tilted his head in confusion. "Get in your way? I don't know what you're talking about." Don't you know who I am, do you?" Orochimaru looked at Izumi sharply, but Izumi seemed to ignore him by answering. "Who cares who you are? I can hardly believe the kids from the new village are this strong. I want to ask, why did you protect them?" Orochimaru pointed with his index finger at Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. This was really strange because Konohagakure village and Kyoagakure village had just allied. He just thought it was impossible that Izumi's team, who was practically new to those kids from Konohagakure village, insisted on protecting them. However, Izumi just shrugged his shoulders and said, "There's no reason. I just saw someone strong as you take part in the Chunin exam, and I can't hold back my excitement to fight you." "So, you want to die?" With a hoarse voice and overflowing killing intent, Orochimaru seemed to threaten Izumi. If Izumi didn't step aside, Orochimaru would decide to kill him. "Die? Nah, you can't kill me, because..." Izumi took out some kunais, then throw it all in different directions. He put his palm near his feet to mark it with a jutsu formula, and then threw another one slowly in Orochimaru's direction. He smiled evilly, as he linked the index and middle fingers of his right hand, with his left hand like a hook pulling on one another. Hurashin no Jutsu. Izumi appeared holding the kunai he was supposed to throw at Orochimaru. I might be the one who kills you. Stab. Izumi stabbed Orochimaru right in the heart. And then, Izumi teleported to the mark of the jutsu formula earlier. Izumi could have used his teleportation magic instead of using Hurashin no Jutsu. However, he actually just wanted to get used to it so he could use Hurashin no Jutsu as a defensive jutsu. Chuff. Orochimaru spat out a mouthful of blood. He was too careless and didn't expect Izumi to use such a legendary ninjutsu. That jutsu, the fourth Hokage's, how? Seeing the deep wound on his body, Orochimaru immediately used his jutsu, which seemed to shed his skin, and revealed a new body. He can do that? Kazuma was quite surprised to see Orochimaru as if he could come back to life. Even the stab wound was gone. Orochimaru formed a hand seal, in which Izumi realized that Orochimaru was about to perform a dangerous jutsu. I won't let you. Izumi stretched out his left hand to create wind blades around Orochimaru and controlled them perfectly to not let Orochimaru use a dangerous jutsu. Orochimaru was completely at a disadvantage since he couldn't release that ninjutsu as long as Izumi didn't stop his attack. A high-rank ninjutsu needed a lot of chakra and concentration. However, a low-rank ninjutsu shouldn't have any problem for him. The jutsu that Orochimaru used to shed his skin earlier should have a limit. So, Izumi believed that as long as Izumi could injure Orochimaru to the extent he would die over and over again, Orochimaru wouldn't use that jutsu again. Orochimaru also thought about that as well. That's why his body turned into a snake while dodging Izumi's attack. Before Orochimaru got away, Izumi gathered his spiritual energy in his right palm, along with the compressed wind that spun violently. Both forces combined into one and created a screeching sound as a giant shuriken was formed. Izumi immediately threw it at Orochimaru, who initially wanted to perform an offensive jutsu. Orochimaru felt the danger. He didn't care anymore whether his body got cuts from wind blades or not. Kuchios Rashaman. Orochimaru summoned 3 huge gates with a demon face on each gate. The gate was tightly closed and very solid. Boom! Crack! A loud bang occurred when the central sphere of Izumi's giant detonated, creating a vortex of wind or wind domain in that area, and clashed with the gates that Orochimaru summoned. The gates could not withstand the force of the wind blast caused by the detonation of the compressed wind. Not long after, the gates began to crumble simultaneously. The impact of it, especially the domain, created sharp wind particles invisible to the naked eye pierced through Orochimaru's body. Orochimaru seemed to groan in pain. He felt like more than thousands of needles were stabbing into his body. This made Orochimaru look at Izumi with a fierce gaze. Izumi himself also looked at Orochimaru in anticipation of what he would do. A lot of blood flowed from Orochimaru's body. His clothes were tattered, and his hair was disheveled. Enduring the pain, Orochimaru said in a hoarse voice, "Looks like you're not an ordinary brat. I've seen jutsu like the one you released earlier, but yours is a little different." "Is that so? Thanks for the compliment." After saying that, a magic circle was created in front of Izumi's mouth. Suryu no Haku. But Izumi released his magic toward the ground on the left 10 meters away from him. Ag. However, what everyone heard from the ground was Orochimaru's scream. Chapter 164, Fled. The groaning sound from the ground was Orochimaru's. Indeed, Orochimaru had skillfully created a clone to take his place, and he himself used a jutsu to hide in the ground for a surprise attack. If he fought against someone else, Orochimaru would probably be successful, but that was unfortunate for Orochimaru. With Izumi's haki, he could sense someone's presence even if he couldn't see it directly. Naturally, he immediately knew where Orochimaru was. Orochimaru came out of the ground with a surprised face. He was not just surprised that Izumi couldn't be fooled, but the attack that Izumi released was also very strong. It could even penetrate the ground and precisely hit Orochimaru. However, before Orochimaru could take a breath, Izumi was already in front of Orochimaru while swinging his sword. Slash. Orochimaru dodged barely in time. As a result, his hand fell to the ground. Izumi was about to launch another slash, but he saw something from Orochimaru's other hand. Izumi immediately teleported since he could sense the danger. Orochimaru shed his skin once again. But after he shed his skin, his chakra dropped drastically just like earlier when he did the same way. Tisk, this snake is really troublesome, Izumi murmured while clicking his tongue. Because he felt that Orochimaru was like an immortal, he had to use a special way to defeat him. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's view of Izumi also changed, as if he became more and more interested in his prey. Looks like this brat is getting serious. His aura changed drastically after taking the sword out of the scabbard. Heh, interesting. Maybe this brat is also suitable to be my vessel. Orochimaru immediately bit his finger and used his blood to draw something in his left hand that had some kind of formula in it. He formed hand seals, in which Izumi realized what jutsu he was about to release. Izumi no longer hid his space magic. He immediately appeared on Orochimaru's left side while swinging his sword to cut Orochimaru's hand that had the formula on it. Orochimaru was slightly surprised, but with a quick movement, he changed the form of hand seals. Slash. What Izumi slashed was a wooden block that replaced Orochimaru's position instead. Orochimaru, who suddenly appeared behind Izumi, immediately attacked by forming a hand seal. Then, Orochimaru's neck became elongated and flexible like a snake about to pounce on Izumi. His canine teeth also look elongated like the fangs of a venomous snake. But when Orochimaru bit Izumi with his fangs to cast a curse, Orochimaru's head passed through Izumi's neck as if Izumi was a supernatural being. Izumi transformed his body with his devil fruit power, which made him invulnerable to physical attacks. I've been waiting for this moment, Izumi muttered as he launched a slash into Orochimaru's neck. However, thanks to Orochimaru's agility and reaction, he was able to dodge Izumi's attack even though his neck was still scratched and bleeding. Initially, Izumi wanted to know what kind of jutsu Orochimaru had, especially Kuchiyos, Edo Tensei, a forbidden jutsu that could raise people from the dead using only the cells or DNA of that person he wanted to summon. But Izumi was still worried about Orochimaru's sealing jutsu or fuinjutsu. Orochimaru possessed a dangerous fuinjutsu, so before Izumi could master it, or at least learn it, he needed to be cautious against Orochimaru. Orochimaru covered his neck. He also felt something hurt inside his body after being hit by Izumi's sword, but he didn't know what that was. Surprisingly, even though he was wounded, Orochimaru still put a smirk on his face. Orochimaru seemed to have found a new target that was more unique, so his face was not annoyed at not being able to get Sasuke, and he looked delighted instead. Even though Izumi's attack contained a soul attack, Izumi didn't know why Orochimaru seemed to be all right. He saw a change in Orochimaru's expression for a moment. That meant his attack definitely hurt his soul, but it was just a little bit. Meanwhile, Luffy looked surprised at Orochimaru being able to lengthen his neck, which he finally asked. How can he lengthen his neck? Did he eat the Gamu Gamu no Mi like me? Izumi denied it. It's not a devil fruit, but a unique ninjutsu from him. You shouldn't think there would be the same devil fruit, Luffy. It was impossible, unless it was artificial. Izumi answered without taking his eyes off Orochimaru. What do you mean? That means, since you've eaten the Gamu Gamu no Mi, there won't be another fruit like that unless you die. Izumi only briefly explained, then thought of a way to get rid of Orochimaru. However, he didn't want to be in a hurry, or he might fall into Orochimaru's trap. Izumi didn't dare to bring out his full strength since Orochimaru hadn't done so. He didn't know if Izumi could defeat him, but he wanted to try. He couldn't let his guard down because Orochimaru seemed to save his strongest jutsu. So, Izumi also had to save his strength just in case Orochimaru decided to go all out. And his strongest jutsu wasn't the Edo Tensei, but something else. Huffed. Izumi let out his breath while gripping his sword tightly. Luffy, stay back and protect Naruto's team. This is my fight, Izumi said. Luffy knew that Izumi's battle was above him. Moreover, he trusts Izumi. Luffy immediately backed away, while bringing Naruto and the others to get away as soon as possible. Izumi grinned evilly. He seemed thrilled by fighting against Orochimaru. His killing intent soared and assaulted Orochimaru. Orochimaru was stunned. When he came to his senses, Izumi was already in front of him. Orochimaru felt danger whenever Izumi attacked using his sword. With no other choice, Orochimaru spat out a sword from his stomach. Clank! Sparks were created after the sword clashed. Orochimaru's sword was too hard. Moreover, the sword flew by itself. No, Orochimaru was the one who controlled it. Izumi jumped a few steps away from Orochimaru with a delightful expression. It seemed he found an opponent on whom he could vent his emotions. Orochimaru let out a chuckle. Haha, you're weird. I thought you would be afraid since I'm stronger than you imagined. I'm a little surprised that you can also control that killing intent of yours. How many people did you kill? Regardless, you're mine soon enough. But what he said responded with a laugh. Hadohata. What's so funny? It's good if you're strong. Otherwise, things wouldn't be so interesting. Do you want my body? Dream on. I'm not interested in an old fart like you. Izumi moved in a flash and appeared in front of Orochimaru. He swung his sword diagonally from below. Clank! Orochimaru blocked it by tilting his Kusanagi sword horizontally. However, a cold aura suddenly burst out of Izumi's body. Izumi pushed aside the Kusanagi sword, spun around, and executed a horizontal slash. The more Orochimaru fought against Izumi, the more disadvantaged he was. He could feel that Izumi was getting stronger and stronger, and Izumi's attack became more deadly each time he executed the attack. Hee, what's up? Are you just at this level? Izumi sneered without stopping his attack. Orochimaru always tried to counterattack with his ninjutsu or a deadly little snake he summoned. But Izumi could predict all of his movements already. Orochimaru's attack couldn't hit him at all. Instead, it was Izumi's attacks that landed on Orochimaru. Lucky for him that Orochimaru didn't use any fuinjutsu. Otherwise, things would get troublesome. Orochimaru clenched his teeth. He didn't understand how Izumi could teleport freely around him. It was similar to Hiraishin no Jutsu, but Izumi did it with ease and without even using a hand seal either. He could barely avoid any fatal attacks, and his body was filled with wounds and bleeding. With no other choice, he chose to split and transformed into little white snakes. Most of them went toward Sasuke's direction, and some of them scattered in different directions to get away from Izumi. Izumi immediately rushed toward Sasuke's place to eliminate all of those snakes. At that moment, he heard a hoarse and eerie voice from a distance. Hee, you're interesting. A brat from Kyogakur village. You will be mine. And Sasuke-kun, if you want to kill Itachi, you can come to find me. I can make you stronger. I can see your talent surpasses Itachi. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Izumi's cheeks twitched and said to himself. Of course, his talent exceeded Itachi. He is the reincarnation of Indra, a predecessor who was one of Princess Kaguya's grandsons, the first person to possess chakra. Izumi detected the surroundings with haki, but couldn't feel Orochimaru's aura anymore. Izumi muttered. Finally, he's gone. I'm pretty sure, even if I kill him here with a soul attack, he'll still come back alive again. But what Izumi said was heard by Sakura. She asked curiously. Are you sure that he can come back alive by himself? Yup, thanks to his research into studying immortality. Immortality? Sakura was surprised to hear Izumi's statement. Meanwhile, Kazuma, who saw Izumi's expression, started to say. You seem interested in his research. Naturally, he is a genius. All his research results are very valuable when you look at it from the positive side. Izumi nodded in confirmation. He did not deny that he had an interest in what Orochimaru was researching, but this freaked Kazuma as he said. You intend to steal his research? You're out of your mind. Izumi narrowed his eyes and said. What the hell are you thinking? Of course not. Not to mention, Orochimaru has so many trump cards up his sleeve. This time, I was lucky he didn't go all out. Even though I could content him using all my strength, there was no merit in doing so. Don't forget that he can't be killed by normal means. Besides, to get the bonus reward, I should at least be able to make Orochimaru retreat. Izumi added inwardly. Wait a moment, you've been speaking as if you knew very well Orochimaru was. Who is he really? Sasuke was curious because Izumi seemed to know Orochimaru's character, so he decided to ask. Chapter 165, 165, Meet Kiriniko's team. Wait a moment, you've been speaking as if you knew very well Orochimaru was. Who is he really? Hearing Sasuke's question, Izumi wondered how he could not know the legend of the three ninjas. When Izumi's gaze landed on Sasuke, Izumi was surprised to see the Tamo in Sasuke's eyes increase by one. He was already one step away from upgrading to the Mangekyou Sharingan. What Izumi had in mind was, perhaps Kakashi's training method was different from what he did in canon. Izumi pretended not to notice that Sasuke had upgraded his Sharingan. Then, he began to tell everyone who Orochimaru was. Sasuke and Sakura were surprised to find out that Orochimaru was one of the legendary three ninjas from Konohagakure village. Then, why is a ninja as excellent as him expelled from Konohagakure village? Isn't that detrimental to the village? Sakura asked in wonder. Izumi held his chin for a moment, then shook his head. This kind of thing is a little bit sensitive. I feel like it's better if you ask Kakashi or someone else from Konohagakure. Sasuke and Sakura couldn't reply. Sure enough, that was not the right thing for Izumi to say. Izumi walked slowly, then sat beside Naruto, who had been unconscious since earlier. Naruto's condition was only weakened, and there was no danger whatsoever. He lifted Naruto's shirt slightly to see the seal on his stomach. However, Izumi did not see the seal on it. I see, no wonder Naruto didn't realize there was a seal on his stomach. Izumi said to himself. His voice was so low that only Izumi himself could hear it. The seal on Naruto's stomach is the seal of the nine-tailed fox. The seal will not appear unless Naruto concentrates on using chakra. Is he all right? Sakura asked, but Izumi shook his head. The chakra flow in his body is in disorder due to Orochimaru's attack. This will make him unable to control his chakra properly from now on. Didn't he really not be able to control chakra that well in the first place? Half right and half wrong, Sakura. If my deduction is correct, there is something in his body that disturbs his chakra flow. However, when the first time we met, he could manipulate his chakra already. He could even perfectly use a large number of shadow clones. That meant he was already getting used to it even if something in his body disturbed the chakra flow. You're kidding, right? If your statement is true, does that mean his control over his chakra is better than mine? Sakura almost couldn't believe it. Among the Genin-level ninja from Konohagakure, Sakura is number 1 in terms of chakra mastery. But it seems that is not the case anymore. Izumi nodded. Exactly. Also, you might not know, Naruto's chakra capacity is actually at the same level as a cage-level ninja. Wait, did I hear it wrong? Not only Sakura, even Sasuke felt that their hearing was having problems. I can sense someone's strength. Well, let's just say I'm a sensor-type ninja who can sense auras, powers, presences, and more. For now, something is hindering his development, and once Naruto is released from his shackles, his strength will increase drastically. Sakura was silent for a moment, then she glanced at Naruto, who was lying down while saying quietly. So all this time, he wasn't as stupid as I thought. When it comes to Naruto's talent, Sasuke, his talent is on par with yours. Izumi turned his gaze to Sasuke. With mine, Sasuke turned to Izumi while pointing at himself with his index finger. Yeah, your talent is in your eyes, Naruto's talent is in the chakra capacity. You both have the same talent, but at the same time, different. That should be the case, but with the nine-tailed fox in Naruto's body, his talent exceeds yours, Sasuke. Izumi added in his mind. Thanks to Izumi's statement, Sasuke's gaze turned to Naruto. Sasuke himself seemed to believe in his disbelief that Naruto also had talent. He also realized that Naruto's progress, which was arguably slow before, was now starting to catch up with him. Even Sakura, who incidentally had perfect chakra control at her age, has been surpassed. Talking about Naruto, Sasuke remembered something. He wanted to ask Izumi, but he decided to keep quiet. Sasuke was still curious about Naruto, who sometimes seemed to change. Just like when Naruto's eyes were like a cat's eyes, his canines looked sharp, and his strength increased. The transformation made Sasuke curious, and maybe that's what made Naruto avoided by the people in the village. After that, Izumi and his group left. Izumi's goal to approach Sasuke wasn't just to drive away Orochimaru, but also to prevent Sasuke from going to Orochimaru's place to increase his powers. However, since Sasuke did not receive guidance from Orochimaru, Izumi had to find a way to utilize and develop Sasuke's talents. Then, Izumi let out a smile. Since Kyogakyure and Konohagakure villages were allied with each other, it might be good if he invited Sasuke for special training. And before that, he had to let everyone show their strength. But if we do that openly, Danzo will get in the way. It seems I need Kakashi's help, Izumi muttered in a low voice. With that in mind, he decided to bring Sasuke. And it was also to prevent Orochimaru as well, since he wouldn't give up on Sasuke, the easiest target for his future vessel. Izumi was looking for Kuroniko's team, and because Kuroniko was always changing places, Izumi met them when evening arrived. Izumi's team, who was walking toward Kuroniko's team, made a rustling sound from the bushes. This surprised them, which made Kuroniko and the others wary of someone coming. But when Kuroniko saw Izumi and the others, she sighed in relief. "I thought you guys were another team." "We're also another team, you know." Izumi shrugged his shoulders. "Anyway, what have you guys been doing since the exam started?" Yuki Onna immediately explained to Izumi. She said that Kuroniko had defeated 2 teams and was spying on Gaara. But since Gaara immediately finished the current exam by going to the tower in the middle of the forest, they went around to watch the ninja battles, since Hiro was also interested in ninjutsu in the shinobi world. "If you want to learn, just ask me. Learning by yourself is quite hard, you know." Tusk, Hiro didn't expect that Yuki Onna would tell anything, including his interest in ninjutsu. "You're really a troublesome tsundere, Hiro." Then, Izumi also told them how he and his team immediately went to find Naruto's team and fought against Orochimaru. After that, they managed to seize 3 other scrolls apart from snatching Orochimaru's. "Anyway, Orochimaru is too troublesome. He is too hard to kill, and it seems like he's also interested in my body." Just after he said that, Kuroniko and Hiro took a step back. "Why, you're actually a gaze," Kuroniko pointed at Izumi. "What the fuck are you thinking? Your brain seems to be infected by BL novels, are you? Anyway, let's put aside this joke." Izumi looked around while sensing if someone was approaching or not. Sensing that no one else was around, he told his backup plan to others. And in the backup plan, Hiro's role was very important, so Izumi explained in detail what Hiro had to do. The next day, Izumi wanted to see if the trio from the Odagakure village had appeared in front of Team 7, which consisted of Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura. Or perhaps, Orochimaru himself would come again because he hadn't cast a curse on Sasuke yet. Izumi led his team and Kuroniko's team toward Naruto's team's location. Kuroniko also seemed to be looking forward to the events that should occur in the anime by seeing them in person. They made their way by ignoring the other teams. Unless the other teams got in their way, he would ignore them completely. And after an hour and a half had passed, they were already quite close to the location. Kuroniko and Kazuma, who weren't used to running long distances, looked breathless. Izumi commented on them with a sneer. "That's why you need exercise. Don't be like Kazuma, who likes to lock himself in his room and skip school. Kazuma's future already looks dreary." "Are you picking a fight?" Kazuma replied with a heavy breath. Everyone burst out laughing hearing how Kazuma spoke. Chapter 166, 166, How to Tame Luffy. Izumi checked the surroundings and started walking toward where Naruto's team. With Kenbenshoku Haki, Izumi can not only feel someone's aura or presence, he can even feel someone's strength. It was thanks to Izumi, who always detected his surroundings using Kenbenshoku Haki, that he learned to detect strength on his own. Izumi was surprised to see that Sasuke was fighting Lee. Whereas in the original story, what he was supposed to face were 3 ninjas from Odagakure village. Only then did Lee come to help. Looks like the situation changed. Maybe this is related to my meddling in defeating Orochimaru before, Izumi murmured in a low voice. Sasuke had fought Lee right before the Chunin exam started. But their fight was interrupted by Might Guy, a Jonin-level ninja who was also Lee's mentor. So the two of them postponed their fight. But some time ago, Lee, who was with Neji and Tenten, happened to meet Sasuke. With that, Lee was eager to fight Sasuke since he had postponed their fight. On the other hand, Neji didn't seem interested. He was stronger than Lee. And knowing Sasuke, the so-called genius at his age, just at the same level as Lee, Neji lost interest in him. He felt Sasuke didn't deserve to be his opponent. Izumi didn't sense the presence of people from Otogakure at all. Instead, he sensed Ino, Choji, and Shikamaru peeking from the bush. Izumi walked to them without making any sound. He called out of them. "Oi!" Choji and Shikamaru stiffened in shock, while Ino jumped in fright. "Aza!" Ino's scream was too loud, and naturally caught the attention of Sasuke and Neji's team. Their fight was stopped, and they looked in Ino's direction. When Neji saw people from Kyogakure, he immediately took a stance since he knew that they were strong. Shikamaru and Choji also took their stances, but Izumi raised up his hands. "Hey, calm down. I have no intention to fight you since I have a lot of scrolls already." Then, Izumi showed them the scrolls they'd got. Shikamaru frowned. He tried to clarify. "But how did you get so many scrolls that fast if you weren't actively attacking the other team?" "You should have known the reason. I once showed a bit of my ability when the written exam was over, wasn't it?" After Izumi said that, Shikamaru pondered. Then he said, "So, they felt you're a threat and they ganged you up." Izumi nodded. "Smart. People tend to think that they have the upper hand when winning numbers. But they were mistaken if numbers alone could defeat us." Then Izumi noticed a scroll on Shikamaru's hip. It was a heaven scroll. It seemed he hadn't found the pair. So, Izumi threw an earth scroll at him. "Here." Shikamaru caught the scroll in surprise. "Why did you give it to me? I can get it by myself." Shikamaru didn't want to accept the scroll, but Ino snatched it from Shikamaru's hand. "Thank you, Izumi-kun." "Hey, Ino," Shikamaru glared at her, and Ino responded by glaring at him back. "What, isn't it good if we get it without fighting?" Looking at Ino's expression, Shikamaru gave up. "How troublesome." And then, Ino looked at Izumi while saying, "Izumi-kun, why are you scaring this young lady? You have to take responsibility." "Responsibility, should I?" Izumi responded with an indifferent expression. Ino had heard from Sakura. Sakura heard Izumi's conversation, who had just broken up with his girlfriend, so Ino tried to approach Izumi. This way, Ino looked for an opportunity to win Izumi's heart. "Of course you have to." Ino looked at Izumi passionately. Izumi sighed, then asked her, "Then what do you want?" "Date with me." "I refuse." Izumi immediately refused after Ino asked for a date. Izumi had no intention of looking for a girlfriend after just breaking up. If he started dating right after he broke up, it's like he's taking his new girlfriend as venting out of his feelings. Izumi himself still couldn't get over his ex, so he didn't want to be in a relationship for a while. "Why?" Izumi shook his head. "Anyway, you can ask other than that." Ino looked down in disappointment. Izumi gestured to the others to follow him and walked toward Sasuke's direction. Looking at Izumi's back, Ino muttered, "He rejected me." Shikamaru was beside her, so he heard what she said. He responded, "You misread his situation." "What do you mean, I didn't read his situation?" "You said that he just broke up with his girlfriend. Naturally, he didn't want to talk about a relationship. You should have understood it at the very least." Even though Shikamaru was inexperienced in a relationship, at least he understood which was sensitive and which was not. Meanwhile, Izumi looked at Neji while curling his lips upward. "We meet again, pupil-less guy. Do you already have a pair of earth and heaven scrolls?" "Why do you ask? If you want to get the scroll from me, just try it if you can. You think I'm as useless as a certain team?" Neji said while glancing at Sasuke, indicating that the useless team was Sasuke's team. Izumi narrowed his eyes just after he said that. Izumi began to speak sarcastically. "Oh, how confident you are. I don't intend to take your scrolls. I'm here to give you a scroll if you don't have a pair yet. Look, I have a lot. I just feel pity if you don't get the scroll later because I will be the one to wipe out the participants in this survival test." Do you want this? Izumi showed the scrolls, including his. Are you looking down on me? Neji gritted his teeth in anger, but Izumi just shrugged his shoulders as he said. You can think that if you feel I'm looking down on you. I'll show you that I have the ability to destroy you. Neji took a stance, but Izumi just shook his head and turned to Luffy while gesturing to come closer. Izumi was indeed quite interested in the techniques of the Hyuga clan, but he thought that the martial arts provided by the system attracted him more. Seeing Izumi ignore Neji, Neji decided to attack Izumi. Izumi used his devil fruit power to transform his body to be intangible. Neji's attack got through Izumi's body, which made him dumbfounded. Then he heard a voice. You're so impatient. I just wanted to give you an opponent who might be suitable against you. Even though Izumi said so, he didn't tell the truth. Izumi just wanted to see when Luffy fought Neji, and Izumi himself already knew very well that Luffy was stronger than Neji. From Izumi's conjecture, blunt physical attacks wouldn't affect Luffy, but he wasn't sure whether Neji's technique still affected Luffy or not. Therefore, he wanted to find out by making Luffy a guinea pig. Neji has the Byakugan, a pair of eyes that can be used to see the inside of the human body like an X-ray. That pair of eyes is not only useful for medicine, but also for fighting by attacking human vital points that ordinary humans cannot see. Neji didn't know how his attack couldn't land on him. When he used his Byakugan, Izumi's internal body looked so vague. It was as if it was a mist that could be blown away by his breath. This was the first time he encountered a person with such a strange body. Izumi dragged Luffy to his side, then he said, If you take my word for it, I'll create a robot that can shoot a laser beam for you. Luffy's eyes immediately shone brightly as he turned to Izumi after he heard the words, robot and laser beam. Hey, is it true what you said earlier? As long as you'll listen to me, I'll create one for you, but it will take a little time. What do you think? Wohuo, I'm grateful to have a smart friend like you. Luffy raised both hands cheerfully, and after that, he slapped Izumi's back. Besides meat, the second thing that interests Luffy is a robot. There was no way Luffy would refuse Izumi's offer. Hey, get back to business, or I won't make you a robot. Hearing Izumi's threat, Luffy stopped to slap Izumi's back and responded. Yes, sir. Fight against those two. If you can, learn their fighting techniques, then make them yours. Izumi pointed at Lei and Neji. Luffy scratched his head. He seemed didn't understand what Izumi meant. So, Izumi said further. Anyway, just beat them up. Okay. Neji gritted his teeth. From what Izumi had said, it seemed he didn't see Neji as a worthy opponent. Lee felt the same way as Neji. Both of them didn't expect Izumi to look down on them so much. Chapter 167, Gamu Gamu no. Izumi waved his hand toward Yuki Onna as a gesture to come closer. Yuki Onna approached Izumi from behind and asked, Izumi-sama, what's your order? I just need your help with something. What would that be, Izumi-sama? Izumi responded to her question by forming a hand seal, and a shadow clone appeared from the smoke. Follow my shadow clone and do as I command you. Yuki Onna nodded, then followed Izumi's clone somewhere. Kazuma and Hihiro didn't know what Izumi was planning. When they asked, Izumi only answered vaguely, so they didn't ask anymore. Meanwhile, Neji's face looked furious due to someone who underestimated him so much. Neji is a prodigy and always feels superior to others at his age. Never did he think that someone else would treat him like that. There was no way Neji would accept it. I'll destroy your friend first, then it's your turn. Neji looked at Izumi with hatred. Neji added, Lee, step back, I'm going to destroy him. Seeing Neji's wrath, Lee couldn't help but back away and say to himself, You guys are so unlucky to make Neji so angry. You don't know that the best rookie in this Chunin exam is our team. Lee felt that his team was the best in the Chunin exam this time, without taking Gaara into account, because they felt that they were much stronger than the other teams. If Izumi could read Lee's thoughts, he would laugh at him. Izumi looked down on them since he knew the strength limit they could bring. However, they didn't think the same way as Izumi. They underestimate other teams because they believe that they are strong enough, and they never estimate the limits of the strength and ability that their opponents can show. Neji activated the Byakugan, and what he saw on Luffy's body was slightly different from what he usually saw in other people. But Neji ignored it. Neji injected a certain amount of his chakra into his hands and fingers to perform a gentle fist, pressure points needle. Juken Tenketsushin. Neji used his fingers to attack Luffy, but when his fingers stabbed Luffy's body, it seemed like his finger bounced back. Neji knitted his brows. All he could think of was the strangeness that happened to Luffy's body. When he was about to try again, he didn't realize that Luffy's hand was already in front of him. Pistol no Jutsu. Whack! Neji got a hit right in the face, which sent him flying backward. Lee, who was behind Neji, held him from being thrown any further. Meanwhile, Izumi slapped his own head in amazement. Izumi couldn't tell if Luffy was creative or dumb. What the fuck with Pistol no Jutsu? He just changed the name of his move. Hadohata. Izumi commented, while Kazuma laughed out loud. Kazuma just didn't expect Luffy to change the name of his move just to make him more like a ninja. Neji, are you alright? Lee and Tenten asked, but Neji answered coldly. You don't need to care about me. Neji felt something strange with Luffy, because Luffy's body could deflect his attack. Neji moved quickly to get closer to Luffy. Hack Hasenjeki. Neji hits Luffy at close range with a powerful wave of chakra emitted from his palm. The attack is a shockwave attack that focuses on Luffy's weak points. Luffy felt a shockwave inside his body that sent him flying backward. However, Luffy immediately stood up as if the attack didn't affect him at all. Lee himself was quite surprised to see Luffy was still fine even though Neji hit him seriously. How is that possible? Didn't Neji's attack affect him? But when he saw Luffy again, he was dumbfounded as Luffy extended both his arms and spun around as if Luffy was warming up. Both Shikamaru and Neji's teams were dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Sakura weren't too surprised. They saw Luffy could stretch out his arm like rubber when he punched Orochimaru. And Izumi told them that it was Luffy's Kekkei Genkai ability. Luffy let out a chuckle. Hehehe, you're quite strong. I created this ninjutsu a long ago, you know. Be prepared, Gatling no Jutsu. Luffy released rapid punches, creating multiple clones of fists. Neji admitted that Luffy's punches were too fast. What he saw was blurry multiple fists even though he used Byakugan. Still, Neji took a defensive stance then. Juken Huaugi, Kites. Neji emitted chakra from all over his body to block them. He then spun rapidly, intending to repel Luffy's punches. Unfortunately, Neji couldn't keep up with the speed of Luffy's punches. And the worst part was, Luffy's punches were getting stronger and stronger. Failing to withstand Luffy's barrage of punches, the Hyuga clan's famous defensive taijutsu finally broke. And Neji couldn't help but take the punches that Luffy unleashed. On the other hand, the members of the chat group couldn't hold back their laughter any longer. The reason was none other than Luffy. Luffy said that he created a ninjutsu. It turned out that wasn't an actual ninjutsu, but just his trademark move. He renamed it by himself. Due to their laughter, the ninjas from Konohagakure thought that Izumi and the others were mocking Neji. They didn't understand the exact reason for the laughs. Even if Izumi told them the truth, they wouldn't believe him. Tenten was furious and decided to attack Izumi's group. When she was about to attack, Izumi whispered to Hiro. Hiro's index finger shone, and he began to write something. Tenten threw the weapons using a weapon technique, or it was usually called Bukijutsu. Due to her technique, the weapons she threw suddenly multiplied, as if transformed into a rain of weapons. It was at that moment Hiro activated his magic, and those weapons turned back to Tenten as the effect. Tenten was surprised by the sudden counterattack. She attempted to avoid those weapons while performing a hand seal. Kai. A lot of those weapons dispersed into smoke, but it was unfortunate for her that the remaining of her weapons flew toward her. As a result, she received wounds that caused her blood to gush out. Tenten groaned in pain while looking at Hiro, who looked calm, as he effortlessly returned Tenten's attack. How is that possible? Tenten still couldn't believe there was a jutsu like the one Hiro released where he didn't even use a hand seal. Tenten, Neji and Lee cried out. Izumi narrowed his eyes. It wasn't because of Neji or any ninjas from Konohagakure, but something else. Ha, do you think erasing your presence can fool me? Izumi sneered inwardly. All of a sudden, Lee attacked Hiro to pay back what he did to Tenth. Izumi responded by spinning his body and launching a spinning back kick. Wham! His kick landed on Lee's stomach, and he was thrown to Neji's position. It happened too fast. Even Neji almost couldn't follow Izumi's movement at all. Cough. Lee, are you all right? It's fine, Neji-san. As I expected, he's fast. I didn't even see how he kicked me. Meanwhile, Neji clenched his fists. Izumi's movement was too fast, and he did that with ease as if it was usual for him. That seemed to prove that Izumi's ability was above Neji's. That pissed Neji off. Neji didn't want to admit it. Anyhow, Neji considered himself to be the most talented among others. While the other ninjas from Konohagakure felt that Izumi's group was too much. What do you mean we are too much? Kazuma didn't understand why they got angry. Didn't you laugh at Neji and his team earlier? You made fun of them, Ino replied. Kazuma glanced at Izumi awkwardly, and Izumi just responded by shrugging his shoulders. Wait, Ino, looks like we're the ones who misunderstood. Shikamaru, who was quite observant of the situation, began to speak and made the other ninja from Konohagakure glance at him. What do you mean, Shikamaru? Choji asked. However, Shikamaru didn't answer. Instead, he looked at Izumi and asked, Can you tell me why you were laughing earlier? Guess what? If you think we're toying with that brat called Neji, that's fine as well. Izumi curled his mouth upward after saying that, and his expression showed that he didn't seem to care if the ninjas from Konohagakure had misunderstood them. I'm just curious. It seems that this is related to the straw hat, right? Izumi responded by giving a smile. I see, it means we have all misunderstood. Sorry if we were wrong. Shikamaru realized that they had really misunderstood, so he apologized on behalf of his friends. The others who realized their mistake immediately apologized, but Izumi waved his left hand up without looking at them, which indicated that Izumi didn't mind it. Sasuke, who had been silent all this time, began to ask. I didn't see anything funny. Can you tell me the reason? Kuroniko smiled and wanted to reply, but Izumi interrupted her. No need to tell them, Kuroniko. Sai, forget about it. It's too troublesome to think. Shikamaru wanted to complain because he didn't get a definite answer, but he gave up. Chapter 168, 168, Luffy's Creativeness. Izumi glanced at Neji and Lee. Then, he called Luffy. Hey Luffy, fight against both of them, or else I won't create a robot for you. That's not fair, Izumi. Then, beat them if you want me not to break my promise. When Neji and Lee heard that, they were furious. Lee, fight against that straw hat. I'll kill that guy called Izumi. But Neji-san. Do as I say. Since Neji already decided, he immediately rushed to Luffy to attack. When Lee suddenly attacked, Luffy was a little off guard. He couldn't anticipate Lee's kick, which was aimed at his head. Luffy flew and hit the big tree behind him. Luffy rubbed the back of his head, then stood up. Lee didn't stop there. He moved quickly towards Luffy. Kanoha-senpu. He started off with a high kick with his left foot, then quickly used his right foot for a low kick that knocked Luffy off balance. After that, Lee kicked Luffy, which threw him upward. Kanoha-daisenpu. Lee continued with a series of kicks, starting with a low kick, a mid kick, and a high kick, then Luffy was thrown into the air. When Lee wanted to launch a finishing blow with a heel drop kick, Luffy reacted. Tsuchai no Jutsu. Luffy stretched out his arms while twisting them, and then caught and held Lee so tightly. Luffy then untwisted his arms and rapidly spun Lee while bringing him crashing to the ground. Bang! Lee couldn't do anything about it when Luffy caught him, which resulted in him being slammed to the ground. Gwa! Lee felt pain in his body. Luffy's slam from the air was really no joke, even though Luffy didn't take it seriously. Neji was about to attack Izumi. But, seeing how Lee was slammed to the ground while Lee was using his technique, he couldn't help but be shocked. Neji couldn't leave Lee alone. Having no other choice, he decided to finish off Luffy first. Jukenhu, Hak Rokujian Shu. Using his Byakugan near his 360 degrees field of vision, Neji envisioned in the center the 8 trigram symbol. Neji then dealt a series of attacks to Luffy, who was within the symbol boundary, attacking 64 chakra flow point locations. Not only to stop the flow of chakra, but this attack could also injure a person's internal organs when hit by the attack. Hakayaku Nijuhashu. Neji intended to duplicate the attack that was launched earlier for a total of 128 attacks. Unfortunately for Neji, Luffy's entire body down to his internal organs could be turned into stretchy rubber. So even if Neji duplicated the same attack, it would be useless. This could be proven when Luffy inhaled a large volume of air and stored the air in his lungs so that his body could inflate like a balloon. Not only that, Luffy could eat so much because his stomach could be stretched. This also allowed him to store more energy since he digested more food. Tackle no jutsu. With Luffy's excellent fighting instincts, he noticed that Neji was only using his hands to attack, and his legs were wide open, unguarded. Thus, Luffy deftly stuck out his right leg to attack Neji's leg to stop his attack. Neji lost his balance and fell to the ground. His attack stopped instantly. Luffy ran behind Neji, then Luffy's arms extended and gripped tightly the big trees on his right and left. Luffy was still running away with each hand still gripping the tree. Slingshot no jutsu. Luffy turned himself into a catapult and hurtled towards Neji. When his hands had separated from the two trees, he used his hands in a cross as if to protect his head from the impact. Luffy crashed himself into Neji, which made Neji also flung himself into a big tree behind him. After Luffy defeated Neji and Lei, he turned to Izumi and the others with a smile from ear to ear. He imitated a hand seal as he said, "Ninnen, ninnen, hihihi." On the other hand, Kiriniko looked impressed by Luffy's fighting style and said, "Miyamura, doesn't it look like he just used 2 new moves?" Izumi nodded. Well, true, it was a move that didn't appear in the anime. His fighting style is unpredictable. I didn't even think he had moves that he never showed. Even though he said jutsu, I can only say that he is really creative. Moreover, his unpredictable fighting style reminds me of a certain character. Izumi said while holding his chin as if he was thinking about something. Who is it? Kiriniko was a little curious about what he was thinking. And what Izumi said after that was shocking. Majin Buu. Majin Buu, a demon who likes to fart. The ninjas from Konohagakure didn't know who Majin Buu was, so they were confused. What Majin Buu? That Buu. Unfortunately he couldn't split himself like what Majin Buu did. Meanwhile, for Kiriniko, Hiro, and Kazuma, the so-called Majin Buu was too familiar. Dragon Ball is a legendary anime, and many of them, especially anime lovers, have heard of or watched Dragon Ball. If you ignore Buu's strength and personality, doesn't their fighting style look similar? Buu and Luffy can also flex and stretch their entire body. Buu is a genius at imitating techniques at a glance, and Luffy is very creative with his techniques. Even their appetite is the same as well. Well, it's just, Buu is immortal. Izumi stated the differences and similarities between Luffy and Buu. I felt the same way, but maybe his strength can improve and become Majin Buu number 2, Kazuma said. Izumi held his chin. His gear second is to speed up his blood flow to provide more oxygen and nutrients, while his gear third is inflating his bone to increase his raw physical strength. Since his form can be upgraded, he might be similar to Majin Buu after his technique reached gear 5th, gear 6th, or even gear 7th. Well, who knows? Actually, what the hell were you guys talking about? Who is Majin Buu? He sounds very dangerous. Choji was so curious after hearing Izumi's conversation. The other ninja from Konohagakure was also curious about Majin Buu as well. Izumi glanced in Neji and Lee's direction. Apparently, Tenten, who was only slightly injured, was taking care of them. Weirdly, the other ninjas from Konohagakure didn't try to help them. Izumi wanted to know the reason, and Shikamaru explained that it was because of Neji's attitude. I see. More importantly, can you tell me who Majin Buu is? Izumi felt that there was nothing wrong with telling that story since Majin Buu didn't exist in the shinobi world. At the very least, it would make them realize that there was something even more terrifying that they didn't know about. How do I explain it? Anyway, it might be unbelievable for you, and it's up to you whether you believe me or not. Majin Buu is a creature that existed since time immemorial. He cycled between rampages and long hibernation. During those times, Majin Buu continued to absorb evil elements from humans, making him more vicious over time. I'm not sure if he lives on this planet or not since he is still sealed. If Majin Buu is unsealed, he will be looking for the strongest person in the universe to kill, before he rampages by destroying planets in his sight. Everyone shivered. Although Izumi's story seemed unreal, his expression was telling the truth. Izumi wasn't sure if the Dragon Ball universe existed or not. Well, it didn't matter to him anyway. Wasn't Bibidi the one who created Buu? How did it get to a time immemorial? Kazuma was confused. In the anime, it was said that Bibidi created Buu. Izumi shook his head. Bibidi only claimed that he had created Majin Buu after awakening Buu from his long hibernation. In fact, Buu had existed millions of years before. Everyone from Konohagakure village was shocked by Majin Buu's age after hearing from Izumi. The curious Shikamaru asked, "How did you know that creature had existed since time immemorial? This doesn't make any sense." Historical sites, ancient ruins, you can get knowledge from something like that. Enough talk about Majin Buu. As for his real strength, I'm afraid that you guys won't be able to sleep if I say so. Most importantly, increase your strength to face the unexpected that could happen in the future. Even though your days seem peaceful, you don't know when this peace will last. Shikamaru knitted his brow. You mean this peace is only temporary? Will there be war? Do you believe there will be eternal peace if all of you still learn ninjutsu? If you want eternal peace, the grave is the place. Everyone twitched after hearing Izumi's reply, but what he said wasn't wrong. Ninjutsu is not just a skill, but also a tool for killing. They knew it pretty well. Luffy, who defeated Neji and Lee, approached Izumi while saying, "Izumi, you promised right, you want to create a robot for me, right? You're not lying, right?" Yes, I know. When we get back, I'll make one for you." Yahoo! Luffy looked overjoyed because he got a promise from Izumi. When Izumi wanted to say something, he felt the auras that had been lurking behind begin to move. One of them headed for Naruto, another for Kuroniko, and the last one for Sakura. The three of them probably knew that Izumi and Luffy were too strong, so they shifted their target a little further away from Izumi and closer to them. They are a trio from Odagakure village, DESU, Zaku, and Kin. Izumi knew that they might be ordered by Orochimaru to kill Sasuke, but since they saw that there was someone strong, they changed plans. Chapter 169, an ambush but... One member of DESU's team, the only girl on that team, Kin, headed toward Kuroniko. Izumi had no intention of helping and only warned. "Kuroniko, watch your back." Kuroniko was taken aback by Izumi's warning, which made her turn around. She reacted too late since the long, sharp needle that was already in her neck was ready to stab her at any moment. "Don't move or this will stab your neck," the girl called Kin threatened Kuroniko. Kuroniko could only raise her hands. Pichu was on the top of her head and wanted to attack Kin, but Kuroniko stopped it. Undeniably, Pichu could fire an electric shock, but it took seconds to launch. That was why Kuroniko prevented Pichu from attacking. "What do you want?" Kuroniko asked. "Hehe, just stay still. Our target is Sasuke. We only ask that your group stay out of our business." "You're asking someone with a threat? Wow, what a terrible hobby." Kuroniko didn't move at all, but she still responded to Kin's words. Suddenly, "Steal." Kazuma stretched out his hand, and then his palm shone brightly. He intended to steal the needle that Kin was holding to threaten Kuroniko, but what he stole wasn't a needle. Instead, he felt a soft sensation in his hand. It was a fine piece of cloth, a panty. "Wohuo, a big prize. This is the real deal ninja's skill. Ha 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 ha." With a loud laugh, Kazuma held a panty while fluttering it in the air using his hand. "Shameless. Trash. Scum." Izumi and Hiyuro cursed at him, and even Kuroniko, who was being held hostage, cursed Kazuma with her disgusted look. Apart from them, everyone else could only be dumbfounded by what Kazuma did. At first, Kin felt strange about what Kazuma was doing, but as time went on, especially when the wind blew, she felt a slight chill in the area between her thighs. Don't tell me. Kin spontaneously checked for something between her thighs, and unconsciously, she let go of Kuroniko, which let Kuroniko immediately distance away from Kin. Feeling that what Kazuma was holding was hers, her anger flared up as she looked at Kazuma with hatred. Her eyes showed that she wanted to tear Kazuma to shreds. If just her gaze could kill Kazuma, maybe Kazuma could have been killed already. You bastard! I will hang you, kill you, chop you up, and I will feed your flesh to the dog. Kin's shout was so loud that even her two comrades from Odagakure village stopped their steps and looked at her. Isn't this girl's line similar to what the Chinese young master said in the novel? Kazuma asked, while turning his head towards Izumi while pointing his index finger at the girl. Kazuma only got a smile from Izumi, then he turned back again to the girl. When Kazuma saw Kin, who was about to do something, Kazuma shouted, "Stand!" A small humanoid creature, whose entire body was made of water, appeared and swiftly moved toward Kin. Kin was a little surprised, which made her react and stab the creature with her weapon, but what she did was futile. The stand, Aqua Necklace, is unaffected by ordinary physical attacks because its body is made of water. And because of that, the Aqua Necklace has incredible durability. Surprised that the attack wasn't effective, she panicked. The Aqua Necklace entered Kin's body through her mouth after its body turned into a liquid by changing its shape like flowing water. Actually, Kazuma could have ripped Kin's internal organs apart using his stand, but he couldn't bear it. Therefore, Kazuma used another method. Kazuma curled his mouth along with a change in expression. Then, he grinned foolishly. His face looked like that of a young boy peeking at a girl taking a bath. At the same time, Kin went silent as if she had been hypnotized. She stood without showing any expression at all. It was unbelievable considering that Kin really wanted to tear Kazuma to pieces. Hee hazuha. Kazuma's chuckle sounds creepy. Kuroniko didn't think that Kazuma could be such a degenerate person that made her step away from him. Zit. Kazuma pointed his finger down and told Kin to sit down, to which she did exactly what he ordered. This left all of the ninjas dumbfounded, including DESU and Zaku, who could hardly believe what Kin was doing. Kazuma, who saw Kin obeying his orders, became even more daring, where his expression overflowed with joy. Kazuma rested his head on Kin's lap, then said, "Caress my hair." Even Kin, whose body was being controlled, couldn't refuse and immediately obeyed Kazuma's order by caressing his hair. Ah, heaven, Kazuma felt bliss for a moment, but I don't care anymore, Pichu, electric shock. Kuroniko really couldn't stand what Kazuma was doing. No matter the opponent or friend, Kuroniko immediately ordered Pichu, her Pokémon, to attack Kazuma. Pichu nodded, then its whole body gave off an electric current. Bizazizate. An electric shock then launched at Kazuma, who was engrossed in his fantasy. Aza. The two of them, Kazuma and Kin, were both struck by the electric shock that Pichu released. The attack also knocked them both unconscious. Humph, taste it. Kuroniko just snorted. She didn't care about Kazuma at all. Whoa, Nico can be scary sometimes, Luffy commented. He didn't know what was really going on, but he did understand a little that Kazuma had irritated her. Izumi and Hihiro glanced at each other, then both nodded as if they were of the same mind. From their mouths, they seemed to be conversing without making a sound. It seems Kuroniko feels that what Kazuma did is disgusting. Would you like to do something like that? Hell no, though I wanted a lap pillow as well, at least with consent, not forcing as Kazuma did. Let's pretend not to know if that guy asks something later. All right. And their conversation ended with both nodding their heads. Meanwhile, DESU and Zaku were seen frowning. They never expected that none of the participants from Kaiu village would be weak. Even a girl like Kuroniko, who looked harmless, had a strong pet. Even though they had never seen Kuroniko's abilities, with such a pet, they were sure that Kuroniko was not as weak as they thought. Izumi himself was quite impressed with Kuroniko. She could still be calm when taken hostage, and even still dared to talk to Kin. Kuroniko was able to remain calm not only because her mental strength was slightly stronger than before, but also believed that her friends would do something. Though in the end, She became irritated with Kazuma taking advantage of a girl he controlled using his stand. Izumi also thought that Kazuma was quite clever in finding opportunities to defeat Kin when Kin's attention was being distracted at that time. Meanwhile, even though an unconscious Naruto was in Dasu's grasp, Dasu himself was distracted by Kin. As soon as Dasu's gaze returned to Naruto, Sasuke was already in front of him throwing a punch. Dasu didn't have time to dodge Sasuke's punch and was sent flying backward. The same thing happened to Zaku as well. They were about to take another action, but their bodies were suddenly sucked in by a strong cyclone. Izumi skillfully created a whirlwind that sucked Dasu and Zaku like a vacuum cleaner that easily sucked up dust. They couldn't get away with just their physical strength alone. So, they tried to use ninjutsu. Just as they were about to form hand seals, Izumi threw kunais onto each of their hands. After that, Izumi approached them. Izumi crossed his arms looking at Dasu and Zaku with a sharp look in his eyes. At his feet, there was a whirlwind that lifted his body against gravity. He was flying. Luffy's eyes shone. Although the other chat group members already knew that he could fly, Luffy was oblivious to it. Not just him, all of the ninjas who saw him were dumbfounded. Izumi snapped his finger. Following that, sharp wind blades were created to surround them. Not just invisible, those wind blades produced audible slashing sounds as well. Dasu felt dread looking at him. No wonder Orochimaru reminded him not to try to fight the young man who had shoulder-length black hair. Dasu thought that the person in front of him was just a little dangerous and might already be a Chunin-level ninja. However, he was mistaken. Chapter 170, Looking for Someone. Izumi looked at Dasu with sharp eyes, then his lips moved and started to ask. I wonder, what did you guys get from Orochimaru? Humph, what do you know? Orochimaru-sama is our savior. Dasu snorted at Izumi's question. I see, a savior, huh? Then why doesn't your savior save you now? Where is he now? Izumi asked playfully, however he didn't get an answer, so he said further. Don't want to answer, that's very disappointing. Izumi turned around while shaking his head. He checked the surroundings using Haki, but there was no sign of Orochimaru's aura or presence. But then, Izumi felt Dasu wanted to do something when he looked away even though he was surrounded by the wind blades. Dasu glanced at the fainted Kazuma and Kuroniko who looked relaxed. He felt they were both weaker than him. He planned to distract Izumi so he could escape from here without caring about his comrades. Dasu had the ability to control sound waves. So, even without using physical attacks, he was still able to attack others with his abilities. Too bad Dasu didn't realize that Izumi knew what Dasu wanted to do. Izumi didn't want Dasu to target his friends. Thus, he took immediate action. The wind blades around Dasu became even more violent. Dasu was about to attack by using a sound wave, but then he screamed in agony. Aza! With perfect control, the wind blades circled around Dasu so quickly that they formed a sphere. Within the sphere, the wind blades struck and slashed Dasu's body over and over. Idiot, I was planning to forgive you, but you planned to do something stupid instead. Zaku was right next to Dasu. He stiffened when looking at Dasu, who was trapped inside the sphere. Such ninjutsu was not something a Chunin-level ninja could do. Zaku, Dasu, and Kin had been warned by Orochimaru not to do anything if there was a shoulder-length black-haired youth, and not to fight him. He thought Orochimaru was exaggerating, and what Zaku had in mind was that if the situation was unfavorable, he could run away from the person Orochimaru mentioned. Unfortunately, the reality was not on his side. Not only Izumi's comrades were strong, but Izumi himself was too dangerous. How could he run away from someone like Izumi when Izumi could even fly by snapping fingers? Impossible. His body lay limp, despair had begun to poison his mind. He didn't know what to do now. The sphere of wind disappeared. Dasu was covered in wounds all over his body and blood dripped from the wound. He fell to the ground lifelessly after the sphere disappeared. Zaku slowly approached Dasu's body. He checked his breathing, pulse, and heart to make sure. After checking, he was certain that Dasu had been killed by the attack earlier. Zaku felt frustrated because he was still weak in front of his opponent. even though he had been given the opportunity by Orochimaru to become stronger. Izumi could feel Zaku's deep despair. This made him say, "If you want to return to Orochimaru, tell him, be careful lest I destroy the fragments of your soul. Make sure you tell him this. If you don't want to return, then you can meet Lord Yama in the underworld." Looking at Izumi already preparing his kunai, Zaku was scared shitless, so he immediately ran away, but Izumi grabbed him. Zaku glanced at Izumi slowly. "Hey, bring her as well," Izumi ordered while pointing at Kin. He immediately picked up the girl and ran away. After that, Izumi glanced at Neji and Lee, who had been watching him for a long time. His mouth curled, and he started walking toward them, which made them both stiffen. They both lost to Luffy in terms of hand-to-hand combat, even though that was their forte. Meanwhile, Izumi was like a young leader from Kyogaku. Even if Izumi wasn't stronger than Luffy, at least they were on the same level. That meant they couldn't defeat Izumi when both of them lost 2v1 against Luffy. When he was about to say something, Izumi's shadow clone suddenly appeared with Yuki Onna using Hurricane no Jutsu. Then, Izumi's shadow clone dispersed into smoke. The memories from his shadow clone were sent to Izumi's head. Izumi knit his brows. He couldn't find what he was looking for. Izumi turned his head to Kuroniko and the others. "Guys, let's go, we're gonna find someone." Their expressions were wondering, who was the person Izumi was looking for? "Who? You will know later," Hiro asked, but Izumi once again gave a vague answer. He walked in a certain direction, however he stopped in his tracks. He turned toward Sasuke. "Sasuke, your situation is at a disadvantage with Naruto still unconscious. Come with us." "No, we're fine." Sasuke shook his head, refusing Izumi's offer, but Izumi insisted on bringing Sasuke because he had a plan for him. "Don't lie, just come with us. I know your mind is troubled by something. Come with us, I will tell you something." Sasuke wrinkled his forehead and said coldly, "I told you I'm fine. I don't need your sympathy. Also, I don't care what you want to tell me. Even if it's related to your brother." "WW what?" Sasuke shuddered. His gaze immediately focused on Izumi. "Ha, he took the bait," Izumi said inwardly. "Just come with us, it's also related to him." Sasuke hesitated a bit. He turned to Sakura, who whispered to Sasuke, "We can take this opportunity until Naruto wakes up. I know this is an exam, but there's nothing wrong with having another team help us out. After all, they already had more scrolls. They won't snatch our scroll as we know their characters a little bit. After Naruto regained consciousness, we can go." Listening to a whisper from Sakura, Sasuke was silent for a moment, then nodded. "You're right, Sakura." After Sakura reassured him, Sasuke finally agreed to follow Izumi and the group. Izumi carried Naruto, who was still unconscious, and then walked in front to lead the others. Izumi walked randomly while looking for a person. They weren't in a hurry. Since the exam was still a few days away, they enjoyed walking while looking for edible plants or vegetation for ingredients. When it was getting dark, Izumi looked for a suitable place to rest. Suddenly, "Ugh, ramen. Naruto. Naruto." Sakura and Sasuke turned to look at Naruto, who was already delirious. This was a sign that he was fine. Since Naruto was getting better, Sasuke wanted to leave Izumi and his group, but Izumi hadn't told him anything about his brother, Itachi. In the end, he chose to be patient and followed Izumi anyway. Izumi and his comrades were preparing tents. When Izumi walked past Sasuke, he said, "We'd better talk face-to-face about your brother later." Sasuke understood, so he just nodded. After a while, the tents had been set up, and Izumi had also prepared utensils for cooking. Sakura and Sasuke were amazed. Where did they get all that? Moreover, they were also in the middle of the forest. Wouldn't it be dangerous for them to cook in the middle of the forest like this? The fire could attract other examinees or wild beasts. However, after a while, nothing came close to where they were. This made Sasuke and Sakura wonder if they used any special jutsu. Well, thanks to Hiro's magic, things like not attracting wild beasts in the dark of night were something he could easily solve. Izumi saw Naruto, who was still asleep, so he slapped him. Slap, slap. After Izumi repeatedly slapped Naruto, he finally woke up from his sleep in anger. "What the hell are you doing?" But when his eyes caught Izumi, he looked confused. He didn't know how he could be together with Izumi. But then, Naruto saw Sasuke and Sakura as well. Sasuke and Sakura told him what happened while he was unconscious. "Well, let's have dinner first. You've been unconscious for a day. Eat up, we're." Izumi suddenly stopped talking. He heard a voice that seemed quite far away. Too bad, his haki couldn't reach the source of the voice. He turned to others while saying, "I'll check for a bit. Hiro, cast an illusion in case Orochimaru decides to take action." After he got Hiro's confirmation, he went to find the source of the sound. Chapter 171, 171, A New Companion. Everyone was confused as to who exactly Izumi was looking for, but when they asked, Izumi didn't give a definite answer, so they didn't ask again. Is he looking for Kabuto to finish him off? I don't know. I only understand the storyline, I just don't really understand the details of the story. Hiro asked Kuroniko. Hiro had just joined the chat group, and because he was more interested in novels, Hiro didn't know much about the shinobi world. Even Kuroniko wasn't sure. Kuroniko herself thought hard about who the unique characters were during the Chunin exam. What she remembered, apart from the ninja from Konohagakure, only Orochimaru and Gaara stood out. A few minutes later, Izumi appeared with a red-haired girl. Kuroniko knit her brows in wonder. Then she remembered that the character of red hair had definitely come from the Uzumaki clan, a clan that was famous for various kinds of fuinjutsu. Feeling that the Uzumaki clan was getting more and more dangerous, some countries banded to destroy the Uzumaki clan. And what Kuroniko knew, there were only 3 or 4 people from the Uzumaki clan who were still alive. Izumi patted Karin's back and said, "Well, why don't you introduce yourself?" My name is Uzumaki Karin. Nice to meet you." Nervously, Karin introduced herself. Like the color of her hair, her eyes are also red. She also wore a Kusagakure forehead protector. Kuroniko pondered. How come Uzumaki Karin took the Chunin exam this time? Wasn't in the first anime season, Karin was never shown at all. Well, unfortunately, no one answered Kuroniko since she was asking herself. Uzumaki. Sasuke and Sakura immediately turned to Naruto. They have the same surname, perhaps they know each other. But Naruto himself was also surprised. Izumi already told Naruto that one of his parents came from the Uzumaki clan. However, he didn't know the exact identity. Except for Konohagakure's higher-ups, no one knew Naruto's true identity. The unfortunate thing was, Danzo revealed the 9-tailed fox's seal on his stomach, that causing everyone to call him a child of a monster. "Naruto, do you have distant relatives?" Sakura's question made Naruto even more confused. He scratched his head and answered, "I don't know. I heard the origin of my name not long ago, and it seems one of my parents was from the Uzumaki clan." Why your name is Uzumaki? Karin seemed surprised to hear Naruto say that. Then Naruto introduced himself and asked, "Yeah, I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Since you have the same surname as me, are you perhaps know my father and my mother?" Sorry, you're the first person I've met who shares the same surname other than my late mother." "Is that so? Unfortunately, the Uzumaki clan is no more." Dejectedly, Naruto didn't ask again. Naruto actually wanted to know who his parents were because he had been an orphan since he was a baby. He wanted to feel what it was like to have parents. Sometimes when Naruto was walking around Konohagakure, he saw many people his age looking cheerful while walking with their father or mother. This made him envious. Why am I the only one who doesn't have parents? That question was always on his mind when he saw people having fun with their families. Izumi, who saw Naruto's sadness, patted his back and said, "Cheer up, not having parents doesn't mean you can't live happily. Just look at Luffy and Hiro." Izumi pointed his finger at them, then continued. "Hiro has been an orphan since childhood, but he is steadfast in living his life even though he likes to be alone, and even though he may not admit it, he's ecstatic to have friends to go on adventures with. Well, he is such tsundere, you know that." "Oi, who are you calling it tsundere?" Izumi ignored Hiro's shout and added, "As for Luffy, he has never met his parents either. Even so, he is still cheerful because he has many friends." "That's right, Durian Head, cheer up. I once thought that I didn't have a parent, until Izumi said that he met my father. As long as your friends are with you, you can still be happy. You can still have fun with your friends. Not only Naruto pondering Izumi and Luffy's words, even Sasuke was thinking the same way as Naruto. Sasuke had the same feelings as Naruto for losing his parents and clan. This caused Sasuke to be a quiet and cold person after the incident. Oh right, I also have a grandfather, and my big brother as well. Your grandfather is surely your blood relative, but Ace is not, isn't he? He is your sworn brother. Who cares, even he's not related by blood, we're still a family. Naruto smiled and said, You're right, I can't be trapped in my past. Now that I have friends, Kakashi-sensei and Uruka-sensei who care about me, even if they are not related by blood, they're like family to me. Then Naruto glanced at Sakura for a moment, but then Naruto looked away while continuing. I have to keep moving on and looking to the future. Izumi and Luffy's words made Naruto realize that there were other people who had saved him from loneliness. Naruto felt relieved and grateful that there were still people who were willing to be friends with him, even though the adults in the village told their children not to approach Naruto due to the rumor of the nine-tailed fox's son. Sasuke himself agreed with what Naruto said. But still, his desire to take revenge on his older brother who massacred his clan and killed his parents still hadn't faded. Sasuke turned to Izumi and his group. He asked, I wonder, how come all of you can be so strong? Izumi and the others looked at each other. Izumi said first, Since I might be thrown in a dangerous place, I have to become stronger. I could be thrown at Majin Buu or Broly's place if I'm not lucky. Previously, Izumi had told Majin Buu that it had a strange name, but the trio from Team 7 were confused as to why Izumi mentioned broccoli too. Broccoli. Not broccoli but Broly, Izumi correcting. Miyamura, don't raise the flag. This time it was Kuroniko who spoke with a warning to Izumi. Oh right, I forgot. Sorry, no need to think about what I just said. Anyway, I have to become stronger so that there is no incident like my relatives or friends being in danger or being killed. So, training every day is a must. Izumi turned to Sasuke and said matter-of-factly, Well, naturally it was thanks to the system from the chat group, which made Izumi and the chat group members become even stronger. Then he added inwardly, Not just to save my family. Perhaps, purging the world full of corrupt people is also doable. Since Izumi would be traveling from one world to another, there would definitely be powerful enemies that could destroy a city or a country in an instant. And lately, the mission that appeared was like forcing the members of the chat group to carry out the mission. Well, although Izumi didn't seem to mind that he could go to another world, he didn't know what others' opinions were. I'm trying to get stronger because I want to be the Pirate King. I'm trying to be stronger because I want to live freely. Luffy and Hiro gave their opinion. However, Kazuma and Kuroniko remained silent. Kazuma wanted to say that he wanted to become stronger to defeat the Demon Lord, but if he did, it would sound strange. Moreover, he thought that why would he defeat the Demon Lord if the world he lived in was peaceful? Wouldn't it be better if he just slept at his mansion? Meanwhile, Kuroniko didn't plan to become stronger, but she would rather make her delusions become reality. Becoming an actual queen of nightmare. That was why she couldn't say it bluntly. Seeing that Kuroniko and Kazuma gave no reason, Izumi turned to Sasuke and said, Each person has the intention of getting stronger, either for himself or the others. No need to go that far. Look at Naruto. I believe each of you once said that he was talentless, the lowest grade, or stupid. Well, I can't deny that he is still dumb, but his strength and level already par or perhaps surpass you. Why don't you try asking, what's his reason for striving to get stronger? Izumi's words echoed in Sasuke's head. For some reason, Sasuke felt reluctant to ask Naruto. Whether it was because of a sense of rivalry or something else, Sasuke himself didn't understand at all. Chapter 172, 172, A Plan for Sasuke. Naruto glanced at Izumi in surprise. This was the first time Naruto got such praise. However, he understood. His strength was not enough to be a Hokage. Thus, he wasn't arrogant even though Izumi complimented him. Naruto grew rapidly, and in a dangerous situation, he got even stronger due to the pressure that his opponent put on him, such as when he met Orochimaru. He realized that Orochimaru was strong. No, it was too strong for him to handle. But due to his tenacity and determination to protect his friends, he bravely rushed to attack Orochimaru, even summoning the power of the nine-tailed fox out of desperation. Even though that power was sealed by Orochimaru afterward. Sasuke didn't realize this. He just glanced at Naruto without saying a word. Sakura also glanced at Naruto, which made Naruto start to speak. I will become a Hokage someday. And as a Hokage, I have to become stronger in order to protect everyone in the Konoha village. Sasuke pondered. Just because he wanted to become a Hokage, he became stronger day by day. Why can't I be like that? Is my desire for revenge still lacking? Or is it because of my lack of talent? Sasuke then began to think that he wanted to focus solely on revenge. But at that moment, he heard Izumi's voice asking him, "Why do you insist on becoming stronger?" Sasuke turned to Izumi and answered, "To take revenge on my brother. I don't care where my power comes from." Sasuke felt it would be better to cut ties with everyone, including the Konoha village. It would allow him to focus on increasing his strength to get revenge on his brother. This was because Sasuke felt that living in Konoha couldn't help him develop quickly. Izumi nodded. Izumi also felt a hint of killing intent emitted by Sasuke. Izumi realized, had the curse mark from Orochimaru or not, it seemed like Sasuke would likely leave Konoha after Izumi saw his expression. Then, Sasuke didn't understand what Izumi wanted to imply. Izumi added, "You didn't think about what your future would be like after you killed your brother." Sasuke was at a loss for words. Izumi carried on. "Listen to me, snotty brat. Revenge is indeed something that can make you stronger, and it's like a trial on you. But..." Then Izumi's expression changed. He took the sword from its scabbard and gazed at Sasuke with a sharp, piercing glare. "I don't care how or where you get your power from, whether you get through the wrong path or not, it doesn't matter to me. However, when you gain power through the wrong path and make enemies or hurt your friends or people who were close to you, this is the most unforgivable thing. Furthermore, you will end up tragically. For example, I can kill you right now before you can get such power." Seeing Izumi's piercing gaze filled with killing intent, Sasuke gulped. Even Naruto and Sakura shuddered as they looked at him. They felt this kind of killing intent before. It was killing intent emitted by Orochimaru, although Izumi's killing intent wasn't as wicked as Orochimaru's. Retracting his killing intent, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura were relieved. Sasuke took a deep breath and let it out slowly. His eyes returned to Izumi as he spoke. "Then what should I do? You didn't pay attention to the important points of our talks, including Naruto's answer earlier." Izumi pointed at Luffy and Naruto. "They both have the same ambition, which is to become a great person. Luffy wants to be a pirate king because the pirate king is the freest person in the ocean. No one would dare mess with him, including his relatives or friends. In other words, becoming a pirate king was to protect his relatives and his friends." Izumi paused for a moment, then continued again. "The reason Naruto wants to become Hokage first is because Naruto, who is ostracized by everyone, wants to prove himself capable of becoming a Hokage. Second, in addition to getting respect, or being admired by everyone, being Hokage also proves that he is a great ninja. Third, he wants to protect the village and everyone who lives in Konohagakure. If they don't strive to get stronger, how can they protect the people they care about?" Naruto's eyes lit up hearing Izumi's words, who unexpectedly understood why Naruto wanted to become Hokage. If I become Hokage later, I will be the one who will protect you. I also make sure that everyone can happily live in Konoha," Naruto said to Sasuke and Sakura in a slightly smug manner. Sasuke wasn't in the mood to listen to Naruto's jokes. He was still confused about how he could get stronger. Sasuke felt that he would not be able to develop his strength if he lingered in Konohagakure for too long. Feeling that the ideas he had were conflicting, he asked, "Tell me, how can I become strong? Do you have a way?" Let me think." Izumi thought for a moment. Initially, he wanted to invite Itachi to join the chat group, but he was still unsure due to Itachi's chronic disease. Then there was another candidate, Karin. This was because Izumi had a plan for Karin, but he still doubted whether the plan would be successful or not. thinking of inviting Sasuke. Better not, I should have to think of another person. As for Sasuke, Izumi decided on a path that Sasuke could take to become stronger. Luffy, do you need a crew? Of course, Izumi's choice was to make Sasuke a pirate crew. At the beginning of Luffy's journey and his friends across the Grand Line to Sabayati, they could still be said to be able to overcome their opponents. The opponents they would face could be said to be gradual, from weak to strong. This would be good for Sasuke to develop. In addition, with Luffy and his friends, Sasuke would be able to learn the true meaning of friendship after facing the harshness of the Grand Line. In the shinobi world, the opponents Sasuke met were either too weak or too strong. What's more, there was Kakashi who was watching over them when carrying out missions. If the enemy was too strong, Kakashi would act. Because of that, Sasuke would not grow since he was forced to avoid strong enemies. His fighting experience would also be restricted. Sure, without asking the reason and who will be his crew, Luffy immediately agreed. Did you hear that? The captain has agreed. You just have to come with us when we get back. Izumi turned to Sasuke while pointing at Luffy. Wait a minute. Don't just decide to take Sasuke away. He's our friend, our teammate. Right, besides, you can't just take him away without asking Kakashi-sensei's permission. Naruto and Sakura blatantly stopped Izumi to take Sasuke away. Izumi actually had no intention of bringing Sasuke if not because of the mission. By having Sasuke join Luffy, not only would he get stronger gradually, but more than likely, his character would have changed during his time with Luffy and the rest of the crew. That was the reason why Izumi wanted to make him a pirate crew. Unfortunately, Sasuke would probably realize that he transferred to another world. Well, Izumi didn't care about that. He already decided anyway. He just wanted to change Sasuke's view because strength didn't only come from deep hatred. He should also understand that some of the other factors could make people stronger. Moreover, Izumi already planned something if things wouldn't end well. Then just ask what Sasuke thinks. Izumi crossed his arms in response to Naruto and Sakura's opinions. Sasuke-kun, you don't intend to go, do you? Naruto and Sakura wanted to know what Sasuke was thinking, and Sakura asked him anxiously. Chapter 173, The Third Test, A Duel. Sasuke thought carefully about what was the best option for his current situation. He didn't answer Sakura's question, but turned to Izumi and asked, "Can you guarantee that I'll get stronger if I follow him? If following him doesn't make me stronger, I'd rather go somewhere else." When it comes to whether you can become stronger or not, it depends on your determination. To be sure, if you follow Luffy, your strength will grow faster than here. Didn't you also see how strong Luffy was before? Izumi couldn't guarantee how fast Sasuke's development was. What's more, determination to become stronger depended on Sasuke's own hard work. If it was a matter of luck, as long as Luffy was around, Izumi was sure that Luffy's luck would affect the people around him. Then Izumi heard a slightly annoyed voice after he spoke. Hey, so you're saying the ninjas here aren't capable of developing Sasuke's potential? It was the voice of a girl, Sakura. He felt that Izumi assumed that the ninja in Konohagakure couldn't teach him well. It's not like that, Sakura. The ninjas in Konohagakure are quite good at educating their juniors. Sasuke himself is already fast in learning their teachings. Then why did he have to leave? He needs fighting experience in the outside world without being supervised by adults. His growth will be restricted if Sasuke stays here. Anyway, it's not like we're gonna take Sasuke away to be our ninja. You should know that we are allies. Think of it like a ninja exchange, Izumi explained. Then Izumi said to himself, plus there's still Danzo in Konohagakure. If Sasuke progresses too fast, he will be targeted by Danzo, and his fate will end like Shisui's where his Sharingan was taken. Uchiha and Sharingan could be considered sensitive in Konoha. In the public eye, the Uchiha clan and Sharingan were considered too dangerous. Just like Itachi, who was claimed to have killed his entire clan and left Sasuke, the only survivor of the Uchiha clan. In fact, Itachi had been blackmailed by Danzo. Before the Uchiha clan revolted, Itachi was in Anbu at that moment. He met with Danzo, who at that time said to Itachi, "This rebellion is the choice of your own clan. Now what? Should I stop this rebellion and slaughter everyone, including your little brother? Or are you the one who acted to kill all of them in order to save your beloved brother? It was a time when Itachi made tough choices, and in the end, he chose to act alone to let Sasuke live. As a result, all Sasuke had in mind was to become stronger and kill his brother. The image of how Itachi killed his own father and mother was still etched in Sasuke's head. Sasuke felt Izumi's words were true. It would be better if he did follow Izumi's words by going to the outside world. Okay, I agree to go with him. Sasuke, you're kidding, right? Sasuke-kun, do you have to go? Naruto and Sakura didn't seem to believe that Sasuke had agreed to Izumi's offer so easily. Sasuke looked at the two of them and said, Naruto, honestly, I'm really jealous of your progress. You suddenly grew stronger in a short time after graduating from the academy. Even I recognize and regard you as a rival. But if I stay here, as Izumi said, my progress will slow down, and sooner or later you will surpass me. Naruto was taken aback by his words. He didn't think Sasuke regarded him as a rival. Sakura's mouth moved as if she wanted to say something, but no sound came out of her mouth because she didn't know what to say. Sasuke turned to Izumi as he was curious about what Izumi said earlier. But what did you mean by crew earlier? Ha, what else if not a pirate crew? Luffy is the captain of his pirate ship. You think he's kidding when he said he wanted to be a pirate king. Well, I thought he was joking. He doesn't look like a pirate. Being a pirate doesn't mean he's as bad as you think. Izumi did not explain that there would be many pirates. It would be better if Sasuke saw it for himself later. As Izumi talked with Sasuke, Luffy grinned and said, Hihihi me, Zoro, Nami, Usopp, Sanji, Chopper, Washi and you. My pirate ship has 8 members. You only have 8 people in your pirate ship. Isn't that too little? Sasuke felt that Luffy's members were too few and not suitable to be called pirates. Izumi answered Sasuke. Don't fret, even though the members are few, it's because Luffy chose them specially. By the way, Luffy, you don't count me as your crew. Oh yeah, you're also my pirate crew, I forgot. Then Luffy chuckled. Even though Naruto and Sakura didn't want Sasuke to go, they couldn't force Sasuke. What's more, they seemed to want to go with Sasuke. The following night, after they finished dinner, they talked to each other. Meanwhile, Izumi asked Hiro to change Karin's hair color because it was too flashy. When Karin asked the reason why she had to dye her hair, Izumi just said that having hair identical to the Uzumaki clan was too dangerous. Day after day passed unnoticed. Izumi and his group have already separated from Naruto's team. And after that, Izumi quietly teleported to the place he was staying at by using Hiraishin no Jutsu in order to hide Karin. He explained to Karin that there was no need for her to return to Kusagakure if she was treated as a tool to replenish the chakra of the Kusagakure ninja who had been depleted. With what Izumi said, Karin remembered how her mother ran out of vitality and died from an overdoing of refilling chakra to other ninjas. Since Izumi decided to give her a place to live, she immediately agreed not to return to Kusagakure. And a few days later, the second test of the Chunin exam finished. Izumi didn't see or hear any signs of Kabuto getting closer to Naruto's team. Izumi already put a small device in Naruto's clothes. That device is a tool for hearing only. If Kabuto or Orochimaru decided to attack Sasuke, he would know right away. Unfortunately, Kabuto didn't show up as he should have in canon. Just as Izumi thought. Perhaps because of his actions against Orochimaru and DESU, Orochimaru told Kabuto not to approach Sasuke for a time being. There were 8 teams left to take the next exam. 5 teams from Konohagakure, 1 team from Sunagakure, and 2 teams from Kyogakure. Izumi saw that Kabuto looked as if he was distancing himself from Izumi. All teams head to the match venue, and there was already the Hokage and several Jonin-level ninjas waiting on the platform. Izumi also saw Warad, Tabane, and Rory, who were with the ninjas from Konohagakure. Izumi-chan, don't be too serious, okay, or they will all lose. Haha. Tabane waved to Izumi and said something that made the other participants furious. Everyone who didn't know Izumi's strength glanced at him with sharp gazes, especially Gaara. Gaara looked at Izumi as if he wanted to kill him. As for Kabuto, he was only wary because Orochimaru warned him. Meanwhile, the Hokage looked interested in the youngster called Izumi due to Hiraishin no Jutsu. He is strong, right? You seem to have high regard for his strength. Indeed, but most of the time, he rather hides his abilities. He'll be serious when he finds out that his opponent is strong as well. The one who answered the Hokage was not Tabane, but Warad, who gave his opinion about Izumi. The Hokage rubbed his beard while saying to himself, so it's very likely that he will qualify for this match, huh? The next match, which will be held in a month, will be more interesting if he is added. Then the Hokage turned to Warad and asked, from what you can see apart from your village, who do you think will qualify for the next round? Well, it depends on the match this time. I don't know much about their abilities yet, so I can't say that much. But I bet a kid called Gaara will qualify for the next round. The Hokage nodded at Warad's answer. He also agreed with what he said. The Hokage looked at the participants and said, you've done very well up here, but there's one thing I want to ask. Do any of you want to withdraw from this exam? After the Hokage asked, Kabuto raised his hand to resign. As a spy, there was no way he could show his true abilities in front of others. When Kabuto walked out, he heard a whisper. Good luck with your plan. Kabuto shuddered, which made him turn his head, but he saw no one. Immediately, he stepped out since someone had found out what he was up to. The examiner of the third test was Hayate. He would announce who would compete in the first match. The first cough match is. Hayate coughed as if he wasn't feeling well or had a chronic illness. Even his face looked pale. However, the Hokage didn't ask him to stop so he could rest, and the Hokage let him be the examiner in this third test. A moment later, 2 names appeared on the digital board. Chapter 174, 174, Shino vs Izumi. Everyone looked at the digital board. Izumi was surprised because the first match was different from what happened in canon. In addition, the first match was Hof Aburim Shino Kof versus Miyamura Izumi. While coughing, Hayate announced the first match. At that time, Naruto wasn't interested in the match that was announced, but instead, he looked at Hayate and said to Sasuke and Sakura, doesn't the examiner look pale? He's coughing too. Is he okay? Before Sasuke or Sakura could answer, someone's hand tapped them from behind. They were surprised. Ah, Kakashi-sensei, 3 of them exclaimed. You guys are good to qualify for this round. I'm proud of you. Heh, you could say, we're in luck. Naruto answered awkwardly while scratching his head. Oh, why did you say that? Because Izumi saved us when we were attacked by Orochimaru. After they fought for a while, Orochimaru fled. Sakura in turn answered. Fled? Kakashi was surprised. He didn't think Izumi was strong enough to contend against Orochimaru. He thought Izumi planned something else against him. Yeah, he is too strong. I saw his fight against Orochimaru. I'm thankful he didn't become my opponent this time. Sakura replied. When Kakashi wanted to respond to Sakura's words, he saw Kurenai, Guy, and Asuma, who were each with their teams, coming in his direction. Kakashi whispered to his team. We'll talk about this later. Don't tell the others about Orochimaru, or they'll be worried. At Kakashi's request, they nodded. Ha, my eternal rival, I didn't expect your team to make it this far. Guy, with a booming voice, said to Kakashi while laughing. Kakashi didn't look at Guy. He was talking to Asuma and Kurenai instead. It doesn't seem like a coincidence that your team made it to the final round, Asuma, Kurenai. Asuma twitched his cheek and said, that should be my line. Oh no, my eternal rival ignored me, how cruel. Hadohata. Seeing Guy whining at being ignored by Kakashi actually made Asuma and Kurenai laugh. On the other hand, the members from each team who were under the tutelage of Asuma and Kurenai approached Naruto's team. Well, they were closer than Neji's team since they graduated from the academy at the same time. They naturally knew each other pretty well. Yo Naruto, how is it going? The one who talked to Naruto was a guy with a hooded fur-lined coat and the hood placed on his head. He is in Yuzuka Kiba. He approached Naruto along with Hinata. Oh Kiba, you qualified for this round as well. What do you mean to qualify in this round as well? That should be my line. Kiba was a little annoyed that Naruto seemed to expect him not to qualify in this round. Meanwhile, Hinata, with a flushed face, spoke to Naruto in a low voice. Ko Ratu, Tian. What did you say? Naruto didn't hear what Hinata said, but Kiba did. She said congratulations. Oh thanks, you're weird Hinata. Your voice is too low, I can't hear it, you know. Are you okay? With what he said, Ino was the one who looked annoyed because it was obvious when she saw Hinata was interested in Naruto. The first match, Shino against that person, huh? He had such bad luck. Shikamaru, who saw the first match, felt that the match would end in no time. You think Shino will lose? Hee, just watch. You don't know that Shino is smart in observing opponents. Kiba disagreed with what Shikamaru said. Kiba himself understood very well that Shino was so thorough in finding loopholes to take down his opponent. But Shikamaru just shook his head while glancing at the arena. Meanwhile, Izumi and Shino were already in the middle of the arena, facing each other. Start. Hayate started a duel between the two, but the two participants did not move at all. Shino glanced at Izumi while saying, I know you're strong, but you can't defeat me. Izumi curled his mouth as he smirked at Shino. How confident? Did you mean these things will make you win? With his fingers, Izumi was seen catching two bugs. Shino's eyes opened wide while looking at Izumi. Shino secretly ordered his bugs to suck Izumi's chakra, but unexpectedly Izumi caught them. Then he saw Izumi, who was about to do something. Huh? Izumi seemed to be releasing the wind from his entire body and blasting all of the bugs that came to him. Izumi didn't kill those since the match would be boring if he ended it all at once. Oh right, I can use those things to learn the preciseness of my sword. When he saw Shino's bugs, he thought of trying something new. Izumi drew the sword from the scabbard, then he closed his eyes while holding his sword. Tabin slapped her forehead when she realized what Izumi wanted to do. Achaya, he's starting again. Didn't he think that he looked like looking down on his opponent too much? Rory also realized what Izumi wanted to do. He probably doesn't care about their thoughts anyway. Even though Tabin and Rory's conversation was a bit distant from the Hawkage, he could still hear them. What did you mean? Warad, who was not far from the Hawkage, answered with a smile. I apologize in advance if that boy's behavior seems unpleasant to you. If I'm not mistaken, he is trying to perfect his sword art. Oh, did he use them to perfect his kenjutsu? He is quite something. Then the Hawkage's gaze focused on Izumi. Bausui no Jin. Shino used his bugs to attack Izumi in a circular motion to stop him from moving. But with a quick hand movement, Izumi swung his sword while spinning and slashed at the bugs. However, even though Izumi seemed fast, there were still bugs that escaped due to the difference in his range and movement of his sword, which was not comparable to the number of bugs that Shino released. His sword flow was right on target, but Izumi's attacks seemed to have no effect due to the large number of bugs attacking him. Feeling it was useless to only use a pure sword slash, Izumi infused his devil fruit power to his sword. The whirlwind circled around his sword and even created small wind blades that could be controlled at will. The moment Izumi swung his sword against the bugs, the wind blades also launched and created a larger range of his swing. Some of the bugs were killed and some weren't. Izumi hadn't fought seriously, yet most of Shino's bugs already fell. In just a few minutes, Shino had already started to pant. He used a lot of chakras to control the bugs, but it ended with no good result. Each swing of Izumi's sword slash was too dreadful. If Shino didn't put more chakra, a lot of his bugs would die instantly. If his bugs got a direct attack from Izumi's sword, they would split in half in an instant. Feeling that he had no other choice, Shino used several jutsu at once. Hijutsu Mushitatsumaki. Kidechu Mushikyui. One of these jutsu was used to attack Izumi with his bugs that form a tornado, and the other jutsu was to use bugs to eat the flesh and chakra of his opponent. Although the jutsu was indeed dangerous, thanks to his perfect bug control, Shino could stop his bugs before killing the opponent. After releasing the two ninjutsus, Shino felt exhausted. The chakra used for both was quite huge. He had already run out of chakra. Meanwhile, Izumi felt that the jutsu that Shino had just released was not as dangerous as it seemed. Detecting the bugs by using his haki, Izumi sensed some bugs crawling from behind, intending to attack him. With his left hand, he formed a sphere of wind that caught all the bugs. The sphere pulled the bugs into the middle of the sphere and prevented all those bugs from escaping. Then, his right hand swung his sword backward and stabbed at some of the bugs that were behind him. Shino couldn't believe it. Even his strongest attack still failed to take down Izumi. "I give up." He was running out of chakra, and Izumi wasn't out of breath at all. There was no way he could defeat Izumi with his depleted chakra. The cough, the winner is Miyamura Izumi. Chapter 175, Healing. As Hate announced the winner, the Hokage nodded at the appearance of the two. Actually, the Hokage was also quite surprised by Izumi's sword art, which was too impressive. He wondered, where did Warad find such talent? In addition, none of the participants from Kyogakur village were eliminated. They were all able to make it to the final round. Seeing talent like Izumi, the Hokage couldn't wait to see the abilities that other youngsters from Kyogakur village would show. The second match was a battle against a fellow ninja from Konohagakure, Shikamaru versus Misumi. Misumi is a member of Kabuto's team. In the fight, Shikamaru used his composure and ingenuity to catch Misumi off guard, and the match was won by Shikamaru after that. The third match was also a fellow ninja from Konohagakure, Sasuke versus Yori. Sasuke got into a bit of trouble by fighting Yori since he could lengthen parts of his body like rubber. However, unlike Luffy, Yori used his chakra to do that. In that match, Sasuke used his Sharingan, which already had 3 Tamo. Sasuke also won even though he almost used up all of his chakras after using the Sharingan. The fourth, match, Kuroniko vs. Akamura Hiro. Seeing his name listed together with his opponent on the digital board, Kuroniko couldn't believe it. "What the heck? Why should I get a cheater opponent like him? There's no way I can win against him." "What do you mean cheater? Your abilities are like cheaters." As Kuroniko said, Hiro's abilities could indeed be used for various things. If Hiro had unlimited mana, one could say, he was almost invincible. "Just fight, Nico." "Yeah, as Luffy said, just give it a try." Luffy and Kazuma persuade Kuroniko to try, but with Kuroniko's reluctant expression, it was useless. "I give up." In the end, Kuroniko simply gave up without even trying, and Hiro won by default because Kuroniko was reluctant to fight him. The next match was a battle between a fellow clan, Neji and Hinata. Everyone from Konoha was quite surprised. Some knew that there was a conflict between the two because one was from a branch family, the other from the main family. Neji came from a branch family. However, his talent even exceeded that of the kids of the main family. Even though Neji had more talent than the main family, he was still treated like any other from the branch family. It was as if the main family was showing that the branch family had to keep serving the main family despite the talent in the branch family. With that in mind, it was no wonder that conflicts often occurred, and Neji became displeased with the treatment of the main family. Hinata couldn't do anything because the difference in their abilities was quite big even though they both had the same technique. It was clear Hinata had sensed that she would lose. Suddenly, she heard a shout. It was from Naruto. Getting Naruto's support made Hinata determined to fight Neji even more seriously. But helplessly, despite getting support, Neji just mercilessly beat Hinata. He could even kill her if Hate as the examiner didn't stop him. That girl is so pitiful. Kuroniko felt sorry for Hinata. Not only was she ignored by her family for lack of talent, but she was also trampled on by members of the branch family. If Hinata was a noble's daughter, even though she had no talent, there would be no one who would dare to do the kind of thing that Kuroniko saw right now. Kuroniko glanced at Hiro and said, "Hiro, heal that girl." "Pay me." Unusually, this time Hiro agreed despite asking for conditions. Kuroniko pointed her finger at Izumi. "No money, ask Miyamura. Just heal her. You know, I always cook for all of you. Do you still want payment from me? And I also find that girl is indeed pitiful. Cook meat for me too." Hearing Izumi mention cooking, Luffy immediately raised his hand and asked for meat. Izumi grabbed his mouth to prevent him from speaking, but Luffy opened his mouth wide as if he wanted to swallow Izumi's hand. Slap. What the hell are you doing, idiot? Izumi slapped Luffy's head in annoyance. The others also laughed because of what Luffy did. Ha. Then Luffy said with a sulk, I want food too. All right, I'll make you later. The exam isn't over yet. Hiyuro approached Hinata, who would be on a stretcher. Hate, who noticed Hiyiro's presence, said, What are you, doing here? Move away. The Hokage also saw Hiyuro, who seemed to be approaching where Hinata was going to be carried on a stretcher. He asked Warad on the side, What is that kid doing? Maybe he wants to cure that girl. I myself feel sorry for that girl because she doesn't seem to get good enough treatment from her family. Even one from the Branch family dared to almost kill her. If she doesn't get good treatment from her family, how about I just adopt her? Well, let's talk about that later. Healing, huh? Hate, let him be. The Hokage ordered Hate to let Hiyuro go, then Hiyuro got closer to Hinata and used his magic to heal Hinata. Even though the healing didn't reopen the chakra points on Hinata's body, at least she was getting better. Everyone was amazed by Hiyiro's abilities. Even the Jonin-level ninjas were amazed because Hiyiro's instant healing ability was probably on par with Tsunade, who was said to be the best medical ninja. And considering Hiyiro's young appearance, they thought that his talent could surpass Tsunade. What did he do just now? He seemed to be writing something like he was going to form a Fuinjutsu. The Hokage noticed when Hiyuro healed Hinata, Hiyuro wrote something using his finger. The Hokage didn't know that thing was magic, so he guessed Hiyuro made a Fuinjutsu for healing Hinata. Well, it's a unique ability of his. Out of all the people in our village, he's the only one who has such a versatile ability. Warad could only reply with a smile. Could you give me any tips for acquiring such talent? It seems that those 6 kids you brought have unique talents. Warad remembered the script from Kuroniko when the Hokage asked about it. At first, I was only together with the boy called Hiyuro because his parents died when he was young. Then, we met the pirates. They were Luffy, Rory, and Izumi. Warad said that Izumi and Luffy became pirates because they wanted adventure. Hiyuro, who listened to their adventure, became interested, so he joined to become a pirate. And as a result, you can see it now, how many people he had brought. Hokage looked at everyone from Kyogaku village. Starting from Izumi and the others who were taking the Chunin exam, he also looked at Tabane, Rory, and Momo, who were together. When he saw Momo, who had horns on her head, the Hokage thought that Momo was ostracized from where she came from. He was impressed by the attitude of the people from Kyogaku village who were willing to accommodate that girl even though she had a different appearance from the others. From there, the Hokage, Hiruzen, realized that the one who collected talented people was not Warad, even though Warad was a Kage from Kyogaku village. He looked at Izumi. As far as he knew, he was the leader among the youngsters from Kyogaku village. I see, I thought it was you who gathered them all. Ho, my old bones can't handle an adventure with those youngsters. Ha, I can't handle it either. Naruto, who saw that Hiyuro could heal Hinata in an instant, was quite astonished. He said to Hiyuro after a moment of astonishment, Thank you. Don't thank me. Thank Kuroniko and Izumi, who couldn't bear to see this girl get hurt. With an indifferent expression, he replied to Naruto, Kuroniko and Izumi-san, I'll thank them later. But you are the one who healed Hinata, so I must give my thanks to you. Chapter 176, 176. The Snow Girl with Her Snow. There was a slight conflict between Naruto and Neji after Neji and Hinata's fight ended. The conflict ended after Naruto vowed to avenge Hinata's cruel defeat. Neji found his vows ridiculous, so he didn't have to think about it. The only thing on his mind was how to defeat Luffy, who seemed ineffective with his taijutsu. And the other one was Izumi, who had incredible sword art at his disposal. The next match was Gaara versus Lee. Even though Lee had been defeated by Luffy previously in a taijutsu battle, he was still enthusiastic about facing an opponent with an unknown ability. At the very beginning of their fight, the fight seemed even. Because Lee was having a bit of trouble breaking through the sand, as if protecting Gaara from being attacked, Lee let go of the weights that were on his body. The fight continued with Lee dominating the fight, until the moment when Lee used the 8 Gates taijutsu. Lee's speed increased drastically as well as his strength. This made Gaara late to respond to Lee's speed. As a result, the punches that Lee launched from different directions always hit Gaara. Feeling not enough to defeat Gaara, Lee used his forbidden technique to take him down. Boom! Gaara was slammed to the ground. Lee took a heavy breath. He seemed almost run out of energy after releasing the 8 gates and the technique he used earlier. However, when he saw Gaara's body that was knocked to the ground, it turned into sand. How is that possible? This was a real shock to Lee, because what he slammed to the ground was Gaara's sand clone. You've done it to me, I'll kill you. Everyone could hear a chilling voice with killing intent. That was Gaara's voice. On the other hand, Izumi started to comment. Well, he's dead for sure. He shouldn't recklessly use that technique, Hihiro also added. Not yet perfect at using the 8 gates technique, he shouldn't be using it right now, moreover his life wasn't in danger. Precisely by using that technique, his life is in danger right now. Izumi held his chin while saying, I feel that the 8 gates technique is similar to Kaioken. So which one is stronger? Kazuma asked. Izumi shook his head. I can't say, the Dragon Ball world is too strong to compare. He couldn't compare because the difference in strength between characters in the Dragon Ball world and other worlds was too great. But still, Izumi wanted to go to that world since he wanted a certain technique and technology, the spirit control technique, and an infinite energy-type artificial human. Supposedly, Izumi could bring the spirit control technique to an advanced level. Something like a 10-tailed beast was no longer a problem for him, because an advanced spirit control technique could separate the fused or merged individuals. Gaara felt furious with Lee, who was able to hurt him. He felt that Lee's actions could not be forgiven. Gaara stretched his hand forward, and his hand was clearly pointed at Lee. Gaara used his sand to catch Lee. With the remaining strength, Lee tried to dodge. However, his left hand and left leg were caught by it. Gaara clenched his fists to cause the sand to press in on Lee's hand and leg, which got caught by Gaara's sand. Crack! Aza! Lee screamed in pain. There were cracks in his hand and leg. Almost all the examinees who saw this were horrified by what had happened. Gaara controlled his sand again, and this time he intended to kill Lee. Suddenly, Guy blocked Gaara's attack. Gaara got even more furious. Since Gaara felt he couldn't kill him now, he walked back to his comrades from Sunagakure while saying that he would kill Lee later. Guy walked toward Izumi and his group and asked, Can you please heal him? I'll give you guys a treat later. Guy hints at them to heal Lee. Guy knows that Izumi and Guy's team are in conflict after hearing Tenten's story. Even so, he hoped that Hihiro, who had healed Hinata, would also be willing to heal Lee. Izumi and Hihiro looked at each other. Then Izumi approached as he whispered something. After that, Hihiro said, I can heal him, but I can't heal him completely. The wound is too serious and requires a professional to completely heal him. Otherwise, if something happens to him, don't blame me. Based on the story in canon, Lee's injuries were quite severe. There were many spinal fragments scattered near the nerves. Hihiro simply healed the broken bones and put them back together. However, spinal fragments, bone fragments, and fractures of the bones were still there. Izumi asked Hihiro not to heal him completely. Lee needed a lesson. He should know how much the limit his body could handle. What's more, this could make him learn not to underestimate other people. Sometime after that, Izumi saw a man with long straight hair who was watching from the end, wrinkling his forehead. Izumi realized that this person had just arrived. His aura was similar to Orochimaru's. Izumi looked at the person, and that person also looked at Izumi at the same time. This guy is coming. Izumi smirked. He realized that the man was Orochimaru in disguise. It was quite surprising because Orochimaru's disguise could fool the others. Orochimaru looked at Izumi's moving mouth, as if to say, You came, do you want to fight me again? How about you come down here? Scared? Haha, fucking pussy. Then he gestured with his middle finger. Orochimaru gritted his teeth while holding back his anger. He felt that if he stayed here, he would lose control and his plan would fail. Orochimaru thought that the people from Kyougakure village seemed clueless about his plan, but just in case, he needed someone to know what their real purpose came to Konohagakure. Izumi himself felt that there was nothing to worry about if the fight against Orochimaru broke out here. Since Warad was here, Izumi was sure that he would protect everyone. On the other hand, there were still Rory and Hiruzen. Orochimaru immediately left, which made Izumi disappointed. Tusk. Hearing Izumi clicked his tongue, the others asked. But Izumi said it was nothing even though they understood very well that Izumi was hiding something. The next match was Naruto vs Kiba, which Naruto won by using a pretty impressive move to trick Kiba. That way, all participants under Kurenai's tutelage failed the third test. The eighth match was between Sakura and Ino. Although their fight was a bit boring, their fight was quite fierce. Their fight ended in a draw with a double knockout, and both did not pass for the next round after discussing with the Hokage. The ninth match was Yuki Onna versus Tenten. Tenten already understood that each participant from Kyogakur village was so strong, and this time Tenten started it seriously. Bakuru Jeki. Tenten opened one of her scrolls and released a large flaming dragon that rushed toward Yuki Onna. Yuki Onna saw the attack heading toward her without showing any expression. Suddenly, her hands moved at the same time with some gestures on her fingers. Boom! The explosion caused by the impact created quite a thick mist due to the collision between Tenten's attacks, which had the element of fire, while Yuki Onna made a wall of ice to hold the attack. Then Yuki Onna moved her hands again. The mist that was controlled by her suddenly created a cold domain surrounding them. Everyone looking at the battle was amazed. There's no mistake. It's Kake Genkai. They whispered to each other. Even Hiruzen couldn't help but feel amazed. Ah, it's similar to Haku's technique, Naruto exclaimed. Naruto still remembered his first mission when he met someone called Haku. That person also mastered Keke Genkai, a combination of water and wind elements, which is ice. Meanwhile, Tenten clenched her teeth. Never did she think that Yuki Onna was just as talented as the others from Kyogakur. Izumi observed the domain created by Yuki Onna. He let out a smile. Not bad, it is somehow similar to the rage state of my sword art, though hers seems weaker. The cold domain created by Yuki Onna was covered by mist. Everyone couldn't see clearly what happened inside. Although vague, they could see Tenten's shadow. But Yuki Onna was nowhere to be seen since the color of her kimono was somehow similar to the mist. Inside the domain, Tenten placed 2 scrolls on either side. Saoshwaryu. Next, she formed hand seals that made the scrolls rise and spin around each other, which were enveloped in smoke shaped like a dragon. When the smoke dispersed, Tenten jumped in between the scrolls and started to unseal and threw weapons randomly since she could see clearly where Yuki Onna was. But then... Snowstorm. Yuki Onna turned the mist into the snow and created a storm, and Tenten's movement instantly slowed down. Chapter 177, 177, Almost Meet the Goddess. The mist that created the domain started to disappear after Yuki Onna transformed it into a snowstorm. Not only that, the weapons that flew at Yuki Onna were repelled by the ice barrier she created to cover her body. The snowstorm she created wasn't just an ordinary snowstorm. It was formed by her spiritual energy. A lot of small ice needles were also created and covered by the snow. The needles were so small and sharp. When piercing the human body, the needles would spread cold energy throughout the body to inhibit the body's metabolism and blood circulation. Tenten couldn't handle it anymore. The temperature of her body got colder. Her skin also turned pale. Her body wasn't even able to respond to her thoughts. Yuki Onna curled her mouth. She looked satisfied with Tenten's unbearable expression. She wanted to do something again, so she started to move her hands. Yuki Onna, stop. Suddenly, she heard Izumi's order. Examiner, can you see? That girl can't continue to fight. Izumi pointed in Tenten's direction. To prevent a hostile attitude from Konohagakure, Izumi had to stop Yuki Onna. Cough, the winner is Yuki Onna. Height declared the winner. Izumi immediately jumped toward the platform. Tenten's condition was so bad. If she didn't get treatment quickly, she could freeze to death. Izumi approached Tenten, but stopped by Height. Yuki's attack froze her circulation. If she... Izumi immediately explained the effect and what happened to Tenten's body. Only after Hayate got approval from Hiruzen, Izumi was allowed to act. Izumi immediately used his magic to melt the ice. Although the ice was created by spiritual energy, it was no problem for him since his spiritual energy was way stronger. A moment later, Tenten's complexion turned to normal. Then, she was immediately stretchered off to be given further treatment. Those above Chunin-level ninjas already realized that the ice wasn't ordinary. It was surprising to see Izumi melt the ice by just touching Tenten's body. No doubt, it was an incredible skill. And more importantly, Yuki Anna impressed everyone with what she did. A bloodline limit, which was usually called Kekkei Genkai, was too rare. And Yuki Anna was even capable of controlling it perfectly by changing the form of the ice. It could turn into snow, mist, or even transform into a snowstorm. Participants of Kyogakuer village never stopped to surprise Hiruzen from time to time. Not only talented, but each of them had a unique ability. And what was surprising was how Izumi ordered Yuki Anna like his subordinate, just like when the Hokage himself commanded an Anbu. So that's why Warad said he wasn't the one who gathered those talented youngsters. It seems the hierarchical system in that village is different from ours. The Hokage said inwardly after looking at those youngsters from Kyogakuer village. The Hokage thought that maybe the reason the Kyogakuer village formed an alliance with Konohagakure was that they had a lot of talented youngsters. The shinobi world is very harsh, so some people might be jealous of the sheer amount of talent they have. If Izumi could hear what the Hokage was thinking, he might be amused. The 10th the match is. Hayate spoke while looking at the digital board for a moment. Then, two names appeared. Temari vs. Sado Kazuma. Kuroniko and Izumi's eyes were wide open, with slightly gaping mouths. How the heck did he get a girl as an opponent? Did the plot always makes him confront any women? Well, if you ask me, who should I ask? Maybe it's because he has a special element of gender equality. Temari headed to the platform, and so did Kazuma. Kazuma walked with a straight expression while looking at her. Hee haha, how lucky I am to have a girl as my opponent. I can't wait to use my ultimate move. Kazuma's thoughts were all over the place, even though the match hadn't even started yet. Hey, your group is really terrible. Are there no non-monsters in your group? Well, from the way I've seen, you and that girl were the most normal in your group. Based on Temari's deduction and what Gura had said, only Kazuma was the weakest among their group. However, there was one thing that bothered her. Kuroniko should be stronger than her opponent earlier. Even the sword in her back wasn't an ordinary sword. Temari could tell it with just a glance. But Temari didn't know that Hihiro had much more fighting experience than her. Although she was indeed stronger than her previous opponent, her opponent's skill was better than hers. Don't compare me with those bastards. I am the most normal of them all. Is that so? So do you want to give up? Of course, we're gonna fight. Just because you're a girl, don't ever think I will back down. I'm a person who prioritizes gender equality, so I don't care if you're a girl. Just then, Hayate announced that the match had started. Hey Temari, be careful of Kazuma. He can steal your panties and control your body with his ability. Suddenly, the sound of a girl's voice was loud enough to be heard by the audience. The voice came from Izumi's group, and the only one who disliked Kazuma's ability openly was none other than Kuroniko. Temari was a little surprised to hear what Kuroniko said, which made her think that what Kuroniko said was a trap. But instead, she heard Kazuma's words, which made her eyes widen. Jesus, don't expose my incredible jutsu in front of my opponent. You ruined my plan, Kuroniko. Kazuma irritably turned toward Kuroniko while pointing at her. Kuroniko crossed her hands. She snorted. Humph, incredible jutsu, your head. You're the enemy of women. Don't ever think to try to use that disgusting technique in front of me. Kazuma thought for a while after what Kuroniko said. He reckoned the meaning of Kuroniko's words earlier. Then, he asked. So, I can use it when you're not around. That's not what I mean, SCUMMYZUMA. Kuroniko snapped while stomping the ground in anger at Kazuma. Everyone couldn't help but laugh as they heard their conversation. Those who had never seen Kazuma's ability laughed too, especially after Kiriniko said that one of Kazuma's abilities was stealing women's panties. It was natural that Kiriniko was so irritated that she decided to expose Kazuma's abilities. In the audience, Guy also laughed but was also slightly wondered, while muttering whether what Kiriniko said was true or not. Yeah, I've seen him use that ability. Indeed, he can do that, you know. Naruto, who had heard Guy's mutter, answered him. Some who had seen it also nodded. What a perverted jutsu. I wonder how did he do that? Asuma stroked his beard and thought, but instead, he received a cold response from the person next to him. Oh, so you want to learn that jutsu? Ah, that's not what I meant, Kurenai. Asuma stiffened. He turned toward Kurenai by waving his hands. Meanwhile, ha, what a strange jutsu. I wonder if he can show me that jutsu for stealing panties. Hokage-sama, your image, your image. An Anbu behind the Hokage reminded him that his words were a little vulgar, but the Hokage just answered it with a laugh. Ha, don't mind, don't mind. Steal. Kazuma stretched out his hand to use his magic. However, because of Temari, who had been warned by Kiriniko, she reacted before Kazuma's magic hit the target. Ah, missed. It's because Kiriniko said something unnecessary. Kazuma held his head with both hands, then he scratched his head in irritation. Create water. Water bullets. Water vortex. Steel. Water bullets. Steel. One by one, Kazuma cast his magic repeatedly with his steel magic interspersed. Hey, don't dodge. Are you stupid? Temari knew that the magic that Kazuma had released wasn't very strong, but she couldn't let her guard down. Kazuma still kept releasing his water magic over and over again until it flooded the ground. He was also exhausted from releasing so much magic that it was making it hard for him to breathe. As the ground became full of water because of Kazuma's magic, then, freeze! Kazuma froze the ground, which was full of water. Temari was startled because the water that had flooded the ground suddenly froze and trapped her feet in the frozen water, seeing that Temari couldn't move. Stand. Kazuma released his stand, which was controlled by him. Temari panicked and folded her giant fan. Dekametachi no Jutsu. Temari used her giant fan to create many wind currents that collide with each other, forming vacuum pockets. With the strong wind currents, Kazuma's stand was blown away along with Kazuma behind it because the wind released by Temari could be used to repel the attacks from long range. Kazuma's body spun toward the wall after being blown away by the wind. The way he got blown away was so dangerous. Grab! A few inches from the wall, Kazuma's head was being held by someone, and that person was Izumi. Izumi, who realized that Kazuma's head would crash into the wall, immediately jumped onto the platform to save Kazuma. If Izumi didn't save him, maybe Kazuma could meet a goddess in that realm. Chapter 178, 178, a month before the next round of the exam. Well, even if he died from hitting his head against a wall, Izumi still could resurrect him with Momo's revival skill. Still, Izumi didn't want to expose that skill. Fu, I thought I'm gonna die. Kazuma lay limp while spreading his arms. You would definitely die if I didn't save you just now, Izumi replied while crossing his arms. Ha, thanks. Kazuma looked at Hate and continued. I lost. Even if Kazuma didn't say, give up, with Izumi helping Kazuma, it could be said that Kazuma couldn't continue the fight anymore. Hate stated. The winner, is Temari. Even that kid can use the ice element. Can Kekkei Genkai be that easy to learn? The Hokage who saw the match questioned the abilities of every youngster from Kyogakyur village. Then, he shook his head to forget that. There was no point in questioning it, because Warad had already said that each of them had unique abilities. Since there were only 3 participants left, there will only be 1 match left, and 1 lucky person will qualify for the next without fighting. Everyone was looking forward to the last match of the round by looking at the digital board. And the 11th match brought together Choji and Luffy to the arena platform. That meant Kinkuro qualified for the next round by default. The fight ended very briefly. Choji knew that Luffy was a formidable opponent, so he used the signature jutsu soon after the match and started to attack Luffy. But he couldn't control his speed, which made him crash into the wall, and the match ended with Luffy's victory, who put a confused look on his face. The Hokage then announced that the next round would be held in 1 month by inviting important people from other countries so they could see the potential of the young ninjas. The next day, that morning, Izumi decided to walk around Konohagakure with the other boys, Kazuma, Hiro, and Luffy. Meanwhile, Kuroniko went shopping with Tabane, Yuki Onna, and Rory. Well, just to be safe, it would be better to have Rory with them. She could help if Orochimaru or Kabuto attacked them. Izumi and the others wanted to have breakfast, but he didn't want to eat meat in the morning as Luffy wanted. So Izumi took them to the Ikaraku ramen shop. Welcome, oh, you kids. I heard all of you got a lot of attention at the Chunin exam because of your strengths, hahaha. The shop owner knew a little about Izumi and his group because they often bought ramen at his shop. You're exaggerating, uncle, Izumi replied with an awkward smile. Hahaha, don't be modest. I know you are amazing since a lot of people are talking about you. Then Kazuma replied. Don't say that, I'm blushing. Izumi twitched his cheek as he thought in his mind, how could he say that so smugly? Uncle, I want ramen with meat. I want special ramen. Luffy and Hiro couldn't wait any longer. I'm broke. Izumi complained about his empty wallet. Then Kazuma said, aren't you the one who ate too much food? Izumi was speechless. Ever since he got the new magic, once he ate, his stomach could become a pit. He couldn't deny Kazuma's words. Coupled with Luffy's portion of food, it was no strange that the money would be drained. He wondered what to do to get money to live for a month. Just when Izumi's mind was still full of thoughts, Kakashi suddenly came from behind. Finally, I found you. Oh, Kakashi-san, you're gonna train Sasuke right. Izumi had expected that Kakashi would still train Sasuke like in canon. Kakashi confirmed with a nod. Yeah, this is perfect timing for him to train. Did you know that we were going to take Sasuke away? Izumi asked Kakashi if he had been told by Sasuke or not. Kakashi looked to the left and right cautiously. Then, he said in a low voice. Oh, he didn't say anything to me, but Sakura did, so he will be our new member. Sasuke didn't say anything regarding what happened during the survival test, but Sakura said that Sasuke would leave because of an offer from Izumi and his group that Sasuke couldn't refuse. Hearing this, Kakashi was slightly surprised and comforted Sakura that Sasuke would not leave forever. He would return to Konohagakure since he was a Konohagakure ninja. That's not what I meant. You do know that his Sharingan has grown to a higher level, right? Yeah, I saw it yesterday. Since you know it, you understand what I mean just now, right? It means he should leave as soon as possible before that bastard takes action. And this is also an opportunity for Sasuke to develop without help from adults. Kakashi pondered what Izumi had said, and then remembered that he also understood a little that Danzo had an interest in the Sharingan. I see, so it's like that. Therefore, you shouldn't say things like forgetting revenge. That will only make him want revenge on Itachi even more. Moreover, it would be better if the person talking to him was the same age as him, because it was more effective than an adult talking to him. Well, you could say it's pubescent psychology. Just like what Izumi said, one's puberty period was too unstable. Most people of that age often don't listen when adults rebuke them, but they often share their problems with other people of their age or with an age that is not too far from them, on the condition that they have to understand each other. All right then. Anyway, I leave Naruto to you guys. As Kakashi spoke, he briefly glanced in a certain direction. Izumi's brows rose. Hey, don't be irresponsible. Can you just look for that Jiraiya? Well, I don't know where he is now. Kakashi just shrugged his shoulders with an indifferent look. Liar, just say you're too lazy. Well, Naruto is here, bye. Kakashi waved and then disappeared from where he was standing. This goddamned one-eyed Sharingan. Sigh. Izumi looked in a certain direction as Naruto showed up with a dash. Naruto, who saw Izumi and his group, immediately approached them. Did you see Kakashi-sensei? Naruto immediately asked when he arrived in front of them. Why, you weren't told. Kakashi said he wanted to give Sasuke special training. What the hell? How could he secretly give Sasuke special training while I'm not? I'm gonna catch them. Naruto was angry that Kakashi had left him secretly and prioritized Sasuke even more. Wait, Naruto. When Naruto was about to leave, Izumi called him. Naruto answered Izumi with an impatient expression. What is it? I'm in a hurry, you know. Why not come with us? Training with you guys. Don't wanna, it's boring, you know. When training with Izumi and the others, he only trained his feet on the water to control his chakra, and it did make Naruto able to control his chakra better. However, if training like that continued, Naruto would feel bored. He wanted to have a strong jutsu. I can give you a tip to make any of your training 100 times faster. Still, if you don't want it, then you're free to go. Naruto's eyes lit up. If he could train 100 times faster, of course he wanted to. Naruto asked. You're not lying, are you? You can say it's a lie, or it isn't. The answer from Izumi was quite confusing to Naruto. He didn't really understand what Izumi meant, so he asked again. What did that mean? How should I say this? So, it's like this, do you realize that your chakra capacity is so huge? Naruto shook his head when Izumi asked. Then Izumi said that Naruto's chakra capacity even exceeded the Jonin level ninja. Izumi said that was the reason why Naruto could train 100 times faster than the others. Even though what Izumi said was a mere fabrication, it wasn't completely a lie. And Naruto had been persuaded to follow where Izumi would go to train him. With a grin, Izumi said inwardly, Haha, it would be interesting if Naruto and Sasuke were much stronger than in canon when the Shinobi World War started. Chapter 179, 179, 5-Element Unseal. Izumi took Naruto somewhere. He wanted to meet Jiraiya first because Naruto needed a fuinjutsu to break the seal that Orochimaru gave him. If Izumi recalled the original story, Jiraiya should have been at the hot springs looking for inspiration for the novel he wrote. Arriving at the hot springs, Izumi did not feel an aura with great power. He became a little confused and thought that Jiraiya was able to hide his presence. However, considering Izumi's haki, he felt that what he was thinking earlier should be wrong. Why are you taking me to a hot spring instead? Aren't we going to practice? Have a little patience, I want to find someone first, but apparently he's not here. Who? You will know later. Needless to say, the person Izumi was looking for was Jiraiya. With Jiraiya's nature, looking for a perverted old man like him was quite easy if he had indeed returned to Konohagakure. Somewhere, precisely in the riverside around Konohagakure village, covered by the bush, a man with spiky long white hair and a wart on his nose was enjoying the scene before his eyes. No one would tell that he was looking for material for his novel with his lecherous expression. Then he heard a voice from behind. You're really a man of culture, aren't you? I didn't expect an old fart like you to still peek at girls taking a bath. It was Izumi who said that. He didn't speak too loudly, so it didn't startle him too much. The lecherous old man replied, without turning his head. What do you mean I'm peeking? It's for research. You're still a kid, why are you here? Go home. And the person that Izumi spoke to was Jiraiya. Jiraiya told him to go home because this was not a kid's playground, which made Izumi's expression darken. Who the hell is this perverted old man? Meanwhile, Naruto asked while pointing his index finger at Jiraiya. Jiraiya struck with his light dance pose, then gave a dramatic self-introduction. Thank you for asking. Know me, the hermit from the mountain who gains immortality. You can call me the Toad Hermit from the Toad Mountain, Jiraiya. The hermit, Naruto tilted his head while crossing his arms. Jiraiya nodded. Precisely. You guys are interfering with my research. Go home, kids. You're just a perverted old man. I told you it's for my research. See, I need this research to write my novel. Feeling those kids didn't believe what he said, Jiraiya took out his novel. That. Naruto was surprised by the novel Jiraiya showed him. If he wasn't mistaken, it was a book that Kakashi had read. Oh, you know my novels. Hehe, my novel has become famous. Jiraiya felt proud because his novel was quite famous, and it seemed he was starting to have a lot of fans. It's not a novel, you know. Hey. Jiraiya was a little disappointed because Naruto said it wasn't a novel. What research are you talking about anyway? You just want to peek at girls bathing. Then Naruto spoke in a loud voice. The distance between them and the girls who were taking a bath was quite far, but they could hear Naruto's loud voice. They immediately ran because someone was peeking at them. You idiot, your voice is too loud. My peeping has been exposed. Jiraiya scolded Naruto, but Naruto pointed at the old man. Perverted old fart, you said to yourself that you're peeping at them. Stupid, I'm not just a pervert. By peeking, I can get inspiration and write a better novel. Liar, there's no need for that excuse. Jiraiya was furious at Naruto, though he had found a good spot to peek. However, because Naruto was speaking quite loudly, that good spot had no use for peeking anymore. Well, let's stop here. Naruto, there's nothing wrong with a guy being a pervert. As Izumi tried to arbitrate them, Jiraiya nodded at Izumi's words. He felt that someone understood him. Then Jiraiya looked at Naruto, Izumi, and the others one by one. By looking at the forehead protector with the symbol on it, Jiraiya knew that Naruto was from Konohagakure. But he was a little surprised. Why was he with the kids from another village? Moreover, the symbols on the forehead protectors of Izumi and the others looked foreign to Jiraiya. Who are you kids? With Jiraiya's question, Izumi turned to the others, then they introduced themselves. They also said that they came from a new village and came here to take the Chunin exam. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. My dream is to become the Hokage, and I will prove someday that I can become a Hokage. Uzumaki, so this is Minato and Kushina's son, huh? That means the nine-tailed fox is sealed on him. Minato was Jiraiya's student, and when he heard that Naruto's surname was Uzumaki, he immediately knew that Naruto was the son of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. Izumi noticed a change in Jiraiya's expression, to which he started to speak. Old hermit, could you help us out for a bit? In return, I'll show you something you might be interested in. Izumi pleaded with Jiraiya with his hand, which also gave a pleading gesture. I might be interested. What is it? Also, why ask me for help? From your stature, I can tell that you are a great and experienced person, although you are a little eccentric. Hearing Izumi's words, Jiraiya was quite impressed with Izumi's instincts. To think that there was a boy who could tell that Jiraiya was an experienced person. Jiraiya also asked what Izumi wanted to show him. Izumi called Kazuma and explained what he wanted to show. Then, Jiraiya's eyes lit up. Is that true? If you don't believe us, how about we give it a try? Izumi along with Kazuma took Jiraiya away and told Naruto, Hihiro, and Luffy to stay where they were for the time being. It didn't take long. Jiraiya returned with a pretty satisfying face along with Izumi and Kazuma behind him. He said to Kazuma, how about you teach me that jutsu later? Well, it's my special jutsu. If I could teach it, many people would already be able to use it. It's true, but that steel is so amazing. I didn't think there was a divine jutsu in this world, ha. Izumi looked nervous and asked, so you want to help us, right? Jiraiya was silent for a while, then he shook his head. That's not enough. Izumi smiled bitterly. It seemed just showing him a nice skill won't be enough, and then he whispered to Kazuma. After a while, Izumi gave Jiraiya a certain book. It could be seen from the cover alone that a lady with lingerie covered her breast area. It was a porn book. The look on Jiraiya changed. His face flushed in glee after seeing the cover. All right, after considering what you showed, I'm willing to help you, so what do you want? Hearing Jiraiya agreed, Izumi was relieved. Then he whispered so that Naruto wouldn't hear. Jiraiya wrinkled his forehead. He was surprised. Why did Orochimaru come at a time like this? Izumi said that they had met Orochimaru and fought for a while, and if Orochimaru didn't take the initiative to leave, they were all in danger and some might be killed. Naruto himself was even hit by a seal from Orochimaru. Jiraiya wanted to ask again, but it would be better if he asked later. Oi, Naruto, take off your clothes and try to concentrate on awakening your chakra. Naruto gave a slight complaint, but Jiraiya forced him. Naruto also obeyed Jiraiya's words after being persuaded by Izumi and the others. Naruto started to concentrate while closing his eyes. The seal on his stomach appeared, which Jiraiya immediately analyzed. So this is the sealing formula for the nine-tailed fox, huh? double tetragram seals that don't completely overlap each other, making it a seal 8-trigram sealing style. The 9-tailed fox's chakra leaked between the seals. This must be repaired to restore this kid's chakra. But after that, it was stopped by the 5-element seal and made this kid's chakra unstable. Jiraiya gathered his chakra into his fingertips and hit the finger to the seal to be released. Kaien. Naruto, who was hit by Jiraiya's fingers, couldn't hold back the pain and scream. What Jiraiya did was use Fuinjutsu to remove the seal that Orochimaru previously used against Naruto. But using the seal on someone would make that person get hurt. But at that moment, there was smoke from the 5-element seal, indicating that the seal had burned down. Chapter 180, 180. Shadow clones to train 100 times faster. What are you doing? Naruto rubbed his stomach to relieve the pain. He was so surprised by Jiraiya that suddenly hit him and didn't understand why he did that. Well, I'm just trying to stretch your muscles because yours are too stiff. Now try running on the water surface of that river, then try using any ninjutsu. Naruto was suspicious of Jiraiya. He felt that Jiraiya was hiding something. Even so, Naruto still followed his instructions. When Naruto stepped on the surface of the water, he was so surprised that he could easily control his chakra. The previous few days, especially after being defeated by Orochimaru, he had even struggled to use any ninjutsu. He looked at Jiraiya and felt that Jiraiya did something to his body earlier. But since what Jiraiya was doing was with the intention of helping him, he got a little overjoyed. Naruto remembered that Jiraiya told him to run on the surface of the water, and he immediately ran. Not stopping there, while running and not letting go of his concentration, his hands formed a hand seal and several shadow clones appeared and ran with him. As I would expect from Minato's son, he's pretty good. It would be great if he could control the 9-tailed fox's chakra perfectly. Hearing Izumi's words, Jiraiya's eyes changed as he looked at Izumi. Izumi separated from his group and walked alone to where Jiraiya was watching Naruto. How did you know? He showed it to me once when he fought me. I'm sensitive to one's aura. And I can tell what kind of aura a person has, and I can instantly remember every one of them. If only the 9-tailed fox's chakra didn't have a sinister aura. Maybe Naruto could use it freely. Izumi ignored Jiraiya's change and expression. He continued to speak calmly. Don't look at me like that, old man. If my intentions were bad, I would have done it from the start because my ability exceeds Naruto's. Besides, if my intentions are evil, it's also impossible for me to ask for your help given his unstable chakra control is a good opportunity to do something to him. Izumi said while pointing at Naruto. Jiraiya was also silent for a while. Then he nodded because he felt Izumi wasn't lying to him. What you said is true, then what made you help him? He is interesting. There is a resemblance in his character like this friend of mine. Izumi said while pointing at Luffy. Is that your only reason? Jiraiya held his chin and asked again. Then Izumi answered. Actually, there's more. Sasuke, a person who is on the same team as Naruto or someone Naruto considers a rival, is given special training by Kakashi. That's why I tried to find him someone strong to teach him, and you are a suitable person to teach Naruto. Oh, hearing you talk, it seems you know my identity. Izumi nodded. Who doesn't know one from the legend of the 3 ninjas? I met the other one the other day. You're quite smart as a kid, hahaha. Not many kids your age know me. Jiraiya laughed. Although Jiraiya felt that Izumi was quite shrewd, he seemed sincere in wanting to help Naruto. But I became curious about one thing. What is it? Suddenly, Izumi's face became a little serious. This also made Jiraiya want to know what Izumi wanted to say. Izumi sneered. Why don't people in Konohagakure tell everyone that Naruto is your student's son, the 4th Hokage? Even though hiding his identity could protect him from any harm from being targeted by the 4th Hokage's enemies. I still felt sorry for hearing that his childhood was always avoided, ridiculed, and hated by the people in the village. Dude, as a kid, he needs care from his parents, or at least, the people who he could call parents. If Naruto's level of self-confidence and unyielding character is lower than his negative character, I'm sure Naruto is already broken. And this was caused by the people of Konohagakure themselves. Jiraiya became speechless at Izumi's words. Jiraiya himself also regretted that at that time, he was not there to protect Minato and his wife. When he returned, it was too late because Minato only left Naruto alone, who had been taken care of by the Hokage. Feeling that it would be better to leave Naruto in the Hokage's care, Jiraiya wandered off again. He was surprised to hear from Izumi that Naruto's childhood was not treated well. This was what made him silent without a word. Izumi carried on. Well, Naruto is a bit happy now that he has friends and people who care about him, so you don't have to think about that. I just don't like the way people treat Naruto. After Izumi added those words, Jiraiya responded. If I'm not mistaken, because Namikaze Minato is a ninja who is feared by many, the Hokage hid Naruto's identity, where he was deliberately given the surname Uzumaki. Because the Hokage was afraid that someone would want revenge on the Minato family, he took the Uzumaki surname, which according to the Hokage, was safer than the Namikaze surname. Izumi already knew that, but still, it didn't make sense. Knowing a great ninja like Minato, it was impossible for his enemies to miss the name and origin of his wife who came from the Uzumaki clan, and if traced further, it would not be difficult to suspect that Uzumaki Naruto was the fourth Hokage's son. If they didn't know, it meant that the people in the shinobi world were really stupid. Izumi sighed. He didn't want to say it out loud, so as he looked into the skies, he said, "Well, never mind. After all, it's a past matter. Now Naruto is quite happy, although he still has to get rid of his negative emotions." Negative emotions? I don't see anything wrong with Naruto. Jiraiya was a little confused by Izumi's words. He thought for a moment, then said again, "You mean negative emotions when he was a kid?" Izumi smiled with a nod. He wanted to say something, but Naruto came back, so he stopped talking about Naruto. Jiraiya decided to make Naruto his disciple. He saw Naruto was quite good at controlling his chakra, and he was willing to teach ninjutsu. Naruto was overjoyed when Jiraiya intended to teach him. What Jiraiya wanted to teach was Kuchiyos no Jutsu. A summoning jutsu was used to summon a toad or even toad elders from Mount Myoboku, one of the big 3 unexplored sage regions. Oh right, Izumi once said that he wanted to teach me how to train 100 times faster. I want to know how. Suddenly Naruto said by mentioning Izumi, which made Jiraiya also look at Izumi. He was curious if what Naruto said was true, and if Izumi wanted to teach him that way. It's actually easy, but not many people can do it. Why do you say it's easy when not many people can do it? Because this method will use up as many shadow clones as possible. Shadow clones? Naruto was a little confused about what had to do with training 100 times faster than others using shadow clones. But Jiraiya, who heard Izumi's words, immediately understood. So you told him to make as many shadow clones as possible and train at the same time. And with that, you can get 100 times the results. How clever. Izumi just smiled at Jiraiya's words. Of course, he couldn't say that this wasn't his idea, but an idea from the anime. What does that mean? I don't understand. Naruto was confused because he didn't understand what the two of them meant at all. Jiraiya explained and gave an example. With shadow clones, Naruto could use one shadow clone to train one ninjutsu, then the other clones train a different jutsu. After finishing training and the shadow clones dispersed into smoke, the experience of the shadow clones will be transferred to Naruto. What's more, Naruto could duplicate so many shadow clones. That's why Izumi said that Naruto could train 100 times faster. But then, Izumi said something to Naruto. But I don't recommend you use this method to practice Kuchiyos no Jutsu. Why? Because Kuchiyos no Jutsu prioritizes the amount of chakra you will use for summoning. The more chakra you use, the stronger you will summon. So it will be useless if you train Kuchiyos no Jutsu using shadow clones which divide your chakra. Izumi explained the reason, and Jiraiya nodded at Izumi's explanation as well. Chapter 181, Jiraiya's teaching. 3 days later. During those times, Naruto continued to train under Jiraiya's tutelage. Initially, Naruto was pretty good when he summoned Gamakichi, an orange toad as big as a volleyball. Gamakichi is the eldest son of Gamabunta, the toad boss. Gamakichi's skin color is also similar to Gamabunta, but in contrast to Gamakichi, which is as big as a volleyball, while Gamabunta's size is comparable to that of a tailed beast. When Naruto managed to summon Gamakichi, Jiraiya felt that was good enough. But he asked Naruto to perform Kuchiyose no Jutsu again. Alas, instead of getting better, the toad that Naruto summoned got smaller and smaller. Naruto even summoned the tadpole before Naruto ran out of chakra. Jiraiya didn't know what to do, only this time did he get a weird disciple. Izumi himself laughed at what Naruto had done. "Sai, I can't compare if this kid is talented or stupid. Sometimes, Naruto looks unexpectedly talented, but suddenly turns stupid." Jiraiya complained while looking at Naruto, who fainted from running out of chakra. After meeting with Izumi and his group, Jiraiya became more familiar with them. Although he did not understand why the village where Izumi came from allied with Konohagakure. Seeing that Izumi and others were sincerely friends with Naruto, which had a special identity, Jiraiya became more open with them. Why not try something crueler? When he was in a critical situation like life and death, maybe something surprising will happen. I also had an idea like that, but I'm still not sure. Why? Well, he's still a kid. That will depend on his determination. If his training is too relaxed like this, he won't be motivated to get any stronger. Since Naruto was still a kid, Jiraiya was a little hesitant to give him training that would kill him. Then Izumi woke Naruto up. Jiraiya began to say something which made Naruto willing to get training that could even kill him. Although at that time, Naruto had doubted whether his decision was correct or not. Hearing Naruto who was willing, Jiraiya slightly put on a bitter smile. Feeling that Naruto could die because of his training, he invited Naruto to eat by treating him, invited to a hot spring, etc. While the two were spending time together, Izumi looked for Sasuke. He wanted to see how Sasuke's training had been for these 3 days. Arriving there, he saw Sasuke, who was training his physique with weights on his arms and ankles. There was no special training for Sasuke right now, because Kakashi thought it was better to raise Sasuke's physical strength. A few hours later, he sensed an enormous strength in Naruto's direction. It seemed Naruto had succeeded in summoning Gamabunta, so he rushed to Naruto's location. Huge. After arriving at the location, Izumi was surprised to see such an enormous size of Gamabunta. He felt a significant difference when he saw it in person rather than in the anime. Gamabunta was seen making a riot in the forest, which made Jiraiya hide behind the trees, since Gamabunta was looking for Jiraiya angrily. Suddenly, Gamabunta sensed Izumi's presence and immediately jumped at him. WTF. Izumi was surprised, then he took a few steps back. Boom! Dust is scattered everywhere as Gamabunta landed right in front of Izumi and looked at him with a sharp-toed gaze. Naruto had seen Izumi, who then said, "Haha, how is it? Izumi, I managed to summon the strongest." Before he finished speaking, Naruto was exhausted and passed out while he was still on Gamabunta's head. Naruto slipped and fell off Gamabunta's head, and Izumi prepared to catch him. But Gamabunta caught Naruto with his tongue. At that moment, Jiraiya emerged from the bushes and informed that Naruto had a contract with Mount Myoboku as he showed the contract scroll. "I already knew, I was just testing him earlier," Gamabunta said while smoking using his pipe. Then, he continued to speak. "So, who is this brat over here?" Gamabunta pointed at Izumi using his pipe. "Just someone from another village who happened to be taking the Chunin exam and saw a giant toad raging on the outskirts of the village." Izumi replied calmly, without changing his expression in the slightest. "You're brave enough to say that in front of me." "Well, he's one of the people Naruto gets along with, even though he's from another village." With Jiraiya's little explanation, Gamabunta didn't say anything about Izumi. Then he said, "Then I'll go back, tell that kid don't summon me so casually." After that, Gamabunta disappeared from his place, which made Jiraiya a little relieved considering Gamabunta was a high-tempered type. 2 days later, Naruto woke up in the hospital a little panicked because he missed his training. And then, he rushed to look for Jiraiya. At a certain place, Jiraiya was somewhere on the outskirts of the village and was guiding Izumi. At first, Izumi wanted to be taught various kinds of fuinjutsus. However, he didn't have a good reason why he wanted to use fuinjutsu. In the end, he asked Jiraiya to be taught how to unseal fuinjutsu. He reasoned so that he could protect himself when he was caught in a fuinjutsu, just like what Orochimaru did to Naruto. 2 days later, Izumi managed to master the way to unseal a fuinjutsu. Jiraiya sensed Izumi's potential if he used a fuinjutsu. So without Izumi asking, Jiraiya was willing to teach Izumi some fuinjutsu, which surprised Izumi himself. "Why are you teaching me fuinjutsus?" I didn't ask. "You know, you're not the only person from outside Konoha I've taught." Jiraiya answered without looking at Izumi. Izumi knew that he meant Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato. Then Jiraiya continued. "I don't know where they are now. I hope they're all right." "Too bad, old man. Those people you are looking for will become your enemies and will kill you later." Izumi couldn't say anything other than Jiraiya had to see with his own eyes. Therefore, Izumi did not comment on Jiraiya's words. "I saw that you had potential, so I tried to teach you something for the future of this world." Jiraiya had never seen Izumi's abilities, but he believed that the future depended on young talent like him, along with Naruto, whose potential was already seen after summoning Gamabunta. "Ah, that's not fair. Why are you teaching Izumi, perverted hermit? Teaching a kid or two doesn't make any difference, right? Moreover, you were engrossed in sleeping for 2 days." Jiraiya responded to Naruto's annoyance who had just arrived, or it could be said that he just found the location of Jiraiya and Izumi. Izumi curled up his mouth and said to Naruto, "By the way, I saw that Sasuke received special and rigorous training from Kakashi so that he could practice a new ninjutsu." "What? Perverted hermit, I also want to be taught a new jutsu." Naruto immediately approached Jiraiya and said in front of him. Jiraiya clutched Naruto's head as he said, "You are impatient. Besides, you are also rude toward the old man. Let go of me, let go of me." Naruto tried to release Jiraiya's grip, but he couldn't until Jiraiya let him go. Then he asked, "Moreover, who is Sasuke you mentioned?" Although Jiraiya already heard a little about Sasuke, he still asked. "He is Uchiha Sasuke. Anyway, I don't want to lose to him." Jiraiya furrowed his brow when he heard Uchiha. When he heard about the rivalry between Naruto and Sasuke, it was as if he recalled the legend of Hashirama and Madara. But then, he shook his head. "There's no way Naruto is suited to use senjutsu, right?" His gaze turned to Naruto as he said, "Is he stronger than you?" "Yeah, he is a genius." Naruto nodded in confirmation. Hearing Naruto's answer, Jiraiya was thinking about his youth when he tried to compete with Orochimaru, who was called a genius. When he saw Naruto's face, he was reminded of Minato's appearance as the two of them had a resemblance. This made Jiraiya want to teach a jutsu to Naruto. After that, Jiraiya demonstrated the Rasengan to Naruto, then explained about the Rasengan, how to form it, control its chakra, etc. Chapter 182, 182, the final round. Even though Jiraiya explained in detail about the Rasengan, Naruto was still confused by Jiraiya's theory, so he asked Jiraiya to explain it slowly. Suddenly, a strong wind blew around Naruto and Jiraiya. The wind was centered on Izumi's fingertip, which he created using his devil fruit power. The wind didn't form a ball like the Rasengan, but formed a small whirlwind like a hurricane. He showed the wind rotating in a clockwise direction. Then, Izumi created another one, but in a counterclockwise direction, and combined the two into one while suppressing it. Not stopped by creating just two, Izumi created them one by one until the wind rotated from various directions and formed a ball just like the Rasengan. Yet, Izumi did it without using his chakra. "How did you?" "It's a jutsu from the 4th Hokage." Seeing Izumi demonstrate it with ease, Jiraiya found it unbelievable that Izumi could perform it after just a glance. Not only that, but he was also stunned when he saw Izumi perform it with the ability to control the wind. The concept taken from the tailed beast ball is not that unusual. Many people want to apply the concept of the tailed beast ball to a jutsu. However, only the 4th Hokage could understand the concept at that time, and nothing is impossible. You can tell that I have an ability similar to the Hazuki clan. Different from that clan, I can control the wind instead. So it's quite easy for me to control the wind and imitate that Rasengan. Even though Izumi lied about his identity, what he said made sense. Naturally, Minato, the fourth Hokage, was the one who created the Rasengan. However, Jiraiya himself could do it after understanding the concept, so it was not strange if someone else could perform that even though it was created using the wind. Jiraiya thought that Izumi could learn at a glance, but it seemed he was mistaken. Of course, he was also surprised that Izumi could control the wind with ease. Furthermore, this was the first time he learned that there was a clan similar to the Hazuki clan. Izumi could control the wind, while the Hazuki clan manipulated water instead by transforming their bodies into the water. The shinobi world was so vast, so it was no wonder Jiraiya didn't know there was a clan that could control the wind. After a moment, Jiraiya asked, "Is your clan far from the Fire Nation?" Izumi just shook his head and said, "It's just me. My clan no longer exists. Sorry to mention it." "It's fine, I don't think much of it either." Seeing that Izumi didn't want to talk about his clan, Jiraiya tried to find another topic of conversation. Well, even though what Izumi said was a lie, looking at Izumi's bitter smile, Jiraiya was fooled by his acting. Izumi had no intention of hiding his ability to control the wind after what he did in the Chunin exam. With a little information, Jiraiya would also find out his ability sooner or later. So what else can you do with that ability? Jiraiya was a little curious about Izumi's ability, which was the first time he knew about it. Apart from controlling the wind, I can also fly. As for the other abilities, you'll find out someday if I intend to show them. Feeling Izumi didn't want to reveal all of his abilities, Jiraiya didn't ask anymore. Jiraiya himself understood that everyone wanted to keep their best abilities a secret. Jiraiya chatted a little with Izumi, who then continued to train Naruto. Naruto himself applied the tips Izumi had said before, creating shadow clones while training the Rasengan. While Naruto was training the Rasengan, Izumi also trained Fuinjutsu and how to unseal them. With this training, Izumi came up with a good plan for what he wanted to do later. The day before the final round of the Chunin exam, Konohagakure village looked busy where many Anbu had tightened security. Moreover, there were high-ranking officials from two big countries who attended and watched the Chunin exam. Meanwhile, somewhere in the village of Konoha, at an inn to be exact, Izumi and the others were discussing something. Their discussion was completely inaudible from the outside since Izumi created a barrier using the wind that blocked their voices from being heard from outside. So what do you think? The one speaking was Tabin. She gave a plan for the event that would occur the next day in which Orochimaru would start his plan. Your plan is quite interesting, Tabin-chan. I agree. How about you guys? Izumi was the first to respond, who then glanced at the others who seemed to also agree with Tabin besides Luffy. If Luffy actually scratched his head because of confusion, he had absolutely no idea what Tabin had just said. Tabin-chan, it seems Luffy doesn't understand. You should take care of him for a while. Leave him to me. You have to be careful too. After Izumi and the others discussed their respective roles, Izumi removed the wind barrier he had created. They were just waiting for the time to act. For the last day before the main event started, they wanted to spend their time playing around. There was a slight difference between Naruto and Sasuke, both of whom had finished their training earlier than they should have. The duel schedule between the participants had also not been announced until now. Everyone was still curious about who would be their respective opponents. To Izumi's surprise, Hate, who should have been killed by Kabuto in the cannon, was still alive. When he asked Kakashi, he was the one who saved Hate. Not only that, Kakashi said that the plans of the Otagakure village to conspire with Sunagakure had been known to the Hokage. This was what made Izumi propose an impromptu plan before the main event was about to begin. The next day, Warad, followed by Izumi, Tabin, Rory, Kuroniko, Luffy, Kazuma, Hiro, Yukiana, Momo, and Karin walked to the arena where the last round of the Chunin exam being held. Although Warad was considered a cage-level ninja in Kyoagakure village. However, with his current status, he was not yet worthy of being equated with the Hokage and Kazekage who would sit in the grandstand above the arena platform. That was because the title of Kage was only given to the 5 strongest ninjas in each of the 5 major countries. It didn't take long after Izumi and the others arrived at the arena. All the participants were called by Hate to gather, and he would show the bracket while waiting for the examinees to come. 11 examinees passed in the final round. They are Naruto, Sasuke, Shikamaru, Neji, Gaara, Temari, Kankuro, Izumi, Hiro, Yuki Onna, and Luffy. They waited a few minutes because 2 people had not yet arrived. Who else if not Naruto and Sasuke? After 20 minutes of the examinees waiting, finally the 2 of them came while racing. "Hey, weren't you 2 deliberately late to get everyone's attention?" Izumi commented on their late arrival, to which they immediately replied, "I couldn't sleep last night. I forgot the time." "What the fuck? Just say you're too excited about this day." With Izumi's words, the 2 smiled awkwardly. Hate gave a little welcome to the audience when Naruto and Sasuke arrived. Then he announced the bracket. The first match was Izumi versus Luffy. If one of them won, that person would face Hiro in the next round. With such a bracket, Izumi felt that the match was arranged from behind. The people from Konohagakure village knew very well that the participants from Kyoagakure village were so talented, so they arranged to face each other. "Tisk, they don't have the guts," Izumi muttered in a low voice while clicking his tongue. Since Izumi and the others' main target wasn't to seek victory, he didn't give any damn to those who set up the bracket. Chapter 183, Gear 2nd. Besides the first-round match between Izumi versus Luffy, there was another match that pitted Naruto versus Neji, Temari versus Shikamaru, then Sasuke versus Gaara. This actually made Izumi think that Kakashi, who should have known the storyline, was the one who arranged all of this. Although there is a slight difference. Izumi vs Luffy, Naruto versus Neji, then Temari versus Shikamaru would start the match in the first round, after which the examinees who won would advance to the quarterfinal. Izumi headed to the arena with a disappointed look on his face. Behind him, there was Luffy who walked after him with a smile from ear to ear. It was clear that Luffy was so enthusiastic about being able to fight Izumi again. "You look happy to have me as your opponent, Luffy." Izumi started the conversation with Luffy. Izumi was seen wearing a white tight combat suit specially designed to be used with his IS. And since there would be a big event after this, Izumi had to prepare everything and was ready to use his IS if needed. "Hehehe, of course, I thought of a way to beat you," Luffy answered Izumi happily. Izumi was a little confused about where his confidence came from. "Can you? Without the haki, you won't be able to do so. You will see later." As they stood against each other in the arena, Hate looked at both of them, and then announced that the match had started. Luffy started by slamming his feet to the ground and jumped forward to get closer to Izumi swiftly. The moment he was in front of Izumi, he immediately launched a barrage of fast punches that formed multiple illusions like blows. Izumi didn't move at all, and Luffy's punch just looked like hitting the wind where Izumi's body was controlled with his Logia Devil Fruit ability. "I told you it's useless." Suddenly Izumi's words stopped. "Gamu gamu no baku baku." Luffy opened his mouth wide and tried to swallow Izumi. Izumi lowered his guard and didn't expect Luffy would want to swallow him alive. It was a technique he had used against Crocodile who had a Logia type, the Sand Devil Fruit. And since Izumi's Wind Devil Fruit was a Logia type, it would be so easy for Luffy to swallow him. "Fuck," Izumi cursed loudly. He didn't have time to use his magic, so he retreated backward to avoid Luffy's technique. However, due to Luffy's speed of attack, Izumi couldn't dodge completely, and part of his body was swallowed. Everyone who watched their battle couldn't help but scream. They didn't know that Izumi could turn his body to the wind, so it was understandable if they were terrified after Izumi's half-body was swallowed. Izumi regenerated his upper half by using the wind. Since only half of his body got swallowed up, he could reshape his body with no problem. Just like what Crocodile did when his head was swallowed by Luffy. On the other hand, if Luffy swallowed his whole body, he would be trapped inside Luffy's body and could only free himself by splitting Luffy's body. In other words, killing him. That was the case if Izumi wanted to do that. "What the fuck is on your mind, Luffy? Don't think I'm your emergency food." Luffy exhaled through his mouth while looking at Izumi. His mouth started to move as he spoke. I thought I could win with that move, hee hee. Hee hee your head. With both of his palms, Izumi compressed the wind, which was then released toward Luffy, and caused a shockwave strong enough to blast Luffy away into the arena wall. Bang! Luffy crashed into the wall and fell to the ground afterward. His straw hat also slipped from his head. At the place where Luffy crashed into the wall, there were some cracks indicating that the impact was quite strong. Luffy got up from the ground, rubbing his head, then he picked up his fallen straw hat. Luffy shook off the dust on his straw hat and hung it around his neck so it wouldn't fall off easily. He looked at Izumi with a smile, then said, "As expected, you really are strong. I'll be serious this time." "Really? What do you want to do now? Gear second, haha?" Izumi chuckled. Izumi didn't know what it was like when Luffy got serious. He didn't believe Luffy had mastered Busoshoku Haki. If he had mastered that, there was no way Luffy would be battered after fighting Crocodile. Izumi started joking, because the gear second was Luffy's advanced technique that he should be able to master in the next few months. However, how did you know? Surprising counter-question from Luffy. Izumi couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Seriously? Izumi was taken aback as his words paused for quite a while. Then Luffy replied, "Nico told me, if I meet a strong person, I should use the technique that she taught me, and I call it the gear second. But how did you know that I call it the gear second? I never tell anybody." "That's because the gear second is a technique you created in the future. You don't like to see your future because you will know how your future adventure will be. How can I say that the gear second is your future technique?" Izumi cried inwardly. He also thought that what Kuroniko said was necessary. Although Luffy's path of adventure remained the same as in canon, there would be a significant difference in the long run. The cause was Luffy's strength was already much more powerful than he should be. Honestly, even though Luffy was already strong enough, it was still nothing in front of an admiral-level marine. Even Izumi himself wasn't strong enough to defeat them one by one, much less if he fought against two or more. If he wanted to defeat them, at least Izumi should have mastered all types of haki. In truth, Izumi disliked the actions of most pirates. However, he also despised the marine and the world government in Luffy's world. With the pretext that they were allies of justice, they took advantage of their power by manipulating ordinary people. It was sickening. Izumi immediately threw those thoughts. It wasn't the time to care about something in Luffy's world. For now, he should focus on the things that currently happen. Izumi tried to calm himself, then said, "Well, actually I was just guessing. I didn't think I was right." Izumi said it while scratching his head and showing his awkward smile. "Wow, you're amazing, Izumi. You're like a fortune teller." Luffy's eyes shone in being impressed by Izumi's fortune-telling guess. "I'm glad that he's stupid," Izumi said in his mind. If Kuroniko, Tabane, Kazuma, and the others could hear their conversation and hear the words in Izumi's mind, they will probably burst out laughing while holding their stomachs. "So, do you want to fight more seriously now? It's useless if you can't use haki, you're just wasting your energy." "How would I know before I tried it?" Even though Luffy didn't seem to believe Izumi's words, Luffy himself knew that he could not defeat Izumi without using haki. Even so, he still wanted to try to fight him. Just like when he fought against Izumi on the previous mission, Luffy accidentally used Busoshoku Haki. It might happen again if he tried. Luffy initiated the gear second technique by using his feet as a pump to speed up blood flow throughout his body. Luffy's body throbbed after his legs were used as a pump. At that very instant, all of his metabolic rates became so high that his sweat evaporated, quickly making his body look like it was steaming. As a result, his entire skin turned slightly pink and shiny from the increased blood flow. Basically, Luffy increased blood flow by forcing more blood through his blood vessels, which required a lot of oxygen and nutrients, thereby increasing his strength, speed, and senses. Since his organs and blood vessels were made of rubber, this allowed them to expand and contract faster without tearing when Luffy added red blood cells to his body parts. "It's really the gear second," Izumi murmured as he looked at Luffy in amazement. All the spectators in the stands were astonished at what happened to Luffy's body. It was the first time they saw a jutsu that was so foreign to their eyes. Chapter 184, 184. The Water Dragon Slayer versus the Rubber Human. Even though the gear second was a technique foreign to ninjas, Guy who saw it felt that the gear second looked a bit like the 8 gates. Especially when Guy felt Luffy's increasing power. In the arena, Luffy took a deep breath and let it out slowly. He used his left hand to aim at Izumi, while his right hand prepared to launch a punch. Jet pistol. Then he delivered Gamu Gamu no pistol, so fast that the movement of his punch was invisible. Due to the incredible speed, the attack became much more powerful and more difficult to dodge. Though, it's not that much trouble for Izumi. Whoosh! Luffy's punch made a gust of wind that passed through Izumi's body and made dust scatter everywhere. Izumi also thought if he didn't have a Logia-type devil fruit, Izumi himself would have had a hard time dodging that attack when Izumi wasn't using his magic. Suddenly, Luffy appeared behind Izumi, while simultaneously throwing a punch using both hands. Twin jet pistols. Boom! Luffy's punch hit the ground and cracked it while passing through Izumi's body. And at that very moment, Tsuryu no Tekken. Izumi's fist appeared, which was wrapped by water pressure and was launched at Luffy so suddenly. His punch landed on Luffy's face and caused him to be dragged a few steps backward. Izumi furrowed his brows. He didn't expect, with only gear second, Luffy could withstand his blow, even though the hit should be quite strong. Izumi created a whirlwind to pull Luffy toward his front with his left hand. And once again, Izumi launched a punch containing water pressure on his right hand. Luffy tried to counterattack when pulled into the whirlwind, but to no avail, as his punch couldn't hit Izumi. As a result, Luffy could only receive hard blows from Izumi, which made him flung away since Izumi increased the power of his punches. Luffy rolled to the ground and then stood up again, gasping for air. Because he wasn't used to using his new technique, Luffy's energy was drained drastically. Luffy felt distracted because he didn't know how he could touch Izumi's body, which had the power of a Logia-type devil fruit. In front of Luffy, Izumi unleashes pressure on him with his killing intent. From Luffy's eyes, he saw Izumi, who changed the shape of his fingers into a small, sharp vortex of wind pressure, then added the water pressure to them, which made those two elements swirl together. Tsuryu no Yuzium. Izumi used his fingers as a water dragon swirling claw technique and made his hands look as if they were truly dragon claws. Izumi's attack was so fast. However, because Luffy's fighting sense using the gear second also increased, he avoided Izumi's attack. Tsuryu no Sekiyaku. Izumi didn't stop just there. He shrouded one of his legs with a large amount of water that spun around his leg before striking Luffy with powerful rapid kicks. Luffy quickly backed away, but Izumi appeared behind Luffy using his magic and continuously striking Luffy with his rapid kicks once again. Luffy couldn't dodge. The attack hit Luffy repeatedly and hurt him because the water on Izumi's feet was spinning very fast, which made the water become sharper. Jet Gatling. Luffy couldn't hold back the pain, which made him scream. Unknowingly, he unleashed a barrage of swift punches toward Izumi. I told you it's usual, Bu. At first, the blows only passed through his body, but suddenly, he was hit by an unnoticeable strong blow that made him groan and was blown backward. Bang! Izumi crashed into the arena wall and fell to the ground. He vomited blood while holding his chest, which was in pain from the blow. Cough, cough, did he just use Busashoku Haki? Izumi, who was lying on the ground, raised his head, then looked at Luffy, who was panting heavily because he had used up a lot of energy. Izumi himself didn't think that Luffy would be able to hit him. Moreover, from what Luffy did just now, he seemed using Haki without realizing it. If Luffy really intends to use Haki, Izumi will immediately notice with his Kenbenshoku Haki, which can observe Luffy's intentions. Izumi got up from the ground. He let out a smirk toward Luffy, who looked at him. Izumi felt that if Luffy really could use Busashoku Haki, it would be more interesting. Izumi himself didn't realize that he was starting to look obsessed with an intense battle. Looking at Izumi's smirk, Luffy made his move and tried the same thing as before because he felt his punches were effective. Jet Gatling. Izumi tried to focus more on Luffy's attacks. Learning from his previous mistakes, he continued to observe Luffy's punches. But unfortunately, the Busashoku haki that Luffy released earlier was not intentional. Maybe because Izumi previously put pressure on Luffy, Luffy's Busashoku haki appeared spontaneously by releasing spiritual energy from his body. It seems I might find another way to use Busashoku haki by drawing out my spiritual energy, Izumi said inwardly. Awakening Busashoku haki in a brute way could be done by hitting a hard object with bare hands continuously. But it was useless if someone couldn't draw their spiritual energy from their bodies. Luffy was almost exhausted, which made his movement slow down. At that moment, Izumi called out his spiritual energy to his arms. Then, he attacked Luffy right in his stomach. Wham! Luffy rolled to the ground and coughed out blood. It was seen that he held his stomach painfully. And with that, Izumi could confirm that his deduction was right on the spot. He didn't realize that he could use Busashoku haki already. Since he confirmed that he could use haki, he curled his lips upward. But it wouldn't be fair to fight against Luffy that way, so he would rather not use it for now. After seeing Luffy get up off the ground, Izumi attacked him once again. Suryu no Tekken. Izumi engulfed his fists with compressed water and punched Luffy. Yokugeki. Then, Izumi engulfed both of his hands in compressed water that resembled the wings of a dragon as he rushed toward Luffy, slashing Luffy upon contact. Then, Luffy was thrown backward due to the force of the impact. Fusasu. Following that, Izumi amassed a large quantity of water on his feet, enhancing the power of his kicking attack. Sekiaku. And lastly, he enshrouded his legs with a vast quantity of water, which spiraled around his leg, before lashing outward with powerful rapid kicks. With that combo, Luffy immediately fell to the ground. The appearance of Luffy's gear second had also disappeared as his body returned to normal. Meanwhile, Izumi held his chest in pain due to Luffy's previous attack. Since the winner had not been announced for a long time, Izumi's gaze shifted to Hayate, who looked dumbfounded. He called Hayate many times until Hayate finally came to his senses. Cough, the winner is, cough, Miyamura Izumi. Shortly after Hayate announced the winner, everyone came to their senses one by one and cheered for Izumi afterward. They were also surprised that those two's abilities exceeded their expectations. Judging from the strength Izumi and Luffy had shown, both of them seemed to have the power to match a Jonin-level ninja. Guy, who was watching as usual along with Kakashi, Kurenai, and Asuma, started to comment. Is this an exam to promote a Genin-level ninja to a Chunin level? Why do I even see it as a fight between Jonin-level ninjas? If you ask me, who do I ask? Kakashi, are they really Genin-level ninjas? Who knows, but one of them is 15 years old, and the other is 17. Aren't they too strong for someone their age? Their conversation was heard by the people around, especially the examinees who did not pass in the final round that was in front of them. As a result, Luffy and Izumi became the talk of the crowd. Meanwhile, the Hokage was also so astonished to see such talented youngsters from another village. This made him think that Warad could give him some tips for teaching the young ninjas in Konohagakure. He heard that those youngsters often went on adventures, but making them that strong definitely couldn't be separated from the teaching of experienced people like Warad. Chapter 185, Sneaked In. Luffy was still conscious, but because he ran out of strength, he couldn't stand up anymore. I'm hungry. Luffy's empty stomach made him whine. Well, it could be said that he wanted to get spoiled when he was hungry. Izumi twitched his brows. He immediately approached Luffy, then grabbed his leg and pulled him forcefully. And seeing Izumi and Luffy, everyone who watched them didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Izumi dragged Luffy to the audience stands, where his group watched together. Of course, Izumi intended to ask Momo to heal him as well. Since the main event was about to start, Izumi had to make his condition as fit as possible. After Momo healed Izumi, he gave a gesture as a signal, and almost all of them left, leaving Rory, in which she would act along with Hiro and Yuki Onna later. Izumi walked along with the others while carrying Luffy, who had no strength left due to hunger. Then he said, "Let's go to eat first, this guy is starving." Izumi pointed to Luffy, who he was carrying. "Oh, meat." Hearing Izumi talking about eating, Luffy got delighted and he immediately get up and took the lead in front. "This fucking asshole." "Ha. Some of them were annoyed, and some of them laughed. Indirectly, their relationship seemed like relatives or close friends. Warad felt nostalgic when looking at them, as if he went back to the guild he built long ago. Although all of them weren't relatives, they treated him like their guardian. In return, Warad also treated them dearly. At the same time, Naruto and Neji's battle was about to begin. They were called to enter the arena. Hihiro called out to Naruto before he jumped down onto the arena. "What is it?" "You got a message from Izumi. If you can't win, better forget your hopes to become a Hokage," he said. "What the heck, I won't lose, I'll show it to him." As soon as Neji heard that, he turned to Naruto and said sarcastically, "Humph nonsense, without talent you're nothing." Without waiting for an answer, Neji went straight to the arena. What's wrong with him? He just acts like a prick. Naruto was so annoyed with Neji's arrogant attitude. He vowed to beat Neji to a pulp and avenge what he did to Hinata. When Naruto fought Neji in the arena, it happened the same as in canon. Neji blocked the flow of chakra within Naruto's body. As a result, Naruto was at a disadvantage. But during the previous month, Naruto had been training to the point of constantly depleting his chakra and occasionally borrowing the nine-tailed fox's chakra. Naruto also became accustomed to borrowing chakra, although in the end he was forbidden to use that chakra when his life was not in danger. But in the fight against Neji, for some reason, he didn't want to lose because he had promised something. In the end, he broke his promise by borrowing the chakra that he had been forbidden to use. Naruto's strength overflowed along with the nine-tailed fox's negative aura. Neji assessed from his Byakugan, Naruto's chakra flow pattern changed, unlike humans in general. This made him feel horrified and thought that Naruto was not a human, but an incarnation of the nine-tailed fox like the rumors he had often heard. This is the chakra of the nine-tailed fox. Since when did he? Naruto's changes didn't escape Hiruzen's eyes. He was surprised because he didn't expect Naruto to already master the way to use the nine-tailed fox's chakra. And what was even more astonishing was when Naruto made two shadow clones. One of them attacked Neji, and the other shadow clone along with Naruto made a ball spin from various directions in Naruto's palm. Except for the experienced ninjas, none of them didn't understand what Naruto was doing. After the ball created by Naruto was formed perfectly, his shadow clones immediately attacked Neji's simultaneously. And while those clones kept Neji busy, Naruto immediately launched the attack by rushing toward him. Rasengan. Neji couldn't dodge since Naruto's speed was faster after he used the nine-tailed fox's chakra, and his Rasengan landed on Neji's stomach. Neji was blown away and spun around backward. His body slammed into the wall and then fell to the ground. He was lying on the ground with his back facing the sky. He tried so hard to look at Naruto, even though his body was in pain. After that, Naruto lectured Neji with his flagship move, Talk no Jutsu. Everyone seemed not to believe that Naruto could beat Neji, who was said to be a genius from the Hyuga clan. Then, everyone cheered loudly. Among those spectators, people at the level above Chunin-level ninjas were already expecting that Naruto would shock them all as he was a ninja full of surprises, just like the rumors. But they didn't expect that Naruto would defeat Neji. Moving to the next match was Temari versus Shikamaru. The fight was too boring since all of them looked passive, but with Shikamaru's intelligence, he had the advantage in the fight. Shikamaru already looked on the verge of winning. Suddenly, he gave a shocking statement. He gave up. Everyone thought Shikamaru would win, but his statement left everyone dumbfounded. Shikamaru himself already felt that it was impossible to win if he qualified for the next round against Yuki Onna after observing her strength through the previous round. That was why he didn't hesitate to give up immediately. It would be useless if he tried hard to become a Chunin-level ninja. If he did that, he felt that he wouldn't be himself anymore. The next match was Izumi versus Hihiro. Hayate called the two into the arena, but only Hihiro came. Hayate didn't see Izumi come, which he decided to ask, but Hihiro shook his head and pretended not to know. Hayate immediately looked at Hiruzen's opinion. As if understanding what hate was conveying, Hiruzen tried to glance at Warad's seat. However, Warad was nowhere to be seen, even though he had previously seen Warad watching along with the youngsters from Kyaogakure village. All he could see was Rory, who looked back at him as soon as Hiruzen saw her. As if understanding what Hiruzen was thinking, Rory shook her head while giving a little smile. Hiruzen was slightly taken aback by how aware Rory was when he looked at her. He felt her instincts and sixth sense were so sharp that she immediately noticed when someone was watching her. Since Izumi didn't come, the Hokage declared Hieiro's victory by default. Isn't he too lucky to have consecutive victories without anyone fighting against him? Naruto was annoyed and envious of Heiero, who was able to advance to the semifinals without fighting anyone. He wondered why Izumi and the others weren't around. When he asked Heiero, he said that Izumi wanted to withdraw from the Chunin exam since he was only testing his skills, and that was enough after finishing the previous match. Of course, all of his statements were lies. Meanwhile, the current Izumi was in a place lacking lighting. He walked carefully while looking around. During the past month, he had not only spent his time training, but had also spent his time investigating hidden places like the one where he was standing now. The location was under the ground, and it couldn't be found if one was unfamiliar with the surroundings of Konohagakure. Meanwhile, Izumi found the location since he sensed a lot of auras under the ground. By then, he found out that it was the nest of the roots, the Anbu's subdivision under Danzo. It was the place he had been looking for since he came to Konohagakure village. At that moment, the place was a bit deserted. It seemed that a lot of people had come out to carry out a plan behind Orochimaru's back. Danzo knew that Orochimaru planned something, but it was also his chance to get rid of Hiruzen and Orochimaru at the same time. So, he ordered his men to look at the situation in Konohagakure's surroundings in case the enemy villages came to attack. Not only that, but Danzo also sent his men to prepare to stop the riots after either Hiruzen or Orochimaru died. Izumi himself sneaked in unnoticed by transforming his whole body into the wind and flying without the people realizing it. Izumi quickly sneaked inside and looked for the place he was after, Danzo's laboratory. Even if there was no sharing in that he wanted, the results of research on Senju Hashirama's cell weren't that bad as well. Chapter 186, It started. Sometime after Izumi walked through Danzo's base, he found a suspicious thing. It was a strange mechanic that seemed to open a secret passage after seeing the oddness. It was covered by a seal formation, which was a composite of technique formulas, several symbols, and kanji in disorder. Izumi didn't understand the formation at all. He didn't know much about the types of fuinjutsu. Moreover, the formation was too messy. Why do I feel these are like a puzzle? Izumi held his chin. Izumi examined the formations in detail. From the shape of the formation, it looked like 4 formations with each end overlapping each other, making them look messy. Not just that, but those formations seemed connected to each other. Izumi tried to activate them one by one. Light shone from one of the formations, flowing into the other formations until it shone down on all 4 formations. After that, the formations began to merge into one. And once the formation was assembled, the mechanism on the wall activated and shifted the wall, revealing the existence of a secret path behind it. Unfortunately, the sliding of the wall caused a rumbling sound that alarmed people inside the base. Fuck, Izumi cursed silently. Izumi spontaneously took out some things from his storage space and put them on the ground, wall, and the other way. Then he ran inside. Somewhere within the base, a person who had bandages wrapped around his right eye and right hand heard a rumbling sound. That person frowned. Where did that rumble come from? Kanodo, check out what happened. That man was Danzo. He felt something wasn't right. He had a bad feeling about that. He stood up from his seat, then started walking with a cane. Shortly after, boom! A loud explosion was heard within the base. Danzo's brows rose up. His bad premonition finally came true. Who dares to infiltrate into my base? Don't tell me it's Orochimaru. Didn't he cause trouble for Hiruzen right now? Danzo was furious because he thought Orochimaru had sneaked into his base. If not him, then it should be his people. When he arrived at the site of the explosion, the 4 men that he ordered earlier were lying breathless. Their bodies were not intact. There were parts of their bodies that seemed to have been blasted by the explosion. Just as Danzo came, his men who were at the base also appeared behind him. No doubt, the only one that could be called his enemy was Orochimaru. Orochimaru should be outside since he wanted to kill Hiruzen. People from Kyogakyur? No, it shouldn't be. One of them killed Orochimaru's pawn. They shouldn't be on the same side. Then it must be Kabuto. Danzo deduced himself. The only person who knew the ins and outs of his base well is Orochimaru. And if he wasn't infiltrating, surely the culprit would be Kabuto since he is Orochimaru's right-hand man. Danzo just didn't think Orochimaru wanted something from his laboratory. Or, in other words, taking back something that Danzo had confiscated after Orochimaru had been caught betraying Konohagakure village. The only path that should have been taken to get to the laboratory was blocked by rocks due to the previous explosion. Izumi cleverly set mines while destroying the wall near the entrance. It would hinder them from catching up with Izumi. It took Danzo and his men several minutes to clear the rocks blocking the path. When Danzo arrived at the laboratory, his eyeballs bulged as if they were about to pop out. Then he snapped. Orochimaru. Meanwhile, Hadohata. Izumi laughed while picking up the device that was in his ear. The piercing sound of Danzo's anger through the device could be heard clearly. What was ridiculous was Orochimaru being accused by him. Izumi already swept away Danzo's laboratory, including old documents a few minutes earlier. Although Izumi wasn't afraid of being caught, he didn't want to face Danzo, who had many lives since a lot of Sharingan was implanted in his body, and each of them could be sacrificed for one life. It was too troublesome to fight him. Not just that, Danzo was strong. If Izumi wanted to kill Danzo, he would need to use all of his strength. The one thing that made Izumi not understand the logic in the shinobi world was how people pluck the Sharingan eyes and attach them to other people using only their fingers. And it worked properly without splicing eye nerve cells. If Izumi did the same thing as people in the shinobi world did, he doubted it would work. Izumi was still unsure, and he thought it was better to use a more modern method if he wanted to do it. Izumi looked around, and it seemed that Orochimaru's plan had started. Back to the time before Izumi separated from the group. Can anyone track where the enemy will come from? Apart from Izumi, Hiro, Rory, Kakashi, and Yuukiana, the others gathered together. Don't underestimate this genius, Tabin-chan. Even though I can't use Haki, my tools and devices are enough to track people from afar. The first to ask was Warad, and Tabin replied haughtily. At that very moment, Tabin took out her devices and operate them immediately. One device flew into the sky, and one device was held by her. She turned it on, then red dots appeared on the device. Isn't that radar? Is it useful? If the radar only detects people, isn't it useless if we don't know which one is the enemy? Kazuma gave his response, and the others also agreed. But then, Tabin taps the device. The display changes, and this time it's not just the radar, it's a screenshot from the sky. The device looks for human body heat and records it from the sky. So, it can be seen which one is the enemy and which one is not. Found them here, and here. Tabin pointed out where the enemies were, and one of those places seemed to be being used for a ritual. A moment later, the place that seemed to be used for rituals turned out to be the summoning of 3 giant snakes using the Kuchiyos no Jutsu. Let's go! Tabin took them all to the Great Wall of Konohagakure, and her intention was clear, which was to confront the enemies. What are you guys doing here? Hurry up and evacuate. The enemies are coming. One of the people from Konohagakure village, guarding the top of the wall, warned them. Warad replied by pointing at the M symbol on the forehead protector. That's why we're here, you know this symbol, right? We're allies, so it wouldn't hurt to help. I don't have time to explain, you should look for the Anbu for reinforcements. After Warad said that, one of the ninjas who was on top of the Great Wall went to seek reinforcement. Old Gramp, you are here with Luffy to stop those snakes. Your abilities are suited to fight something big like those snakes. Warad and Luffy nodded, then Tabin added. Oh yeah, Luffy, those snakes might be used as food for you later. Otherwise, your portion will be reduced because there is not enough food. Hearing Tabin's words, Luffy got excited and jumped off the big wall and chased the snake alone. The people from Konohagakure panicked with Luffy facing the three snakes head-on, while Tabin and the others shook their heads with a smile. Warad told the Konohagakure ninjas that he would help from behind because his abilities could be used over long distances. Tabin looked at Kuroniko and Kazuma. Kuroniko and Kazuma will be together at a point where enemies will appear. Then I'll go to the last one. When I'm done, I'll help you. Are we okay? Our enemies are professionals, Kazuma asked in worry. If you don't want to be killed, kill them. Think of them as some trash, Tabin replied. It's easy to talk, Kuroniko muttered. Then Tabin activated something. Metal covered Tabin's body parts and formed armor. Then, the metal in her back formed a pair of transparent wings. Tabin, who had activated her IS, surprised the ninjas from Konohagakure village. But she didn't care. Ignoring those people, she carried the two of them, Kuroniko and Kazuma, to the place they had discussed earlier. Chapter 187, 187, The Dangerous Little Girl. In the arena, where the last round of the Chunin exam was being held. Boom! The place where the Hokage and Kazekage were watching Sasuke's fight against Gaara suddenly had a small explosion, and smoke enveloped that place. Meanwhile, seeing the signal, Kabuto immediately took action. With his appearance disguised as an Anbo, he released his ninjutsu to put everyone to sleep. However, Yufufufu, you think with an ability of this level can put me to sleep? Rari suddenly appeared behind Kabuto with an amused laugh. Her words made him jump, as he didn't think anyone would suddenly appear behind him. When he turned around, he saw the little girl, Rari, carrying her halberd. Even though Rari had the appearance of a little girl, the fact that he couldn't feel her presence showed that Rari was dangerous. Looking at the highly alert Kabuto, Rari said, "Be an obedient boy, go back home and don't make trouble here, otherwise." Rari swung her halberd swiftly behind her. Slash. Aza. There were 4 people who seemed to want to attack Rory from behind. However, they couldn't do anything. Rory's attack was too fast to be seen. In an instant, each of those 4's bodies split in 2. With her hundreds of years of instinct, there was no way the presence of those 4 people would not be noticed by her. It's been a while since I haven't tasted someone's soul. How delicious. Rory's moaned lewdly. She even licked her lips with her tongue when she said that. It was not that Rory was a pervert. The truth was she became sexually aroused whenever people died near her because those people's souls would pass through her body before they went to the afterlife. Kabuto didn't know what to do. He asked, "Why did you tell me to leave?" "Want to know? Someone said you're still pretty useful, but if you don't listen to me, you'll end up like them," Rory said while pointing at those lifeless bodies behind her with her halberd. Her expression was so sweet, but her words were not. "Useful," Kabuto murmured as he changed his expression in fury. But he knew he was clearly too weak to fight Rari after seeing her moves. "Yufufufu, it might be best if you prepare to take your master away." "I can't believe Orochimaru-sama will lose." "Is that so, just relying on dead people?" "Yufufufu, you're so funny, brat. Do you think I can't deal with corpses?" Kabuto stiffened. Her words showed that she knew Orochimaru's Edo Tensei. Kabuto increasingly felt unsure of Orochimaru's success because someone already knows his plan, and there was a possibility that the Hokage already had the plan to thwart Orochimaru's plans. Kabuto complied with Rory's words and left without doing anything. He went to Orochimaru's place secretly because he felt that his master's safety was threatened. Not far from where Rory was standing, Kakashi and his friends from Konoha were in action against the attacking ninjas. In addition, in the middle of the arena, Gaara along with Temari and Kinkuro ran out, Sasuke chasing them from behind. Kakashi woke Naruto, who was asleep, because of a jutsu released by Kabuto and Shikamaru, who pretended to be asleep. Both were told to chase after Sasuke, who was chasing Gaara. After that, Kakashi walked towards Rory, and Rory immediately teased him. "Isn't this my darling? What a rare sight for you to have the initiative to come to me." Well, can you be a little serious this time?" "I'm always serious, you know, you just never realized." Rory responded with a chuckle. Then, she added in a low voice. Do whatever you want. If you want to save the Hawkage, go ahead. We already agreed that we won't save the Hawkage, but we'll finish off the others, except for a few people who might come in handy in the future. At first, Izumi wanted to finish off Orochimaru when he was fighting the Hawkage. But in that case, there was a possibility that the arrival of Tsunade in Konohagakure, which was quite crucial, would not happen. So Izumi gave up his intention to finish off Orochimaru. That's why Rory said that she wouldn't save the Hawkage. After that, Rory walked toward Hihiro and Yuki Onna, who were already in action. While walking, if enemies appeared, she immediately killed them with one hit. Sensing how dangerous Rory is despite having the appearance of a little girl, all the enemies unite to attack Rory simultaneously. Slash. Splat. It was useless. Their abilities and experience were not comparable to Rory, who had lived for hundreds of years. Also, Rory's strength was much higher than theirs. After killing them all, Rory's face turned red and panted heavily in an aroused manner while using her halberd as a prop to keep her standing upright. The ninjas from Konohagakure didn't know what to do when they saw Rory act lewdly. But when they saw the corpses around her, they fell silent. The enemies thought that Rory was weakened, and they felt it was a chance for them to finish her off. Simultaneously, they ganged up on her with the intention to kill. Rory couldn't focus since a lot of souls passed through her body. And when she sensed the enemies attacking her, she swung her halberd and subconsciously added a curse to her attack. Swoosh. I helped. Stop. The enemies didn't know why they suddenly felt excruciating pain in their bodies. They wanted to kill themselves, but something inside their bodies stopped them from doing so. In fact, Rory could adjust her curse. It could be either weak or strong depending on her mood. But since she got out of control, she accidentally unleashed a powerful curse. The curse made the enemy feel pain until the person affected by the curse died. In addition, the people affected by the curse couldn't kill themselves if they had been inflicted by the curse. Rory tumbled to the ground with a flushed face and erotic appearance while letting out her moan. Gulp. The ninjas of Konohagakure didn't know what to do with Rory's aroused state. They wanted to help, but they were afraid of being labeled a perverted lolicon. Suddenly, kanji-shaped writing was thrown at Rory. When it hit her, the light instantly surrounded her body, and her state immediately returned to normal. Get a hold of yourself, lewd lowly. The voice of an annoyed boy was heard by Rory and the Konohagakure's ninjas around her. Yufufufu, you have my thanks, brat. Rory suddenly turned to normal while letting out a chuckle. The boy approached Rory along with a girl with light blue hair beside him. Of course, they were none other than Hihiro and Yuki Onna. It was a good thing that Izumi assigned Hihiro to be together with Rory. Your state is pretty troublesome, so I returned you to your normal state and sealed that state for a time being, Hihiro said with his usual nonchalant expression. Then Rory approached him by placing her index finger against Hihiro's chest. Yufufufu, that's good as well. Over time, I became more and more interested in you. If Izumi was here, he would say, as expected of a lowly slayer to Hihiro. Hihiro clicked his tongue and said, Enough playing, let's get this over with, I'm starving. Okay. Well, I believe Tabin-chan can take care of the enemies outside, so we will take care of the enemies around here. Rory stopped teasing Hihiro and started to get a little serious, but her words caught the attention of the ninjas from Konohagakure. One of the ninjas from Konohagakure asked, You knew there were enemies outside too. Did you know that there would be an attack like this? Of course, you think our group just split up to play around. Then why didn't you tell us? Would you believe me if I said Otagakure and Sunagakure attacked your village? No, right? Then just shut up. You might even think that we are too paranoid if we were told you anyway. Moreover, our people are already enough to massacre them all. As Rory said, she released her killing intent, which made them freeze in fear. Especially after they saw her killing the enemies like insects. Asuma, Guy, and Kurenai, who were with Kakashi, and not far from Rory, could feel the horror of the killing intent that Rory was released. Chapter 188, 188. Take them down in few seconds. Outside the great walls of Konohagakure. 3 giant snakes squirmed toward the great walls, causing the ninjas guarding there to feel scared since they didn't have the ability to stop them. Suddenly, a light shone from the ground that formed a large circle, then a tree branch sprouted from the ground which grew large instantly and became a giant tree trunk. Sharp thorns formed from the giant tree's trunk, and some of its branches wriggled like snakes. The tree stretched itself and was about to attack the 3 giant snakes. The 3 giant snakes felt a tremor and tried to avoid a large tree trunk that suddenly appeared on the ground. Unfortunately, the giant tree trunk was not just an ordinary tree trunk. It was a plant created through magic. It was Warad's magic. Not only strong, but the tree trunk was also durable. Controlled by magic, the giant tree trunk continued to grow. One by one, the 3 giant snakes were caught by the giant tree trunk controlled by Warad. They wanted to free themselves from the entanglement of the giant tree trunk. However, the thorns on the tree trunk, along with the sharp branches, pierced the scales of the giant snakes. The hard scales of the snakes were pierced through as if they pierced through a sponge. His title as a saint wizard wasn't for nothing. Although he was already too old, his strength was no joking matter. The snakes squirmed to free themselves from the pain, but the coils of the giant tree trunk that Warad had created couldn't be untied or destroyed easily. The ninjas who were on top of the Great Wall were stunned by the appearance of a giant tree trunk that suddenly appeared and stopped the movement of the giant snakes. What is that? Is it Mokyutin? Doesn't seem like it. As they were talking about something that stopped the giant snake from moving, suddenly, boom, boom, boom. At a place a bit far from the giant snakes, there were several ear-splitting explosions. What was that? An attack from another direction. Look up there. One of the ninjas pointed to the sky. They saw a metallic armor that someone was wearing, and she was floating in the sky. In the sky. Haha, such a nice explosion. The girl under the metallic armor giggled. She held a huge metallic rifle. A little smoke was vividly seen at the tip of the barrel. It was obvious that she had just launched the attack that caused an explosion. It was Tabin who was piloting her own IS. Her expression looked so happy after killing the Audiobook and Sunagakure's ninjas, just like a child getting a new toy. There were dozens of ninjas around the site of the explosion. After the attack, the number was no more than half of the initial number. There was still smoke at the site of the explosion, so it was unknown whether those who were hit by the explosion still survived or not. Tabin checked using her device. A small hologram screen appeared before her left eye. The hologram screen was used to scan the surroundings for a fraction of a second. There were still some survivors, so Tabin launched another photon blast through her huge rifle. The light energy could be seen gathered on the tip of the barrel while she was actually compressing a nearby space. Then, Tabin pulled the trigger for the second time. Boom! The huge explosion stifled everyone's ears. Nobody seems to have survived. I thought someone would use a jutsu. Apparently, they are weak enough as they have no time to use it. Tabin murmured in a low voice. She glanced at the ninja from Audiobook and Sunagaku, who were some distance away from her first and second attacks. She immediately greeted them. Hello, hello, everyone's idol has arrived. How was my welcome? Interesting, right? Right, why are you silent? Say something, please. Her cheerful voice sounded clear to the ears of the ninjas from Audiobook and Sunagaku. Even the Konosuba's ninjas who were standing on top of the great walls heard it clearly as if Tabin was using an amplifier. The ninjas from Audiobook and Sunagaku were silent and wary of Tabin, who seemed to be wearing strange metallic armor that could make her fly into the sky. In addition, Tabin's sudden attack earlier was so fast and powerful that they couldn't even react at all. Can't say anything? Well, that's a shame. I wanted to play around with you guys first before finishing you off. Tabin's words were so dangerous that those ninjas got into formation even though their faces were pale and sweat was dripping from all over their bodies. When Tabin saw their faces, she spontaneously said something. Hey, don't tell me you're scared, haha. Then I'll give you 2 options. First, you guys go forward and get slaughtered. Second, run as far as possible to save yourself. I'll shoot 1 or 2 times like this. Tabin prepared her rifle once again. Not just that, spherical devices floated above each of her shoulders and formed a barrel by compressing nearby space just like her rifle. Then, each of them shot out a linear trajectory shockwave as an invisible projectile, creating destructive effects. Boom, boom, boom. The power of destruction was strong enough to make those ninjas in the surroundings tremble in fear. Tabin didn't aim at those ninjas. She only threatened them by shooting near their position. Tabin landed with her is and said to them, "And I'm counting down for 10 seconds. If you care for your life, haha, you can run away like a bitch right now." While extending her hand forward, Tabin began to count. Almost all of them ran away, and the few who were brave enough forced themselves to fight back by attacking Tabin together. Some of them started using illusionary jutsu to trick Tabin's eyes. However, Tabin wouldn't be regarded as an ultimate human if she couldn't handle things that only fooled her eyes. A hologram in her left eye had detected the movement of the enemy even though they were so fast. Moreover, the cells in Tabin's body had also been modified by herself, which made her speed, strength, endurance, and agility increase drastically. This allowed her to make the best use of her fighting skills. A katana that was over 2 meters long suddenly appeared in Tabin's hand. She swiftly moved her is and appeared behind them, which made them feel the horror of the IS speed. The katana that took the form of an energy blade slashes toward them one by one. With just one hit, one down. Tabin wielded her energy sword by moving at a speed of Mach 1, and with that speed, none of those ninjas could see Tabin's movements. In just under 10 seconds, all the ninjas who desperately attacked Tabin had fallen to the ground lifelessly. Gulp, what did I just see? That was too quick. Too strong, is she at the cage level? The Konosuba's ninjas who were on top of the Great Walls were astonished by Tabin's appearance, who wiped out the enemy in just a few seconds. And at that very moment, they heard a voice. Gear second. It was a boy wearing a straw hat, Luffy. Luffy uses his feet as a pump to increase blood flow throughout his body. His entire skin turns slightly pink and shiny from the increased blood flow. Gamu Gamu no Jet Rocket. Luffy grabbed something with outstretched arms. He instantly propelled himself toward the giant snakes with blinding speed. It didn't take long before Luffy's body crashed into one of the giant snakes. Gamu Gamu no Jet Rifle. Then, Luffy twisted his arm as he stretched it behind him and hit the giant snake in front of him. Wham! Rumble! The power blow was so powerful, especially after Luffy used the gear second. The hard scales of the giant snake were unable to withstand Luffy's blow at all, and as a result, the scales were crushed. There were still 2 giant snakes left. They were both tied to the tree that Warod created. They couldn't move, and it was a good time for Luffy to act. Since those snakes were side by side, this would make it easier for Luffy to do things at the same time. Gamu Gamu no Jet Gatling. Luffy stood still, bent forward, and moved his arms upward at a speed no longer visible, leaving only the jet stream in place, much like the jet pistol look. The punches landed swiftly, and after a volley, they seemed to connect simultaneously. Circles of air burst from the punches surrounding Luffy, resembling many of the barrels of an actual Gatling gun. Because they could not move, the 2 giant snakes had to accept strong blows that could knock one of them down with a single blow. All the giant snakes fell. Luffy's body returned to normal while slightly out of breath, even though he only used gear second for a short time. And at the same time, Tabin came while saying, I thought I'd jump into action again and gonna try out my new weapon. Chapter 189, 189. A chuuni girl and a NEET against the world. On the other hand, one girl and one boy looked so nervous that they had been thrown into battle. The 2 of them were Kuroniko and Kazuma, who were already not too far from the enemies. Kazuma turned his gaze at Kuroniko. What should we do? Can you use intermediate magic? Kuroniko asked back without turning her gaze to Kazuma. Then, Kazuma replied with an annoyed expression. Of course not. My skill points alone aren't enough. You know how my party members are, right? They're completely unreliable. That's why I used my skill points for the most useful things before learning intermediate magic. What Kazuma said was true. His comrades in his party were too useless. A crusader girl who was truly masochistic only increased her body's resistance and defense, so she didn't have a good fighting ability as she just tanked with her body in fighting or battle. Plus, her attacks always missed the target, which was so embarrassing to talk about. Then, there was also the Chuuni girl. Even though the Chuuni girl was talented in her magic field, due to her fondness for explosion magic, she only learned skills related to her explosion magic. And the worst part was, that girl could only use it once a day. The last one was a useless water goddess, always boasting about herself, giving bad luck, and so on. How could Kazuma not be stressed by the behavior of the three of them? Kuroniko didn't know what to say. She tried to divert the conversation so that Kazuma would forget how idiotic Kazuma's party members were. Ugh, then use your stand. By the way, are you all right with killing? I'm not quite sure actually, but this situation is a bit. They realized that the shinobi world was a bit cruel because killing was common in this world. But there was no desire to kill in their hearts. This was probably because their worlds were too peaceful. The two of them saw the enemy ninjas getting closer. Ninjas like them would definitely finish off whoever was in front of them. Kuroniko, who was a little nervous, said while acting tough, Don't worry, my companion of the darkness. In front of my mighty thunderbolt, they will fall one by one. The Queen of Nightmare will descend upon the world and punish those who oppose her. Kazuma's expression darkened when he heard her words. Can you not play the Chuuni character at a time like this? But Kuroniko ignored him. Kuroniko then cast a spell. Dispassionate Queen of Steel, the sacred sword that destroys evil, now form a sword of steel and be the power in my hand. Heed my call. A light shone in her hand, and the sword with a pale green light appeared. Looking at Kuroniko, who summoned her spirit sword, Kazuma also took the stance and prepared to confront the enemies. But then, he heard Kuroniko talking with her another Chuuni line. The time of awakening has come. I beseech you, return all creations into the light and come from the abyss. As Kazuma heard that, he thought, this girl is so talented in her delusions. Fortunately, her ability is real. At first, Kuroniko looked nervous, but when she started to speak in the Chuuni line, her nervousness disappeared as if that Chuuni line was making her mentally strong. Kuroniko raised her sword with both hands. This also made the ninjas who were close to them immediately stop in their tracks. Ye who hideth the source of power in the land of demise, take control of all in front of me. Lightning destruction. When Kuroniko swung her sword forward, several very bright lights emerged from her sword. Then the lights formed and then attacked the ninjas in front of him. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of the explosion was very loud and attracted the attention of the ninjas, who were on the large walls of Konohagakure. Kazuma trembled. He knew that Kuroniko was strong since she showed her strength in his world to kill Beldia. But the attack just now was much stronger and had an area of effect. Her sword wasn't just an ordinary spirit sword, but it contained divine energy that made it so powerful when it was used to attack. Of course, that power couldn't be used continuously with her current strength. The victims of the divine punishments of her sword couldn't move anymore. But there were still some who survived because they were not hit by the attack earlier. Huff, Kazuma, hurry up, take them down with your stand. Kuroniko looked exhausted after releasing the attack. The greater the damage, the more energy she expends. Although that wasn't the case. Kuroniko's face was pale when she saw the corpses that had been struck by lightning. But she kept saying in her heart, those people she attacked were evil, wicked, demonic, etc. She wasn't used to killing, so she couldn't stand it once her attack could kill a lot of people. Kazuma, who heard Kuroniko, immediately used his stand, Aqua Necklace. A light blue silhouette appeared and quickly moved toward the ninjas. The stand appeared to attack one of the ninjas, but the enemies were already prepared. One of them imbued his kunai with his chakra, then slashed the stand. Splash! The stand split in two. The ninjas thought that what was released by Kazuma was as strong as the lightning that Kuroniko had released. But when they saw the stand split in half due to the attack using the kunai, they became even more confident. Especially looking at Kuroniko, who looked tired after releasing that powerful attack earlier. When they paid no attention to the stand that was split in two, The ninjas' gazes turned to Kuroniko and Kazuma with the intent to kill them. In that instant, the stand that was originally split into two merged into one again. Surprisingly, the stand entered one of the ninjas' mouths. That ninja immediately choked and coughed, which made the other ninja's eyes turn to him. His eyes changed, then he moved by attacking the other ninja's head-on. Too bad, dealing with many people at once was impossible for that ninja. In the end, he was stabbed and died. It didn't stop there. The aqua necklace left the mouth and entered the other ninja's mouth again. Until finally someone realized. Be careful, that blue thing can control you if it gets in your mouth. But it was too late. The aqua necklace had taken control of a ninja's body once again. The stand wouldn't come out unless the one being controlled was killed or Kazuma took back his stand. After the controlled ninja was killed, the aqua necklace came out again and aimed for another prey. All the ninjas kept their mouths shut because they thought the stand could only control the human body through their mouths. But there was one ninja who thought differently. He actually attacked Kazuma directly. It was just like what that ninja thought. If he killed Kazuma, then his stand that could control a person's body would disappear. However, splat, act. Kazuma's stand struck through the ear and pierced through to the other side. Although the stand, aqua necklace, was weak in terms of strength, the stand had extraordinary durability since it was similar to water. So, any physical attack would not work. However, while not as strong as the other stands, destroying, damaging, or tearing the internal organs would be no problem for his stand. And this time, the ninja who attacked Kazuma became its first victim. The aqua necklace swiftly struck through one ear, ripping out the brain on the ninja's head, then out to the other ear. The victim died immediately, blood dripping out through both ears. And the sight was uncomfortable for Kazuma and Kuroniko. They both felt like throwing up when they saw it. While the ninjas were feeling a little uneasy, they were used to seeing death like that, so they immediately calmed down. They saw Kuroniko and Kazuma, who didn't seem used to killing, so they felt that this was a golden chance to kill the two of them. Chapter 190. The ambu came too late. Kazuma felt nervous because he wasn't used to this kind of situation. However, as those ninjas were about to attack, swoosh! Suddenly, those ninjas were blasted upward by the formless gale. Then, the atmosphere seemed to be compressed into a singular vacuum, pulling the enemies in the surroundings. Understanding the situation, Kazuma immediately dragged Kuroniko away. Before they could get that far, the vacuum exploded, creating invisible sharp needles and wind blades that shredded the enemies to pieces. Everyone around it was blown away by the wind gale after it exploded. Even Kazuma and Kuroniko were also thrown away. The enemy ninjas still looked safe and sound. They looked at their surroundings. But before they could see the attacker's face, the air around them grew cold. Then came the snow that rained down on them even though it wasn't the season. What happened? One of the ninjas was confused. He looked around, but his vision was immediately blocked by the dense snow falling, and the wind around him grew stronger. Only the screams of other ninjas he could hear, when he was about to perform hand seals. Slash. Aza. The ninja screamed in pain, with his finger suddenly cut off. Dude, no need to scream. You will be sleeping forever. The one who said that immediately swung his sword onto the ninja's neck. It took a few seconds before the silence occurred. No more screams could be heard anymore. The snow had already disappeared, and the person who was on top of the pile of corpses came into view. That person was none other than Izumi. Izumi. Miyamura. Izumi turned to Kazuma and Kuroniko. I can see that you guys are already quite strong. But you, Kuroniko, you were too reckless to use 3/4 of your strength. You have to be sure that you can take them down at once if you are going to use all your strength. Leave some of your energy for escaping in case you meet a stronger enemy. And Kazuma, you should have a lot of shop coins. You better use them to buy martial arts or internal skills. You know, you're the weakest among us. At least buy some skills to protect your life. Well, I understand that both of you are not used to the situation that occurred earlier, which is why I'm warning you so that you can be better prepared next time. But due to Izumi's words, Kuroniko complained. Ugh, I'm a lady, you know. I don't really like something about killing. Izumi's brows twitched. He responded. Lady, you, quite delusional aren't you, lowly girl? PFFFD. Kazuma covered his mouth while holding back a laugh. Do you need a beating, Kazuma? For some reason, Kiriniko didn't dare to say that to Izumi, and since Kazuma was around, he became her target. Hey, why always me? Because I feel like it, Kiriniko replied shortly. Damn, don't get so cocky because you're stronger than me. Kazuma pointed his index finger at Kiriniko annoyingly. Kiriniko snorted in response. Then what are you going to do? Let's make a bet then. What is it? Who will get the better reward after this mission? Hearing Kazuma proposed a bet, Izumi turned his head to Kazuma. Quite interesting. What are you gonna bet? Don't tell me Chris panties, you pervy neat. What the hell are you talking about? Of course not. Did you just stutter? Did my guess correct? Or are you going to throw those members of your party at me? That's a big no for me. Ah, fuck, can you just listen to me first? Then what's the bet? If I win, buy me a game console, some games, and some other things from the earth. If you win. Nope. I know that you don't have anything worth with that bet, so nope. Izumi felt that the bet was unfair because he knew Kazuma didn't have anything that caught Izumi's attention. That was why Izumi didn't want to take Kazuma's bet. Are you scared? Kazuma sneered. No one expected that Kazuma would provoke Izumi. Izumi raised his index finger while saying nonchalantly. Fine, it's decided then. If I win, you should kiss Megumin in front of Aqua. Oh right, you should kiss her lips. Wah, Kazuma's mouth opened wide, but Izumi didn't care about that. Don't forget your promise, okay? Wait. What, isn't my bet good enough? That actually benefits you, what are you dissatisfied with? Well, Izumi didn't take Kazuma's bet seriously since he would win anyway. It was quite entertaining when he would be labeled as lowly neat by his friends. I'm not dissatisfied, it's just... Don't tell me, are you scared? Where's your confidence earlier? It was a statement that Kazuma had thrown out before, and now it was brought back. Kazuma clenched his fists. Fine, I'll take your bet. After Kazuma declared that, Izumi saw Tabin coming with Warad, Momo, and Karin while waving their hands. Tabin, who saw Izumi, immediately approached him and asked, Izumi-chan, how is it? Izumi raised his thumb. Big success. I robbed everything. By the way, I plan to bring those things to your world since you have a huge laboratory. I'm sure. Hearing that Izumi's loot would be taken to Tabin's laboratory, Tabin happily agreed. Izumi scanned the surroundings. It seemed no more enemies could be sensed since they already fled. The only one Izumi could sense was Luffy, who dragged one giant snake toward him. Izumi, Luffy waved his hand. He said further. Izumi, I brought a lot of meat. Can you cook it now? Oh right, I also have some reserves. The other 2 snakes are in my storage. We can cook them later. Izumi put his left hand on his hip. He pointed at Luffy. You fool, this is not the time to eat. Again, didn't you just eat a lot earlier? But I'm hungry. Just hold on, it'll be over soon. After that, Izumi gestured for everyone to get back inside the village. However, before they set foot inside the village, Izumi felt quite a tremor. His gaze immediately turned to the forest around Konohagakure. The tremor wasn't that strong because it came from quite a distance from their spot. I'm certain it was the 2 of them who did it, Izumi said inwardly. Then he turned his head to his group and said, I'm going to go see Naruto's fight. Anyone wants to come with me? They shook their heads, only one person slightly excited to hear Naruto was fighting. Who else but Luffy? The ring Izumi was wearing glowed metallic armor began to cover his limbs, shoulders, and chest. Light blue transparent wings formed on his back through the armor. Since Tabin had already shown her IS, there was nothing wrong if Izumi did the same. Besides, he didn't want to be late to watch the exciting fight between the one-tailed beast, Shukaku, and the toad boss, Gamabunta. Seeing the appearance of Izumi's IS, Theomar's, Luffy's eyes shone brightly. Whoa, amazing. Izumi, you said you want to give me a robot. Can you give me this robot instead? It's not a robot, it's infinite Stratos. Moreover, this was designed for me, so other people can't use it. Well, except for Tabin, I guess. Izumi explained shortly. I'm the most genius person in the world. Of course, hacking your IS is easy peasy lemon squeezy. Tabine put her hands on her hips as she performed an alpha pose. Although she put on a smug expression, what she said was real. Let's go, Luffy. Izumi immediately dragged Luffy with him. Then both of them disappear. Well, let's go find Rory-chan. Tabine said that while looking at the others. All of them walked together to the Konoha village. However, several ninjas from Konohagakure were blocking the way. No, they had no intention of blocking their way. They just felt gratitude for Tabine's group. Just as the ninjas thanked Tabine and the others, the Anbu arrived. Warad said to them, "As Konohagakure's special force, you all were too late." They wanted to argue, but the person who said it also looked old. If they argued back, they will be lectured even more. Moreover, from the symbol on the forehead protector, it was clear that Warad was from a new village that had been talked about a lot lately. "Sorry, sir, we just heard an emergency call, and it took some time to gather all the Anbu forces. What you have done is too inefficient. Better send the reinforcement that is there first, and have someone at the base waiting for the others." The reinforcement that left first held off the enemies and waited for other reinforcements to arrive. That way, the ordinary people of Konoha will not be the victims as they can evacuate immediately while you hold the enemies. If we didn't confront the enemies, what would happen to the common people while you're too late to come? The Anbu fell silent at Warad's words that lectured them. Chapter 191, 191, On the Top of the Giant Toad. When Izumi arrived, the forest was in a mess. The reason was due to the one-tailed beast and Gamabunta. He could see clearly how big Shukaku and Gamabunta were. Izumi landed on a tree branch while carrying Luffy. Izumi took off his IS. The metallic armor instantly disappeared as if absorbed into his ring. As Izumi looked at Luffy beside him, he saw Luffy's eyes seem to be spinning. It was weird considering Izumi piloted his IS normally. Is it because his body is similar to rubber, so when I held him at the speed of Mach 2, his body or head spun behind me? Izumi murmured in a low voice. Izumi then knocked on Luffy's head 3 times. "Oi, wake up, lazy bum." Unable to be awakened gently, Izumi carried up Luffy's body and slammed him into the tree next to him. Bang, bang, bang. "Ach, what the hell are you doing? It isn't easy to wake you up, so I had to do it the hard way. That was your fault in the first place." All right, it's my fault. But didn't you want to see Naruto's fight? He's over there." Izumi admitted that it was his fault, but his expression didn't say so. Izumi himself immediately approached the place where Naruto and Gaara were fighting. "Don't change the topic. Hey, wait for me." Sometimes, Luffy's attitude was unreasonable since he was too stubborn. Sometimes it was the opposite. However, Izumi didn't care about that. Luffy's still the dumb Luffy anyway. As long as Izumi prepared a bunch of meat, Luffy would submit to him. Getting closer and closer, Izumi could see Sasuke in the huge tree branch while looking at Naruto's battle. There was also Sakura, who seemed to be trapped by the sand binding, which was clearly Gaara's ability. Izumi shook his head while approaching him silently. "What are you looking at, jealous of his growth?" Of course, what Izumi meant was about Naruto's progress. Sasuke was surprised by Izumi's voice, who suddenly spoke behind him. Sasuke looked behind his back, but he couldn't answer. Izumi said again, "Do you know the reason why Naruto's growth is so fast?" Sasuke narrowed his eyes, but then he put on a downcast expression. He also wanted to know how Naruto could become that strong. It was his determination and willpower which you currently don't have. Not determined to revenge like you, but his will to save people around him since he is determined to be the Hokage in the future. He tried to beat Gaara to get Sakura out of the sand binding. Plus, he wanted to save Gaara because he can feel Gaara's childhood was so much worse than his. Both of them are similar. They have monsters in their bodies that make people afraid of them. He wants Gaara to realize that there are still people who care about him even though he is hated by many people. Izumi spat them out because he was dissatisfied with Sasuke. If Izumi didn't say this, Sasuke would never realize why Naruto was growing so fast. Without waiting for Sasuke to speak, Izumi added as he pointed his index finger at Sasuke, then Sakura. "And look at you, you didn't even try to save Sakura even though Gaara was fixated on Naruto. You care too much about yourself, you don't care about the people around you, even your close friends. This is why Naruto's progress is so fast, while you don't have any significant progress. You need to change your thinking from now on. Sasuke's heart shook. He started to think Sakura became like that only because of defending him from Gaara's attacks. However, he didn't even think to save her back, he just looked at Naruto's progress in jealousy instead. Once again, he heard Izumi say, "Let me tell you a fact. Determination and willpower within someone might unconsciously draw out something hidden within their body that might unleash a powerful ability. You've seen it before." Then Izumi pointed at Naruto, who was riding a giant toad. "You mean Naruto's transformation?" With a little hint, Sasuke immediately understood. Naruto had a little transformation when he was in a pinch, where there were changes in the eyes, teeth, aura, and chakra. "So, you understand why you have to change, right?" Sasuke understood what Izumi had said, but he said back, "But I don't have something like Naruto in my body." "Fucking stupid, you're you, Naruto is Naruto. Both of you are different. Of course, in terms of ability too, you don't have to be the same as him. Or, do you need to be stubborn like this and only want revenge? You can revenge, but you need to be aware of your situation and the people around you. Your strength isn't worth being looked at. And also, can you find any information on why your brother massacred your clan before taking revenge? You know your best how your brother was when you were little. Why did he do that? Did you know his reason? No, right?" When Izumi talked about Itachi, Sasuke stiffened. Especially when Izumi mentioned Itachi's personality when Sasuke was little. At that time, Sasuke was also dumbstruck as to why such a nice older brother had changed drastically and killed everyone. There must be something that his brother hid from him. Those words also made Sasuke think that Izumi knew a secret he didn't know. As he wanted to ask, Izumi said, "I know what you're gonna say, I won't tell you. You better find that information by yourself, or if I think you're already strong enough, I can tell you everything." He grabbed Sasuke's shoulder to convince him. "Can you keep up your words?" "Keep up with what?" "To make me stronger." "Do I need to lie to you since you're gonna be one of us?" Izumi replied with a smile. More importantly, Izumi didn't like fighting between siblings, especially what Itachi did just to save Sasuke in the past. Itachi was a good person. However, knowing the Uchiha clan wanted to revolt, Danzo exploited it. Danzo once said to Itachi, if Itachi couldn't stop the rebellion, then Danzo had no choice but to massacre the Uchiha clan, including his little brother, Sasuke. And at that time, Itachi had the task of stopping the rebellion within the time limit set by Danzo. But he failed. Instead, Danzo fumed the flames in the back and made the Uchiha clan get out of control. Then, he realized Danzo's plan after Danzo gouged the eye of Itachi's friend. Danzo was after the Uchiha clan's eyes, Sharingan, and he would do anything in order to get those eyes. Leaving no choice, Itachi asked if Danzo would leave Sasuke alive. Unexpectedly, Danzo agreed. Danzo told him to kill the Uchiha clan by himself. Danzo thought it was impossible for Itachi to massacre his own clan by himself. But Danzo was unaware that Itachi was getting aid from a man with a one-eyed Sharingan. That man also told Itachi the secret of the Uchiha clan, especially Sharingan. That man said that the strength of Sharingan came from a deep hatred, hate, loathe, or many kinds of negative emotions. And that mostly happened to people from the Uchiha clan. As a result, after killing everyone from the Uchiha clan, Itachi appeared in front of Sasuke while holding a weapon covered with blood, as if he indirectly told Sasuke that he was the one who killed everyone in the Uchiha clan. He did everything for Sasuke's future. However, there was a big mistake he made. Due to Itachi's provocation that revenge could make Sasuke stronger, he didn't realize that what he said made Sasuke antagonize the Konoha village. Izumi walked toward Sakura, then touched her while activating his magic. With his complete control over his magic, he saved Sakura by teleporting her. When he was about to say something, he could sense that Luffy wasn't around. "What the fuck?" Izumi cursed loudly after finding Luffy's position. Hearing Izumi curse, Sasuke looked at Izumi and followed Izumi's gaze. Quite far from where Izumi was, Temari, who was hiding, also heard his curse. "Why all of the people? He's the one who coming here." Temari had seen how capable and strong Izumi was. Temari was sure Of all the examinees in the Chunin exam, he was the second person to be feared after Gaara. And what scared her even more, Izumi seemed to be floating in the air. Izumi's gaze was fixed on a place exactly above Gamabunta's head. Izumi could see two silhouettes standing above Gamabunta. Unmistakably, they were both Naruto and Luffy. Chapter 192, 192, The One-Tailed Beast. On the top of Gamabunta's head. Wohuo, it's so high. Who are you, brat? How dare you climb on my head without permission? Gamabunta yelled angrily. Apart from Naruto and everyone who summoned him, no one had ever dared to step foot on his head. Luffy put his hands on his hips while showing his wide smile. Hihihi, don't mind, don't mind. Don't mind your head, Gamabunta shouted. Hey Luffy, what are you doing? Because of Gamabunta's loud voice, Naruto looked back. His expression was so surprised to see Luffy behind him, but he was also a little afraid that Gamabunta would get angrier. Yo, Durian Head. Naruto approached him and whispered. What are you doing? What you did will make this toad boss angry, you know? It's because you step on its head, you know. Aren't you stepping on his head too? Luffy tilted his head in confusion. He didn't understand. If Naruto was allowed, why not him? What are you brat whispering? You brat, are you gonna step down or not? Gamabunta was getting angrier because they were whispering to themselves. Calm down, boss. This is not the time to debate this matter. More importantly, let's defeat him. Please. Naruto pleaded while pointing at Gaara, who had transformed into Shukaku. Gamabunta also started to think Shukaku hadn't fully awakened. If he did, Gamabunta wasn't sure he could handle him. Gamabunta finally tolerated Luffy's rudeness, though he thought he would teach him a lesson later. All of a sudden, ha, finally I'm free, ha. It's been a long time since I haven't seen the outside world. You bastard, come here, I'm gonna kill you all. Gaara's voice changed. No, it didn't change, but because of a certain jutsu, Shukaku took over Gaara's body and transformed into a one-tailed beast. And the one laughing was Shukaku himself, who had been in Gaara's body all the time. Damn it, the brat's consciousness sank, and with that jutsu, Shukaku took over his body. Gamabunta frowned at Gaara's change. Naruto was confused because he didn't know what to do. What should we do, boss? Naruto asked worriedly. There's one thing you need to do. Wake that brat up. If you can wake him up, it will stop the jutsu. Then, how to wake him up? Hit him as hard as you can, what else? But it's difficult to reach him, you know. Then we need to get closer. Gamabunta jumped forward and got closer to Shukaku. However, as he got closer, some wind-release ninjutsus were unleashed toward Gamabunta. Gamabunta dodged and jumped back to avoid the attack. Gamabunta also used some jutsus to counter, but Shukaku countered those with his jutsus. After some time, a huge amount of chakra concentrated on Shukaku's mouth. It was a tailed beast ball. Shit, get a grip, brat. Gamabunta felt a tremendous power. He immediately told Naruto to hold on to him tightly. Swiftly, Gamabunta jumped to the side. Luffy, who was forgotten by Gamabunta, was surprised because he suddenly jumped to the side. Since Luffy didn't hold Gamabunta tightly, he was left on the spot just like he was thrown into the air. Luffy responded quickly, his arm extended and wrapped around Gamabunta's giant katana. The tailed beast ball unleashed toward Gamabunta. However, at that moment, Izumi appeared in between the tailed beast ball and Gamabunta. Gamabunta was surprised that someone suddenly appeared in front of him while floating in the midair. Not just that, Izumi seemed to want to confront the tailed beast ball head-on. Brat, what are you doing here? Get away, Gamabunta warned Izumi, but Izumi paid no heed to his words. Instead, he began to form 5 hand seals. The first 4 were snake, horse, rat, and ram hand seals. And lastly, he formed a certain hand seal by spreading his hands in front, with the thumb and index finger of the left and right hands touching each other. Hurricane Dorai. Formula Jutsu appeared in front of him. And once the tailed beast ball came into contact, it warped the tailed beast ball away by swallowing it into the space barrier. Shortly after, boom! The tailed beast ball hit the hill behind Gamabunta and destroyed the whole of it. Everyone was dumbfounded, especially Gamabunta, who understood how much power the tailed beast ball was, and it seemed the brat in front of him could teleport it away at ease with such a familiar technique. Gulp, that's freaking deadly, but how did it explode that way? Naruto swallowed his saliva. He didn't think the tailed beast ball was so strong. However, he was confused about what Izumi did earlier. Hop! Luffy landed after jumping off Gamabunta's katana in front of Naruto. Then he asked Naruto, "What are you daydreaming about?" "Ah no, it's just, Izumi-san is so strong. Anyway, I need to wake him up, but I can't get closer because of that monster," Naruto said while pointing at Gaara, who was seen with just his upper body and sleeping on top of Shukaku's. "Oh, need my help? I can bring you there." Unexpectedly, Luffy said something surprising. Naruto thought that Luffy had gone crazy after seeing how powerful the one-tailed beast was. Are you sure? How? Even getting closer to him is so hard. Are you sure your head is fine?" "My head? What happened to my head?" Luffy answered while touching his head repeatedly. Seeing Luffy's behavior, Naruto wanted to slap him so badly. All of a sudden, Luffy ran and then jumped toward the giant pipe in Gamabunta's mouth. He stretched out both of his hands, grabbed the pipe, and before he pulled it back, his feet wrapped around Naruto's body, then projected himself high into the air at top speed. "Ayla!" Naruto was so shocked that Luffy suddenly caught him. And when Shukaku noticed Luffy, who launched himself along with Naruto. However, Shukaku was too late to react since it was too sudden. And whether it was a coincidence or not, Naruto and Gaara's heads bumped into each other. "Aw, it hurts." Naruto rubbed his head in pain. The severity of their head collision wasn't too bad as it only made Naruto's head hurt, and the good thing was that Gaara woke up. With Gaara awoken from his sleep, the jutsu that summoned Shukaku stopped. How dare you stop my jutsu?" Gaara was so angry, he couldn't believe that Naruto could wake him up even after using the jutsu earlier. He also saw Luffy on the other side. Gaara realized that Luffy was the one who made Naruto able to approach him. "I will kill you both." Before Gaara could take action, someone interrupted him. Slap! "What the heck are you doing?" It was Izumi who slapped Luffy's head. He was flying in midair using his devil fruit power. His face looked annoyed. Then he grabbed and dragged Luffy off. Izumi turned his head to Gaara and said, "Ah, sorry, you can continue." Then he flew away while lifting Luffy with him. Izumi's words seemed to ignite Gaara's emotions as if Izumi didn't care about him. It could be said that Izumi was looking down on him. Gaara clenched his fists in anger, then started to move against him. The sand condensed and formed like a spear that was about to stab Izumi. Unfortunately, that spear only passed through his body without hurting him. "Fuck off!" Izumi suddenly appeared in front of Gaara and punched him. "Gah!" Gaara groaned in pain from the punch. Izumi grabbed his collar, his gaze turned sharp while saying, "Do you think I can't kill you, brat? Wanna try if I lie or not?" Gaara tried to manipulate the sand and attacked Izumi over and over. However, because Izumi's body was intangible, whatever Gaara did was never successful. Izumi looked at Naruto. "Naruto, if you want me to take care of him, I can do it in an instant. What do you think?" Naruto pondered for a moment while looking at Gaara. Then, he replied, "Let me do it. I feel like I can't lose to him or I might regret it." As soon as Naruto said that, Izumi immediately disappeared with Luffy. According to Izumi, Naruto's decision was right. If Naruto had said otherwise, Izumi might have actually beaten Naruto. Not long after, the two of them fought. Naruto couldn't defeat Gaara with his remaining chakra, so he was forced to use the nine-tailed fox's chakra. And as a result, Gaara was defeated. In truth, both of them were battered. Naruto tried to approach Gaara with his remaining strength, and then used his iconic move, Talk no Jutsu, against Gaara. Chapter 193, Inflict a Curse. Meanwhile, in the arena of the Chunin exam being held, Rory, along with Hiro and Yuki Onna, already took care of the ninjas from Otagakure and Sunagakure. Though there were still some ninjas who hadn't been taken care of, as they tried to get away from Rory when they saw how scary Rory was. Some of them even escaped as quickly as they could. The ninjas from Konohagakure were also horrified by Rory. With such strength, the ninja from Konohagakure thought that the Kyogakyur village had ulterior motives. However, with the people from Kyogakyur village who looked serious about helping to protect the Konohagakure village from enemies, they got rid of those negative thoughts. If Izumi could hear their thoughts, he would have immediately sneered. With the strength and abilities of all members in the chat group, they didn't really need to ally with Konoha, with the pretext that they needed their protection since Konohagakure was not as strong as it was in the old time. They were just making excuses so they could get or learn some jutsus from the Konohagakure village. If possible, he also wanted to obtain a copy of the Forbidden Scroll. Seeing the enemy ninjas running away, Rory walked toward the barrier that was put in place by Orochimaru's 4 henchmen who locked Hiruzen, the 3rd Hokage, together with Orochimaru. There were several of the Anbu who were outside the barrier. They tried to find an opening to get into the barrier, but they couldn't. Rory tried to check the barrier and thought that it was like absolute defensive magic. Well, absolute defense to a certain degree though. With a certain power or ability, that barrier could be destroyed. Rory could sense that within the barrier something caught her interest. That thing was like a death god who caught the soul of death. Since Rory was a half-mortal and half-god, she was sensitive to the soul, though she couldn't use an ability related to the soul except for her curse ability. Rory's curse could affect one's soul. If no one could dispel the curse, the person affected by the curse would suffer excruciating pain as long as they live, and even if they were dead and revived by something like magic or other things, the curse was still remaining within the soul of the people inflicted by it. Rory remembered that Izumi had said the Hokage would use a jutsu that sacrificed his life, and his soul would not go to the afterlife, but was trapped in that jutsu. Rory then guessed that the Hokage had used the jutsu mentioned by Izumi. Feeling that the timing was right, Rory turned to Hiro and said something to him. Hiro nodded and wrote down the word magic. Crack! With the light emanating from the magic hitting the barrier, cracks appeared. Rory immediately swung her halberd toward the barrier. The cracked barrier couldn't withstand the force of the attack and shattered into pieces instantly. The 4 of Orochimaru's henchmen vomited blood from the backlash caused by the shattered barrier they had created. Looking at that opportunity, the Anbu from Konohagakure made a move to catch them. The 4 of them felt the situation was not really good. Their aura immediately changed as their chakra and physical capabilities increased drastically. They started to fight back with their desperate move as they started to use the power of the curse mark. The Anbu didn't intend to kill them, since the Anbu would get a lot of information regarding Orochimaru if the Anbu could catch them, so they didn't fight with all their strength. However, what they did was a mistake. It was as if the Anbu underestimated the 4 of Orochimaru's henchmen. The only woman of those 4 used her illusion jutsu using the sound wave, which immediately froze their movements. Then the other 3 began to attack with all their might. With such a surprise attack, the Anbu didn't have time to react and could only receive the attacks helplessly. The Anbu took quite a lot of damage from their attacks. Rory, who looked from the side, smirked. She couldn't be affected by such a low-level illusion. Even Hiro already had his countermeasure against that illusion. The hard work of Orochimaru's men deserves to be appreciated because, with this, no one else would see what Rory would do. After those 4 defeated the Anbu, Rory immediately took action. With just a move, one person was decapitated, and she did exactly 4 times to kill all of them. She glanced in a certain direction, her mouth curled up. However, she did nothing as she just slowly walked toward where Orochimaru was. From afar, Rory could hear Orochimaru cursing the Hokage who was about to die. Orochimaru just stood with his limped hands. In front of him, there was someone who was still standing using only his willpower. That person was Hiruzen, the 3rd Hokage. There was also the Monkey King, Enma, the supposedly summoned beast of Hiruzen. While walking toward them, she let out a chuckle and said, "Yufufufu, how unsightly you've become, snake brat." Of course, what Rory meant was Orochimaru. With a hoarse voice, Orochimaru replied, "You, if I'm not wrong, you're one of the people from that new village, and you even dared to call me a brat." Orochimaru wasn't sure how to deal with her in this situation. According to Kabuto's information, the girl in front of him wasn't an ordinary girl at all. And Orochimaru knew that since he could feel her strength somehow. Although her appearance looked like a 13 to a 14-year-old little girl, it was weird if she had too much strength. He wasn't sure how old Rari was by looking at her appearance alone. Yufufufu, you're not cute at all, so what if I call you a brat? Even that teacher of yours is still a little brat in my eyes. Oh right, since this Hokage-shan already gave you a present, I will add another. This will make you remember for your whole life to not mess with us. Then Rari recited an incantation with her left hand. A black glow emerged from her left hand and flew to Orochimaru. The glow disappeared as soon as it touched Orochimaru's body. What did you? Pain, it's so painful. Orochimaru suddenly writhed in agony. Rory cast the curse on Orochimaru, which could affect his soul. If he didn't have the means to get rid of that, then he would feel the pain forever. Even if he wanted to die, he couldn't do that since the curse prevented him from doing so. Unless someone killed him. Yufufufu, I won't kill you, you can feel this pain forever as long as you live. Then Rory turned to Hiruzen after saying to Orochimaru, you don't have a problem with that, do you, Hokage-shan? I believe you don't like your student being killed in front of you. Do you? The weakened Hiruzen couldn't help but smile. He moved his lips without making a sound, and it could be seen that he was thanking Rory. It was undeniable that Orochimaru was his favorite student because of how talented he was. But he failed to make Orochimaru take the right path. As a result, what he did was just the ambition to destroy the Konohagakure village. Tisk, you're too soft. Well, it's not my problem anyway. Rory sensed the presence of someone familiar. The person was wearing clothes like Anbu. Rory took out something from her storage space, then immediately stabbed Orochimaru using the thing she took out earlier. After that, she attacked Orochimaru using the pole of her halberd and sent him flying toward that Anbu. Well, as for that Anbu identity, who else if not Kabuto secretly wanted to save Orochimaru? Kabuto immediately caught Orochimaru, who had been blasted away by Rory. His hands moved quickly to form hand seals that made the two of them disappear. After a while, Hiruzen breathed his last. The Monkey King, who was his summons, also disappeared along with Hiruzen's death. Even with his death, his expression smiling peacefully irked Rory as she already knew Hiruzen's dark story. Chapter 194, Teach Me Senjutsu. The day after, even though it was almost noon, the sky was still dark with black clouds covering the sky, while the dropping waters that fell from the black clouds dampened the land. Everyone wore all black. The expressions of the people, as well as the Konohagakure's ninjas, were as gloomy as the weather at that time, depicting the sadness that everyone radiated. With such a heavy atmosphere, Izumi and his group didn't want to go outside. Even Luffy was put to sleep with Hieiro's magic so he wouldn't make trouble. All of them successfully defend Konohagakure and prevent destruction. In canon, when Orochimaru attacked Konohagakure, many people fell and a lot of damage was caused by the 3 giant snakes that attacked the village. If not for Jiraiya's help, Konohagakure would take more damage. However, with the help of the members of the chat group, apart from the 3rd Hokage, there were no other victims. In fact, there was almost no damage to the buildings since the enemies were killed outside the village. As for the enemies inside, most of them were killed by Rory. The problem was the next enemies that should be arriving in Konohagakure soon, Itachi and Kasame. Itachi might have joined an organization called Akatsuki to prevent the one-eyed Sharingan, self-claimed to be Madara, a legend of the Uchiha clan, from getting closer to his younger brother, Sasuke. However, Kasame was not the case. Kasame joined Akatsuki because he was sick of the shinobi world that was full of lies and bullshit. Honestly, Izumi felt sorry for Kasame because he was betrayed by his village even with his devotion of loyalty. It might be a good option to invite Kasame to join the chat group. Although convincing Kasame to join the chat group was not an easy matter. The reason Kasame became a villain was because of how deceitful his village was. He had been trusted since he was always assigned to carry out brutal and sadistic secret missions, including killing traitors or killing his friend in his mission, so that the secrets of Kirigakure village won't spread out. Unfortunately, the Mizukage betrayed him. By carrying out a decree that Kasame killed his teammates, Kasame lost his trust in his village. Following, he mercilessly killed everyone he deemed deserving of death. It was until the one-eyed Sharingan appeared before him while controlling the Mizukage, then offered him to join Akatsuki. After hearing about the Mugen Tsukuyomi project, Kasame didn't hesitate to accept the offer since it piqued his interest. After the funeral ended, Izumi went outside to check on the situation. He didn't know when Itachi and Kasame would come, but there was no doubt that they came after the funeral, be it one day after or the day after that. Izumi flew into the sky using his devil fruit power. He went to Konohagakure's Great Walls and looked at it from afar. However, he didn't find anything suspicious. Since he didn't find those two yet, Izumi intended to go back. While on his way, he found Jiraiya and Kakashi on the roof. He went down and greeted two of them. Jiraiya frowned when looking at Izumi. There was no doubt that Izumi could fly. It was not the first time he had seen such a jutsu. If Izumi came from Iwagakure, it might be believable if Izumi mastered Keke Tota from that village, which could let him fly into the sky. But Izumi wasn't. Rather, he was too suspicious of people from Kyoagakure village since no one could be said weak. It was as if they had an ulterior motive. If they were that strong, why did they need to ally with Konohagakure? That was the question that was always on Jiraiya's mind. As if Izumi understood from Jiraiya's gaze, Izumi immediately turned to Kakashi and said, "By the way, it would be better if you took Sasuke somewhere. He's already moving. It would be bad if Sasuke met him. His strength is in a different dimension after all." Jiraiya didn't understand what Izumi meant. Meanwhile, Kakashi replied, "It's time, huh? All right, I'll take Sasuke away and train him harder. Then, do you have a plan against him?" That's easy." Wait, you two knew each other pretty well, and what are you talking about?" Since Jiraiya didn't understand their conversation, he stopped them. Izumi turned to Jiraiya. He was the first person from Konohagakure who knew the people from my village. Anyway, Izumi immediately created a wind barrier to block the sound. Naturally, Jiraiya was shocked by what Izumi did since Izumi didn't even form any hand seal. Izumi carried on. "Anyway, we're talking about Uchiha Itachi. I don't know if you already heard it beforehand. He joined a certain organization called Akatsuki. And now, their target is over here. You know them as well." "Oh, it seems you also know them, old man." After Izumi mentioned Akatsuki, Jiraiya gradually let go of his suspiciousness. If Izumi was one of them, there was no way he would talk about that organization so casually. Jiraiya explained, "It began when I followed Orochimaru after he betrayed Konoha. Even though his nature has changed, I still consider him my friend. I followed him out of concern, however." Then Jiraiya said that Orochimaru joined Akatsuki, and the members consisted of some S-ranked ninjas. And recently, they began to look for a source of chakra by teaming up with a two-man team. He wasn't sure whether his hypothesis was correct or not. In any case, it wouldn't be a good thing if they started to move. That was easy to guess what they wanted to do. Izumi smirked. "The nine-tailed fox's chakra." "Exactly, but we must avoid them as much as possible for the time being." Izumi nodded. "Why do you think so?" "I'm afraid we're not strong enough." "Ho, you underestimate me, don't you?" Jiraiya smirked. Jiraiya's level was already on par with a cage-level ninja, so it was understandable if he had such confidence. But Izumi shook his head. "Anyway, our strength is nothing compared to Akatsuki." Jiraiya frowned. He just recently found out about the organization called Akatsuki. Or at least, a few months ago. And he was certain that Akatsuki was hidden pretty well since he rarely heard about that organization. However, the kid in front of him seemed to know. Izumi said further, "They have 10 members and 1 mastermind. Their strength was at least the same level or above Orochimaru's level." "What? In the first place, how did you know about them?" "Oh, you believe me." Izumi let out a smile. Jiraiya frowned in response. "Are you lying?" Then Izumi narrowed his eyes. He had a serious expression on his face. "I have my own way to get a little information about them. Each of them has the power to flat a ninja village. Let me be honest with you, don't even think about fighting them unless the 5 great shinobi countries ally against them. And that's one of the reasons our village formed an alliance with Konohagakure." Jiraiya looked down and pondered. When Tabane, Warad, and Luffy took care of enemies a day before, Jiraiya was there and saw how strong they were. That was why he put on guards against Izumi a while ago. However, never did he think that there were also incredible enemies that he didn't know about. Jiraiya didn't fully believe Izumi's words because what he said didn't make any sense. But at that moment, Kakashi added, "One of them is targeting my Sharingan, and that person excels in space-time ninjutsu." Jiraiya turned to Kakashi in astonishment. "They target your Sharingan, how come?" "I don't know, but that person also has Sharingan." Kakashi shook his head. "That's troublesome, not just the nine-tailed fox's chakra, but your Sharingan as well." Jiraiya scratched his hair while in thought. On the other hand, Izumi didn't think that Kakashi would be able to fool Jiraiya. After that, Kakashi asked if Jiraiya was willing to become a fifth Hokage or not. Since Konohagakure needed a powerful ninja as a leader, there was no one else but Jiraiya. However, Jiraiya refused. Instead, he prepared to look for Tsunade. And Jiraiya suggested that Kakashi's duty to protect Naruto be left to Jiraiya since he was afraid that Kakashi would be in trouble if he met Akatsuki's members. "By the way," Izumi voiced out. Then, Izumi took out several small things and a tablet from the storage space and showed them to him. Jiraiya looked surprised when several items suddenly appeared out of thin air. It looked like Izumi took out the items without using the storage scroll. He wanted to ask, but Izumi interrupted his thoughts. "These are devices we made to spy from afar. I used these to spy on the Akatsuki members, but I couldn't get too close because they would notice these things." Then Izumi explained that the device had a microphone to transmit sound, so not only images were transmitted, but he could also hear sound through the device. There was a touchscreen controller in the tablet, and Izumi explained that the device could be controlled through the tablet. After that, Izumi whispered to him, "By the way, you can peek at women's baths with this, you know." Gulp. Hearing Izumi's words, Jiraiya swallowed his saliva, and his face immediately turned red with a lecherous grin. Then Jiraiya moved his hand and slapped Izumi's back. "How about you give me these things to me?" "This old man is so easy to bait," Izumi said in his mind. Izumi's mouth curled up and said, "Sure, but let me ask one thing." "What is it?" "How about teaching me and Naruto how to use senjutsu?" If he only asked Naruto to be trained in senjutsu, Izumi would be at a loss. Even if he couldn't use senjutsu later because his body wasn't compatible to draw natural energy to his body, at least he wanted to try it first. "I don't think it's possible." "Why?" "I can't tell the reason." "I see, that's unfortunate." Izumi just thought that he might be in too much of a hurry. He just wanted to learn senjutsu. Even if he would succeed or failed, it was up to fate. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, who saw Izumi's expression, scratched his head. He had no idea which side Izumi was on. Thus, a doubt arose in his heart. Chapter 195, 195, Itachi and Kisame. A day later. Even though it was only a day after the third Hokage's funeral, the day had started to return to normal even though it was a bit gloomy. When the bright sun began to shine on the Konohagakure village, two foreign figures were there wearing black coats with red cloud patterns. The Konohagakure residents didn't seem to notice those two despite them walking normally through the street. When those two were resting at the tavern, Kakashi immediately knew who they were, which was evident from their clothes. Those two were Itachi and Kisame. Kakashi had thought that the two of them didn't come the day after the funeral, but he seemed wrong. Kakashi wanted to tell Izumi and the others, but the signal on his phone wouldn't work while the mission was still going on. Kakashi could handle it if it was just Kisame, but with Itachi's presence, he wouldn't be able to win against them. When he was in doubt, he heard familiar voices. "Luffy, where are you going?" "I want to find that durian head." It was the voice of a girl wearing a gothic dress. Meanwhile, the other person was a young man with a straw hat on his head. No doubt, both of them were Rory and Luffy. "Naruto, why are you looking for him?" When Rory mentioned Naruto, Itachi and Kisame flinched their fingers. That durian head could summon such a big monster. Tabin said that I should ask him directly whether he agreed or not. If not, then I will beat him until he agrees. I want to get a giant frog as well. Frog meat is so delicious, haha. Then Luffy grinned from ear to ear. Smack. But then, he got a slap from Rory. "What are you doing, Rory?" Luffy complained by rubbing his head. "That should be my line, idiot. That frog wasn't food. If you want to be taught only that you want to eat frogs, then forget it." Moreover, Naruto was off somewhere. He and his teacher went to the next town to find someone. Then I'm gonna look for him," Luffy prepared to rush, but Rory grabbed his collar. "Go back with me or I'll force you." "I refuse." When he just refused, Luffy suddenly felt pain all over his body. "Ah, it hurts. What did you do?" "I put a curse on your body. If you follow my words, I will dispel it." "Ah, that's unfair." Then Rory dragged him away and left everyone around dumbfounded. Their voices were too loud, and no doubt, Itachi and Kasame also heard them. Kakashi sighed in relief. Good thing they came in time. Not long after, he saw Kurenai and Asuma, who were clearly dating. Asuma, who saw Kakashi, greeted him. "Kakashi, what are you doing here?" "Oh, how rare to see you guys together, dating." With Kakashi's slightly teasing question, Kurenai denied it with her reddened cheeks. "It's not like that, we just happen to want to buy the same thing. My eternal rival, let's compete." And to his surprise, he heard Guy's voice from behind, who unexpectedly approached Kakashi and asked to compete. Kakashi ignored Guy and said to Asuma, "Well, I'm gonna look for Sasuke and talk about something." He saw how strong the youngsters from Kyogakur village were, which made him decide to go with them to become stronger. While speaking, Kakashi's gaze turned to the tavern. The three of them glanced inside and immediately understood what Kakashi meant. Even so, Kurenai still asked about what she heard earlier. "Is it okay to just let Sasuke go with them? It's true, they're so powerful, but we're just getting to know them recently. Isn't it all right? It's an opportunity for him to see how big the outside world is and how powerful people out there are. I believe growing outside is better for him." "Well, I can't object since you and Sasuke already decided. Let's not talk about that anymore, they're already slipped away." After Kakashi said that, they all looked toward the tavern and there were only drinks left, while Itachi and Kasame had already left. At the same time inside Konohagakure village, two people were walking through Konohagakure's gate. One is an old man with long white hair who carries enough things. The other is a boy with spiky yellow hair who carries a large bag filled with things as if he wants to go hiking. No doubt, they are Jiraiya and Naruto. After they got out of Konohagakure village, Naruto started to ask, Hey, perverted hermit, what jutsu do you want to teach me? Is it powerful?" Then with a sullen face, Jiraiya said, "Can you not call me a perverted hermit? I'm a sage, you know." "Sage, how is it different from a hermit?" "Of course it's different. Sage is a title for a wise person like me." Jiraiya changed his expression while pointing proudly at himself. However, Naruto denied it instantly. "Then you are a hermit, you're not like a sage at all." No way." Jiraiya's expression back to sullen again. "More importantly, tell me, what do you want to teach me?" "Geez, you are an impatient brat. I promise to teach you, but on the condition that you come with me to find someone." "Who are you looking for? I bet it's a woman." "Hee, you know me very well, aren't you? We're going to look for a very, very beautiful woman." "You know her?" "Of course, she's the same age as me." Jiraiya stunned Naruto with that words and made him think. "Isn't that mean she's already grandma? How the heck did he say beautiful?" Naruto said inwardly. After that, Naruto said, "I don't care about her anyway, I just want to train to get stronger. Hey, perverted hermit, can you teach me on the way?" "I told you, I'll teach you, but accompany me to find that woman first. Besides, the training I want to give you is no ordinary training." "No ordinary?" Naruto got excited after hearing that it was no ordinary training. "Yes, but it will be 100 times more difficult than training the Rasengan, so you should prepare yourself." "Oh, 100 times?" Gulp. Practicing the Rasengan alone was hard enough for him. If it was 100 times more difficult, it was no wonder he felt a bit alarmed. Meanwhile, Kakashi, Asuma, Guy, and Kurenai stood in front of two people who wore Akatsuki's iconic outfits. "Long time no see, Kakashi-san, Asuma-san, Kurenai-san, Guy-san. How do you do?" Hearing the words of one of the Akatsuki members, Asuma's eyes widened and responded. From the way you talk, you seem to know us already. Is he Orochimaru's spy in this Konoha, just like Kabuto? Probably not. If he is, then he wouldn't say, "Long time no see." Moreover, I don't really know this voice. Who are you? Guy and Kurenai also started to get curious about the person who covered his entire face with a hood, and what Kakashi said next really surprised them. I didn't expect you to come back here again, Itachi. As expected of you, Kakashi-san, you recognize me instantly. After saying that, Itachi lifted the hood and uncovered his face. His irises looked red as blood with 3 tomos surrounding his pupil, the Sharingan. Ho ho, so you're Itachi's acquaintances? Then let me introduce myself. My name is Hoshigaki Kasame. Another man who wore Akatsuki's outfit lifted his hood. He had a distinctive shark-like appearance, complete with pale, bluish skin. He had small, round, white eyes, 3 sets of gills under his eye, and sharp, triangular teeth. Asuma, Guy, and Kurenai were so surprised by the presence of the missing nin from Konohagakure and Kirigakure. They were also quite surprised that Kakashi had recognized Itachi from the start. You guys, don't ever look into Itachi's eyes unless you want to fall in his genjutsu. Even I, who has Sharingan, can't withstand his genjutsu since our level is different. And you Kurenai, don't use any genjutsu against him, it's pointless. Kakashi immediately warned his 3 friends not to be reckless. Kakashi's face also looked serious when warning them. Kurenai wanted to protest because her outstanding ability was genjutsu. However, seeing how serious Kakashi was and knowing the Sharingan could see through all illusions, Kurenai followed his advice. Let me confirm something, Itachi. What are you here for? What is your purpose? Itachi still looked calm despite Kakashi and the others being on standby to deal with him. Well, I'm not coming here to make trouble with Konohagakure, so please just let us be. But at that moment, they heard a footstep. Chapter 196, 196. Oh, crap. From the footsteps, everyone could tell that the person was walking casually toward them. Kakashi-san, and the other Jonin ninjas as well. What are you doing? Naturally, that person was none other than Izumi. Everyone's gaze turned to him. Izumi glanced at Itachi and Kasame up and down, but then he closed his eyes. Sharingan Uchiha Itachi, right? Izumi smirked. Izumi didn't intend to open up his eyes in front of Itachi since with just a glance, Itachi could launch any illusion. Itachi frowned. You know, mate. Izumi shook his head. Not really. I only know that you're a member of a certain organization. And since you came here, that means your organization is already preparing to collect them, right? The tailed beast's chakra. Hearing Izumi's words, Itachi and Kasame narrowed their eyes. Someone seemed aware of their intention, and they wondered how he knew they were targeting the tailed beast's chakra. Looking at the symbol on their forehead protectors, both Itachi nor Kasame didn't know which village Izumi came from. Itachi-san, he seems to know about us. We have no business here since our target is gone. However, it's better if we can catch him, we can interrogate him to get some information. Hehe, let me do it. Kasame walked step by step approaching Izumi. Meanwhile, Asuma, Kurenai, and Guy were surprised to see Izumi come at a time like this. They already saw how powerful Izumi was, but Izumi's level was still below Jonin level. That was what they thought. Izumi had never shown all of his abilities in public, so not many people know about his strength. Hey kid, your name is Izumi, right? Get out of there, they're both dangerous. Yeah, get away quickly, your life will be in danger. Asuma and Guy warned him to get away as soon as possible, but Izumi paid no heed while curling up his lips. Dangerous, I'm the danger, Izumi responded amusingly. Meanwhile, the others were stunned by his words. They had a WTF word written on their faces. This brat said something interesting, I'm the danger, huh? Itachi-san, I'm gonna teach this brat a lesson. Don't overdo it, your jutsu is too eye-catching. Got it. Asuma, Guy, and Kurenai were worried about him. It was true that Izumi was strong. However, the strength Izumi displayed in the Chunin exam against Luffy was just below a Jonin-level ninja. When they wanted to help Izumi, Itachi got in the way. They had been warned by Kakashi not to look Itachi in the eye, but fighting without using sight would be difficult for them. They didn't know what to do. "What should we do, Kakashi? That kid is in danger," Asuma asked. "We will be in danger as well if we look into his eyes. His genjutsu is no joke. I didn't even dare to look at him with my Sharingan since his Sharingan level was already above me." Guy looked at Kakashi, then said, "Then, let me do it. I found a way to fight against a Sharingan user. Truth be told, I prepared this to fight against Kakashi, but I don't think I'll use it against someone else. You three save that kid, I'll take care of Itachi." After that, Guy dashed toward Itachi swiftly while performing a kick. While Izumi looked at Kasame, he said, "Are you sure you're gonna fight against me? I'm gonna say it first. I'm your nemesis, you know. You should fight me with all your strength. Well, at least it will get you a chance to survive." "Nemesis? It seems you're too full of yourself, brat, haya." Kasame swiftly moved toward Izumi. His hand carried a huge sword, none other than Samehada. He swung his sword toward Izumi. However, Izumi just stayed still and didn't even move a bit. He even smirked at Kasame. Kasame's brow rose after seeing Izumi couldn't even react to his attack. He needed Izumi alive and didn't intend to kill him. But it was too late. However, he was in disbelief when Samehada passed through Izumi's body and hit the ground. Bang crack! The ground cracked instantly after the collision. Everyone was stunned. They saw the Samehada go through Izumi's body, but nothing happened to him at all. Izumi moved his hand. His fingers suddenly spun and formed like drills created from the wind. Then Izumi pushed his fingers forward. Kasame felt dread by Izumi's attack, which made him timely dodge backward. Itachi was able to see clearly with his Sharingan. This was the first time for him to see such a skill that Izumi showed. His body seemed ethereal, and no solid object could hurt him. When Itachi was about to warn Kasame, Guy attacked him. When Asuma, Kurenai, and Kakashi were close to Izumi, Izumi yelled, "Don't get in the way, he is my prey. You should deal with Itachi instead," Izumi said while licking his lips. Without opening his eyes, he said to Kasame, "Hehe, it's been a while since I fought strong people. The last time I fought 1v10, that was exciting. I wonder if you could excite me or the opposite." Kurenai wanted to say something. But at that moment, a strong wind unleashed from Izumi's feet and blasted him toward Kasame instantly. Kasame couldn't react, since he didn't expect Izumi to make such a move. Wham! Izumi's knee landed on Kasame's stomach and threw him backward. Itachi couldn't help but look at how Izumi's speed suddenly increased drastically. Now Itachi understood why Izumi was so confident. Izumi was not as simple as it seemed, and what he didn't understand was that Izumi always closed his eyes as if he guarded against Sharingan. Moreover, it seemed Izumi could fight without using his eyes. Kasame woke up off the ground by destroying his surroundings. Then, Kasame performed hand seals at a fast pace. Suten, Suikurin no Jutsu. After Kasame finished his hand seals, he manipulated a volume of water with his hand by thrusting his hand and sending it in Izumi's direction. The body of water took the shape of a shark, with additional water following in. Izumi grinned widely after sensing the thing in front of him. Izumi took a stance as he was about to do something then. Slurp. Izumi actually swallowed the attack through his mouth. Burped. I'm full, thanks for the meal." Not only Kasame was stunned by that, but even others like Itachi, Guy, Asuma, and Kurenai were also speechless. It was too irregular. Or it could be said, swallowing a jutsu was out of place. They never heard of or saw such an action. It was not strange if they were stupefied by what Izumi did. "Why you, what are you?" Kasame asked in a stutter. "Dude, your question is so rude. What do you mean by what? Am I looking like an animal or object to you? That question is what I should throw at you. Are you human, or are you a shark?" Kasame clenched his fists. He wanted to use the fogging technique to block his vision, but Izumi's eyes were always closed since the fight started. That meant blocking the vision was pointless. Then, his hands once again performed hand seals. While doing so, he tried to get closer to Izumi at his fastest speed. Knowing the location of their fight was close to the river, Kasame drew the water from the river, then he made a sphere of water to trap Izumi. Suiru no Jutsu. Izumi calmly smiled. Then, he pointed his fingers forward. All of a sudden, wind lances shot out of his fingertips and stabbed Kasame since he reacted too late. And once again, Izumi swallowed the water to get out of the entrapment. Aza! Kasame groaned in pain and took a few steps backward. Izumi could tell that the situation was perfect for saying something like a certain main character or main villain would say. Then he tried to mimic his voice just like in the anime. Ahem, playing water in front of me. You're 100 years too early, ha 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 ha. Izumi nodded in laughter. He was satisfied after saying that. Kasame didn't think the kid in front of him wasn't easy to handle. But at that moment, Izumi frowned. He felt a familiar aura getting closer, and knowing who that person was, Izumi slapped his own forehead in annoyance. Uchihara Itachi. His voice was so loud just like when one cursed someone else. His hate and hatred flared up. There was no one else inside Konohagakure who hated Itachi that much, except Uchiha Sasuke. Chapter 197. Yo, we meet again. On that day, Sasuke had a day off. Kakashi told him to train by himself, but he didn't know what kind of training he should do. He wanted to find Kakashi by walking leisurely along the riverbank. Just then, he felt a tremor as if someone was fighting nearby. He was curious about who made such a commotion, so he tried to get closer to the location. When he saw those people who made a commotion, he was stiffened. His blood boiled. His anger, hate, and hatred shrouded his mind. Uchihara Itachi. He gathered his chakra on his palm, and a spark of lightning gathered around his palm with a loud screeching sound. Then he dashed toward Itachi without caring about how strong Itachi was. Wait, don't, the Jonin-level ninjas warned Sasuke, but Sasuke's ears seemed deaf by ignoring them all. However, Sasuke's aim was off the mark after Itachi easily grabbed Sasuke's wrist and changed the direction of the attack target. Itachi tightened his grip and caused Sasuke to roar in pain. Sasuke fell to the ground while holding his wrist. At that moment, a wind suddenly pulled Sasuke to the back and he fell in front of Izumi. Due to Sasuke's appearance, Kasame jumped back to Itachi's side, and the Jonin-level ninjas also backed off. What are you doing here, Sasuke? Sasuke didn't reply to Izumi's question. Instead, he said to him, Don't get in the way, I want to kill him, to avenge the Uchiha clan. You're not on his level, just back off. Hearing Izumi said that, Sasuke's anger rose. Shut up, what do you know about me? He killed my parents. They are his parents as well, I won't back off unless I kill him. Izumi was annoyed by him. Not only did he just suddenly appear and intervene in Izumi's battle, but he also recklessly charged at Itachi without knowing the difference in their level. You're get in the way, MOTHRFKR, Izumi screamed at Sasuke. Izumi immediately unleashed his haki. Although Izumi couldn't control it perfectly, he could unleash it freely, and it was strong enough to knock out the weak-willed people while intimidating them with his willpower. Naturally, Sasuke immediately passed out, Kurenai trying to withstand the intimidation while kneeling. Guy, Asuma, Itachi, and Kasame felt the pressure in their spirits. They didn't know what that was, but it definitely came from Izumi. Kakashi himself was also taken aback after feeling Izumi's haki. Although he was already strong enough, he didn't think that Izumi's haki could affect him. After Izumi knocked out Sasuke, his gaze turned to Itachi, while Izumi's eyes were still closed. Now then, you two still seem to be hiding your real strengths. If you want, you can also bring out all your abilities. Especially Itachi. Don't you want to use the Mangekyou Sharingan? Itachi looked at Izumi solemnly. The longer he listened to Izumi's words, the more he crept as if Izumi grasped all his secrets. Itachi didn't respond to Izumi's words. And then, Izumi silently activated his space magic. Izumi took a step while using his right foot, but he suddenly appeared at a different spot, 3 meters away from the previous spot. He took another step with his left foot, and the same thing happened. Izumi smirked. How is it? Using Tsukiyomi is impossible for you since I always close my eyes. Or perhaps you want to use Amaterasu, or Susanoo, that's fine as well. Although Itachi was expecting Izumi to know his secrets, Itachi didn't think that Izumi knew that much. If Itachi really fought all out against Izumi, Itachi would be at a disadvantage. Itachi immediately told Kasame to get away since they were still in Konohagakure. Itachi wasn't just at disadvantage in his leaked abilities, but he was also at disadvantage with numbers and location. And after a split second, their figures disappeared out of thin air. Izumi clicked his tongue. Tusk. Izumi immediately walked away with annoyance while carrying Sasuke, ignoring the Jonin-level ninjas behind him. They didn't know the reason for Izumi's displeasure. Fending off S-class criminals like Itachi and Kasame should be worthy of a feat. After Izumi was out of sight, Asuma asked Kakashi. Kakashi, he dragged Sasuke, don't you want to follow him? Kakashi shook his head. No, Sasuke already decided to go with him, so I just let Izumi bring Sasuke back with him. Kurenai stepped forward. By the way, Kakashi, is that kid really 15 just as you said back then? I find it unbelievable with such strength. He is, that's why he becomes the central figure of his village, Kakashi replied. They questioned Kakashi one by one, and Kakashi just calmly replied to their questions. Izumi got back to his living quarters while carrying Sasuke. After entering his living quarters, he met the others and sat on a long chair while squatting, then resting his chin on his knees while explaining what happened earlier. After that, Izumi asked Hiro to restrain Sasuke with his magic. Sasuke was too reckless. If he met Itachi, his head filled with thoughts of revenge and he went blind as a result. If Sasuke really wanted revenge, at least he should be calm and level-headed to keep things under control. If his mind was filled with only negative thoughts when confronting Itachi, it wouldn't end with a good result. How are they? Rory asked. Izumi took a glance at Rory before answering. Pretty strong, but if I want to defeat them, I need to use my Heishoku and Busashoku haki. It's a good thing that I know their strengths and how to deal with them. Everyone already knew that he could use Busashoku haki after his match against Luffy, so everyone wasn't that surprised. Why didn't you just kill them? If you used your IS, you could burn them to ashes, Tabin commented. Nah, I doubt it. Itachi can use Susanoo, so unless I tire his eyes, it's impossible to win against him. Furthermore, I don't want to kill them. Why? Are you gonna invite Itachi to the chat group? Not really. So, you already have another person in mind? Yup, there are actually 2 candidates. Sasuke is one of them. Out of the question. Izumi waved his hand to deny it. Then he added. One of them is Kasame. As for another one, let's talk about that later. I'm gonna find those 2 first with Rory. Then I'll go to Orochimaru's base since I marked him thanks to Rory who put something on his body. Everyone had already guessed what Izumi would do with Orochimaru, so they didn't need to question it. But they were taken aback since Izumi intended to invite Kasame to the group. A few hours later. Just like what happened in the canon, Jiraiya was lured by a woman who had been hypnotized. He left Naruto at the inn alone. All of a sudden, someone appeared beside him while carrying a girl. Naruto was scared shitless by those 2. Ahahaha, your expression is too amusing, Naruto. Yufufufu, you're so cute, little cat boy. The 2 of them laughed at Naruto, and naturally, those 2 were Izumi and Rory. How did you suddenly appear beside me, Izumi-san? Naruto held his chest while asking. His heartbeat started to calm down after a while. I put a jutsu formula on your body when we trained with that old man, Jiraiya. Izumi pointed at Naruto's shoulder. A jutsu formula. Looking at Izumi's index finger, Naruto took off his jacket to find out what was on his shoulder. Then he saw words in kanji such as endurance, love, and sword, but he didn't understand what those meant at all. Is this a jutsu formula? Jutsu formula for what? Naruto asked in wonder. Izumi just smiled lightly while replying. It's for Hiraishin no Jutsu. Naruto lit his eyes. Ah, you mean this is a jutsu formula required for that jutsu? He naturally knew that jutsu since Izumi already told him once when they met for the first time. But Naruto never thought that jutsu needed something like a jutsu formula. In that case, Izumi-san, can you teach me? I'm not sure if you can do it. After all, this jutsu is more difficult and troublesome than your Rasengan. Unless you understand the concept of space, you won't be able to learn this jutsu. Space is a form of coordination of coexisting objects and states of matter. It consists of the fact that objects are extraposed to one another in 3 linear dimensions. Izumi was lucky enough to learn and understand the concept of space through his space magic. However, the other people weren't as lucky as him since learning the concept of space was too difficult. Space was everywhere, but no one could feel it. Different from other things such as fire, wind, etc. Just as Naruto was about to ask, Izumi felt 2 familiar auras. He put his index finger on his lips, gesturing for Naruto to quiet. Naruto didn't know why, but Izumi's expression was so serious. It was the first time Naruto had seen such an expression from him. The sound of footsteps could be heard after a moment, and the footsteps were getting closer each second. The moment they slammed the door, a powerful wind blast launched at them from 0 distance before they couldn't even react. In an instant, both of them blasted out of the town. "Rory, let's go." Izumi immediately grabbed Rory's waist. He created a whirlwind on his feet while holding Rory to launch themselves to catch up with the other 2. Naruto was thrown backward due to the impact. He immediately got up, although didn't understand what happened. Then, he immediately jumped and rushed in Izumi's direction. The 2 who were thrown out of the town were Itachi and Kasame. They weren't expecting that someone would launch an attack on them. They were confused. They were sure that Jiraiya already took the bait and left Naruto alone. But there was still someone who protected Naruto despite believing that Naruto's partner was Jiraiya only. Not long after, 2 people appeared in front of Itachi and Kasame. Both of them closed their eyes as if they had already anticipated Itachi's Sharingan. "Yo, we meet again, Itachi." Chapter 198. 198. If you're a megalodon, then I'm Poseidon. Itachi and Kasame widened their eyes. Kasame immediately spoke while putting on his scary expression. "How come you are here?" Guess what?" Izumi replied. All of a sudden, Izumi sensed a dreadful energy being cast. Left with no choice, he used his space magic in an instant, and the spot where Izumi was before was burning with black flames. It was naturally Amaterasu, an immortal fire created by Itachi's Mangekyou Sharingan. If Izumi didn't avoid it, he would be burned to ashes. Itachi immediately covered his eyes while holding his pain. He felt Izumi was too dangerous, so he had to take care of him first. However, he didn't know that Izumi baited him to release one of the 3 abilities of his Mangekyou Sharingan. If Itachi was smart, he wouldn't dare to do it again after Izumi skillfully avoided his Amaterasu while closing his eyes. Previously, when he was still in Konohagakure, he didn't dare to do it due to facing so many people. Even if he killed one, there were still others who could deal with him. After all, he didn't want to fight conspicuously since in Konohagakure, there was still Dan's, who was arguably the strongest after the 3rd Hokage was gone. Itachi was stunned that Izumi could dodge with his eyes closed. In a split second, he saw Izumi appear in a different position while performing a hand seal or not. Izumi brought his fists together in front of his mouth. "Suri no Hoko." Izumi expelled a torrent of water from his mouth. And Itachi immediately performed hand seals, then a giant fireball expelled from his mouth. Katen Gakakyu no Jutsu. A torrent of water and a giant fireball create hot steam due to the collision of the 2 elements, and the explosion occurred at the same time. Izumi stepped back and whispered something to Rory. Carrying her halberd, she headed toward Kasame. Izumi asked Itachi without looking at him. "So now, do you want to continue? Or do you really want to continue that project, the Mugen Tsukuyomi?" "Who are you? How come you seem to know everything?" Itachi asked warily. But Izumi chuckled instead. "Heh, if you want to know about me so badly, why don't you want to know about the one-eyed Sharingan as well?" He claimed himself to be Uchiha Madara. Ha, how ridiculous. He's just a forgotten Uchiha kid whose name is already carved on Konohagakure's stone tablet. That's so funny. "How did you?" From the beginning Itachi joined Akatsuki, he was very wary and suspicious of the one-eyed Sharingan until now. But he still did what that person was told so that that person would not try to approach Sasuke. Itachi also didn't believe that person was Uchiha Madara. But Itachi never found out that person's identity. Izumi carried on. "Let me tell you one thing. I know that you deliberately made your brother hate you. It's so that his Sharingan can grow quickly, right? After all, the way to increase the power of the Sharingan really depends on negative emotions most of the time. You really care about your little brother, huh? However, your actions will result in the opposite. Izumi put both of his hands into his pockets and calmly talked with Itachi. Itachi pondered. Izumi seemed to know the identity of the one-eyed Sharingan, and that was something Itachi wanted to know as well. If Izumi did know about that person, surely Izumi also quite understood what he was planning. You mean what I did was a mistake? Exactly, that's what I'm trying to straighten out his character. Swoosh. Clank. Izumi's sword suddenly appeared in his hand and parried Itachi's sudden attack. Don't meddle in other people's family matters. Even though Itachi said that, he was still surprised by the sword that suddenly blocked his attack. Whoa, that's scary, dude. Izumi sneered while tightening his grip. He shifted his step and changed his sword grip in reverse, then swung it horizontally while infusing his spiritual energy into the sword. Too bad, what he did couldn't bear what he imagined. Although, what he did was indeed increased his attack power. Clank. Itachi pushed backward. At the same time, Izumi jumped backward to keep his distance. Izumi let out a chuckle. Ha ha ha, that's so funny. Your vitality is drained. It's due to your disease, right? If this is according to the plan of the one-eyed Sharingan, then after you die, that person will approach Sasuke and reveal the truth about your deal with Danzo. As soon as Sasuke learned the truth, to avenge what people from Konohagakure did to the Uchiha clan and his beloved brother, guess what he will do if his hatred runs deep after increasing the power of his Sharingan with the hatred you caused? Feeling that Itachi still shut his mouth, Izumi said further. Besides, once Sasuke awakens his Mangekyou Sharingan, do you think Danzo will keep quiet forever? If it weren't for Danzo and the one-eyed Sharingan, I wouldn't have taken Sasuke with me since it would be dangerous for him to still be in Konohagakure. Itachi couldn't respond at all. What Izumi said made sense. Hearing all Izumi's reasoning, Itachi understood what he did was a mistake. What he thought was Sasuke's growth, but he didn't think that far about the consequences after he died. Itachi looked at Izumi. So, that's the reason. But it seems you know the person called Uchiha Madara as well as his plan. To be honest, I want to hear that. Do you trust me that much? At the very least, you are more trustworthy than the person who claimed to be Uchiha Madara. Izumi grinned at that reply, then he said, All right, there's Jiraiya behind us. He watched our fight. If you believe me except my next attack, we can talk later. From a distance, a large-built white-haired person was seen standing on a pole while watching their fight. It was clear that he was Jiraiya. Itachi frowned, but then he saw Izumi's sword was covered with a whirlwind. The wind even fluttered Itachi's cloak. The whirlwind on Izumi's sword grew stronger, forming a cyclone. And slowly, Izumi's sword formed a hurricane that seemed to emerge from the sword he was holding. Izumi said, If you believe me, don't try to fight back. If not, our deal is over. Itachi twitched. If he didn't try to fight back, he didn't know whether he could survive the hurricane or not. Itachi wanted to gamble. Izumi was strong. Izumi also knew how to upgrade the Sharingan. With Izumi's strength, he could have forced Itachi to use his Mangekyou Sharingan continuously until his vision blurred. But Izumi actually said something important and didn't try to bait Itachi to use his ability. After the hurricane was released, Itachi was pulled into the hurricane as it rushed forward, destroying everything in its path. Itachi-san. Kisame rushed toward Itachi with his tattered cloak after fighting against Rory. Izumi put his sword in his storage space. Then, he withdrew his spiritual energy from his body and poured it into his hands. Izumi shifted his feet, then dashed in front of Kisame and threw a punch at him. Kisame noticed Izumi rushing at him, so he swung his sword, Samehada, at Izumi. Clank! The collision between Samehada and Izumi's punch created a clunking sound that reverberated in everyone's ears. The fuck, Kisame exclaimed. Both Kisame and Izumi pushed a few steps backward after the collision. Izumi grinned at Kisame while muttering. Hee, as expected, it would be easy as long as someone understood how to manipulate spiritual energy. Izumi used his Busoshoku Haki just now. However, even though he used it, his physical power still couldn't overwhelm Kasame at all. Kasame felt cornered, especially after he saw Izumi blast Itachi away with his hurricane earlier. He couldn't believe Itachi couldn't do anything against the kid in front of him. And then he glanced at Rory. Although those two had young appearances, he felt those two were monsters. Their strengths were too absurd. Left with no choice, Kasame formed a hand seal. Suten Daibakusui Shoha. With that, Kasame spit out a large amount of water, covering the entire area with a fierce tsunami. Kasame immediately fused with the same hata. Kasame healed the wound and replenished his chakra by temporarily fusing with the same hata. At the same time, after fully fusing, his strength increased and became a shark-like appearance. And after that, he formed the water into a gigantic prison. Kasame acted as the center of the water dome, and the dome could change its position to reflect the direction of his movement. In the water dome, not only Izumi, Rory and Jiraiya were also trapped in it. Even though Izumi didn't have a problem because he could breathe underwater thanks to his water dragon slayer magic, Rory and Jiraiya didn't. Izumi made a current of water, which then pushed Rory and Jiraiya out of the water dome. This time, he confronted Kasame head-to-head, who had the appearance of a shark with limbs. Kasame looked surprised to see Izumi calmly approach Kasame, and even swam like a fish. Kasame formed hand seals and created sharks made of water to attack Izumi. Kasame also did not stay silent and attacked Izumi as well. Izumi suddenly dived smoothly from his spot. His speed even exceeded Kasame, who had fused with same hata. With just a touch, a shark made of water dispersed. After Izumi eliminated those sharks, he threw punches, elbows, knees, and kicks at Kasame repeatedly. Kasame couldn't even dodge as those attacks also contained Water Dragon Slayer magic. By using Water Dragon Slayer magic, Izumi's speed while underwater could exceed his speed on land, except when Izumi used his IS. If Kasame was at the top of the food chain in the ocean as a ferocious megalodon, then Izumi was Poseidon, who controlled the entire ocean. There was absolutely no chance for Kasame if he fought Izumi in the water. By fusing with same hata, Kasame's wounds could be healed. However, it also had its limits. If same hata didn't have sufficient chakra supply, the healing would stop. Kasame tried to absorb the chakra from Izumi, and surprisingly, he couldn't. And the reason was, same hata was repelled by Busashoku Haki. Suddenly, Izumi opened his mouth and absorbed the water around him, which made the water dome smaller and smaller. Seeing what Izumi did, Kasame said to himself that the kid in front of him was indeed his nemesis. Any attack related to water did not affect Izumi. In addition, he could also breathe underwater. Izumi opened both of his palms. And then, he amassed the water to his palms and compressed them, then manifested in the form of shuriken that spun on the top of his palms. Suori no shuriken. Izumi launched the 2 shurikens on top of his palms, then manifested them again, and launched them again. It repeated 10 times, and all of them landed precisely at Kasame's body. Kasame couldn't hold his injuries, and was forced to separate from same hata. The water dome was destroyed, and flooded the town after Kasame lost control of it. Izumi stood in front of Kasame. Cough! Kasame spat a mouthful of blood while grinning at Izumi. I lost, kill me. That would be a waste if I kill you, Izumi responded. Hee hee, do you want to know about Akatsuki? Dream on, I won't sell my friends to you. Izumi shook his head. No, you're mistaken. I already know everything about Akatsuki, including the mastermind and the real objective of why they needed the tailed beast's chakra. Kasame widened his eyes. We can talk later, let's get out of here and talk somewhere else. Jiraiya is around after all. Izumi still sensed Itachi's position, and he was still within the range of Izumi's spatial magic. He immediately grabbed Rory and Kasame, then disappeared. Chapter 199, 199, Trying to Invite Him. Izumi, Kasame, and Rory appeared 800 meters away from the previous location. Izumi sensed Itachi's aura, so he called him out. Itachi showed up after a second. Itachi-san, are you okay? Kasame was surprised that Itachi was still all right, since Kasame was sure Izumi blasted him off with such a strong hurricane. At least I'm better than you, Kasame, Itachi replied shortly. What's the meaning of this? Kasame looked at Izumi and Rory. Izumi said, let's change the location. We're still in the vicinity of the town. But Kasame is in bad condition. We can't go right away. Itachi glanced at Izumi while saying that. No need to worry, I have my way. Itachi looked at Izumi for a moment, then. By the way, you're not closing your eyes anymore? Itachi wondered if Izumi was too brave or plain stupid. It was so clear that Itachi could perform his Tsukuyomi when the other people saw his Sharingan even in a split second. It was too absurd that Izumi believed Itachi, who was supposed to be his enemy. Nah, once you pull me to your illusion, the girl behind me will cast a curse at you. It's impossible if you want to dispel her curse since you have no strength to do so. Izumi pointed to Rory. Naturally, Itachi took a glance at Rory. He didn't think that someone still dared to use a curse. A curse, Jujutsu, that thing should have been banned in this world by those 5 great shinobi countries. Izumi shrugged his shoulders. We are free and unfettered people. There is no way such rules can shackle us all. After all, rules are made to be broken. Anyway, let's stop the chit-chat. I'll bring you somewhere. Izumi asked Rory to grab his shoulder, and he also told Itachi to do so, while Itachi grabbed Kasame, who was still lying on the ground. Then, he formed a hand seal before disappearing. Izumi teleported to the island along with Rory, Itachi, and Kasame. As soon as he showed up, the Shikigamis he summoned immediately rushed and greeted him respectfully. The place he teleported was none other than the landmark in the shinobi world, the base that should be called Kyogaku Village or Hidden Ocean Village. Izumi gaped. Teleporting another 3 people at once using Hurricane no Jutsu took a toll on his spiritual energy as he expected. After Izumi stabilized his breath, he waved his hand. Haim-chan, come here and help this person. Izumi called King Yohaim to heal Kasame. King Yohaim wasn't as strong as Momo in healing. She was still a top-tier SR class that could help a team in attack and support. When King Yohaim saw Kasame's appearance, she was stunned. Ah, it's a stinky Arakawa, she cried out, then stepped back. When she mentioned Arakawa, Kasame was confused. He never met the little girl in front of him. Meanwhile, the other Shikigamis glanced at Kasame curiously. Indeed, Kasame's appearance had a resemblance to Lord Arakawa. The same gills under both eyes, skin color, and pointed ears, and except for his hair and cloak, Kasame characteristics were no different than Lord Arakawa's. Realizing that Kasame was lying on the ground, King Yohaim approached him and pointed her finger at Kasame. Ha ha ha, you stinky Arakawa. It's time for me to slap you, then I will be the strongest in the ocean since you are helpless in front of this princess. Izumi couldn't help but cover his own face. He didn't think that King Yohaim would act like a scoundrel. He immediately lifted her collar before she could slap Kasame. Haim-chan, I didn't summon Lord Arakawa, you know, and he is not the Lord Arakawa you think of. Ay. She immediately looked around, and all of the Shikigamis nodded to confirm. King Yohaim felt sorry for what she did. Meanwhile, Itachi and Kasame were speechless by the appearances of the Shikigamis. At that moment, they heard Izumi explain to them. They're mythical spirits I summoned. I materialized them through a certain means. So they're not humans, huh? No wonder. Itachi realized that after he looked at Kappa, Inugami, Yamasagi, and Kubanashi. Uringu's pair of wings also intrigued him as well, but he never thought that they were spirits Izumi had summoned. Realizing Kasame wasn't Lord Arakawa, King Yohaim immediately apologized and performed her healing. She summoned a fish, then began to dance while flapping her fan. Not long after, Kasame's body healed magically. Although not fully healed, Kasame could get up already. Izumi ordered his Shikigamis to prepare some food for his guests. And then Itachi asked Izumi, I want to know, who is that guy who claimed himself as Uchiha Madara? So straightforward, huh? So you know that he's the fake one. Naturally, it is absolutely impossible if he is Uchiha Madara since he is too old to begin with, and from his ability and body posture, I'm certain that he's a faker. Itachi explained why he didn't believe the one-eyed Sharingan. Kasame frowned. Although he didn't know his real identity, Kasame knew that the one-eyed Sharingan wasn't Uchiha Madara since he had seen his face once. But he didn't think that Itachi wanted to know who that person was. He should be Kakashi's friend. That guy was a good kid at that time. He even gave one of his eyes to Kakashi when he was on the brink of death after being flattened by a huge boulder. Miraculously, Uchiha Madara saved him before his death. What? Not just Itachi, even Kasame couldn't believe it. The story was too absurd. It was as if Izumi witnessed that story. But there was no way it would be possible. Pain, his eyes are clearly Rinnegan. You know those as well, right? Do you think I'm just bluffing? You can ask me anything about Akatsuki. Then I'll answer them. Kasame tried to ask about how Kasame decided to join Akatsuki. Then, you chose to kill the Cipher Division members to keep their intel from being leaked out. However, you found out that your superior, Faguki, was actually selling information to other ninja villages. It caused you to develop guilt by killing all your comrades. Then, you choose to kill Faguki and take the same hara. You came to realize that this world was filled with lies. So, when the one-eyed Sharingan approached you, then explained the project called Tsuki no Mi, with the notion of the world of truth, you were enticed and decided to join Akatsuki. Izumi explained. Kasame was dumbfounded. Everyone knew that Kasame became a missing ninja after he killed his superior. And someone even said that Kasame plotted to overthrow the government and was involved in an assassination attempt on the country's feudal lord. But no one knew the details of how he met the one-eyed Sharingan. Kasame was terrified of Izumi, since Izumi seemed able to look at a person's past or future. Tsuki no Mi, ha ha ha. Izumi burst out laughing when he recalled the Tsuki no Mi plan. All members of Akatsuki were deceived by Abaido, Abaido was deceived by Madara, and Madara was deceived by Zetsu. How could he not laugh after knowing all of those? Kasame narrowed his eyes. Izumi's laughter already indicated that he knew what was behind the Tsuki no Mi plan. But it seemed the Tsuki no Mi plan wasn't as wonderful as he imagined. You seem to know that plan. Care to explain why are you amused by the Tsuki no Mi plan? Kasame asked. Do you really want to know? What will you do if you know the truth? Will you still carry out the plan even if the result is the opposite of your expectations? Izumi laid his back on the tree while asking. Opposite, either your or that person's words can be true or false, and that person's words seemed plausible. Kasame sneered, but Itachi refuted this. I don't think that's the case, Kasame. Itachi-san, you're defending him instead. Not really. I don't know why that person can't be trusted at all. Of course, that person wants world peace, but not with the inhumane act he did. On the other hand, this guy saw the flaws in my original plan. That was enough for me to trust him. Itachi replied. Izumi smiled at Itachi's words. That way, it would be easier for him to explain. I can tell you everything, and if the results disappoint you by not being what you expected, you should join me. If you refuse, I will take you both as prisoners. Kasame and Itachi looked at each other. Kasame's expression was grim. Join you? Are you a part of a certain organization? Not exactly, but you can say so. Kasame clenched his teeth. It was as if he was told to betray Akatsuki. But Itachi still looked calm while replying. I'm fine with it. Itachi-san. I lived my life tormented in guilt. I just hope that Sasuke can grow strong, and I will give him a parting gift before my life ends. Before Kasame could reply, Izumi added. If you join me, you will also know the reason why I know everything about this world, your past, and Akatsuki. Kasame immediately thought, is there really such a miraculous thing? But then, he looked at Izumi's Shikigamis. Although they had similarities with humans, they certainly were not. And it could be said that they were monsters that took human forms. Even though he had doubts, what Izumi showed were definitely irregularities. It was unnatural by the standards of the shinobi world. Fine, I'll agree, but you need to tell the truth about Tsuki no Mi. All right, then Izumi sat down on the ground. He began to tell the truth. Chapter 200, A New Member. After explaining all of the secrets, the Tsuki no Mi plan, Akatsuki, and the history of Princess Kaguya, Izumi said, Think about it, how much do you know about the origins of all the Akatsuki's members? And tell me, do you know Zetsu's origin? Kasame and Itachi turned their heads and looked at each other. They both know that Pain and Kanon were from the Aimgakure village. Even though they didn't know that Nagato was controlling Pain, Nagato still also came from the Aimgakure village. Itachi and Kasame knew Orochimaru, Sasori, Deidara, Kakuzu, and Hidden's origin. However, the two of them did not know about Zetsu at all. If what Izumi had said about the origin of Black Zetsu was true, then it could be said that he was too patient to even wait for 1,000 years just to resurrect his creator. Then Itachi asked, "Let's assume that what you've said is true. How did you know about all of him even when he reforged the stone monument in my clan before my clan was founded?" Izumi turned to Itachi. "It's pretty troublesome to explain, but if Kasame agrees to join, he will know everything. Zetsu's history, your Mangekyo Sharingan, and even how the 10-tailed beast split into 9. I have complete information regarding this world. Else, how could I know 100% of your abilities?" What Izumi said was pretty doubtful. Nevertheless, it was true Izumi knew all of Itachi and Kasame's abilities. But there was something that intrigued Itachi. "You said you would invite Kasame to join you. That means I will still be your prisoner even if he joins." "How can that be? Not inviting you doesn't mean that you're not one of us. It is an exclusive position. I decided to choose Kasame over you for the exclusive position as a member." Then, Izumi explained that there were only 10 core members including Kasame. Izumi told Kasame, as a core member, he could get the reward of learning various techniques that might be foreign to him. On condition, he must complete the mission. The reason Izumi knew everything about this world was because of the information he had gotten through certain means, but it was only accessible to members of the chat group. After explaining all that, Kasame apparently expressed his desire to join because he wanted to know the truth about the shinobi world and the reward Izumi mentioned. Kasame actually wasn't as bad as he looked. He had just hated the fact that the Kirigakure village betrayed his trust. He went as far as to kill his comrades just to prevent the information about the Kirigakure village from being leaked out. Although it sounded cruel, in a warring state, what Kasame had done showed that he was loyal to his village. Though he was merciless against the enemy, he was friendly toward the people he called friends. Just like his current partner, Itachi. At that time, Kasame actually wanted to kill himself due to how strong Izumi was, and arguably far superior due to the water release jutsu, and physical attacks were not effective against him. However, after hearing that Obaido's plan was a lie and just wishful thinking, his thoughts changed. He felt that Izumi's words were 85% true after Izumi told him almost everything about the Tsuki no Mi plan. Moreover, although Itachi seemed to gamble, at least he trusted Izumi. That was the reason why Kasame decided to join. "Tsuki no Mi ha," Kasame muttered. The Tsuki no Mi plan. As the name implied, it was a plan to project the eye on the moon. The eye wasn't just an ordinary eye, but it was the highest level Dejutsu, the only eye technique classified as Kekimora, the Rin Sharingan. The moon would be turned into a red eye with rippling patterns and 9 tomos. And when it was successfully projected on the moon, it would entrap all of the people in the world in the infinite dream. In essence, infinite illusion. Meanwhile, "Nice, with this, things are gonna get more interesting," Izumi muttered after Kasame agreed to join. At that moment, Itachi asked, "By the way, where are we?" Kasame was curious as well, so he turned his head toward Izumi. "A little island quite far from the Fire Country," Izumi replied. But what he said shocked them. "An island?" both of them exclaimed at the same time. "That's right, I found it recently." Itachi looked at Izumi, then said, "Oh right, so that's how it is. Now I remember. Hurricane no Jutsu. It was a jutsu developed by the 4th Hokage, right? But how can you?" "The 4th Hokage, the yellow flash," Kasame responded, and then Itachi nodded. "Yeah, but that jutsu is classified as space-time ninjutsu. It is too hard to learn." Izumi smiled. "Well, you can say that I'm well-versed in space-time ninjutsu. By the way, this is for you, Kasame." Izumi threw a phone that suddenly appeared in his hand. Kasame caught it and examined it. wondering what item Izumi gave him. It is called a phone. I'll tell you later how to use it. Anyway, that cell phone indicates you've officially become our member. You can't tell me now. Whenever the mission is going on, most of its functions are inactive, and coincidentally, our mission in this world is still going on. Izumi explained briefly. But there was something that intrigued Kasame. This world? Ah, right, I haven't told you yet. We're not people from this world. What the heck? Naturally, they couldn't believe what Izumi said. And then, Izumi explained about the chat group, the members' worlds, the mission, and so on. It was too absurd. Wasn't my power absurd as well? Then, Izumi used his devil fruit power to change his body to become intangible. And then, he used magic, and something else that shouldn't be in the shinobi world. Little by little, Kasame and Itachi started to believe. At that moment, he recalled something. Anyway, Itachi, since Kasame has already joined, I might as well tell you that there might be a cure for your disease. What do you think? Both Itachi and Kasame were stunned, and Kasame responded after a moment. Well, isn't that good, Itachi-san? Kasame wasn't unfamiliar with Itachi's disease, and he also hoped that Itachi could find the cure, but Itachi shook his head. There's no need, just like what I've said previously. I lived my life tormented by guilt, and my only desire is to be killed by my little brother. Kasame felt disappointed by Itachi's reply. To be honest, Kasame understood how Itachi felt because their experiences were almost the same. The difference was that Itachi had a younger brother, while Kasame didn't. It would be good if I had a little brother as well, Kasame said inwardly. Izumi also pondered. It would be good if Itachi was willing to stay alive, just like how he resisted his disease and stayed alive until Sasuke was strong enough to kill him. And he did resist that with just his willpower. Maybe Izumi should find a way to make Itachi willing to live longer. Since Izumi had no time to replenish his energy by cooking and eating, he was forced to swallow the salt water to replenish his energy before he went back to the previous town, where he fought with Itachi and Kasame. Fu, as expected, teleporting other people with this jutsu drains so much energy, Izumi muttered. He appeared with Rari and went to look for Jiraiya to talk to. He saw the town was a mess due to a gigantic water doom that turned into a tsunami. There were some ninjas from Konohagakure who took care of the residents, but Izumi paid no heed and went in a certain direction. Not long after, he met Jiraiya and Naruto. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes while asking, "Why are you here?" Izumi sneered. Hey, what's with that expression, old pervert? It was fortunate enough that I arrived in time to keep Naruto away from the Akatsuki members. But you were rather playing with a woman than keep your eyes on Naruto. Jiraiya's face reddened. He felt so embarrassed about that, but he still replied. There is no way. I know that they wanted to trick me with a woman, but that was also my plan to lure them. Naruto glanced at Jiraiya, then he pointed his index finger at him. You perverted hermit, I can't believe you were deceived so easily. And then he turned to Izumi. But, Izumi-san, what do you mean to keep me away from the Akatsuki members? Are they members of Akatsuki? Why do they sound like they're after me? Izumi didn't give an immediate answer. Izumi turned to Jiraiya. Old pervert, you haven't told him that yet. Don't call me an old pervert, I'm Jiraiya. Hey, perverted hermit, what did Izumi mean? Naruto asked in wonder. Jiraiya sighed, and then began to tell him that Akatsuki wasn't exactly after Naruto, but something in his body instead. Naruto shuddered. He thought that since Akatsuki wanted something inside his body, it meant Akatsuki was up to something no good. How about them? Jiraiya asked, and what he meant was naturally Itachi and Kasame. They're done for, Izumi gave a short reply. Jiraiya widened his eyes. He seemed not to believe it, but he thought it would be better if Izumi handed them over. If I handed them over to the interrogation team of Konohagakure? Ha ha ha. Do you think Akatsuki have no measures to keep their secrets? Jiraiya was dumbfounded that Izumi seemed to know what he was thinking. Anyway, you can ask Kakashi about Akatsuki. He is someone I trust for this information, unlike you who seems to doubt everything I say. Izumi took out his tablet screen from the storage space. He used that thing for a few moments, then his head turned to Rory. I found his location. Let's meet up with everyone. After he said that to Rory, he looked at Naruto. Naruto, just remember that your shadow clone technique will get you stronger. Every time you train, you should use that jutsu. You will be stronger in no time if you follow my idea. Naruto nodded. I know, but why are you saying that? We're going to go back to where we should be. Go back to your village. Nope, we're going to explore the world through the sea. Whoa, that seems exciting. Naruto seemed interested in exploring the world, but he knew he was too weak after he saw Izumi's fight from afar, and his dream was to become a Hokage, so he had no time to explore the world. Izumi took out something from his storage space, then threw it at Jiraiya. This is a limited edition book. Seeing the book that Izumi gave, Jiraiya's expression changed. His face was flushed, his nose was bloated, and his mouth was grinning pervertedly. What Izumi gave him was a book that was none other than a porn magazine. Well, even though the limited edition he said was bullshit. And he also left a message on the last page, since Izumi was sure that Jiraiya would finish that magazine in no time. Jiraiya, who was distracted, didn't even sense Izumi put a jutsu formula on his back. Then, he left with Rory using the teleportation jutsu. Chapter 201, Let's Rob. Izumi and Rory teleported to their living quarters. In there, everyone else was waiting for them, except one brat who seemed to struggle to get away from Hiro's binding magic. Who else if not Sasuke? Let me Geo. He shouted at Izumi, which annoyed him. Izumi immediately choked him. Can you shut up a little bit? Sasuke couldn't breathe because he ran out of air. Until the moment when he saw Sasuke, whose face was starting to change color, Izumi loosened his grip. Cough, cough. Sasuke coughed and panted heavily. He was also silent after what Izumi had just done. Finally, you can calm down for a bit, right? Sasuke didn't reply, but looked at Izumi with a piercing glare. What's up with that look? Do you want to fight, brat? Suddenly, Izumi unleashed his killing intent on Sasuke, which made him stiffen in fear. Although it wasn't as strong as Orochimaru's killing intent, it still let Sasuke hallucinate about being killed. Not only Sasuke, but even the others also felt the killing intent of Izumi. At first, he wanted to unleash Heishoku Haki, however, he still couldn't control it properly. Afraid that he could affect his friends, he decided to unleash his killing intent instead. You can't even handle that kind of killing intent, and with that kind of strength, you want a revenge? Don't joke with me. Izumi's words were full of bitter truth. Sasuke tried to say, why you don't know what I... But Izumi cut Sasuke off before he could finish speaking, and Izumi more or less knew what he wanted to say. Sure, I don't know what you feel about losing your family and your clan, because I don't want to feel like that. I need to get stronger. I can let you go if you defeat me right here and right now. You know, I can't even kill your brother if you defeat me. At least you have a chance for revenge. What do you think? Seeing Sasuke, who was stubborn as if he wanted to challenge him, Izumi finally told Hiro to dispel his magic. Sasuke did not hesitate to unleash Chidori even though he was in a narrow place. When Chidori was released to Izumi, Izumi dodged without effort, then quickly grabbed Sasuke's face and slammed him to the floor. Crack bang. The floor, made of wood, was of course instantly destroyed. Izumi let go of his grip and then stood up while crossing his arms. He saw Sasuke, who was sprawled out in just one hit. Sasuke tried to get up while enduring the pain. Izumi came closer and grabbed his collar while saying, "You've come to your senses? With just one strike, you're already powerless like this. You know, I want to help you grow stronger. I don't need you to pay me. It's free of charge. You can be strong like one of us here. But if your behavior continues like this, it would be better for me to kill you now than for you to take revenge in vain." After Izumi spat out his words at Sasuke before he let go of his collar. The atmosphere became cold and quiet. Sasuke himself lowered his head because he knew it was impossible for him to defeat Izumi or Itachi. He knew he shouldn't rush to take revenge since his strength was far from enough. He didn't even stand a chance against Izumi, who said that he couldn't kill Itachi. But he was desperate. It was too painful to lose an entire clan, and he didn't know the reason why his brother suddenly took a drastic change and killed his own parents. He felt too powerless, and then his eyes shed tears. "Do you have something to say?" Sasuke heard a voice. He raised his head and looked at Izumi, who had just asked. With difficulty, Sasuke spoke the word he didn't want to say. "Sorry." "That's more like it. You need to train your mental strength first so you can stay calm in every situation. You're too easily agitated." After he said that, his gaze shifted to another. He said that they had to leave Konohagakure because Izumi had already confirmed who their new member was. His time was limited after Kasame officially became a new member. After Izumi successfully invited him, the mission was complete, and the system notified that after 3 hours, the members who were transferred to this world, such as Luffy, Kuroniko, and Kazuma, would be sent back to their worlds. Izumi accompanied Sasuke to pack his things. Several people heard that Sasuke was going to follow Izumi, so the Genin-level ninjas gathered together. Kakashi, Kurenai, Asuma, and Guy were there as well. Sakura couldn't hold her feelings at all as she tried to go with him, but Izumi refused. Sasuke just sent his greetings to Sakura for Naruto. Sasuke's character was a little bit different than in the anime. In fact, Izumi knew the reason. It was due to the curse mark. In the anime, the curse mark that Orochimaru left on Sasuke's neck made it easy for his negative emotions to be drawn out. Meanwhile, it didn't happen this time. Even though Sasuke was still impulsive due to his negative emotions, he was much easier to control. After some distance from Konohagakure, Izumi said with a smirk, "Now there's one last thing we need to do. Let's rob that snake guy." Everyone from his group was interested in meeting Orochimaru because they knew that casting a curse on Orochimaru was part of Izumi's plan before he attacked Konohagakure. Well, even though there was one person who didn't understand, he was only interested in meeting the Snake Man because that Snake Man could elongate parts of his body just like him. That person was none other than Luffy. Snake Guy, Orochimaru. However, at this time, Sasuke became wary because Izumi mentioned Orochimaru. His head was even filled with thoughts that the previous attack on Konohagakure was Orochimaru's plan all along. "Hahaha, you don't need to be wary. Orochimaru is also our enemy. However, we had to make a deal with him for our benefit." Orochimaru's role was vital when the Fourth Shinobi World War took place by releasing the souls of the third and fourth Hokage. That's why Izumi didn't want to kill him now. "Yufufufu, he was inflicted by my curse. Of course, what he should do is accept our terms, or else he would be living forever in unbearable pain." Hearing Izumi and Rory's words, Sasuke calmed down a bit, but there was one word that disturbed him. "Curse." "Well, just come with us. You will know later. He won't be able to do anything with you since we're here." Izumi tried to ask Hiro if he could teleport them to the place where Orochimaru was. Unfortunately, he couldn't because he had never seen Orochimaru's face in person. Izumi asked again if Hiro could teleport them once the coordinates were set while showing the screen of his tablet. "Let me try." In an instant, they all suddenly appeared in the darkroom, with the sound of someone writhing in pain. In that place, there were only 2 people, which were Kabuto and Orochimaru. Kabuto immediately prepared his kunai after some people suddenly appeared out of thin air. "Yo, Kabuto." "You, what do you want?" "We just want to make a deal." "A deal, you said?" Kabuto looked surprised by the arrival of Izumi and the others. He even saw Sasuke, who was with them. Orochimaru tried to get up with difficulty to see who had come to his base to make a deal. When his eyes caught sight of Sasuke, he lost control and suddenly attacked them by spewing many snakes from his mouth. Izumi was about to take action, however. He stopped after seeing Tabin taking something from her storage space. Kabuto, who saw the object Tabin took out, immediately covered Orochimaru. Boom, boom, boom. The snakes were crushed to nothing. What was in Tabin's hand was a self-made sniper that fired a photon laser. Looking at the weapon in her hand piqued Izumi's interest. However, he shook his head. Izumi walked toward Kabuto and Orochimaru while saying, "I want to make a good deal by dispelling your pain. It was a curse cast by my friend. Even if you change your body, you will still suffer the pain because that curse is connected to your soul. But is this your attitude after seeing us?" Orochimaru bit his lip while holding the pain in his body. Then he said in a hoarse voice, "WW, what do you want?" His voice stuttered not because he was afraid, but because he was holding back the pain. This made Kabuto worry about him. Orochimaru-sama. Paying no heed to Kabuto, Izumi said the conditions. Your research and your improvisation of Edo Tensei, as well as some space-time ninjutsu. What? Are you joking? Kabuto immediately snapped after he heard Izumi's words. Izumi turned his head while taking out his sword and pointed at Kabuto. Can you fucking shut up? You're just an errand boy here. It's up to Orochimaru to decide. Kabuto clenched his fists and gritted his teeth in anger. But, against him and the others, he stands no chance at all. See, can you let go of my pain first? No, your research and improvisation of Edo Tensei first, then I will dispel your curse. If not, this deal is off. What Izumi said made Kabuto suspicious, because he might kill them after getting what he wanted. Orochimaru turned his gaze at Kabuto and said in his hoarse voice, Kabuto, give him. But Orochimaru-sama, what if he kills? And no, he can kill us now and take everything if he wants to, but he didn't. Hurry, I can't stand it anymore. Kabuto followed Orochimaru's orders and left. Izumi didn't need to wait for too long until Kabuto came back with a scroll. And it seemed the scroll was a storage scroll. Kai. With the release of the seal, several scraps of paper and some scrolls appeared. Izumi immediately checked all of them one by one. Unfortunately, he didn't know if those were real or not. Izumi disappeared in a flash and appeared in front of Kabuto, then marked Kabuto's body with a jutsu formula. What are you? I don't know whether this is real or not, so if this turns out to be fake, I can settle the score with you too. After getting what he wanted, Rory went to Orochimaru to dispel the curse. Instantly, the pain in his body he had been feeling all along had disappeared. Still, he kept writhing in pain, and apparently, he still felt the pain that was in his already crippled hand. Without caring about Orochimaru's condition, he turned his head toward the others and said, Now our deal is done, let's go back, everyone. Kabuto lit his brows. He tried to stop Izumi. Wait a minute, we have agreed and have given you what you want. But what do you mean by this? Orochimaru-sama still hasn't recovered and you said the deal is done. However, Izumi only tilted his head. Recover? Who said we will heal him? We just dispelled the curse. Since the curse was lifted, then our deal is done. But why is Orochimaru-sama still like this? Who cares about that? It's none of our business. You. I'm Izumi, not you. Kabuto held back his anger. However, he was powerless against them. He couldn't just fight them after knowing their power that thwarted Orochimaru's plans. Let them go. Suddenly, a hoarse voice was heard. It was from none other than Orochimaru. Orochimaru-sama, but they already dispelled the curse. Orochimaru's words surprised Kabuto, but he was confused as to how Orochimaru was still in pain. Orochimaru did not have time to tell the incident about how he fought with the Hokage and ended with a curse given by Rory. It was because he had felt such excruciating pain that Kabuto didn't know anything about it except the third Hokage's death. As soon as Orochimaru spoke to Kabuto, Izumi called Hihiro and told him to use magic to teleport to their island. Then, all of them disappeared from Orochimaru's base. Chapter 202, Go Home. At the island that should be the location of the Kyogaku village, on the branch of the biggest tree, two people stood and looked around the island. Anyway, when you looked at it, this village was built not long ago. Yeah, the weird thing is that the trees seem to grow unnaturally. What is he planning to do by building a village here? Does it have something to do with Princess Kaguya or something? Who knows? The two people who were talking were Kasame and Itachi. The two of them discussed Kyogaku village, which was somehow out of place. Sometime later, they saw Izumi and the others suddenly appear. Isn't that your little brother Itachi-san? Did he want your little brother to meet you? Itachi shook his head and said, I think it's not, but let's wait for a bit. They were both a little surprised, but Itachi still remembered that Izumi had said he would take his brother with him. When Izumi arrived, he immediately called all of his Shikigamis. Your duty is done. Now is the time for you to rest. I will call you again if necessary. All of them bowed their heads respectfully at Izumi, Then they all disappeared simultaneously and turned back into a few talismans that flew into Izumi's hands. Karin and Sasuke were so dumbfounded to see it. It was their first time seeing such a thing. After that, Izumi told the others to wait for a while, and without explaining anything to them, he went somewhere. Izumi appeared on the biggest tree while floating in the air. He said that the mission was accomplished and he was preparing to return to his world. He told them that they needed to wait for a little bit before he sent Sasuke somewhere else. "You want to send him to another world?" Itachi was surprised. "That's right. I can send him to a certain world that motivates him to get stronger real quick." It would certainly be a good thing if Sasuke quickly got stronger, but he wondered what kind of a world was that. Since Itachi wanted to know, Izumi explained to him. And no doubt, what Izumi said was too unreal. "A world where the people at the level of tailed beasts are everywhere," Kasame commented. Although Kasame was said to be on par with a tailed beast, it was due to his chakra capacity. Kasame himself understood pretty well that his strength was still below that level. Unless a tailed beast was sealed, and the one that used the power of a tailed beast was a Jinchuriki, there was no way he could deal with it. Well, Killer Bee was an exception as he completely controlled the tailed beast's powers. Izumi replied, "Not exactly everywhere, but there's a lot of people with such strength." "Is it all right? I mean, wouldn't it be dangerous if Itachi's brother was sent to that world?" Kasame asked, and Izumi immediately shook his head. "Don't worry, his voyage is still in its earlier stages. Basically, the enemy's strengths are at most on par with Jonin-level ninjas. If the enemy is stronger than that, Sasuke's growth will stagnate." Izumi explained the reason. Kasame and Itachi immediately understood that Izumi really planned to make Sasuke stronger by fighting against the enemies at that level. Izumi also added, "Oh right, I forgot to tell you, Kakashi is also our member. The so-called copy ninja." Both of them didn't think that Kakashi was also a member. No wonder Izumi and the others decided to help Konohagakure. After they chatted for a while, he went back to the other chat group members. And not long after, Kuroniko, Kazuma, and Luffy were sent to their worlds. After those three disappeared, everyone got a notification from their phones. Following after, everyone went back to their respective worlds one after another. Karin followed Tabine to her world, since Karin would be a suitable helper in Tabine's research on the many things they got from the Shinobi world. After that, Izumi visited the One Piece world while sending Sasuke. Warud called out Kasame and Itachi after Sasuke disappeared. Warud explained in length about the chat group and how to use it. And after Kasame heard that Itachi could tag along with him, he went to the fairy tale world as Izumi also discussed something with them earlier by planning to establish a guild. Moreover, because Kasame had defected from Akatsuki, he had no place to live in the Shinobi world, which also applied to Itachi. Somewhere around the outskirts of an extremely large city, on a huge rock that stairs were carved and paved for entrance to the city, there is an ancient site called the Tomb of the Kings, whose royal tombs are decorated like Egyptian mythology. It was the burial place of the kingdom's major royal figures. Suddenly, two people appeared from the void. One of them looked to his left and right. He murmured in a low voice, "This should be the Alabasta Kingdom, right?" The two people who had just appeared were Izumi and Sasuke. Izumi looked at Sasuke, who seemed to be holding his head in dizziness, because he was not used to being transferred to another world. Izumi felt a tremor beneath the surface that seemed like the underground chamber was about to collapse. He also sensed three auras beneath the ground, and he was sure that one of them was Luffy. As for the other two, he couldn't think of anyone else besides the king of the Alabasta Kingdom and Nico Robin. Izumi waited for them for a while until Luffy finally came to the surface. "Oh, Izumi, you came already." Luffy didn't expect Izumi would come into his world. "Otherwise, your new crew will be left behind." Izumi's thumb pointed at Sasuke, who was behind him. "Right, how could I forget him?" Then Luffy led the injured Robin and the King of Alabasta and put them under a tree. The King of Alabasta is Nefertari Cobra. Cobra thought Izumi was another pirate like Luffy, but with Izumi's dashing appearance, he seemed to be just an acquaintance of Luffy, not a pirate. Meanwhile, Robin was just staring at Izumi. Izumi noticed it and stared back at Robin while putting on a smile. "Is there something wrong with my face, miss?" "No." Robin immediately denied it, even though Izumi knew that Robin wanted to say something. Even so, Izumi didn't force her to speak. Sasuke looked around in amazement. The scenery around him was a unique place that he had never seen before. "Where is this?" Sasuke asked. "Somewhere in the middle of the ocean. Anyway, this place can make you grow stronger, but I need to tell you beforehand." Izumi paused for a moment before continuing to speak. "Listen, Sasuke, it's fine if you think about revenge all the time since it will motivate you to get stronger. However, you got out of control when you met your brother back then, and I'm sure you will do the same in the future. Remember, strength is born from one's emotions. If you want to get stronger, control your emotions after you pull them. I'm sure your view will change afterward." Born from emotions. That's right, didn't you realize? Naruto did that as well. He drew out his anger because he didn't want to lose his friends, such as you and Sakura. As a result, the hidden strength within him burst out. You can do the same as well, and at the same time, if you draw out your hate toward your brother while controlling it, won't you become twice as strong as Naruto? However, you must remember your level of strength. The current you, it's impossible to defeat your brother even if you draw out your emotions to unleash your hidden strength. Know your strength first before trying to find out the enemy's strength, and make an instant decision after knowing your enemy's strength. Sasuke furrowed his brow. He understood what Izumi meant. Then, he pondered. He admitted that his unstable emotions made him take the wrong approach. He raised his head while asking, "Why do you want to help me?" "I don't want you to take the wrong path. That's it, and it's a waste to use the power of your eyes in that way." Izumi replied, then he turned his head to Luffy and said, "Then I leave Sasuke in your care, Luffy. I will go home now." Now?" "That's right, I'm busy, you know. More importantly, if Sasuke wanted to train, have him ask Zoro." "Fine then." After that, Izumi said goodbye and went back to his world. Chapter 203, The Mission Rewards. Izumi appeared in a quiet, narrow alley near his house. After he got inside, the thing that greeted him was a slap from his mother. His mother, Hiyori, looked at him worriedly since he had been missing for a few days. He was scolded by his mother over and over again, which made him apologize nonstop. And he was also bombarded with questions that made him feel guilty since he answered with lie after lie. He really shouldn't have left the house just like that. It actually looked like Izumi wanted to run away from home. After his mother calmed down, Izumi finally could breathe a sigh. "Don't do that again, okay? I'm really worried that something might happen to you," Hiyori reminded him. Izumi nodded helplessly. He didn't dare to argue. It was his fault in the first place. "Yes, I'm sorry. I won't do that again." After a while, Izumi walked toward his room. However, someone was standing in front of the door of his room as if she had been waiting for him for a long time. That person was none other than Kurisu Mafuyu, Izumi's cousin. "Don't you know that there's an exam tomorrow? How can you skip school before the exam so casually?" Izumi just smiled bitterly. But then, he heard Mafuyu say further. "You haven't studied yet, have you? You don't have time anymore. You only have tonight to study. Come on into your room, I'll help you study." Izumi twitched. Her words sounded misleading if outsiders heard what she said. "Big sis, please don't say such ambiguous words. Others might misunderstand what you're saying." Mafuyu was confused by Izumi's reply. However, after she pondered, her face reddened. She glared at Izumi in anger. "Why, you dirty brat, how could you?" That's not my fault, okay? You're the one who had dirty thoughts." Izumi took a step back while raising both of his hands. "Nonsense. In any case, you have to study for tomorrow's exam." "No need, I remembered all of them already." "Don't make excuses. Then, if I get the highest rank after the exam, you won't complain to me, will you?" "Are you still joking?" Mafuyu's gaze became sharp. She got even more irritated when Izumi said that confidently. "If I fail, you can do anything to me, but if I win, just leave me be. And can you step aside? I want to rest." She immediately gave up all saying, "Fine then, just watch out if you can't do that. I will deal with you personally." Then Mafuyu left after threatening Izumi. Although she threatened him, she was actually giving him a chance for the last time. In any case, Izumi was still in the first year. there was still time to change him. Once he sat on his desk inside his room, he recalled how his mother scolded him. He put a smile on his face. It didn't mean he liked to be scolded, but it told him how caring his mother was. So, he felt relief being scolded by his mother. Izumi opened the ChatGroup app and looked at how Kasame was welcomed to the group. Kakashi, who didn't know anything about him being invited, was so surprised. Well, that was not strange. Izumi and the others didn't want Kakashi to be known as a member of their group, so they kept the contact as low as possible. Kazuma, by the way, why that Kasame got such a nice nickname? Suddenly, Kazuma asked about the name of Kasame, who had just joined the chat group. Tailless-tailed beast, me. If you ask me, who should I ask? Well, tailless-tailed beast was the chat name that Kasame got after joining the chat group. It was due to Kasame himself having earned such a nickname in the shinobi world as well. Kuroniko, that's not important, right? Anyway, why hasn't everyone opened the chest rewards? Kazuma, why don't you try first? Kuroniko, sure. Kuroniko just got concoction skill 3. Tabbing, oh, that's a kinda nice reward. Kazuma, then it's my turn. Just got soundwave perception 3. Izumi, oh, ability to perceive something through sound, huh? Maybe I can do that as well. Tabbing, Kazuma can become a spy now. Kazuma, why do I always get 3? Kuroniko, don't complain, Kazuma. You're useless anyway. Kazuma, what did you say? What did you say to me? Kuroniko, useless Skamazuma. Rory, well, don't be like that, Kuroniko. At least he's not neat now. Kazuma, what do you mean at least? I've become an adventurer, so I have a lot to do. Izumi, SSSHH, who else wanna open the reward chest? Izumi was quite curious about the rewards that the chat group members would get. Warad just got weapon enhancement 3. Kakashi just got gilded shiver of Tramontane dagger 3. Hiro just got flash step skill 3. Izumi, oh, what dagger is that? Also, that flash step, isn't that similar to Saru? Kakashi, I don't know what dagger is this. Hiro, I think it's as you guessed, Izumi. Luffy, hey. Kuroniko, Luffy, you came at the right moment. Luffy, what is it? Izumi, we just opened the reward from our mission. Tabbing, I just checked that weapon is a dagger from Assassin's Creed. It has a chance to inflict either slow down the enemy's movement or paralyzing effect. Izumi, that's quite decent actually. How about you, Tabbing-chan? Tabbing, then let me open. Just got Hermes Apocrypha 4. Kuroniko, a 4. You're too lucky, Tabbing-chan. Kazuma, do you know what the thing is? Tabbing, hee. I got a grimoire which contains all the spells that can be turned into any weapon I want for combat purposes. Izumi, any weapon. Isn't that too broken for a 4? Tabbing, well, it's an alchemical weapon, just like the weapons I made, however, with this grimoire, I can create any weapon in an instant. Also, the weapon's power depends on my strength. Izumi, I see, that's why it's only a 4. Luffy, I want to open my reward. Izumi, just open. Let's see what you will get. Luffy just got Yamato 4. Kazuma, what the hell? How does this guy get a 4 reward again? This is unfair. Izumi, give up, Kazuma. Luffy's luck is better than you. Anyway, I feel like I know this Yamato. It's definitely a weapon's name. Kuroniko, it's Virgil's sword. Izumi, yes, that's it. A space attribute katana with tremendous demonic power. It's quite a powerful weapon. Luffy, sword, hey, I can't use this. Can I change it with something? Izumi, you're a good pirate captain. Why not just give that katana to Zoro? I believe he will be excited. Luffy, oh right, I can give it to him. Just like that, Luffy went offline. Izumi guessed that Luffy immediately gave the sword to Zoro. Tabbing, isn't Yamato able to cut the space? Why it is only a 4? Izumi, I don't know. Luffy can't use the sword, so I doubt he will bring Yamato to its full potential. That's why I suggested giving Yamato to Zoro. Tabbing, true. Now it's your turn to open the reward chest. Izumi, it seems I got another chest. Kuroniko, A's how? Tabbing, he got another one from a bonus mission. Izumi, just got shop coins 3003. Just got Rinkaku Kagyun 4 thirst side effect removed. Tabbing, Izumi-chan, you've become a ghoul like me now. Izumi, the fuck with the shop coins. Rory, yufufufu, that's interesting. Kazuma, can you not complain? You got a 4, you know. Izumi, fine, I'm not complaining, damn it. Tabin, how about Rory? Rory just got calm mind 4, just got soul manipulation 5. Izumi, holy crap, a 5. Kazuma, are you kidding me? Kuroniko, what a stroke of luck. Tabin, Rory-chan, how can your luck be so good? Hiro, cheat. Kazuma, that's right, she's cheating. Rory, yufufufu, jealous aren't you? Everyone in the chat group was shocked when Rory got 5, moreover, it was soul manipulation. Rory's curse itself was inflicted on one's soul. That alone was terrifying. Coupled with soul manipulation, her abilities were considered too broken. Kazuma, moreover, what is that calm mind? How can it be a 4? Izumi, I have no clue. Tabin, I can't find any references at all. Kuroniko, then let Rory claim it first. We will know later. Rory, okay, I'll claim my rewards first. The chat got silent for a while, and everyone was waiting for Rory to tell them about her new abilities. After a while, Rory, calm mind is the ability to eliminate negative effects, such as to eliminate my stimulating side effects. It can also eliminate confusion, dizziness, curse, demonic force, madness, or something like that. Izumi, what the hell is that debuff cleanser? I need something like that as well. Izumi felt an ability like calm mind obtained by Rory was something Izumi needed the most if he somehow got sent to a dangerous world, just like a certain reincarnated demon lord who could manipulate people's thoughts. But he couldn't complain since he already got pretty good rewards since the first mission. When he came to think of it, soul manipulation was no doubt a terrifying skill. It could be said that Rory was approaching the power of the god of death. On top of that, Izumi was lucky enough to get Kagyun as a reward. With Kagyun, Izumi could improve his physical strength, speed, and instincts. Initially, Izumi was quite disappointed with the shop coins as a reward. However, when he thought about it, he could collect shop coins much faster to buy one of his favorite martial arts in the dimensional shop. He was already aiming for a martial art whose movement style matched his water dragon slayer magic, and that martial art was Dragon Claw. Dragon Claw had no basic elemental attributes, but it had the sun attribute called Yang. With that attribute, Izumi could use that martial art to attack supernatural beings or dark creatures effectively. After putting down the phone, Izumi created a shadow clone to write the next volume of his novel, and Izumi himself continued his project, which had been delayed for quite a while. Chapter 204, Teaching Them. The next day, Izumi woke up a bit late due to overtime on his project. He just went to bed at 4 a.m. and forgot to turn on the alarm. He woke up at 8:40 with only 20 minutes left until the exam started. He quickly got up and got ready to go to school. Just before he left the house, his mother called him. Izumi, don't you want to have breakfast first? No, I'm already late, only 10 minutes left, I'm going. Ah, be careful on your way. Izumi, who was running toward the school, kept his speed under control. His running was so fast in the eyes of normal people, however, his speed was still considered logical to normal people in general. No one would think that he had superpowers. With that, he arrived at the school's gate just 5 minutes from his house. When Izumi was in the locker room to change his shoes, someone called him. Miyamura. The one calling out to Izumi was Toru, his classmate. Toru looked at Izumi with a sympathetic face, then he tried to pat Izumi on the head, but out of reflex, he avoided it. What's up so suddenly, and what with that look of yours? You bastard, are you so depressed that you even skipped school? Izumi kept his cool without changing his expression. Then, he tilted his head as if he didn't know what Toru's meant. What the hell are you talking about? Where do I look depressed? Don't pretend you don't know. Didn't you skip school after breaking up with Hori? Ah, so that's what you mean? Well, I happen to have other things to do. It's just a coincidence. Seriously. Izumi denied it by waving his hand. His expression looked like he wasn't lying. However, what Toru said was right. He just wanted to forget the bitter feeling that caused him to run away from Earth. At least, he didn't feel that way at the moment. Izumi already changed his shoes and walked toward his class. Toru followed him from behind and asked, You're pretty good at making excuses, Miyamura. Anyway, what exactly happened? Why did you suddenly break up? Did you ask her already? She didn't tell me. Then, why did you think I would tell you? We are friends, are we? Well, the exam is about to start. Let's get to class. Izumi changed the subject while walking faster and left Toru behind. Hey, wait. Time went by. The exam for the day was over. The students walked out of the class with various expressions. Some were happy, some were worried, and some didn't care about the exam earlier. From Izumi's class, there were Toru, Hiroyuki, and Shu who scratched their heads in frustration. It seemed this exam didn't go well for them. Hiroyuki and Shu were Izumi's classmates as well. Hiroyuki had spiky black hair shaved on each side, and Shu was a tanned boy with black hair. The two were reserve members of the school football club's B team. Izumi was one of them as well. Due to Izumi's good performance at the school sports festival, he got a direct invitation from the coach of the football club. However, he always skipped training, so the coach still played him on a B team even though his football skill was good enough to join the team. Well, it couldn't be helped. Izumi himself didn't want to play seriously since he had other things to do besides playing football. What's up with you guys? Are there lice in your hair? In response to Izumi's question, Hiroyuki said, If I have, I'll throw them all to you. Toru saw Izumi's calm expression, which made him ask, Didn't you have trouble with the exam earlier? Toru's question caught the attention of Hiroyuki and Shu, and they both looked at Izumi simultaneously to wait for Izumi's answer. Trouble? Why should I feel troubled? I don't remember that Izumi I knew was a smart person. Don't tell me you carelessly answer exam questions, and don't care whether your answer is right or wrong. Hiroyuki, Toru, and Shu felt that Izumi was being possessed. They remembered well that Izumi often slept in class. Not only that, but he also rarely held a book, so it was only natural that they felt strange toward Izumi's expression. Well, they didn't know that Izumi could remember all the contents of a book's pages with a single glance. If Izumi said that to the three of them, they would be freaked out. Just as he was about to answer, he saw Kyoyuko. At the same time, Kyoyuko also saw him. The two stared at each other for a moment. Izumi wanted to call out to Kyoyuko, but she immediately looked away as it was clear she wanted to avoid him. What the heck? Even if she doesn't want to date me again, at least don't act like that. This situation became awkward now. Izumi complained in his heart. Izumi himself wanted to try to make up, not to date anymore, but to be friends. The two of them were in the same class. If she didn't want to make up with him, Izumi would feel uncomfortable being in the same class as her. Toru, Hiroyuki, and Shu noticed that Izumi was looking at Kyoyuko. They are sensitive to the situation, so they try to be quiet. As Izumi sighed after Kyoyuko left, who seemed to be avoiding Izumi, they started talking. Toru was the first one to ask, Seriously, what happened to both of you? Then Hiroyuki and Shu followed after. Yeah, both of you seemed fine the other day. How come you suddenly broke up? It's kinda weird if you broke up with her without reason. Izumi didn't know what to say, so he said, Can you guys not talk about it? Izumi smiled bitterly. They looked at each other after they saw Izumi's expression. Well, if you don't want to talk now, that's fine, but let us know later, okay? Toru said while wrapping his arm around Izumi's shoulder. The others also followed suit to cheer him up. Meanwhile, Izumi changed the topic. By the way, you three look like you're having a hard time during the test. Do you need any help with the subjects for tomorrow's exam? Are you sure you aren't trolling right now? How can I? What do you think, Hiroyuki and Shu? The football club will hold a summer training camp. If your test scores are not good, what will you do? You will be left behind because you have to take the remedial test. Hiroyuki and Shu also knew that there would be a summer training camp, and what Izumi said was true. If they got a red mark, it meant they would be left for the summer training camp. Can you really help? In response to Hiroyuki's question, Izumi turned around and started walking home while waving his hand. Then, he said, You're free to judge whether I can help you or not. If you want, you can come to my house. If not, then try hard yourselves to not get a red score. Hiroyuki and Shu were a bit hesitant. Today's exam was difficult but still manageable. Whereas tomorrow's exam would be more difficult for them. It wouldn't hurt to get help from Izumi after seeing his confident expression. In the end, the two of them followed Izumi. Toru thought that studying together would be better, so he went together with them as well. They arrived at Izumi's house. The house looked deserted since his mother was at the shop, and Mafuyu was still at school. Izumi invited them inside and led them to his room. When Toru, Hiroyuki, and Shu entered the room, they were shocked because Izumi's room was full of things like devices or mechanisms, which were Izumi's experimental items. "Sorry, my room is a little messy. I haven't had time to clean it yet." "Well, it's okay, Miyamura. I'm just surprised that your room has so many things like this. Call me Izumi is okay, you know." They weren't too suspicious of Izumi's things because those didn't look strange. After all, those were only used items from his experiments. Izumi also answered so when his friends asked. For 2 hours, Izumi taught them everything for tomorrow's exam. At first, they were doubtful, but when everything that was taught by him was easy to understand, they believed in him. They just didn't think that Izumi was smart enough to teach them. When they get a bit bored, they stop studying and talk about something. Izumi also brought them a lot of food and drinks too, even though it was Izumi who ate more food. "By the way, Izumi, your body seems a little bit muscular. Or is that just my imagination?" Unexpectedly, Toru asked after seeing Izumi devour a lot of food. He was also surprised when he ate so much at school. Only at that time, he did not have time to ask. I'm certainly a bit more muscular than before," Izumi replied. Then he added, "Or do you want me to be skinny forever?" In response to Izumi's words, the three of them just laughed. Chapter 205, She Came to His World. The exams are held for 4 days from Monday to Thursday, and Friday is the handing over of exam scores to students. After that, the teacher will show the ranking of the exam results, which will be divided by grade, first year, second year, and third year next Tuesday. Besides, that day is also the closing ceremony before the summer holidays. After school on the 3rd day of the exam, Izumi happened to get a call. It was Mihari from Gongun Publishing Company. Mihari called him to come tomorrow as she had something to talk about. Izumi also happened to want to go there, but because there was an exam tomorrow, he asked to postpone it until Friday. Izumi also asked why Mihari was looking for him, but Mihari didn't say so and just told Izumi to come. The next day, when the final day of the exam was over, all the students cheered up as if they were free from disaster. Toru, Hiroyuki, and Shu approached Izumi and thanked him for helping them. Due to Izumi's teaching, those three could handle the questions better than expected. The three of them wanted to take Izumi out and treat him to a meal after school as a token of gratitude. Of course, Izumi agreed. How could he possibly miss a treat from his friends, even though they knew that Izumi could finish a few servings of food when he ate? The 4 of them walked out through the school gate. While they were having fun joking around with each other, they saw the crowd in front of the gate as if they were surrounding something. "Yufufufu, I finally found you." Izumi stiffened when he heard that voice. He saw a little girl dressed in a gothic Lolita dress while walking out from the surrounding students. Who else if not Rory? Izumi didn't activate his Kenbenshoku haki in his world, so he didn't notice Rory's presence. In any case, since his instinct was already sharpened, he would immediately know if there was danger accompanied by malicious intent. Naturally, Izumi didn't feel it in Rory. When Rory approached him, he pointed in a random direction with his index finger while shouting, "Go back to your nest." "How cruel, I'm having a hard time looking for you, you know. Fortunately, Tabin helped me." "Tabin-chan." Izumi immediately understood. If it was Tabin who helped her, it would not be surprising if Rory could find him. Tabin could create a device that could detect a person's location, such as a device to detect her younger sister's location. Izumi asked, "Then why are you here?" "Did you forget what you promised? And of course, I want to see Japan." As the two were conversing, Izumi felt everyone's eyes on the two of them. He remembered that he was still at school. He also saw Kaioyuko with her friend, Yuki. When Izumi's eyes fell on Kaioyuko, Rory turned her head and immediately knew that what Izumi was looking at was his ex. Rory approached Kaioyuko by walking slowly. Izumi, who realized what Rory wanted to do, tried to stop her, but his body suddenly froze. He couldn't move at all. Rory looked at Izumi with a smirk. "You should stay here for a while, brat." Izumi immediately thought, "Don't tell me she used the soul manipulation ability. The fuck? Isn't this ability too broken?" Rory used her ability to trap Izumi's soul and prevent him from moving his body. Izumi had a skill that could nourish the soul and allowed him to launch soul attacks. But it had been 2 months, counted when he was still in Hiiro's world, and that ability's level had not increased, as if it was stuck in echelon level 4. And because of that, he had weaker soul force and no soul defense to defend against Rory's soul manipulation. Rory could manipulate souls if her opponent's strength or soul was on par or weaker than hers. Other than that, her soul manipulation could be defended by soul defense. There was no doubt that Rory's strength was much stronger than Izumi's. What's more, it had been 800 years since Rory dealt with anything regarding souls, let alone her curse that could affect a person's soul. It was undeniable. Both her strength and soul were stronger than Izumi's. That was why Izumi couldn't do anything against her. "This lowly, what the hell she's gonna do?" he said inwardly. Toru, Hiroyuki, and Shu were shocked after Rory said, "Want to see Japan," which meant the little girl came from overseas. At first, they thought that Rory was a descendant of a Japanese and a foreigner who had lived in Japan for a long time since she spoke Japanese fluently. But they didn't know that Rory was a genius who could learn a foreign language in a month. They tried to ask Izumi, but strangely, Izumi didn't respond at all, as if he had been paralyzed. Rory's approach to Kyoyuko made the atmosphere heat up like a confrontation between an ex and a crush. Rory looked at Yuki and said, "Could you get away for a minute? I want to talk to her." Yuki didn't want to leave Kyoyuko alone, but Kyoyuko hinted at Yuki because this was a personal matter. Seeing Rory, who recognized Izumi with an unusual-looking appearance, Kyoyuko could tell that Rory was someone from another world. After those two went somewhere, they talked face to face. "So you're his ex, huh? I've heard many things about you from him. It's a good thing you didn't tell anyone about his secret." Even if Kyoyuko said about Izumi's secret, people wouldn't believe her. That's why she didn't say anything. "What do you want from me? We already broke up, so what happened to him is none of my business anymore." Kyoyuko looked wary of Rory, however. Rory casually said while chuckling, "Yufufufu, none of your business? Well, at least I can still forgive you for not revealing his secret. I thought you were the girl he deserved. Apparently, just knowing one of his characters, you already broke up with him. It's a pity. A lot of girls were interested in him, and they were definitely better than you, but he chose you instead. Do you know what it means?" Izumi once said, after breaking up with Kyoyuko, he said it was better not to be in a relationship with an ordinary girl. He also didn't want to be in a relationship with someone who couldn't accept who he was. That was why Rory said that to Kyoyuko. After saying that, Rory didn't wait for Kyoyuko's response and walked away. Rory snapped her fingers to let go of Izumi's restriction, but it was too late for him to stop Rory, so he said with a sigh, "Can you not make trouble?" "Trouble? Why did you think I would make trouble?" Rory just answered with a sweet smile. "So, what did you just say to her?" "Want to know?" "Tusk, forget it." And at that time, Toru asked Izumi, "Izumi, don't tell me you broke up with Hori because of this little girl. I didn't expect you to be a lolican." Hiroyuki and Shu nodded. After they saw how Rory's looked, they also agreed with what Toru said. Wait, don't misunderstand me." Izumi dragged his friends away from Rory. Then, he continued, "I broke up for a different reason, not because of this lowly girl." Even though Izumi tried to convince his friends, they still didn't seem to believe him. They even looked at him weirdly. "Hey, even though she looks young, she's old." Izumi's words were cut short, and he instantly stiffened. He already felt Rory, who suddenly stood behind him. "Who? I didn't think you dared to talk behind my back like that." I didn't talk about you, though." Izumi just replied to her with his fake smile. "Yufufufu, you can't fool me, you think I'm a kid." Then, Rory's gaze turned to Izumi's 3 friends. "You want to know why this kid broke up with his girlfriend?" Rory said while pointing with her index finger at Izumi. "Hey Rory, what the hell are you?" Izumi wanted to protest, but again Rory cut him off by whispering to him, "Why don't you just accept it and let them think that you're a Casanova. No fucking way. All right, I won't let them think of you that way. Chapter 206, You're a Nice Guy. Hearing that Rory would tell the reason why Izumi and Kyoyuko broke up, Toru, Hiroyuki, and Shu became interested to hear that. Since the three of them intended to treat Izumi to a meal, they took Rory along so they could know the reason she mentioned it earlier. By the way, little miss, I heard you say that you just came to Japan. Where did you come from? You are. Sorry, forgot to introduce myself. My name is Ishikawa Toru. I'm Kyorusu Hiroyuki. I'm Nakajin Shu. Well, I'm not asking your name, though. The three of them were stunned and embarrassed after Rory said that. Rory asked the three of them. Anyway, where do you think I'm from? Toru was the first to answer. You don't look European or American, you look Asian, but, that's weird. Are you half Japanese? Rory wiggled her index finger to the left and right repeatedly. Tusk, you're wrong, but I'm certainly not from Japan. Well, it didn't matter where Rory came from. What was surprising was how a little girl like her could roam alone in a country she didn't live in. More importantly, how did you get to know Izumi? And it seems Izumi is afraid of you. At that moment, Hiroyuki asked a question that made Toru and Shu look at him. Even Izumi didn't expect Hiroyuki to throw that question to Rory. While walking together, Rory said, We know each other through certain social media. When it comes to being afraid of me, Yufufufu, he's scared because I can hypnotize him. Hypnotize? They were taken aback instantly. And when they thought about what happened earlier, they were certain that Izumi didn't respond at all when they called out to him. So, it turned out he was hypnotized by Rory. Since Rory could hypnotize people, it was no wonder Rory dared to go alone to another country. If someone had malicious intent on her, she could hypnotize that person immediately. You guys want to try? When Rory asked, she stretched out her hand to them, and Izumi's friends shook their heads instantly. Hypnosis was no stranger to them, but this was the first time seeing someone who could do it before their very eyes. They wondered if Rory could use other magic like the ones shown on television, such as illusions or something. But Rory said she couldn't. Izumi was relieved that Rory was smart enough to trick his friends. Before long, they arrived at a small restaurant and immediately ordered food. The prices over there were quite affordable, so it wouldn't be much of a problem if Izumi ordered a lot of food. While waiting for their orders, Rory began to speak. Well, Izumi, aren't you going to tell them, or should I? Of course, what Rory meant was the reason why Izumi broke up with Kyoyuko. Sai, to be honest, I don't want to talk about that, Izumi said. Why don't you admit that you have a charismatic aura that causes the girls to have their eyes on you? Me, charismatic? Are you sure you're not joking? If I were joking, everyone would be reluctant to follow you. Izumi was at a loss for words. He had no idea if everyone in the chat group had that thought of him. Meanwhile, Izumi's friends were confused, and seeing their expressions, Rory spoke to them. Well, in short, a lot of girls are interested in Izumi. Although he seemed not to care about the other girls except his girlfriend, what do you think the girlfriend felt after knowing that Izumi was so close with other girls? And on the other day, she found his secret that she couldn't accept. So she decided to break up with Izumi. Izumi glanced at Rory in amazement. He didn't think Rory could twist the fact just like that. Toru wondered. What secret was that? I can't believe that his secret will cause them to break up. Maybe something like collecting porn books or JAV videos. Isn't it because Izumi has another girlfriend? Toru, Hiroyuki, and Shu asked in turn. Then Izumi smiled bitterly. Nevertheless, I'm just trying to show her my true self, but I didn't expect it to backfire. Those three pondered, and Toru responded shortly after. Oh, I see. Since you've been dating for a while, you think it's fine if you tell her everything about you. Too bad she didn't like it. Then, she dumped you afterward. Well, something like that. Izumi answered with a smile. Although Toru's guess wasn't right on the spot, his response was more or less close. Izumi did not give a clear enough reason, but at least they knew that Izumi was only showing his true self to his girlfriend. However, Izumi should clear the misunderstanding between him and Tabane to her regardless. It was also the reason she decided to break up with him. Don't worry, you can find the others. You are quite popular at school, you know. As proof, haven't you gotten a lot of letters in your locker these days? Hiroyuki tried to comfort Izumi, and what Hiroyuki said was true. After he broke up with Kyoyuko, many love letters were put into his locker. But Izumi rejected their confessions. Already feeling that he was unsuitable to date a normal girl, he had no intention of looking for a normal girlfriend who might end up like Kyoyuko. A few moments after they chatted about Izumi's relationship, their order came. They stopped their conversation and ate the food they ordered. After leaving the restaurant, Shu asked Rory, "By the way, Rory-san, don't you go to school? Summer holiday hasn't started yet, but you've already gone overseas." However, it wasn't Rory who answered, but Izumi. "School, no way, she's too old." When Izumi almost said too old, Rory gave him an evil smile that made him stop his words. Then, Izumi smiled and said otherwise. "Of course, there's no need for school. She's a genius, she already graduated from high school. Amazing, right?" "Wow, that's surely amazing. I didn't think she's already graduated." Now you think of it, doesn't it mean Izumi becomes smarter because of Rory? Izumi's friends immediately praised Rory after he told them why she didn't go to school. Their reactions made Izumi twitch his cheek in annoyance. He thought, "This fucking old hag act like a cheeky girl in front of my friends." Even though they looked like they were having fun, Izumi saw that there was something different about Toru. He could already guess what was on Toru's mind. "Toru, can we talk for a bit?" Hiroyuki and Shu looked at Izumi, not knowing why he called out to Toru. "What's up?" "Well, we can talk while walking. I have something to tell you." Toru nodded, and since Hiroyuki and Shu's directions were different, they said goodbye to Izumi. Izumi walked along with Toru and Rory. Toru asked first, "So what do you want to tell? You know, you don't have to hold back just because of me." Izumi's words were difficult for him to digest, so Toru asked, "What do you mean?" "Kyoyuka." Hearing that one word, Toru immediately flinched. What are you talking about? You still like her, don't you? But you didn't even talk to her because of me. Toru would feel bad if he approached Kyoyuko after just breaking up with Izumi. He didn't want his friendship with Izumi to be ruined because of a girl, so he tried to keep his distance from Kyoyuko. However, when Toru heard that Kyoyuko had broken up with Izumi, he felt like approaching Kyoyuko again, but Kyoyuko and Izumi's relationship might go back to the way it was, and it made him refrain from doing so. "But you don't have to worry about me," Izumi shook his head. "But don't you want to get back to her?" Hearing Toru's question, Izumi thought that he was really a good friend. He even still put his love aside just for the sake of his friend. Izumi gave him support while patting his shoulder. "If you like her, go after her, don't let other people take her. I won't date her again since we don't match each other. So, this is your chance." Izumi said it with a heavy heart. Even though he still liked Kyoyuko, he couldn't go back ever again. Dealing with normal girls would indeed be troublesome if they knew Izumi's true self. They would be scared shitless when they found out that Izumi was not an ordinary person and was a person who had always been covered in blood. Chapter 207, The Illegitimate Child. Izumi parted ways with Toru after they had a private conversation, and he hadn't had the chance to ask before, so Izumi started to speak. "Rory, why did you come here?" "I want to visit your world." "Is that it? You have no other purpose?" "Does free lodging count?" Hearing Rory's words, Izumi covered his face with his palm. He wondered why she had to come at a time like this. "All right, then, let's go find a hotel for you to stay in." No, I'm gonna stay in your house instead." "Hiya." Not expecting Rory to refuse him right off the bat, she even stated that she would stay in his house. God knew what expression his mother had when she found out that a Lolita girl wanted to stay for a few days. And when Izumi thought of how Rory could force him to submit, he resigned. Nevertheless, he had to think of how to explain to his mother if Rory wanted to stay at his house. Izumi looked at the Lolita beside him. "There will be no free lodging. You should help my mother in her shop." Rory put her index finger on her lower lip, then replied, "Oh sure, your mother owns a cake shop, right? Perhaps I can also learn how to make one." "Suit yourself, but don't do anything weird, okay?" Izumi reminded her. Rory is like a free spirit who comes and goes regardless of her duties as a sole bridge from the world to the hereafter. If Izumi remembered correctly, she only had about 40 years of age before she ascended to the rank of a god. Maybe for that reason, Rory wanted to satisfy herself in the mortal world before the ascension. "Rory. Hemu. Is it okay for you to play around? You should have a duty, right?" "Oh, it's fine. He said that freeing me for 40 years is a reward before I reach godhood." Rory replied playfully, but Izumi frowned. "That means, once you ascend, you can't go to the mortal world again." You know that." "Well, that should be the common rule among gods, I suppose." "Well, it can't be helped, right? But that should be considered quite a long time for humans. Anyway, if I refuse to ascend, I would probably die." Izumi frowned. Hearing such a strict rule, he couldn't help but have a bad feeling. "What will happen when you ascend to become a god?" Rory just shrugged her shoulders and said nothing. But his instinct told him that Rory hid something from him. Izumi let out a sigh. Since Rory didn't want to talk about it, Izumi kept his mouth shut from asking that thing. In which he changed the topic. "Hey, what were you talking about with Kyoyuko?" "It's a girl's talk." "Hi." "It means secret." Izumi frowned. He didn't like Rory's way of interacting with his ex. "You shouldn't meddle in other people's business, Rory. Although we had a relationship in the past now." Before Izumi could finish his words, Rory interjected. I know. I just wondered why she dumped you. Even though you are far from perfect, you are a man who is quite ideal for many women." Izumi didn't really care what Rory said. He got closer while pointing his index finger at her. "Listen, I haven't cleared up the misunderstanding caused by Kuroniko's message. What you did earlier made the situation worse. In fact, all I wanted was for Kuroniko and Tabin to apologize to my ex. That way, she won't think of me as a cheating bastard," Izumi said solemnly. Looking at Izumi's seriousness, Rory took a step back while raising both of her hands. It was clear that Izumi was irritated as well. So, she apologized for what she had done. If Izumi is still dating Kyoyuko, then Rory's arrival will be a problem. But Izumi had already broken up with her, so the only problem that would arise was that his name would be tarnished. Izumi sighed. He didn't care anymore. Whether he would be branded as a playboy or not was up to those people to decide. Arriving at Izumi's house, he invited Rory inside. The house was still as quiet as ever. And without any hesitation, Rory went inside without caring that she was invited to a man's house. Izumi turned to Rory and pointed to the living room. The room was decorated with flower vases, several wall paintings, and glass roll doors covered with curtains patterned with cherry leaves. There was also a long sofa, table, and television that could be used to relax. "You can sit there and turn on the..." "Oh right, I forgot that you don't know much about TV." Since Rory was from the special region, which was basically a fantasy world, Izumi was pretty sure that Rory didn't really understand electronics. So, he explained how to use it. Izumi himself went straight to his room to change, after explaining a little about how to use the television. After changing, Izumi returned to the living room, but he was a little surprised. Not because of Rory or anyone else, but rather it was due to the news on television. The news told about the sudden disappearance of 5 students when they were at school, during extracurricular activities, to be precise. Their photos and names were also clearly displayed on the TV screen. "It seems Hiro is from your world, Izumi." "I know, I already..." While Izumi was talking, the continuation of the news made Izumi stop his words. Moving on to other news, there is a case that has remained a mystery since last year. According to the report, a class exploded as if a terrorist had targeted the class because the other classes were only affected by the explosion. No one in the class survived, and their bodies were not found, which makes this case still a mystery. Even the police who have cooperated with the intelligence agency still cannot reveal who was behind the bombing because there is no evidence at all. When the news on television was heard by Izumi and Rory, they were sure that the bombing was indeed out of ordinary. Izumi didn't know what to say. Meanwhile, Rory responded. I'm sure that's magic from another world, but who did it? Rory turned her head to Izumi. It happened a year ago in this world. It was the time when I didn't have any power at all, so I'm not sure. Izumi shook his head. However, just like what Rory said, that incident was caused by someone with superpowers that instantly decimated all of the students, including a teacher in that class. He wasn't sure if that was a certain anime plot, since the world he lived in had so many characters from different animes. There might be someone with such a power lurking in the dark. In any case, he decided to investigate tonight. If you want to go, take me with you. I might be able to tell if it was caused by magic power. Izumi agreed with Rory's suggestion. It would be more of a relief if he brought an experienced and strong person instead of going alone. Since the location of the house and the incident site were quite far away, Izumi thought of taking the train to get there. However, when he thought about it, he really didn't want to be at the scene of the incident in broad daylight. He also wasn't sure if the place was still safe to be investigated. Should I use my Is later at midnight? When Izumi was preoccupied with plans to investigate the incident site, he realized that his mother had entered the house. I'm home, Izumi, are you there? Izumi jerked up from the sofa while looking at Rory. Rory, what to do? I haven't thought about the reason for your coming here. I can't just say, my friend is coming from abroad, can she stay here? Like that casually, right? Of course, Rory was aware of this difficult-to-explain situation. However, she still smiled to reassure him. She said, Hee, you don't have to worry. I already thought about that. As soon as Rory finished speaking, Hiyori, Izumi's mother, was stunned to see the unfamiliar girl who was with him. Furthermore, a boy and girl were at home alone. Oh, how rare. You're bold enough to bring another girl home. Since when did you become such a playboy, Izumi? Wait, don't misunderstand. Izumi stretched out both hands while waving, which showed that he was denying what Hiyori said. Hiyori looked at Rory closely. She has Asian facial features and dresses like a princess due to her gothic dress. Hiyori thought that Rory might want to take part in an event called a cosplay festival or something. Rory stepped forward, then greeted Hiyori while bending her knees and bowing. Pleased to meet you. You must be Izumi's mother. My name is Rory Mercury. Nice to meet you too. What should I call you? Rory. Yes, I am also the illegitimate daughter of your husband. What Rory said was a bomb ready to explode Izumi and Hiyori's heads. They were both dumbfounded and speechless at the same time. Chapter 208, A Sealed Crack. Izumi and Hiyori froze for a moment. Then, Izumi scolded Rory inwardly. Oi, what the fuck are you saying? Didn't you say earlier you could give my mom a reason why you came to my house? Do you actually want to destroy other people's households? Rory could see from Izumi's glance how angry he was. But then, Izumi heard his mother's chuckle. Ho, you're an interesting girl, aren't you? Rory hid her hand behind her back, then took out the envelope she had kept in the storage space, after which she handed it over to Hiyori. This is a letter from my late mom. Hiyori received the envelope. She tore it open, then took it and read the letter that was inside. Blood vessels popped up on the surface of the skin of Hiyori's hands and forehead. It was obvious that she was trying to contain her anger. Since I'm on vacation, I want to meet Dad. Is he not at home? Rory added the finishing blow. In a split second, Hiyori took out her phone and dialed someone. Well, there was no need to guess who she was calling through her phone. Hello, darling. Yup, it's me. Her voice was still calm, but then it suddenly turned into a hoarse and deep voice. I need an explanation. Explain about what? Just ask your DCK. You ASHOLE, I know you are bad at everything, but I didn't expect you to sow seeds so casually. Come back home right away. You said there's still another overseas trip for your job tomorrow. Do you still want to spray your seeds on each of your trips? To hell with that, you better never go back home. Hiyori's conversation stopped as she threw her phone to the floor until it shattered. Without turning toward Izumi, Hiyori said, Izumi, forget about your father. Let's just pretend he's dead. Oi, don't sentence him to death, Izumi replied comically. Hiyori didn't respond to Izumi's words. All of a sudden, she turned around and hugged Rory and Izumi tightly. Don't worry, even though he is gone, Mother will take good care of you both. Izumi, don't try to be like your father, okay? With his mother saying that Izumi couldn't help but swallow his annoyance and try not to show it to her. All he could do was glare at Rory, which turned the nice atmosphere to grim. He really wanted to spank Rory's ass because of her mischievousness. It might be better if he could find a reason to let his mother forgive his father later. Midnight. Izumi deliberately stayed awake. After Izumi sensed his mother and Mafuyu slept soundlessly, he stood up from his chair and then sneaked into Rory's room. Looking at how Rory was sleeping, Izumi clicked his tongue. He still hadn't forgotten the incident that happened earlier. Even though he could say that Rory was not his father's biological daughter, Izumi would be affected if he said so. Izumi grabbed her hand and pulled it up. Get up. Rory opened her eyes slowly and used her other hand to rub her eyes. Oh, Izumi, hee, you sneaked into my room in the middle of the night. Do you want to feel something good from me? Spank. Izumi mercilessly slapped her butt when she still wasn't fully awake. Tell me, what is feeling something good you are referring to? I will accept it as an apology, Izumi said with a straight expression. Rory rubbed her butt with a pout. Don't tell me you're gonna prey on my body, you pervy. Cut the crap, lewd lowly. If you don't plan to give me something good, then let's get into the real business. All right, you're such a troublesome little kid. Izumi appeared on the roof of his house along with Rory. Afterward, he activated the ring on his finger. It lightly shone and formed a metal armor that covered his limbs with a pair of wings on his back. He grabbed Rory before soaring up into the sky. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the location. They landed right behind the two-story school building. At that moment, Izumi glared at Rory while asking, Hey, why did you give my mother an excuse that you are my father's illegitimate daughter? Isn't there a better reason? I didn't think that far. Somehow that idea popped into my head, so I just give it a shot. Izumi put his palm on his head while shaking. FCK, I should have stopped you if I knew your idea was that crazy. Well, the rice has turned to mush. Don't mind. Don't mind your head. Rory chuckled while ignoring how angry Izumi was. Come on, let's calm down for a bit. Anyway, I already felt that the atmosphere wasn't right. Hearing what Rory said, Izumi furrowed his brow. He sensed his surroundings, and then he felt a slight disturbance of space in a certain spot. When she saw Rory about to enter the school grounds, Izumi stopped her. Wait a minute, Rory. What's up? My instincts told me that we shouldn't carelessly barge inside, and since the bombing incident, there is a possibility that this school will start to be equipped with CCTVs. It will be troublesome if the CCTVs capture our picture. Izumi warned her. And then, she asked, Well, what are you going to do? Izumi didn't reply, but he started to use his devil fruit power by creating winds that revolved around him. Let's see to what extent I can use my new move, Izumi muttered. He waved his hand as he closed his eyes. Afterward, the wind he created started to spread out throughout the entire school, be it inside or outside of the building. He intended to project anything that came into contact with the wind, which could create a secondary vision. By carefully feeling the grooves and waves of the wind, his vision began to take a shape. I see, there's not much, but I'm sorry, Izumi muttered. He found the hidden CCTVs. No matter what, he had to break a few of those near the class where the incident occurred. Not long after that. Let's get in. Izumi turned his head toward Rory while saying that. He grabbed Rory's hand and then teleported to that class. The class that was reported to be destroyed was on the second floor. Even though it was reported to have been destroyed, that was an incident last year. Now, the class has been rebuilt, albeit it has never been used. Izumi could see a classroom that was still clean with the color and smell of fresh paint. The room was still empty, without wall hangings or study desks for students. At that moment, Rory knitted her brows. There is a remnant of huge magic power over here. Rory pointed at the floor below. Meanwhile, Izumi looked at his surroundings with a bad complexion. It happened a year ago, but I can clearly feel a space disturbance in the surroundings. I can't imagine how big the scale of that magic would be if it could be felt a year later. Izumi already mastered the space element, so he knew there was something wrong with the space in the surroundings. Even the slightest space disturbance could be felt by him. There's also a sealed dimensional crack right here. Ordinary people might not notice it. However, I more or less understand it since I know someone capable of breaking the dimensional barrier. After Izumi heard Rory's words, he nodded while saying inwardly, "This attack came out from this floor, and it seemed that it was coming from below as if someone sent a magic blast upward. Otherwise, the magic attack would have also destroyed the class below or the surrounding classes. In that case, this isn't an incident of being summoned to another world like what happened to Hiro." Then, his mind began to see the causality of the dimension cracking in front of him. Although he didn't change his expression, his heart turned frosty. He acknowledged the gravity of the matter since his mission in Edia. "My conjecture was right off the bat. At this rate, this world will be invaded by alien beings from another world," Izumi said inwardly. Izumi had predicted that the dimensional barrier in his world had thinned since knowing that people from his world were easily summoned to other worlds. And it was likely that sooner or later the dimensional barrier would get to the point where it couldn't hold the kind of energy of the other world. As a result, the rift of the dimensional barrier was inevitable. Izumi held his head in vexation. "This is troubling." "How come?" Rory responded. Izumi told her what was on his mind. Rory pondered while looking at the sealed crack after hearing Izumi's explanation. "In that case, you should learn any sealing technique, just like this." Rory pointed at the seal in the crack. "I guess so," Izumi gave a short reply. Chapter 209, An Odd Restaurant. After ruminating about the dimensional barrier getting thinner, Izumi remembered something. "Rory, this pattern seemed to happen in anime as well." Rory turned to Izumi with a question. "Huh, you mean?" "Yup, just as you think. It's an anime that tells about the death of students in one class along with a teacher, and a spider who accidentally gets involved in it. All of them reincarnated into a fantasy world and intact memories of their previous lives, with the spider being an exception as it obtained a god's soul fragment during its reincarnation, in which the spider got the memories of the god who lived her life on Earth." Izumi explained what he knew about the current situation. "A god?" "Yeah, that god was targeted by certain fools from another world that caused this incident. The god Izumi was referring to was D, which she integrated into as an Earthling. She faked her identity as a student to live as a normal person. She sounded kind and gentle, but Izumi knew that was just her mask. Playful, yet sinister. That was Izumi's thought of her. A grand-scale magic attack should be aimed at D, however. Since D was living her life as a student by being in a class, the attack obliterated everyone in the class without a trace, with D being the exception. D felt guilty toward students and a teacher who died due to magic that should only target her. To compensate, she collected their souls and sent them to a certain world to reincarnate while giving them an unknown formula skill as a bonus for each of them. It looked magnanimous from the front, but D had hidden intentions to reincarnate them. "Those reincarnated fellows will become her plaything." Izumi's expression darkened. It might be fine if she used them as a source of her entertainment. However, what if she did the same to Izumi? For now, he didn't need to think about it. Most importantly, he had to avoid contact with her. Then Izumi turned to Rory. "Let's go back." Rory nodded while putting on a serious expression. Hearing Izumi's words about the existence of a god who lived a life like an ordinary human, she couldn't take this lightly. Likewise with Izumi. He felt the need to increase his strength as soon as possible in case D caused trouble in his world. Izumi performed a hand seal while Rory grabbed him. And then, both of them disappeared from the class. Izumi and Rory appeared in Izumi's house by using Hurricane no Jutsu. Izumi sighed. He didn't think that his world could hide an outrageous person such as D, and perhaps there might be some people with superpowers hiding in the society. "Although your world looks safe and sound, you can't let your guard down a little, Izumi," Rory commented. Izumi turned to her. "If I hadn't seen the news, I wouldn't have known that such a mysterious thing had happened." "What are you gonna do?" Rory asked. Izumi took a moment of silence by devising a plan. Then he replied. "For now, I'm going to sleep. There was no use thinking about measurements against a god like her for now. I still need a few pieces of the puzzle to figure out how to fight a god. Rory lit her eyes in astonishment. I didn't expect him to have planned it. His way of thinking is so sharp, I'm getting more and more interested in him, Rory said inwardly. Izumi looked at Rory, who didn't step out of his room immediately. Why are you still in a daze? I'm going to sleep. With a chuckle, Rory replied. Fufu, didn't you crave my body a while ago? Can't be helped, I will accompany you to sleep. Izumi's face darkened. He opened the door of his room and kicked Rory out. Meanwhile, Rory just gave a chuckle in response. The next day, school ended early, which made Izumi go home earlier than usual. Before Izumi went to meet Mahari, he stopped by her mother's cake shop and didn't expect to see Rory wearing a maid outfit. Unconsciously, he took out his phone and took a picture of her. Rory just chuckled at what Izumi did. She asked, Are you really interested in me wearing a maid outfit? I can do that privately, you know. Fufu. Not at all. Izumi only answered curtly before he left the cake shop. On the way, he opened the chat group. Izumi, see who submits to me and becomes my servant now. MGXXX. Izumi sent a photo of Rory wearing a maid outfit. Tabin-chan, Izumi-chan, you're brave enough. Kuroniko, he'll be done for. Izumi, you too, don't forget your promise. Don't just talk without acting. Tabin-chan, pouting emoji, you don't need to warn me. I'll be there with Kuroniko later. Kazuma, Rory came to your world at Izumi. Izumi, well, she did. Anyway, we found something had happened in my world. If you want to know the details, you can ask Rory later. Without explaining further, Izumi closed the chat group and put his phone back in his pocket. Izumi arrived at Gongon Publishing Company and met Mahari. After their greetings, Mahari told him that someone wanted to meet him in person. Mahari couldn't refuse, so she called him right away. You even asked me to come here. Don't tell me it's a producer, director, or chief animator looking for me. Mahari looked at Izumi in astonishment. You're so sharp, Izumi-kun. But it's weird. I only submitted some volumes of my novels, and I just submitted a volume of one of them. Well, I don't know about that. I'll call them. Can you wait inside first? Izumi nodded. Before that, he submitted some volumes of the Sword Art online novel. An hour later, Izumi met with the chief director of an anime production company. The chief director asked him directly after they introduced each other. He is called Ito. He said that Izumi's novel attracted him since the virtual reality concept was considered a new one. Ito asked if Izumi could finish some volumes in a short time since Ito intended to adapt that novel into an anime. Izumi said that he had already submitted some volumes earlier. Ito naturally delighted. Izumi had submitted 5 volumes in total. It was enough to be adapted into an anime. And it would be better if Izumi could submit at least 3 or more volumes to get a chance for the next anime adaptation, since Ito believed in the potential of the Sword Art online novel. They talked for 2 hours. Afterward, Ito asked for leave to return to his company. He also didn't forget to ask for Izumi's contact so that Ito could meet him another time. Adapted next year, huh? A year earlier than the premiere in my previous life, Izumi said in his mind. He didn't look excited or happy about that. Well, it couldn't be helped since that novel wasn't his original. Adapted or not, it didn't matter. Since his business was over, Izumi went back home. He randomly walked through the crowd after leaving the Gongon Publishing Company. Just then, when he walked through the bustling business district, precisely in a district with lots of shops, restaurants, and so on, Izumi felt something strange at the corner of the shopping district. Since knowing the existence of a god like D in his world, he tried to be more careful and pay more attention to his surroundings, and as he expected, he found an abnormality. Izumi hastened his pace to head toward the location while suppressing his presence. And not long after, he saw a 3-story building where he also felt the abnormality. Izumi held his chin in thought. He could see the customers going in and out of the restaurant normally. Unmistakably, what he felt were spatial fluctuations from the restaurant's entrance door. But somehow he didn't see any discomfort from the people going in and out of the restaurant. As expected, there are other people with powers like me in this world. I don't know if this is good or bad for this world, Izumi muttered. He tried to detect around him if there was someone who might be quite threatening, but he sensed nothing. He slowly took a step forward to approach the restaurant. As soon as he arrived in front of the restaurant, he could see a sign that said that the restaurant was open from Monday to Friday. It's quite odd considering Saturday and Sunday are the busiest days with customers, and they should be good days to make more profit. Chapter 210, Guild Name. After Izumi confirmed it a couple of times, he was certain that the restaurant in front of him was safe. He could see a lot of students and office workers who also stopped by that place. After considering that the restaurant was safe, he wanted to take a look inside as a customer. Izumi was greeted by a beautiful waitress. "Welcome, please have a seat at the empty table. I'll bring you a menu." Izumi just nodded and sat down at an empty table in the corner. And not long after, the waitress brought a cold drink and a wet handkerchief that seemed to be used for washing the face, and she handed Izumi the menu as well. "This is a free service, cold drink and wet handkerchief, and this is the menu. Please let me know when you have decided on your order." Izumi thought that the service at this restaurant was pretty good. Izumi immediately ordered plenty of food. The waitress wondered if Izumi had ordered them as a takeaway, but it didn't matter to her. The waitress immediately brought the order list to the chef. Izumi looked around. He could sense that everyone around him was just ordinary people. His gaze shifted to the only chef who seemed to be the owner of this restaurant, as everyone called him master. Even though the chef looked like an ordinary person, Izumi felt a faint magical power within him. With such a meager amount of magic power, there was no way the chef had made the door with the space element. So there must be someone powerful behind him, for example, his relative. It could be his parents or grandparents. Well, knowing that the chef had the potential to become a magician, but the people behind him didn't guide him to become one, Izumi didn't have to worry anymore. Everyone was stunned to see Izumi, who swallowed a lot of food as if his stomach was a black hole. Izumi finished the food while putting one of the plates on the pile of plates on the table. "Wow, the dishes here are delicious. It's like the dish Tutsuki graduates make." "Waitress!" Izumi raised his hand while calling the waitress. She came closer and waited for Izumi's order. "I ordered again the same as before." Izumi's voice was loud enough that the other customers also heard what he said. They were dumbfounded even more. Even the waitress couldn't help but be flabbergasted. However, she still replied with a bow. "Why yes, please wait a moment." It was already 9 p.m., and there were no customers left except Izumi, who was still relaxing in the restaurant. The chef, who is also the owner of the restaurant, approached Izumi and said, "Sorry, the restaurant is about to close. Here's your bill. I'm quite surprised you ordered so much food." Izumi sensed that only the owner was left in the restaurant, so he can ask anything freely. "Well, the dishes here are so delicious. Are you a Tutsuki graduate?" The restaurant owner shook his head. "No, I only learned from my grandfather." "It's surprising you have this kind of cooking talent without going to Tutsuki Academy." "Thank you for the compliment. By the way, I've been curious ever since I entered this restaurant." "What is it?" Izumi pointed at the door of the restaurant while asking, "Where did you get that magic door from?" The owner was stunned for a while, then he looked at Izumi. He was certain that the customer in front of him was Japanese. Surprisingly, he knew about the magic door in his restaurant. He wondered if this customer was really Japanese or not. He sighed. Since the opposite side knew about it, he finally said, "Customer, who are you exactly?" "I'm just a student. My house is not far from here." "How did you? Well, never mind. Actually, the door has been like that since I was a kid." "So you don't really know where the door came from, do you?" The restaurant owner shook his head in response to Izumi's question. "If I may ask, does that door connect to another world?" Since the restaurant owner felt that Izumi already knew everything, he couldn't hide it anymore, even though he actually wanted to keep this a secret from the people in his world. "Yes, that door is connected to another world, however, only on Saturdays. So every Saturday, the door appears in another world from various locations." "Yes, how did you know about that?" "I can feel the space magic on that door. In addition, a kind of illusion that prevents people with ill intentions from seeing that door." The restaurant owner lit his brows in surprise. Oh, there's an illusion as well. This is actually the first time I've heard of it. Besides, hearing you say it feels like you're a person from another world. Izumi chuckled and replied. You also have magic power in your body, don't you know? Aren't you also a person from another world then? I have, what? The restaurant owner seemed not to believe what Izumi said. But after thinking for a moment, maybe what Izumi said was true. He already knew that his grandmother was a person from another world when he saw his grandmother had acquaintances from another world when Saturday came. So, it was no wonder if he had magical power in his body. That's enough to satisfy my curiosity. Anyway, I'll stop by next time. Izumi stood up from his seat, paid the bill, then left. Sure, you're pretty much welcome. Arriving at the house, Rory was already standing in front of his house while giving a cynical smile. Izumi also remembered what he did that afternoon. Aren't you gonna say anything? Rory approached Izumi and held his collar. It looked weird when Rory did that as she was shorter than Izumi. What do you want me to say? Do you want to make me your servant so badly? Why not? Izumi's answer surprised Rory, which made her speechless. Usually, he was afraid of her. However, this time he was even more daring than usual. Yufufufu, I become more and more interested in you, kid. Wanna go to bed together now? Rory said with a chuckle. However, Izumi refused by shaking his head. I found something interesting just now, and I want to go to bed earlier so I can visit that place again. Izumi didn't change his expression at all. So, Rory didn't really understand what Izumi was thinking. Oh, what is it, to even reject my invitation? Is it really interesting? Rory pouted. Izumi said softly. I found a door that connects to another world. Seriously? Rory was stunned. They just found out that there was a god in Izumi's world. And now, there is even more outrageous, a door that is connected to another world. I was planning to take you and the others there tomorrow. How is it? Then, let's talk to the others. They both enter the house. Once inside, Izumi told her all about how he had found the magical door. After that, Izumi opened the chat group and typed something. Izumi, which of you is free tomorrow? I want to bring you somewhere. Tabin-chan, me. Kuroniko, I can't. I have a gathering event tomorrow. Kazuma, I'm still doing the quest. Hihiro, I'm free. Warad, Kisame-kun and I have to go to the Magic Council to form our guild. By the way, what the name of our guild will be? Are you already thought about that? Izumi, let's name it Delicious. After that, we should think of our nicknames as well. Tabin-chan, Delicious. Pretty weird but interesting. But what nickname did you mean? Kuroniko, I agree. Hihiro, well, I don't care about the name. It's up to you. Kazuma, I agree. Warad, well, isn't it fine? Kisame-kun and I agree. And as Tabin asked, what nickname did you mean? Izumi, I think Luffy and Kakashi are busy. But since all of you agreed, then let's settle that name for our guild. As for our nicknames, we will add Licious at the end of our name. We will use our nickname for the Grand Magic Games later. For example, Kuroniko becomes Neckalicious or something. Luffy becomes Luvicious. Well, something like that, I guess. Somehow, he doubted if everyone would refuse such chuuni nicknames. But, since it sounded interesting, they immediately agreed. Almost all MMORPG games had guild systems. Some players added the guild name in their nicknames to show that the players in their guilds were united and represented loyalty. That was why Izumi came up with that idea. Chapter 211, 211. Let's go to another world restaurant. In the fairy tale world, Kisame and Itachi looked at the scene in front of them. They could see a striking building built resembling a church on top of the rocky hill that could be seen from a distance. It was clear that there was no such a building style in their world. They couldn't believe they were transferred to another world, and the world they transferred to was different from the ninja world. Hey Itachi-san, Kisame suddenly asked Itachi. Are you really planning to die? Well, it can't be helped, don't you think? Itachi understood his body pretty well, and he could feel that if he didn't suppress his illness, he would die a year from now. Even so, don't you think you're blaming yourself too much? I can see you really care about your little brother and you also want to make him stronger. But Why did you deliberately make him hate you? It seemed Kasame didn't understand how the sharing works, so Itachi explained a little bit. After that, Kasame commented. Negative emotions trigger sharing enhancement? No wonder. But you already heard what Izumi said. Somehow, he has a way to cure your illness. He also told you that it's better if you tell your little brother the truth before it's too late. Itachi was at a loss. Before meeting Izumi, he had made up his mind to die at the hands of his little brother. But after meeting Izumi and knowing that his plans could go contrary to his expectations, he hesitated. Itachi sighed with a downcast expression. He didn't know what he should do. The next day when Izumi woke up, he saw a little girl beside her. He instantly cried out. "What the fuck are you doing, lowly girl?" The little girl sleeping beside him was none other than Rory, who had snuck into his bed. Usually, Izumi would wake up when he sensed danger. But apparently, since Rory didn't have any bad intentions, his instincts weren't working at all. Why is it so noisy?" Rory rubbed her eyes as she woke up. She saw Izumi with an angry expression. "Why did you sneak into my bed? You should do this to Hiro instead." Izumi pointed furiously with his index finger. Izumi even thought that Rory wanted him to get the title of Lowly Slayer, just like Hiro. "Yufufufu, you're so cute when you're angry. Get out of here real quick." Slowly, Rory got out of his room while chuckling, which made him even more irritated. This damned Lowly. Rory is indeed an adult, but her appearance, which looks like a 12-year-old girl, can make people misunderstand. Izumi couldn't tell whether Rory wanted to experience life as a normal girl before reaching godhood or if she just acted mischievously. Nevertheless, he couldn't read her at all. Izumi looked at the clock, and it was already 8 in the morning, so he immediately went to the bathroom and washed his face. He also did not forget to change clothes afterward. Shortly after he changed his clothes, the doorbell rang. "So she came straight here, huh?" Izumi, who heard the sound of the doorbell, immediately checked, and it was Tabin who came along with Hiro. He thought they would meet somewhere, but he didn't expect her to come straight to his house. After Izumi went out of his room, he saw pouted Tabin already sitting on the sofa in the living room, along with Karin, Hiro, and Rory. Curious as to why Tabin was pouting, Izumi asked, "What is it?" "I told her that we slept together last night. Yufufufu." Rory revealed something illegal to Tabin. In that instant, Izumi was stunned with his mouth agape. I didn't think that Rory and Izumi-chan were already at that stage without even being in a relationship, Tabin said with a grimace. Then, she glared at Izumi in disgust. Wait. You're the one who snuck into my bed. Don't make them misunderstand as if we did something last night. After that, Izumi explained to them so they wouldn't misunderstand. He didn't want to be labeled as a cheap guy after what Rory just said. Even so, the fact didn't change as you slept together, right? Even though Izumi explained what happened, Tabin still gave a piercing statement. Izumi was speechless. He was at a loss for words since he couldn't deny it. Well, there's no need to talk about that anymore. Let's talk about something else, okay? Look at him, poor kid. Rory embraced Tabin's hand while pointing at Izumi. Then, both of them giggled. Even Karin let out a chuckle. Meanwhile, Hiro, who had been silent for a long time, began to think that he should not mess with those two women, or else he would be the unlucky one. It took some time for Izumi to start talking again, which was caused by the actions of the two nosy women. Well, what happened last night was partly his fault, so he couldn't argue. But he thought that he should be more aggressive in dealing with their behavior so that the same thing wouldn't happen again. I didn't think you brought Karin-chan as well, Izumi said while glancing at the red-haired girl beside Tabin. Karin just replied with a smile. Then, Tabin replied to him. Hey, a girl her age also needs an outing. Do you think she has to be the hikikomori that always lives in my laboratory? Seeing Tabin, who was glaring at Izumi stepped back while raising both hands. That wasn't my intention. Actually, I have a plan for her. Oh. Although Tabin and the others were curious about Izumi's plan, they didn't ask about it since Izumi had no intention of talking about it yet. Meanwhile, Karin just tilted her head, wondering what Izumi's plan was. Izumi, Hiro, Rory, Karin, and Tabin walked together toward the business district, which was precisely in the shopping district Izumi visited yesterday. Before going there, naturally, Izumi had made sure that they had to wear modern clothes in general so they wouldn't stand out from the crowd. In addition, Hihiro needed to wear a hat since he was currently one of the people reported missing on television. On the way, Rory talked about the magical door that Izumi found, and also Hihiro, who confirmed to be a resident of this world after seeing the news on TV yesterday. Izumi also added some pretty terrible news. You have to be careful with your actions in this world, because I found a trace of a god who lived by integrating as an ordinary human. They almost couldn't believe it, but when Rory explained what happened last night, Tabin fell silent and pondered over it. If their words were true, Tabin had to pay attention to her actions in this world. Passing through the street filled with crowds, Tabin became a little doubtful of what Izumi and Rory had said about the magic door. Izumi-chan, are you not going the wrong way? Isn't this place quite crowded? Just follow me, you will know very soon. Although the five of them wore modern clothes, they still caught the attention of many people, especially Tabin's charming appearance. Her body proportions made not just every man, but even every girl look at her enviously. After all, her breasts had a size to be proud of. At that moment, Izumi felt a soft sensation in his hand. He saw Tabin holding his hand with her breast pressed against his chest. Izumi felt it wasn't bad to have gotten a hug from a woman. Then he heard Tabin say, "Izumi-chan, everyone looked at me with a weird gaze, you know. Maybe they're going to hit me." "Well, isn't it because you're a beauty?" "Oya, oya, oya, oya. This is the first time Izumi-chan called me a beauty. Am I your type?" Veins popped on Izumi's head. Only praised once, she became big-headed like this. However, it would be better like this because it would be troublesome if many men approached Tabin. And it turned out to be true. After Tabin took Izumi's hand, the men who were interested in Tabin looked disappointed. And their gazes filled with killing intent were thrown at Izumi. And strangely enough, they suddenly stumbled and fell so that they were laughed at by the people passing by. The four of them continued on their way. It didn't take them long. They arrived at the location they were going to, which was at the corner of the shopping district. They saw an old lady whose gaze was fixed on Izumi and the others. Izumi and Rory furrowed their brows. They could feel the power hidden within the old lady's body. The old lady also felt their powers while sharpening her eyes. She just didn't expect that there was someone with such power in this seemingly normal world. She just hoped that his grandson wouldn't get into trouble with the four people in front of her. It was obvious that their destination was the restaurant his grandson ran. She is the grandmother of the owner of the restaurant Izumi visited yesterday. She wanted to visit her grandson, but didn't expect to meet some abnormal people. Chapter 212, A Dangerous Waitress. The old lady didn't feel malicious intentions from Izumi's group, which made her sigh in relief. She took a step forward, approaching Izumi and the others. Then, she said, "How can I help you? Looks like you children want to come to this restaurant. But sorry, the restaurant is closed today." Izumi put a smile on his face, then replied, "So, you're that restaurant owner's grandmother, huh? Nice to meet you, Granny." Izumi checked the surroundings and continued, "I don't think I can see people from another world here." The old lady knitted her brow. She never revealed her identity to anyone else on Earth apart from her dead husband. And then, she recalled what her grandson had told her last night. And looking at the people in front of her, she understood immediately. Still, she kept her guard since she sensed that Izumi and the others weren't ordinary humans. Especially Rory, who is depicted as a dangerous being after feeling her power. Meanwhile, looking at the old lady's wariness, Izumi tried to loosen her tension. "Granny, I even invited my friends from other worlds to stop by this restaurant. Won't you give us an exception?" Since the old lady already knew about the other world, Izumi didn't need to hide it anymore and said straightly, "All of you from another world?" the old lady asked. Then Izumi shook his head. "Not quite, Granny." "What do you mean?" "These three girls certainly are from another world. However, this guy and I are local. In other words, this is my world. Both of these girls came to my world through special means, which you can say because of my ability. If you're wary of me because you thought I'm from another world and planning to conquer this world, you're gravely mistaken. And that should be my line instead. Izumi's tone turned deep and cold while narrowing his eyes. The appearance of a god, a strange restaurant, and an old lady in front of Izumi confirmed his assumption about the diminishing dimensional barrier. And it wouldn't be strange for the dimensional barrier to crack in the near future, which might have disastrous consequences for his world. From what I know so far, there are no people from this world that have such ability. The old lady still replied, and Izumi nodded. Yes, just like you said. However, there's an exception. For example, Izumi pointed at Hihiro while gesturing to him to take off his hat. You must be familiar with his face if you watch television. Hearing what Izumi said, the old lady turned to Hihiro. And sure enough, Hihiro's face was no different from the missing child reports on television. This guy was summoned to another world using a hero summoning ritual, then got back to this world while retaining his power. A hero summoning ritual? The old lady shuddered when Izumi mentioned hero earlier. So what about you, Granny? Izumi asked with a smile. Hearing Izumi asking how she got to this world, she sighed. Well, you kids have already said something, so I should say it too, but we'll talk about it inside. The old lady pointed at the door of the restaurant. The restaurant is called Nekoya. Even though the restaurant is only a family restaurant, the dishes there are worthy of being called dishes from a star restaurant. At that very moment, the old lady heard a chuckle. Granny, you don't need to talk about your past, you know. We already knew that you didn't have bad intentions toward this world. We are just curious about how you came here. Please forgive us. This is my friend's world, so it's natural for us to be worried. It was Tabin who said that. She thought they didn't really need to know about the old lady's identity since she seemed already living in this world for quite a long time. Before they entered the restaurant, they introduced themselves to each other. The old lady's name is Yomi. Because she married a Japanese, she bears the name Yamagata as her surname. Clank clank. The bell rang as they entered the restaurant. What greeted them was the figure of an elf, with pointed ears, black hair, and green eyes, as well as a blonde-haired girl with curled horns. Welcome. Welcome, are you a new customer here? Surprisingly, when the two waitresses greeted them, one of them seemed to be using telepathy, which surprised Izumi and the others, including Yomi. Not only that, but for some reason, he could understand what the blonde-haired waitress was saying even though her voice and lip movements were out of sync. When Izumi, Rory, and Yomi saw the black-haired waitress, they could feel tremendous power from her. Not just that, her aura was so terrifying that made Rory flinch, even though Rory was the most powerful one from Izumi's group. Izumi saw Hihiro was about to do something with his magic. Probably he wanted to know about the statuses of these people from another world. Instantly, Izumi turned his gaze to Hihiro's hand and activated his magic destabilization to cancel Hihiro's magic. Izumi stepped forward in front of Rory. He turned his head and curled his lips at her, then his gaze turned to the elf waitress. His expression was too calm, facing the most terrible person he had ever faced. Miss, you're so proficient in telepathy. If it's magic, can you elaborate on it for me? Unexpectedly, Izumi asked about telepathy. Despite his interest in telepathy, he also wanted to distract Rory and Yomi, who had already sensed how horrifying the waitress in front of them was. The waitress replied to Izumi's question with telepathy. I'm sorry, Mr. Customer. I'm working right now. I can't teach you. So, is it okay if she's not working? Izumi secretly said, but she was a person from another world and he didn't know where she lived. That's unfortunate. I really need that ability though. Izumi shook his head in disappointment. Then blonde-haired waitress approached him and said, See customers, I'm sorry, you're standing in front of the door. You're blocking the entranceway for another customer. Oh, sorry. This is the first time someone is talking to me telepathically, so I can't hold back my curiosity. Izumi apologized to the blonde-haired waitress, then turned around and gestured to the others to get the seats. Looking around, Izumi saw various kinds of customers. A wizard with a tremendous amount of magic power, a swordsman with a sharp aura, a lizardman, a lion man with a huge body, a beautiful young lady like a princess, a man with knight-rank noble attire, a ponytail woman with cowboy-like clothes, and even an elf or maybe a half-elf because her ears seemed shorter than the elf he knew. While Izumi and his group sat together, Yomi walked toward the wizard instead. It seemed both of them were friends. Izumi glanced at the elf waitress who was serving the customers, then he heard Rory say, "Isn't that waitress too dangerous?" "True, but I didn't feel malice in her. Even so, I felt she was stronger than you, Rory," Izumi replied. Rory nodded. "Her presence is similar to when I was facing my superior." "What, is she a godly being?" Hearing Rory and Izumi's conversation, Tabin, Karin, and Hiro were also surprised. Either way, they couldn't sense someone's aura as Rory and Izumi did, so it was only natural that those three didn't realize. "She's a god?" Hiro asked. "Who knows? In any case, you're too careless, Hiro. I've told you many times, don't carelessly use your magic to check people's status. You have to change your habits." Hiro lowered his head in guilt. It was his habit to check someone's status, so he did it spontaneously without thinking. Suddenly, Tabin changed the topic. "Anyway, Izumi-chan, I saw it, you know." "Saw what?" "Your left eye is changing color like a chuunibyou. Hee. "Hey, don't be joking, Tabin-chan. Almost anyone indeed has that syndrome. But it was my past, not now." "I've seen it several times." Even Hiro also gave his comment. "Seriously?" Izumi wondered if the two of them wanted to make fun of him. However, Hiro was always serious whenever he spoke in front of him. Izumi still couldn't believe their words and made Tabin say it again. "In that case, try using your ability earlier." "Earlier?" Izumi thought for a moment. The only ability he just used was magic destabilization eye. "Don't tell me." Came to realization, Izumi took out his phone and used a selfie camera, then used his magic destabilization eye. The iris on his left eye changed from blue to golden color, exactly like a chuunibyou he saw in anime. Only his right eye remained the same. "And no way, I became Kuroniko V2. Izumi lowered his head to the table dejectedly, while Rory and Tabin laughed at him and made the other customers look at them. At that time, the blonde-haired waitress came with 4 cold drinks along with the menu. "Customer, these are free services and this is the menu. Can you read Western language?" Hearing the waitress question, they didn't understand what it meant. Izumi raised his head from the table and asked, "Western language, English, Spanish, or what? I knew some languages from Europe or America." I don't understand what you meant." Since the waitress didn't understand, Izumi asked for the menu and looked at the contents. "What language is this? Although the menu is more or less the same as yesterday, the language is different. Rory, how about you? Any similarity to your world?" "This language is different from my place." "I believe this is the price. Is the owner changing the language in the menu so another world people would understand?" When Izumi, Rory, and Tabin were talking with each other, a blonde-haired waitress stepped forward and wanted to explain to them. However, before she could talk, Izumi told her to call the restaurant owner. Chapter 213, Nekoya Restaurant. The blonde-haired waitress is a demon girl called Aletta. She works as a waitress at Nekoya's restaurant after accidentally sneaking into the restaurant at dawn on Saturday. On this day, Nekoya got 6 new customers altogether. That was what she thought. Apparently, one of them who was an old lady went straight to the wizard called Artorias, and she seemed acquainted with him, while the other 5 walked to their seats. What was a little surprising to Aletta was that the appearances of Izumi, Tabin, and Hiro had similar traits to the restaurant owners. When Aletta asked if they could speak Western or not, a boy answered her with words she couldn't understand. Then the boy told Aletta to call her master, the restaurant owner. Aletta went to the kitchen and told the restaurant owner, while pointing to the seats of Izumi and the others. "That boy came? That's surprising since I closed the restaurant." Then, his gaze turned to another spot and saw a familiar old lady. "I see, so it's Grandma who allowed them to come." After he said that, he asked Aletta to deliver the order to the other customer. Then, he went to an old lady's seat while bringing the menu in kanji. "Grandma." Meanwhile, Aletta picked up the dish from the customer to deliver it. she saw her master talking with the old lady for a moment who was talking with Artorias. Then he went to Izumi's seat. Izumi saw the restaurant owner walk toward him while bringing something. Izumi said to him, "Owner, did you prank us? Isn't this language more difficult than Russian or Greek?" "Haha, sorry. You can see around you that the customers in this restaurant are not from our world, so I only serve the menu in their language. Moreover, some of the ingredients of the dishes on the menu came from their world. By the way, I told you I closed the restaurant today. Why do you insist on coming? If my grandmother wasn't here, you wouldn't be able to come in." Hearing the restaurant owner's words, Izumi was slightly impressed. How come? The restaurant owner used ingredients from another world. It meant that he had experimented many times using ingredients from another world with different names, shapes, and perhaps tastes to make dishes from his world. "You're unexpectedly dedicated," Izumi commented. "Thank you for the praise. Anyway, this is the menu." The owner handed the menu to Izumi, and Izumi handed it to the others so they could choose their dishes first. Izumi didn't tell the owner the truth that he left the mark of the jutsu formula in the restaurant. When he was in front of the restaurant, he was actually surprised when he sensed his jutsu formula seemed to be in a different dimension. Izumi was sure that he couldn't feel the jutsu formula he left in the ninja world. Thus, Izumi concluded that the inner restaurant was shifted to a different dimension between his world and the other world. Just like a different dimension, created by Kamui of Obito's Manjikayo Sharingan. The conversation between Izumi and the restaurant owner caught the attention of the people sitting near Izumi's seat and the others. They were the wizard Artorias, the swordsman Tatsugoro, and the half-elf Victoria. The three of them hardly believed that Izumi and the others were from the same world as the restaurant owner. When Izumi saw Karin wanted to choose a cake, he said, "Karin-chan, if you want a cake, I have a lot in my house, you know." "Eh, really? Big brother, you have a lot of cakes." Karin stood up from her seat while looking at Izumi. "Yup, my mother opened a cake shop beside my house. I didn't know you were interested in cakes. If I had known, I would have made you taste my cake or my mother's." Izumi replied with a nod. Then he carried on, "That's why you should order something other than cake." At that moment, Hiro asked, "It's your treat, right?" Izumi shook his head and replied, "No, it's Rory who treats us." "Since when do I need to treat you?" Rory responded lightly to him while resting her chin on her palm. Izumi shrugged his shoulders. Then he said, "Anyway, you can just choose anything you like, except for the cake, of course." After Izumi mentioned the cake, the restaurant owner asked him as he overheard Izumi's words, "Excuse me, is our cake not to your liking?" Izumi turned toward him and immediately apologized. He didn't mean to make fun of the cakes on the menu. "I'm sorry, but I have my own cake shop. My mother graduated from Tutsuki, so you can imagine if the cakes in my shop are delicious or not. I'm also quite good at making cakes, although not as good as my mother." So that's why. Because Nekoya restaurant is quite close to his house, Izumi suggested the restaurant owner order cakes from the cake shop of Izumi's mother. This was because there were several cakes on the restaurant menu, so Izumi made an offer to the restaurant owner. Izumi even brought along a flyer for his mother's cake shop with pictures of the various kinds of cakes that have been popular among the people lately. The owner of the restaurant accepted the flyer and said he would stop by when he had time. Rory, Tabane, Karin, and Hiro had already chosen the dishes on the menu. Then Izumi also chose the dishes on the menu. Seeing the restaurant owner return to the kitchen, Tabane started commenting on what Izumi had said earlier. "To think you'd even try to offer cake at your cake shop." "Well, I just wanted to introduce the cake shop. There's nothing wrong with trying to offer it to someone who hasn't tried it. This is the so-called marketing." While both of them talking, Izumi felt the gaze from the side. It was the gaze of the half-elf with silver hair, Victoria. "What's wrong, miss?" "No, I thought I heard it wrong. But it turns out you're coming from the same world as the restaurant owner." "Oh, so you're interested in my world." "If I say I'm not interested, then it would be a huge lie." Suddenly, Tabin grabbed his arm and said to Victoria, "Missy, don't try to hit him, he is mine." She confidently said that with a smile. Izumi himself didn't expect Tabin to become this aggressive. Izumi chopped her head in annoyance. I belong to no one. Victoria could only chuckle at their behavior and said, Sorry, I didn't mean to disturb your relationship. I'm just curious about what you said to the owner. Oh, you mean cake? Yeah, I saw the picture you gave to the owner. The cake looks interesting. Well, if you want, you can ask the owner. He can come to my shop before Saturday. Can I have the picture you gave to the owner? Sure, I have some, here. Izumi and Victoria talked to each other about the kinds of cakes sold in his mother's shop while handing Victoria a flyer. He also explained a little about the cakes in the flyer. Their conversation was interrupted when Aletta delivered the dishes ordered by Izumi and the others. Since the dishes arrived, Victoria and Izumi decided to put off their conversation. Izumi and the others placed their palms together while praying. Then, they devoured their dishes together. Everyone who didn't know Izumi was taken aback when he devoured so many dishes as if he wasn't a human. His stomach seemed to have a black hole sucking all the dishes into it. Burped. It didn't take long. The food he ordered had run out with more than 20 plates piled on his table. Rory started to talk while looking at the plates and Izumi. As always, you looked so abnormal when you swallowed them all. These cost money, you know. If I didn't have an income, I wonder if I can handle my food expense. That's your fault for becoming a dragon slayer. How do I know if the dragon slayer magic needs a lot of food as energy? Izumi did get dragon slayer magic from the chest reward without any side effects like the other dragon slayers, motion sickness. Still, by acquiring that magic, Izumi needed quite a lot of energy. That was why he ate a lot of food to convert as energy. Actually, he could have consumed water as energy. However, he prefers food because it can indulge his sense of taste, except when there is no other choice. Anyhow, their conversation was heard by Artorias, Tatsugoro, and Yomi. The three of them heard Izumi mention magic they had never heard before, Dragon Slayer magic. They could already guess what that magic was just by hearing its name. Though, they didn't know what kind of magic could kill a dragon. More importantly, they wondered how they had such power after learning that Yomi lived in a normal world without monsters. Artorias and Tatsugoro were the same as Yomi. Both of them could feel the power in the bodies of Izumi's group. Especially Rory, who was the same or maybe more powerful than Yomi when Yomi was still in her prime. Especially since she is a former hero. Artorias is the most powerful wizard in his world. He already knew and studied the magic spells that existed in his world, whether in the current era or the ancient era. However, the Dragon Slayer magic mentioned by Izumi piqued Artorias' interest, which made him approach Izumi's group despite knowing that there was someone powerful in Izumi's group. Chapter 214, Wanna Go to Another World? Curious about the Dragon Slayer magic, Artorias got closer to Izumi's group and asked, You kids mentioned Dragon Slayer magic, what is that? I never heard it before. May I know who you are? How rude of me not to introduce myself. I am Artorias, Yomi's old friend. In this restaurant, everyone called me pork loin cutlet. Everyone except Izumi twitched their cheeks. It's kinda a weirdo to call himself by the nickname of a food. Artorias is an old man who has long white hair and a thick white beard and mustache. His appearance looked like a rip-off version of a great wizard from the Lord of the Rings movie, Gandalf. Izumi didn't know that Artorias got such a nickname because he ordered the same food all of the time since he visited Nikoya's restaurant. Moreover, he has been a loyal customer since long ago. Izumi and his group introduced themselves, then Izumi told a little about Dragon Slayer magic. Basically, on the same level as other magic, Dragon Slayer magic was more effective against dragons. When Dragon Slayer magic reached a sufficient level, it was indeed more lethal if it was used against dragons. Of course, after explaining Dragon Slayer magic, Izumi tried to ask if Artorias knew about telepathic magic, since the old man looked like a strong and experienced wizard. Artorias knew about telepathy magic, but he didn't understand how to apply it. So if Izumi wanted to learn it, he had to learn it by himself. Hiro could use telepathic magic, but he could only use it through his unique magic. That's why Izumi didn't ask him for telepathic magic. In order to be able to use telepathic magic, Artorias explained how much magic power should be expended, how to convey the words that were on his mind to other people, and what the magic sequence looked like. Artorias explained them one by one. It didn't stop there. Izumi asked about other magic in another world. And after he heard the words from Artorias, it seemed that in his world, the magic wasn't as strong as he thought. In that world, magic is quite a rare power. Only 1 in 1,000 people have the talent to use magic. There is only one country that is an exception, even though the people in that country generally don't have strong magic. On the other hand, there are only 4 people who have the greatest magic power. They are the chosen heroes. And without further explanation, Izumi knew that Artorias and Yomi were heroes in that world after he felt almost the same power in their bodies. But what surprised Izumi was a black-haired elf-like woman who is now a waitress at Nikoya's restaurant. Her strength is much greater than Artorias and Yomi's as heroes. Izumi didn't think that the waitress was the enemy or the last boss of the heroes either, since she didn't have evil intentions. In addition, she was willing to be a waitress even when she had that strength. So, Izumi thought that the waitress was someone who managed the world that Artorias lived in, something like an administrator. After they talked about magic, Izumi tried to ask Artorias something else. Grandpa Artorias, if I may ask, is that middle-aged man an acquaintance of yours? Izumi pointed to a middle-aged man sitting next to where Artorias had sat before. He had thin hair tied in a ponytail and a thin mustache and beard. He wears a simple kimono with a sleeveless haori covered with a cloak. What attracted Izumi was that he carried 2 katanas on his waist, as well as the sharp aura he gave off. There was no mistaking that the middle-aged man was an experienced swordsman. Yeah, he's an old acquaintance of mine. He's also a long-time customer at this restaurant. Oh, somehow my blood boiled after seeing him. I want to compare my sword skill with his. Izumi stared at the middle-aged swordsman, Tatsugoro, intently. Izumi didn't know how strong Tatsugoro was. However, he believed that Tatsugoro was better than him in terms of sword skills. Perhaps, fighting against Tatsugoro was the best choice for Izumi to increase his sword skills. On the other hand, Artorias could see Izumi's fighting spirit as soon as Izumi's gaze was on Tatsugoro. Artorias put a smile on his face. "Oi, teriyaki chicken, can you come here?" Izumi and his group were dumbfounded when old man Artorias called Tatsugoro. It was like the wizard said that each person from another world who visited this restaurant had a nickname for the food they liked. Tatsugoro approached the seats of Izumi and the others. His head turned to Artorias and asked, "What is it?" "Well, this youngster seems interested in you." "Oh." As an experienced swordsman, he sensed that Izumi was also a swordsman like himself after taking a close look. At that moment, Izumi introduced himself, as well as Tatsugoro. "By the way, Tatsugoro-san, I felt your aura as a swordsman, and I can't help it that I'm interested in sparring with you." "Is it because you felt my aura that you are interested in sparring with me?" Tatsugoro only smiled after Izumi said that he could feel his aura. It was doubtful that a youngster like him could sense his aura. Tatsugoro believed that Izumi said that just to compliment him, but what Izumi said next made him unable to believe it. "Of course, not only that, you're strong as well. Although your strength is not as powerful as that Gramp Wizard and Granny Yomi, I believe that your swordsmanship is top-notch in your world." Tatsugoro clearly saw that Izumi was young, but unexpectedly he seemed experienced and knew how much power other people had just by looking at them. "How old are you kids?" I'm 16. Izumi answered after thinking for a moment. Take into account his visit to another world, he is already 16 years old since he already spent more than a year in the worlds he had visited. Even so, his age was still relatively young, which took Tatsugoro and Artorias by surprise. They thought Izumi was someone like a half-elf who had a youthful appearance. Meanwhile, Yomi thought Izumi had that power because he was summoned to another world as the hero as he mentioned earlier. He probably gained experience from that world, so it was no strange he could feel the powers of Artorias, Tatsugoro, and even Yomi. "I didn't think you were still young." "You wouldn't underestimate me for knowing I'm still young, would you?" "Ha, as a swordsman, I shouldn't underestimate others just because my opponent is young." Tatsugoro stopped talking for a moment. He looked at Izumi closely, then continued. Okay then, but we can't do it here. I heard that you guys come from the same world as the owner of this restaurant. I doubt if you walk out that door you'll come into my world. Tatsugoro said while pointing at the front door of the restaurant. That's right, I'm with them right now. Izumi turned to Tabane, Rory, Karin, and Hiro. He took them to Nikoya's restaurant to show them that there were restaurants that cater to customers from another world. So in the beginning, he had no intention of going to another world. And what Tatsugoro said was true. If he exited through that door, instead of going to another world, he would return to his own world. But he had an idea. Even so, he had to ask Tabane, Rory, Karin, and Hiro for their opinion. Tabane gave her opinion. Hihihi, if Izumi-chan wants to go to another world, please take me along. Besides, I'm not busy either. Rory nodded. I also have no problem going to another world, but how do we get there and return to your world? Rory turned to Izumi while asking. If you want to return to your respective worlds, you can use items from the dimensional shop, right? After Rory expressed his opinion and asked, Hiro answered Rory. Hiro knew that he was from the same world as Izumi. As for an item in the dimensional shop, Hiro already knew that there was an item that could be used to go to a world that the chat group members had visited by spending 1,000 shop coins to buy it. This time, Izumi answered. As Hiro said, we can go back to our worlds using that item. If we go to another world, we can simply follow Old Man Tatsugoro when he exits through that door, right? Izumi said while pointing to the front door of the restaurant. They all didn't mind if Izumi wanted to go to another world with them. Moreover, the four of them had nothing to do even though they returned to their own worlds. Chapter 215, Trying to Improve. And as Izumi guessed, when they followed Tatsugoro out of the restaurant, they arrived in an unfamiliar place. They looked back as the door closed, which then disappeared from their sight. When Izumi and the others looked around, trees with a mountain view behind them could be seen. Where is this? Izumi asked while looking at the vast mountains surrounded by a luxuriant, dense forest rich in biodiversity. From where Izumi was now, it seemed like 1,000 meters above seawater. Tatsugoro answered, This is the land of mountains in the western continent. Izumi scratched his hair and thought, I also know that this is a land of mountains. I just want to know the name of this area. Well, never mind. After he thought for a while, Izumi said, Tatsugoro-san, what kind of training have you been doing till now? Tatsugoro pointed to the mountain peak that was filled with fog. Then he said, Up there, the air is so thin, the fog is also very thick. Ever since I was young, I've been training there. Breathing exercises, improving instincts, and all sorts of things. With the dense fog, I just rely on my instincts to survive because there used to be lots of monsters living there. Hearing Tatsugoro's explanation, Izumi became interested. Practicing in thin-air locations could increase his fighting skill. This might help Izumi to improve his combat prowess. Izumi could only think that he was planning to come to this world on the summer holiday next week. The important thing now was to try to fight against Tatsugoro using only his swordsmanship and physical strength. He wanted to know how strong he was now just by using his sword art while fighting against the other martial artist. After all, he always relied on his magic, haki, or his devil fruit. And since Izumi could already use his devil fruit perfectly, he could control his devil fruit power, whether to activate or deactivate his intangible state. If Izumi continued to use Logia-type devil fruit's unique power, he would have a hard time growing up. It didn't take long for them to arrive at an open field in the middle of the forest. At that moment, Tabane, Rory, Karin, and Hiro retreated away from Izumi and Tatsugoro, who seemed to be starting their duel. Before Izumi could take the sword from the storage space, Tatsugoro threw one of his katana at Izumi. Since you don't have a weapon, use mine. Izumi wanted to refute it, but he remained silent and accepted the katana that Tatsugoro threw at him. Izumi took a stance and took a deep breath. He had already seen Tatsugoro's stance, who was ready to fight. Izumi tightened his grip and swiftly moved in front of Tatsugoro. He swung forward with a katana in his hand. Tatsugoro reacted by gripping the handle of his sword in the sheath and positioning his feet to balance his stance. Tatsugoro drew his sword quickly and smoothly from its sheath. Clank! Izumi's attack was blocked, but Tatsugoro was slightly dragged backward by the impact of Izumi's attack. "The hell, this kid is so strong," Tatsugoro said secretly. At that moment, Izumi spun his body and appeared beside Tatsugoro with a following attack. Clank, 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 clank. Fast and swift sword slashes performed by Izumi couldn't break Tatsugoro's defense at all. As Izumi expected, Tatsugoro is a peak-level swordsman in his world after all. Izumi jumped back and took a distance, and so did Tatsugoro. Tatsugoro smiled and said, "Your swordsmanship is fast, but lacks rhythm, it's too messy." "Then, please be serious as if you wanted to kill me," Izumi replied as he positioned the katana in front of him. "You can die, you know," Tatsugoro warned. However, Izumi smirked instead of being afraid. "No problem. All I want is to improve my sword skills, but so far, I've only been fighting someone who doesn't have any sword skills, until I met you." "All right, I'll get serious. Get ready." Suddenly, Tatsugoro's aura changed and overflowed. His killing intent was really dangerous, because it seemed that many enemies had been beheaded by his katana. But Izumi couldn't be intimidated because he had felt a more dangerous killing intent before. Tatsugoro suddenly disappeared from his place and appeared beside Izumi. "That's fast," Izumi exclaimed. Since Izumi only used his sword skill and raw strength only, Tatsugoro obviously looked superior. Screech! Izumi stopped Tatsugoro's attack by twisting the katana he was holding, which made the attack miss the vital point, even though Izumi was scratched as well. Not stopping there, Tatsugoro swung his sword upward. Slash! Luckily, Izumi somersaulted backward to avoid it. Otherwise, his right hand could be cut off. However, due to the speed of Tatsugoro's attack, scratches from his katana were unavoidable. Izumi looked at the wound caused by Tatsugoro's attack. So astonishingly, the bleeding stopped, and the first scratch from Tatsugoro's attack started to heal. Is this the self-heal ability due to the ghoul's cells? Not only Izumi, but Tatsugoro also realized that his body could heal on its own when he saw him. The battle continued with Tatsugoro taking the initiative to attack. The start of their fight was a bit unequal, and Izumi was at a disadvantage due to his inexperience. But little by little, Izumi began to learn moves from Tatsugoro. Izumi wanted to try using Tatsugoro's moves and try to combine and match with his style. Unfortunately, he couldn't because it seemed more difficult than he imagined. Precisely because Izumi was trying out new moves, it was easy for Tatsugoro to read those moves and counterattack him. His hand was stabbed, just as he tried to kick Tatsugoro. Tatsugoro pulled out his katana and placed his katana around Izumi's neck. Izumi raised both his hands and took off the katana, which then plunged into the ground. Blood was also dripping from the wound. If you didn't change your attack pattern, which made you seem amateurish, you could definitely keep up with me. Did you want to try using a new technique? Well, I just wanted to steal your moves and make them fit my fighting style. Ha ha ha, how interesting. It's the first time someone has thought like that when fighting against me. Anyway, your wound. Tatsugoro pointed at Izumi's hand that had been stabbed earlier. Izumi just shook his head. No problem, a wound like this will heal in no time. He showed his wound, which was starting to heal on its own. This was the first time Tatsugoro had seen someone who could heal himself without using any spells. Maybe there is something special about Izumi's body that made him have such an ability. Tatsugoro didn't ask anything because it might be Izumi's secret. It was getting dark, so Izumi told Tatsugoro to return to his world. He also said that he would ask Tatsugoro to take him to his training ground next week. He was still not satisfied with his current strength, so he wanted to improve. Before they returned, Hiro said something shocking and made Izumi want to confirm it. You don't want to go back. Seeing that old man's sword skills, I want to improve my swordsmanship. Hiro realized, even though his magic was great, even his physical strength could already be said to be a monster in Edia. However, his fighting technique was still amateurish. He was even helpless when his enemies used anti-magic. That was why he wanted to improve his fighting skills and techniques after seeing Tatsugoro's Iaido. Okay, then what about you three? Izumi turned to Rory, Karin, and Tabin. Of course, I will return to your house. Me too, I haven't had time to introduce myself to your mother. I want to try Big Brother's cake. Rory, Tabin, and Karin answered him one by one, which made him cover his face with his palm. He felt that these two women might be troublesome. Not might be, but it would definitely be troublesome. Fine then, but you should buy that item for Karin as well. What Izumi meant was an item called a transmigration card, which could be used to send a person to another world even if that person wasn't a member of the chat group. Tabin smugly replied, "No worries, I already bought some for Karin-chan." Hearing what Tabin said, Izumi said to himself, "She even prepared everything before coming to my world. Could it be that she really intends not to return to her world for a while?" Izumi turned to everyone. Fine, then let's go back. Using the items they bought from the dimensional shop, the four of them disappeared and left Hiro in the land of the mountains. Chapter 216, Before the Summer Holiday. Arriving at the house, the one who greeted them was Mafuyu, who had helped Yori at the cake shop since morning. She looked at Izumi with sharp eyes while glancing at Rory, Tabin, and Karin. Before Mafuyu could speak, Tabin had already proceeded what she wanted to say. "Izumi-chan, is she your wife? Did she just catch you cheating?" Wah, Mafuyu was dumbfounded. To think that someone else thought that she was Izumi's wife. Meanwhile, Izumi grabbed Tabin's head. "I'm still in high school, how can I have a wife?" "Ouch, ouch, ouch, it's hurt, Izumi-chan, I'm joking. Izumi turned to Mafuyu and apologized. "Sorry, there's a little bit of a problem in her head, so don't mind her." Tabin pointed at Izumi with a complaint. "What do you mean? I'm the most genius person in the world. How can I have a problem in my head?" Izumi ignored what Tabin had been blabbering about. When he was about to walk inside, Mafuyu asked, "Who are they?" Mafuyu already knows that Rory is Yori's illegitimate child, even though it's just a fabrication. And what made Mafuyu curious was a purple-haired woman who was almost the same age as Mafuyu, as well as a girl whose red hair was too conspicuous. Izumi pointed at Tabin. "She is my working partner, I needed her help so I brought her. She called Tabin." After a short moment, Izumi pointed at Karin. "She is Karin, Tabin's assistant." And Izumi explained what work he was doing. Since Izumi was talking about his work, Mafuyu stopped asking. Not many youths of Izumi's age want to do a side job. When she heard Izumi say that, she felt that Izumi was able to live independently. She knew that Izumi often spent time in his room creating a program that she didn't even understand. That made Mafuyu believe when Izumi talked about his work, though she still reminded him not to do anything strange. Izumi led Tabin and Karin to an empty room as they intended to stay the night. He intended to make both of them sleep in the same room. He would also make sure that the two of them didn't sneak into Izumi's room later on. Otherwise, he might not be able to hold back. "Oh right, Tabin-chan. The IS has something like a storage device, right? Can you make something like a capsule house with that technology?" "Capsule house?" Suddenly, Tabin lit her eyes brightly. She added, "Why didn't I think of that idea before? Izumi-chan, sometimes you're so smart." "I've always been smart. You're the one who's always been dumb." Tabin got closer and said, "Are you challenging me? Then let's make a bet. Who can make the capsule house first, me or you?" She challenged Izumi while grinning, but Izumi didn't want to eat Tabin's bait, so he answered. All right, you're the smartest. Anyway, can you make one? Should we borrow the capsule house from Gramp Warad?" Tabin clicked her tongue. "Tusk. Did you just click your tongue?" "I didn't." "Don't lie." Even though Izumi forced Tabin to confess, she still acted indifferently. "Anyway, just wait 1 or 2 weeks, I'll finish making it." "Hey, don't change the topic." "What are you talking about?" Tabin asked while giving a sweet smile. Feeling useless talking to Tabin, Izumi did not continue and change the topic. "Because you want to make that thing, can you tell me how to make a holographic computer?" "With pleasure." Tabin looked so happy when he asked her to tell him how to make a hologram computer. The way Tabin always tried to get closer to him, it would be stupid if he didn't realize how Tabin was feeling. However, he apologized in his heart that now was not the time to discuss such things. Without realizing it, 2 days have passed. As Izumi had promised before, Izumi kept his promise by taking first in the test scores for all first-year classes. His name is displayed with the highest test scores among the other first-year students. Even so, there was someone who reported that Izumi had cheated on the exam, which got him called by the teacher. Izumi clenched his fist. He's not a man with much free time, let alone just to make it clear that he's not cheating. That's why he got quite irritated when someone slandered him. Bang crack! He slammed his fist against his desk in the classroom and shouted, "Who the fuck told the teacher that I cheated on the exam? Come out and show your hideous face." Since Izumi does have a delinquent-like appearance, it doesn't matter for him to act like one. He'd rather behave like that than act like a geeky, studious student now. Hiroyuki, Toro, and Shu knew that Izumi wouldn't cheat because they had been taught by him. They already knew that Izumi was smart even though he never showed it. They approached Izumi and calmed his anger. Izumi already knew who the culprit was. His eyes fell on a student who had light blue hair. "I've never caused any trouble with you, this time I'll pretend not to know, but if something like this happens again, you'll know the consequences." All the students in the class didn't know who he was referring to. They even looked left and right to find out because they were curious. Then Izumi left the class, and the atmosphere in the class became a bit calmer. This was the first time they saw Izumi angry and to the point of cracking his desk. It didn't take long for Izumi to silence some teachers, who also thought that Izumi had cheated on the exam because his grades were normal from the start of high school. He answered all the difficult questions given by the teachers in no time. At first, they wanted to give 30 questions, but when Izumi answered 5 questions instantly, they stopped. None of the answers were wrong at all, so they assumed that Izumi didn't cheat during the exam, different from what was reported. When Izumi returns to class, a student in his class is called by the teacher for giving a false report. The next day was the closing ceremony before the summer holiday began. Toru asked Izumi, "What are you going to do in the summer holiday?" "The soccer club is holding a training camp, although I don't really want to go. I was also invited by members of the literature club for a vacation together." "I'll bet that all you wanted was to go to the beach for bikinis, right?" "What the hell, do you have supernatural power? You can even read my mind." Izumi answered monotonously. Well, even if he's joking, who wouldn't want to see girls in bikinis on the beach? "PFFFT, how about we go to the beach after you're done with your training camp?" Izumi would love to be invited to go to the beach, but he wasn't sure if he had any free time. He already had a plan before the summer holiday. "Oh, so you have other plans, huh?" "Sorry, I'll try to make time, then I'll call you later." "There's no need to force it. If you can't, it's fine. We can go next time and take Hiroyuki and Shu together." Izumi agreed with what Toru said. He needed to plan again if he wanted to spend time with his friends. August 14 and 15 are the days for Comiket in Kuroniko's world. He really wanted to go there. Izumi only hoped that the training camp wouldn't last long, otherwise he would be forced to flee from the training camp. After a short moment, Hiroyuki and Shu approached Izumi. They talked about tomorrow's training camp, in which all students are required to come at 6 a.m. in front of the school. Hiroyuki wondered if they would get a friendly match against another football club. After the closing ceremony was over, the students were allowed to go home, and the summer holiday started. Izumi walked while putting his hands in his pockets. He saw Kaoyuko walking home alone. He also thought maybe it would be better if he had a good talk with her. With that in mind, Izumi chased after Kaoyuko by increasing his pace. He felt bad that Kaoyuko was always avoiding him, and that made him a little awkward in class. Chapter 217, 217. Lend me your shoulder for the last time. After getting further away from the school location and Izumi saw Kaoyuko walking alone, he got closer to her. "Can we talk for a minute?" Izumi's voice startled Kaoyuko, who had stopped for a moment, but she ignored him and walked faster. Quickly, Izumi grabbed Kaoyuko's hand and forced her to stop. Kaoyuko turned her face and looked at Izumi. She had mixed feelings and couldn't think calmly. Izumi also saw her eyes, which were about to tear up. Izumi sighed. Please let me talk with you for a moment, okay? Somehow, I understand why you are avoiding me. Why don't we have a good talk about this? Kaioyuko saw Izumi, who was looking at her seriously, and made her unable to refuse his invitation. In the end, she agreed to talk about what had happened between them. Izumi took her to a park close to their location. The park is not that big, but people often use it to relax because there are tall trees for shade. There are also several gazebos at each corner of the park. Izumi led her to one of those gazebos. The two of them sat side by side, but they remained silent because neither one had started the conversation. Due to the silence, Izumi started to speak. Kaioyuko, can you act normally at school? You know, things get awkward in class. Kaioyuko didn't answer Izumi's words, so he continued. If you really don't want to get back together, can we just be friends instead? However, what Izumi said made Kaioyuko swing her right hand. Slap! Izumi knew what Kaioyuko wanted to do, but he didn't avoid it and received a slap in the face. However, Kaioyuko stiffened after that. She was afraid Izumi would kill her since he didn't even flinch when he killed other people, as if he was used to it. Kaioyuko sobbed and had tears streaming down her face. Izumi didn't know how to respond after seeing Kaioyuko's face. Kaioyuko tried to say something. I just hope we didn't know each other. What she said left him speechless. Kaioyuko said further. Could you stop going out into another world and live in peace here? Izumi didn't expect Kaioyuko to ask such a thing. Izumi just shook his head as he said. It is impossible. Izumi felt that his world was getting out of place, since he knew a god and a former hero were living in his world. Furthermore, the way Hiro and his friend, as well as Kaioyuko, were summoned to another world so easily, in which indicated that the dimensions in his world were very easy to breach into. He didn't want to talk it through except with the chat group members. So, his refusal somewhat sounded as if he didn't accept Kaioyuko's feelings. Then are you still going to kill people? Kaioyuko said while looking around. Izumi didn't answer her with words, but he nodded in response to Kaioyuko's question. Seeing Izumi's response of not wanting to escape from such a world, Kaioyuko covered her face with both her palms. A sob could be heard coming from the face she was covering. Then Izumi heard Kaioyuko say, You know how much it hurts my heart when I avoid you? I still like you, I still love you. I just want a normal, happy life. I don't want you to have that kind of life. Can you consider changing your life and living peacefully? About the picture that your friend sent to me, although I don't know what happened exactly, I believe that you're not cheating on me. Especially after she explained the other day. Hearing those words, Izumi asked back. Are you sure you still like me? Love me? If so, shouldn't you accept me as I am? I don't want to hide anything from you so you'll understand if I am like this, or this is me. I'm telling you to accept who I really am. This may be my selfishness, but all I want is to protect the people I care about. If you can't accept it, then it's better if we paved a different path. Izumi said it without taking a breath. He paused for a moment before he carried on. I know that you are an ordinary girl, different from me who has superpowers, but I still want to make you happy. Reality is cruel. I'm sure you won't believe it before you experience it yourself, just like you were sent to another world. In order to avoid something like that, I always try my best to get stronger in case something similar happens. It's just too bad you don't want someone like that. I know you're heartbroken when you always avoided me, but do you think I'm not? I didn't go to school after you asked me to break up because I felt awkward. I felt pain, and mixed feelings filled up my heart. I thought again and again. It can't be helped that I love adrenaline, challenges, combat, and even adventure. I can't just leave the things I love behind. However, I prioritized getting strong in order to avoid unwanted things. After breaking up with you, I started to think that I don't want a normal life anymore. So, our love story should end from now on. Izumi said everything that was in his heart. He felt a little relieved to have said everything. There was only one more thing that he wanted, but he saw Kaioyuko, who was sobbing, and made him stop talking. He waited for Kaioyuko to stop sobbing. Before Izumi could speak, Kaioyuko hugged him with tears in her eyes, soaking Izumi's uniform. I'm sorry, I'm afraid. I'm really afraid. Last time, it was me who was caught and transported into that world. After you told me, at that time I was absolutely sure that it had something to do with you. I'm afraid it will be my little brother, my mother, or my father next time. I was so scared because you'd killed people there. Especially when you gave off that horrible look that caused me to faint, I was terrified at that time. My only thought after I woke up was to quickly get away from you. I'm sorry. Kaioyuko's voice was quite loud. Luckily, Izumi acted quickly by creating a transparent soundproof barrier using his devil fruit power, so no one could hear them. Then, from now on, we have to go our separate ways. You'd better forget about me. There are still people who are better than me when it comes to love. Well, I just hope we can still be friends. Izumi said with a heavy heart. Seeing Kaioyuko cry like that, he also wanted to cry, but he held it back. Kaioyuko raised her head with her reddened eyes because of her cry. She asked softly, "Isn't it possible for us to be in a relationship again?" Izumi shook his head to deny it. Izumi could have made Kaioyuko gain some power. But since Kaioyuko was even opposed to killing, Izumi didn't dare bring it up. Izumi had already said everything he wanted to say. The burden was gone. He already felt relieved after releasing all that he had buried in his heart. He stood up from his seat and prepared to leave. He said to Kaioyuko, "Thank you for everything. Now I have to." Before Izumi could say goodbye, Kaioyuko grabbed his sleeve, which made him stop. "What is it?" Izumi wondered why she stopped him. "Could you lend me your shoulder for a moment, for the last time?" And what Kaioyuko said surprised him. After what Izumi said earlier, Kaioyuko seemed to want to scream, but she tried to stay strong. Kaioyuko started to understand why Izumi didn't want to go back into a relationship with her anymore after hearing his reasons. What's more, he couldn't shake off his selfishness, so it is more likely that he will find a partner who is more suitable for his circumstances. Even so, Kaioyuko felt sad after hearing all the reasons that made her ask him for something like a couple for one last time. Izumi took a deep breath and let it out slowly. He sat again and allowed her to lend his shoulder. He could see Kaioyuko's eyes were still red from crying. Kaioyuko leaned her head on his shoulder while closing her eyes. It didn't take long after Kaioyuko rested her head on his shoulder. She fell asleep despite being in that position. Izumi thought that maybe she wasn't getting enough sleep lately, which caused her to be like this. Izumi left it like this so she could be satisfied. She was asking this one last time anyways. An hour and a half later, Kaioyuko woke up and apologized. Izumi could only reply with a smile and started to stand up from his seat. "Well then, see you after the summer holiday." Izumi walked away, leaving Kaioyuko with a wave, gesturing to say goodbye. Chapter 218. Let's go to the summer comic-it. Relieved by all that he had poured out, Izumi walked home while looking up at the sky. He put his hands in his pockets and began to think ahead. He no longer needed to be burdened with his feelings anymore, as if he had been freed from the curse that had made him sick. Though, the curse was still lingering in his thoughts. The next day, Izumi leaves for school early because the football club of his school is having a training camp, and the members are expected to arrive on time. The training camp location this time is quite far, and the location is in the highlands southwest of Miyagi Prefecture, Naruto. In Naruto, members of the football club can train their physical strength by running in uphill areas full of trees. There is also a football field close to a small lake. After doing the training, they can rest and relax by soaking in the hot springs in Naruto. Well, even though Izumi joined the training camp, at the very least, it could also be considered a vacation. After doing training and physical improvement for 1 week, the coach, Nakazawa Katsutoshi, gathered all the members of the football club. Today, I will insert several players from Team B to Team A and vice versa. Team A will compete by including players from Team B, both from the main team and reserve team. I will also choose who will enter the core team as long as the play is promising. Assessment based on play, physique, fitness, ability, communication, and leadership. The coach explained at length to all members that those two teams will be equal and balanced. Not only the division of teams, but the coach also chose captains of teams A and B, be it core team or reserve. After playing in one match, the coach chose the captains. "Miyamura Izumi, you're chosen." Izumi was a little surprised by what the coach said. He often skipped club activities, so he thought he wouldn't be selected. Moreover, he is the newest member. Izumi is selected as the captain of Reserve Team B. Izumi raised his hand because he felt that it was unfair to the other members. After all, there were still a lot of second-year players. Why me? I recently joined this club. This is my decision after seeing how you play on the pitch. You have the charisma that can lift the morale of the team, control the flow of the match, and always calm on the pitch. Izumi scratched his head. When he played, he always organized both attack and defense from his position in defensive midfield. Even though he deliberately played not seriously, the coach still chose him just because his leadership spirit was so obvious. And it meant he was chosen as a vice-captain in Team B as well as become a core member. Izumi agreed on the condition that the other members also accept it heartily. What's more, he may often be absent from club activities. For example, if someone objected, Izumi didn't mind if the position was given to someone else. He likes sports, but he also didn't really want to focus only on sports, because there are a lot of things he wants to do. Develop artificial intelligence, another world, as well as Administrator D, who lives in his current world. Those things alone already made his head hurt, especially the latter. When it was getting dark, Izumi, Hiroyuki, and Shu were soaked in the hot spring. There were also 2 other first-year students, Kazama Jin and Tsukamoto Tsukashi. When Izumi soaked his body in a hot spring, he let out an expression. If we soak in hot water like this, I wonder why everyone reflexively says ah. Oh yeah, that's right. Jin nodded, and then he also added. Besides, it doesn't matter if you say e, oo, or oo, right? How about e? Why don't you try? Why is our conversation so weird like this? Hiroyuki and Shu also joined the conversation. Also, Tsukashi followed after that. Then Izumi asked, "Who started?" "You are." Everyone immediately turned their heads while pointing at Izumi. They also burst out laughing. A moment later, Jin said, "By the way, no matter how many times I see that, it's quite surprising that you not only have piercings, but a tattoo as well." "Removing this tattoo will be troublesome, right?" Shu asked. Izumi just nodded to answer, while looking at the tattoo on his body. Hiroyuki remembered something that made him ask Izumi. "By the way, last week, a cosplaying little girl came to pick you up. Who is she? I don't think she's your sister." Not only Hiroyuki, Shu, and Jin also respond. Right, I saw her too. Don't tell me she's your lover." If she's his lover, then Miyamura must be a lolicon. Izumi, who leaned back and rested his head on the big rock in the middle of the hot spring, said without looking at them. Hey, don't spread misguided gossip. That girl said that she is the illegitimate daughter of my father. Don't look at her little girl's appearance, she's older than you guys. Oh, so she's a legal loli. Izumi slowly looked at them and smirked. If the members of the chat group have known Izumi for a long time, they will know what the meaning behind his smile is. "Would you like to meet her? I can introduce her to you." Hearing Izumi's question, Jin immediately waved his hand. "Pass, I'm not interested in little girls." "Tusk. Did you say tusk just now?" "No, it's your imagination." "Don't lie, I'm sure something will happen if one of us gets to know that girl, right?" "You're so paranoid, huh? Ha ha ha." Izumi and his friends were joking with each other in the hot spring. Well, it's a place for relaxation. There's nothing wrong with joking to change the atmosphere. While Izumi was at the training camp, Tabin and Rory returned to their respective worlds. On the 11th of August. After the training camp was over, Izumi had time to spare a few days, which he used to complete his artificial intelligence since it had entered its final phase. However, he couldn't complete it since he needed a voice sample. "I have to find that person first to complete my first virtual idol," Izumi secretly said. Izumi opened the chat group. "Izumi, at Kuroniko, if I remember correctly, the date in your world is the same as mine, right?" "Kuroniko, really?" "Izumi, is today August 11th?" "Kuroniko, so your world is also August 11th?" "Izumi, yup. Oh right, Kuroniko, I'm going to visit your world. Anyone wanna come with me?" "Tabin-chan, me. Kuroniko, if you wanna go to my world, then you should help me." Izumi, help you, why? Kuroniko, can you just answer, all right? I made a doujin, and I want to sell it at the summer comic-it. Izumi, oh a doujin, the H1. Kuroniko, I'm not that pervert. Izumi, too bad, I thought you had awakened your hidden desire. Kuroniko, like hell I would. Tabin-chan, so when do we go? Rory, tomorrow. Izumi, oh you're coming too, Rory. Rory, of course. How can this big sis not help her little sis who needs help? Kuroniko, Rory, I love you, Kaya. Rory, Yufufufu, I love you too. Tabin-chan, hihili. Izumi, someone please help. Suddenly this chat became a gathering of Yuris. Kazuma, Yuri is better. A fellow girl who was doing obscene things was unbearable, my bad, I got excited. Tabin-chan, Kuzuma. Rory, Kuzuma. Kuroniko, Kuzuma. The chat group is so quiet because of the business of each member. Currently, half of them don't show up in the chat group. Izumi thought Kazuma would come to visit Kuroniko's world, but he didn't. What was surprising was that Kakashi suddenly appeared and said that he was a bit free because Sasuke was no longer at Konohagakure, while Naruto was under Jiraiya's tutelage. Chapter 219, Parallel World Japan. Izumi and the others decided to depart the day before the comic-it event. At that time, it was already dark, and they appeared almost at the same time in a deserted alley. Izumi looked at Rory and Kakashi, who were wearing their usual clothes. From the point of view of people from the modern world, it was certain that people would say cosplay when they saw Rory and Kakashi. Meanwhile, Tabin's clothes still looked ordinary in the eyes of modern world people. Well, the most conspicuous thing about her was the robotic bunny ears she wore. On the other hand, Izumi cosplayed as Kirito from Sword Art Online, dressed in all black starting with his shirt, jacket, pants, and shoes. The swords on his back are just decorative swords that Tabin made, and those two swords are somehow similar to the original, with each of them being black-colored and the other one light blue-colored. Since the next day is the summer comic-it event, it wouldn't look strange if someone wore such outfits already. They walked somewhere and stopped in the park. Well, Izumi could only think of that place right now. Izumi asked, "So, where should we go?" "Hihihi, just follow me." Then Tabin stood up from her seat and walked in a certain direction. Izumi, Rory, and Kakashi looked at each other, then followed suit. Kakashi didn't know much about Japan, so he was a little curious. "By the way, where are we now?" "Yeah, we were teleported here near Kuroniko's place, are we?" Not only Kakashi, but Rory also asked. Even though Rory had visited the modern world, she didn't know much about the regions of Japan. Izumi replied, "This should be Chiba Prefecture. Our destination tomorrow is in Tokyo City, to be precise Tokyo Big Sight, Tokyo International Exhibition Center." Tabin nodded at Izumi's words, then added, "This place isn't far from Tokyo, but tomorrow we have to leave early. Well, if we're late, just use the IS." Rory turned to Tabin. "Why not just use your IS for cosplay?" Hey, Rory, the real IS is going to attract too much attention." Izumi rejected Rory's suggestion because it was too much. Usually, if people cosplay with a robot theme, people would not make it from metal as components because it would be too heavy. After a while, Izumi and the others entered the hotel. Their arrival made everyone's eyes fall on them, either because of their clothes or because they looked like couples. The receptionist lady greeted them gently. "Welcome, is there anything I can help you with, gentlemen, ladies?" Tabin came forward and said to the receptionist lady, "One double room and one love room, ugh." Izumi had expected Tabin to say something weird, so he chopped her head with his hand. Izumi turned his gaze to the receptionist lady and said, "Just 2 double rooms, please." "Yes," the receptionist lady responded calmly and smiled sweetly. She took 2 room keys immediately and gave them to Izumi. "Let's go, Kakashi-san, let them get their own room." "Sure." Kakashi followed Izumi from behind. Suddenly, they heard a voice. "Izumi-chan, why don't you want to share a room with me? You coward. That's why you're still single after breaking up with your girlfriend." Izumi stopped his step and turned around. He saw Tabin grinning at him. Izumi curled up his lips and said, Why do you think I will end up with you? I have Kagyun and so do you. You're a genius in science, and so am I. Don't you think we're perfect for each other? Only twice, it must be a coincidence. You're too superstitious. You need another one? You have a personal IS, and so do I. How is it? How is it? So, let's share a room with me. Can you not talk about it now? Look around you. Aren't you feeling embarrassed? Izumi was annoyed with Tabane, who was talking casually without looking around her. He was embarrassed by the behavior of the girl in front of him, who did not care about the presence of other people. Izumi immediately rushed to the room and ignored Tabane's annoying behavior. Izumi opened the group chat and typed a message while mentioning Kuroniko. Izumi, at Kuroniko, we are already in your world. What time are you leaving for Tokyo? Kuroniko, oh, you're here already. Why didn't you say so? Izumi, we didn't mean to bother you in your home anyway, so we stayed at a hotel. Kuroniko, I see. Tabane-chan, Kuroniko-chan, Izumi-chan doesn't want to share a room with me. He said he was embarrassed. Kuroniko, pervert. Tabane-chan, alas, even Kuroniko-chan isn't on my side. Izumi, your behavior embarrassed me. Tabane-chan, no way. Kuroniko, you should learn TPO first. Izumi, just forget about her. Anyway, we'll meet tomorrow before leaving for Tokyo. What time are you leaving? Kuroniko, the train leaves at 6:45, so we'll meet at least half an hour before in front of the train station. Tabane-chan, no way, did you guys really ignore me? Izumi, oh, so early. Kuroniko, of course, I also need preparations to open my stand. Izumi, got it, see you tomorrow. When Izumi put down his phone, he heard a knock on the door. Well, needless to say, the culprit was Tabane. Izumi opened the door and asked, "What is it?" Izumi looked at pouted Tabane. She asked, "Are you mad at me?" Izumi shook his head. "No, I'm just a little annoyed that your behavior is different than usual." Izumi replied monotonously. "Oh, so you like my usual behavior?" Suddenly, bam! Izumi forcefully closed the door and said from inside his room, "It's night already, go sleep." Then Izumi walked away from the door and rested on the bed. He suddenly felt sleepy, and his vision slowly became blurred. Before long, he involuntarily closed his eyes. The next day, at 6:30 in the morning, they checked out of the hotel and went to the train station. While waiting for Kuroniko, they bought food that would at least fill them up. And the practical food they could get at that time was onigiri. Izumi complained while stroking his stomach. "Not enough, I'm still hungry." "It's your own fault." Tabane chuckled at him, even Rory also giggled. They were joking with each other as they walked toward the train station. It didn't take them long to arrive, and it was still 6 in the morning. They waited at the spot visible from the entrance. That way, Kuroniko would immediately recognize them because of their clothes that looked like they were cosplaying. Still, by waiting in an obvious spot in front of the station, they all caught the attention of passers-by. Additionally, Rory and Tabane were beauties. No way people would ignore them. A while later, Kuroniko came along with a girl wearing spiral glasses and a strange style of clothing. The girl was surprised when Kuroniko came to Izumi and the others. "Kuroniko, who are these cosplayers? Your friends?" Kuroniko nodded. The girl who came with Kuroniko was Sayori. She is an avid fan of the otaku culture and also a close friend of Kuroniko. Seeing the appearance of Izumi and the others, she said inwardly, "The spiky-haired man is Kakashi from the Naruto anime. Another one is unmistakable. He really looks like the main character in the Sword Art Online anime." The little girl cosplayed as the recently famous Rory Mercury. And who's the other one? If I'm not mistaken, she's cosplaying as a character in a sci-fi anime, but I forgot which anime. Well, even though Sayori is also an anime fan, she can't remember all the characters from the thousands of anime characters that have been created. Chapter 220, Cosplay Event. Seeing Sayori's gaze, Izumi seemed to immediately understand what was on her mind. Kakashi, Rory, and Tabane's appearances were no different in anime. Well, they are the real characters from the anime after all. Meanwhile, Izumi was different. He cosplayed as a character from a certain anime. Although his outfit and the swords on his back were similar to the original, his appearance was different with his shoulder-length hair tied in a ponytail. At that moment, he heard Sayori ask Kuroniko, "Kuroniko, don't you want to introduce them to me?" Kuroniko turned to Sayori and turned back to Izumi and the others. Rory, Tabane, and Kakashi introduced themselves using their respective names. Kuroniko wanted to slap them because they gave their real name. However, Sayori responded without suspecting them. Meanwhile, Izumi still used his own name, and Sayori didn't suspect that Izumi didn't use the character's name from the anime. Wow, you guys really live up to your roles as cosplayers. You guys even resemble the original anime characters. My name is Sayori Bajina. You can call me Sayori. Nice to meet you. Just as Izumi thought. Even if Izumi and the others told them their real names, Sayori wouldn't be suspicious of them. And instead, she thought positively that they were living their respective anime characters. Not long after, Sayori and Kuroniko took Izumi and the others to leave because the train bound for Tokyo had arrived. Izumi and the others boarded the train 2 times because the previous train didn't go to their intended location. And the second train they rode was a train to Tokyo Big Sight Station. Arriving at the location, even though the event had not yet started, Tokyo Big Sight was already filled with many visitors, and some were already queuing up. So many people. Somehow, it feels like the war is going to happen. It was Kakashi and Rory's first time seeing such a crowd of people. They were amazed. They didn't expect that so many people would be willing to queue accompanied by the scorching sun. When Sayori heard Rory say war, she smiled and said, "Of course, Summer Comic-It is a huge event that is even recognized around the world. It's no wonder that illustrators, cosplayers, authors, or others think of this as a war." Kakashi looked around. Lots of cosplayers taking photos of each other. Some people cosplayed as Naruto and Sasuke, which caught his attention. Kuroniko, who walked first with Tabane, looked behind her back. She saw Kakashi and Rory, who were with Sayori, looking around them. Not only that, but she also saw Izumi, who looked less than enthusiastic, so she asked, "Hey, what are you guys doing? Come on in, help me to get ready." "Kuroniko, buy me some food, I'm hungry." Hearing Izumi's request, Kuroniko turned to Tabane, who said with a shrug, "I already bought him food earlier, but it seems there is still not enough for him." This guy, since when did he become this spoiled? Thought Kuroniko in her mind. She faced Izumi and asked, "You're still hungry?" "Yes, buy me some food, please." Kuroniko pointed towards the east with her index finger as she said, "It's not far from the sea, why don't you just swallow the seawater? It's free too." So cruel. Paying no heed to Izumi's complaint, Kuroniko took the others into Tokyo Big Sight to set up her stand, leaving Izumi behind. Growl. Izumi immediately held his stomach in embarrassment since the sound was too loud. He swiftly went somewhere to fill his stomach with some food. Helped by Kakashi, Tabane, and Rory, Kuroniko's stand was set up in no time. Kuroniko already prepared dozens of her doujins, which had been piled up on the table. Kuroniko also didn't forget to ask Rory and Tabane to become salesgirls to attract people's attention so that all her doujins would sell well. When Izumi had filled his stomach, he went to look for Kuroniko's stand. After he arrived, he could see a long queue as he also saw Tabane and Rory acting as salesgirls. Izumi quietly walked toward Kuroniko's stand. When he looked at the cover of Kuroniko's doujin with a picture of a dark prince or something, he picked one and looked at the contents for a while, then commented, "Fortunately, it's not a BL." "Why do you think like that?" "Well, usually when boys like Yuri, girls like Yai. Then next year, I will make a BL that uses you as the main character model. It would be even better if your role as the main character of Yai was real." Izumi shuddered when he heard that. Wait, don't be like that, Nico-chan. You're not serious, are you? Can you tell the difference between fiction and reality?" I know, Kuroniko answered monotonously. "Really? Why is your answer less convincing?" Izumi felt that Kuroniko was serious about making him a model for the main character of a Yai doujin if she made one. He felt a chill when he thought about it. Seeing Izumi and Kuroniko's conversation, Sayori, who had known Kuroniko for quite a long time, became curious. So she asked Tabin, who was beside her. "They are very close, are they dating?" Tabin denied it while wiggling her index finger left and right. Nai. Even though he has a decent look, he's not a womanizer. They do look close, but they are not in a relationship. Oh, you're pretty sure he's not a womanizer. Do you like him? What do you think? Tabin just smiled without giving a clear answer. Meanwhile, Kakashi was approached by someone in a cosplay outfit. "Hey there, your cosplay looks so real. Are you planning to participate in the cosplay contest?" Cosplay contest? I don't know about that contest though. This is my first time coming here since my friends invited me. Kakashi was less familiar with a cosplay contest event. However, that sounded interesting, so he decided to participate. There's nothing wrong with trying new things since he's in the modern world. "Where is the registration? Are you coming too?" "Hahaha, I'm not cosplaying. I'm just curious, you and all your friends are cosplaying, right? So I thought you would participate in the contest. If you asked about the registration, it's over there." "Well then, I'm gonna open my stand. Good luck with your contest." When the man left after getting a photo with Kakashi, Izumi approached Kakashi from behind. "Who was that, Kakashi-san?" "I don't know. He just asked if I participated in the cosplay contest or not." Izumi lit his eyes when he heard the contest. Izumi asked, "Where is the contest location?" "Then, let's go over there." "What about them?" Kakashi pointed at Kuroniko, Tabin, and Rory. "Just leave them be. No need to worry since Rory and Tabin was there." Izumi and Kakashi headed to the location of the contest. He could see the large number of cosplayers that had gathered. They also took photos together. When cosplayers from the Naruto anime saw Kakashi, they came up to Kakashi and asked him to take a group photo as well. Izumi, who was cosplaying as Kirito, saw other characters from the Sword Art Online anime as well. So, he took a couple of photos together. Izumi could see that the participants in this cosplay contest did not only come from Japan, many also came from China and Korea. Some come from other Asian countries and even from other continents such as Australia and Europe. The cosplayers from the Naruto anime group invite Kakashi to register. They were so impressed with Kakashi's appearance, which was so similar to Kakashi in the anime. Although in fact, he is the real deal, not cosplaying whatsoever. Not only from the Naruto anime, but there are also cosplayers from some anime such as Gintama, Dragon Ball, One Piece, Date A Live, and others. There are also cosplayers from several games and Vocaloid as well. Izumi's eyes lit up when he saw people cosplaying as Vocaloid virtual idols. Hatsune Miku, Kagami Rin, Megurine Luka, Gyumi, and Meiko. All of them looked so cute, beautiful, and gorgeous. Without thinking, Izumi immediately approached and praised them. "Hello, girls. Your Vocaloid cosplay really looks good. Your appearances all outperform the virtual characters." The 5 girls turned to Izumi, who was also seen cosplaying as one of the main characters in the anime. They also praised Izumi's cosplay appearance. "Hee, thanks for your compliment. How about we take a photo together?" "Sure, why not? We wanted to take a photo with you too." When there's a cosplay event like that, it isn't strange if someone asks for a group photo, so they didn't refuse Izumi's request. They were also happy to take photos with Izumi, who could be said to be quite attractive in terms of appearance. That was also one of the reasons why they didn't reject Izumi. Chapter 221, 221. The surface of the earth and under the sky is my home. Managed to get some photos, either group photos or one by one, Izumi smiled and thanked them. They didn't introduce their names, but Izumi called them according to the characters they were cosplaying. So did those who called Izumi as Kirito. "By the way, Kirito-san, are you coming here alone?" "No, I'm with a friend of mine. He's the spiky white-haired guy over there." Izumi pointed at Kakashi, who looked relaxed and surrounded by people cosplaying as characters in the Naruto anime. Izumi chatted with the girls until the cosplay contest started. The 5 girls who cosplayed as Vocaloid characters headed backstage because they also participated in the cosplay contest. The cosplay contest only displays the contestants' appearance whether they are similar to characters in anime or games. Not just that, Some participants also posed related to their cosplay characters, as shown by the cosplayers from the Naruto anime, in which they imitated the hand seals. The cosplayers from the Dragon Ball anime posed by launching a Kai blast. The virtual idol cosplayers also sang and danced with their group, and so on. Seeing that, Izumi chuckled and said to himself, "It would be interesting if Kakashi used a real ninjutsu." No doubt, the cosplay event was entertaining to watch. Even Kakashi couldn't help but be interested. So, he joined in like the others by forming hand seals at a quick pace. Then, Kuchios no Jutsu. Puffed. Smoke appeared when Kakashi slammed his palm to the ground, and a little pug dog came out of the smoke. Ah, I goofed. Kakashi, who got carried away accidentally, did the summoning technique by summoning Pakun. Izumi himself, who was just about to take a photo with his phone, was stupefied. After a moment, he commented, Oi, seriously." Before everyone could recover from their daze, Kakashi ordered Pakun to get back. Then, Pakun disappeared instantly. The spectators exclaimed, "Hey, did you see something just now?" "Yeah, I thought it was just my imagination. I saw a dog come out of the smoke." "Seriously, he used ninjutsu." "You fool, this is reality. It must be a magic trick." Everyone exclaimed one by one after seeing Kakashi's performance. It naturally did not escape Izumi's eyes. Izumi could only slap his own forehead while speaking secretly. "What the fuck is he doing?" "Huff, that was troublesome." Kakashi sighed in relief. Meanwhile, Izumi glared at Kakashi. "Whose fault was that?" Kakashi didn't expect that just because he accidentally performed the summoning jutsu, so many people flocked to him. Luckily, he was a ninja, so it was quite easy for him to sneak out secretly. To get away from the crowd, both of them immediately returned to Kuroniko's stand. A few moments later, Izumi and Kakashi arrived at Kuroniko's stand, which had a long queue. What was quite surprising to Izumi was that Kuroniko's group seemed to have added 2 people. Judging from their appearances, Izumi immediately recognized the 2 of them were a pair of a brother and sister. "Izumi-chan, where have you been?" The one asking Izumi was obviously Tabin. This was because she was the one who often called Izumi like that. "From afar, is there a problem?" Izumi replied nonchalantly. Tabin pouted in response. "You said you wanted to help, why did you leave? It's not fair, I want to go around as well." If she knew that, she should have asked Kakashi to stay, and it was Tabin who left with Izumi like they were on a date. Izumi just shrugged and replied, "After all, you 2 are enough to help Kuroniko's stand. And those 2, I guess they are Kuroniko's friends." "Humph, just say you want to see pretty girls cosplaying." Izumi smiled while shrugging his shoulders, not trying to deny Tabin's statement. Well, it was one of the reasons he attended the summer comic-it after all. There's no denying that seeing pretty girls in cosplay is a kind of fascination for him. "It's the truth, though," Izumi replied. "Aren't you a salesgirl now? Shouldn't you go back to work?" "You should help too." Tabin dragged Izumi and made him help Kuroniko. Fine, I'll help." With that, Izumi also helped a little, until finally, all of Kuroniko's doujins were sold out. "I can't believe it's all sold out." Kuroniko looked at the contents of the box that was previously filled with her doujin. At that moment, her head was patted by someone. "You've done well." The one who patted her head was Rory. She felt that Kuroniko's hard work had paid off with all of her work being sold out. "Thank you." Meanwhile, Izumi looked at the pair of siblings in front of him. He said, "So, who are these 2, Kuroniko?" Kuroniko wanted to answer, "Don't pretend you don't know." But if she said that, it would sound like she had told Izumi about the 2 of them. "My senior at school, Kusaka Kyoyusuke, and his younger sister, Kusaka Kirino." However, as soon as Kuroniko finished saying that, Kirino said with an irritated expression, "You don't have to introduce me to him, I don't want to know him anyways." "Kirino, don't be rude." After reprimanding his sister, Kyoyusuke turned to Izumi and said, "Please forgive my sister for being rude. She's not used to being in front of people she doesn't know, let alone boys." Izumi shook his head while putting his hands in his pockets. Then he said, "Take it easy. Just don't let your sister keep saying things like that all the time. Not everyone you meet is nice, so I hope you can control the way she talks. Hehehe, just like you, right, Izumi-chan? Tabin instead said, as if Izumi was not a good person. Maybe. Aren't you not a good person as well? Hee, you know me so well. It's quite fun being the bad guy, you know. Tabin let out a chuckle. Izumi knew her pretty well since she was also a villainess in her world who loved to cause trouble. And her head was kinda loose. Hacking the missiles and launching them at your close friend to test the new IS generation? That was terrible. Maybe I should stay away from you, Izumi said in a low voice. After saying that, Izumi got away from Tabin, which made her whine. Don't. Why are you avoiding me instead? You should be playing the role of a villain. Izumi and Tabin's conversation gave Kyoyusuke goosebumps. Their conversation seemed to be joking. However, he felt that what they said was not a lie. Rory, who realized what Kyoyusuke was thinking, said, Fufu, don't think too much about it. They're used to joking around like before. Kyoyusuke just nodded and tried to believe what Rory said. Meanwhile, Tabin, who grumbled because of Izumi's words that seemed to reject her, made her even more annoying in Izumi's eyes. Stop it, if you keep going on, we will be seen as a stupid couple. Izumi pinched her cheek while saying that. Tabin tried to get away while complaining. Isn't it fine if they think of us as a couple? What's the problem? After Tabin said that, Izumi glared at her intently, which caused her to shut up. And seeing Tabin didn't make a fuss, Izumi let go of her. Yet, Izumi didn't know that Tabin thought of him secretly. What's with that look? It's too deadly charming. His sharp look was irresistible, but I should hold myself back. Time goes by. Needless to say, Izumi and the others had spent hours at Tokyo Big Sight. They visited several places after Kiriniko's doujins sold well, and it was time for them to go back home. A group of girls cosplaying as Vocaloid idols that Izumi met earlier saw him walking away with the others. At that very moment, one of the girls stopped him and asked, Hello, Kirito-san, are you going home now? Those girls didn't know his real name yet, but it was convenient for them to call Izumi like that. Oh, you girls, yes, I'm going home with my friends. How about you? Since we've come a long way here, we'll go on a tour first. I see, then be careful on your way. Izumi said goodbye to them while waving his hand. However, another girl in their group asked, If I may ask, where's your home, Kirito-san? I think above this earth, and under this beautiful blue sky is my home. PFFFT. When Izumi answered with a joke, they all couldn't help but laugh. Even so, the girl asked once again. She felt that Izumi didn't want to tell her where he was from, so she asked something else. Can we meet again? Izumi was silent for a while, then started to answer after he turned his head toward her. Well, it depends. If fate allows, we will meet again next time. Maybe I'll come again at the next Comic-Con in January. Izumi didn't look at them anymore and walked with Tabin and the others. Chapter 222, 222. It feels lacking if you haven't visited Akihabara. Izumi and the others went to the train station together. At that moment, Izumi turned to Tabin and Kakashi. Since you guys are here, why don't we go around Tokyo tomorrow? We can find a hotel near here. Touring to another world did sound interesting to both of them, so they agreed with what he said. So you can leave us here, Kiriniko. I thought you two were going straight home. Seriously, it's still half a month of holiday, why don't I take this opportunity to have some fun? Then we're part here, see you. Bye. Thus, Kiriniko and her friends parted with Izumi and the others. Izumi's group chose to head out of the station and look for a nearby hotel. While on the train, Kyoyusuke curiously asked Kiriniko about the previous people. Kiriniko, who are they? Kiriniko slowly turned her head toward Kyoyusuke. Those people. Yeah, you even call one of them a big sister. Kiriniko only understood after he said that. She teased him. Oh, is one of the two girls your type? It's my to like ok. Suddenly, Kyoyusuke's foot was stepped on by someone beside him. What are you doing, Kirino? Well, the one who stepped on Kyoyusuke's feet was his own little sister, who put on an annoyed expression. Or maybe she was jealous. Kirino averted her gaze and said one word. Nothing. Meanwhile, Kiriniko answered the question earlier. I happen to know them online. Oh, right. I'm just reminding you, especially Kirino, don't mess with that boy and that big breast sister. They are very, very dangerous when they are pissed off. Of course, Kiriniko mentioned Izumi and Tabin. Indeed, Kiriniko rarely saw them angry. Tabin alone could be very dangerous even when she was joking around. Just like how she launched missiles at her close friend just to test the capabilities of the new generation of Iz a few years in the past. As for Izumi, even though he was indeed friendly toward his acquaintances or friends, he was so terrifying against the enemies. Not only once, Kiriniko saw how horrified he was when he faced the enemy, either from his looks or his actions. Kiriniko believed that Izumi was the type of person who didn't even hesitate to torture his enemies if they deserved it. When Kyoyusuke heard Kiriniko's words, he was quite surprised. Seriously, how dangerous are they? Meanwhile, Kirino snorted. Humph, what can they do? They're nothing. I've never known anyone like them. What Kirino said only made Kiriniko smirk. She said to Kirino, well, it's up to you whether you want to believe me or not. The important thing is that I warned you. Don't cry when something happens, because it must have been their doing. I wouldn't believe they could do anything to me. As soon as Kirino finished speaking, Kyoyusuke's cell phone rang. He saw the call number hidden on his cell phone screen. Out of curiosity, he picked it up. Hello. I heard everything you know, hehe. A man's voice was heard laughing on his cell phone. Kyoyusuke immediately became nervous and looked around. However, he didn't see anyone holding the phone. Kiriniko, who noticed his behavior, already guessed. Then she said, let me guess, it must be them, right? I'm sure they have something hidden in your shirt. I told you they were terrible. Kiriniko told Kyoyusuke to turn around and look for a device that was definitely placed in his clothes. Not long after, Kiriniko saw a small device attached to the hem of Kyoyusuke's shirt. Kiriniko's friends also saw the small device that Kiriniko was already holding. Crack! Kiriniko crushed the device, which made Sayori ask, is it something like a tapping device? It's not something like that, but this is indeed a tapping device. Kyoyusuke, who was still holding the phone to his ear, heard. Wow, the device was caught. Well, it doesn't matter. Hello, is Kyoyusuke still there? As I said before, not everyone you meet is a good person. There is no guarantee that the stranger will tolerate your sister's harsh words. You have to reprimand her and teach her some manners, or you'll get in trouble. Beep. Before Kyoyusuke could answer, Izumi had already hung up the phone. Kyoyusuke felt complicated. He himself didn't know how to teach his younger sister some manners, since his sister was also rude to him. So, what did he say? Kyoyusuke saw Kiriniko, who had just questioned him, so he answered. He asked me to reprimand and teach Kirino some manners. Kyoyusuke scratched his hair because after saying that, Kirino glared at him, but he remembered something. Kiriniko, did you give them my number? No, why should I? Kiriniko stopped her answer for a moment and looked around. Then she continued with a slightly low voice. With their capabilities, hacking and dismantling national-level security is also not a problem for them. Finding someone's phone number is not difficult at all. Literally, something like that is just a piece of cake for them. National what? Kyoyusuke was surprised because Kiriniko's words were completely out of line. Something like hacking national-level security was undoubtedly no ordinary skill in his eyes. Even Kirino frowned after hearing that. It was as if Kiriniko was talking nonsense all of the time. Kiriniko immediately put her index finger to her lips and asked him to lower their voices. SHHH, too loud. Kirino, who didn't believe Kiriniko, snorted. Humph, there is no way they can do something like that. Then, her gaze turned to Kiriniko. It must be you, right? Kiriniko didn't really care and told them. If you don't believe it, just try to irritate them. But don't blame me if the next day your virtual accounts and bank accounts have been stolen. Kiriniko told them because she knew Izumi and Tabin pretty well. Regardless of how high security is, they can hack it with just a few taps on their computers. Elsewhere. Are you satisfied teasing him? Well, I was just kidding. Besides, I'd look like I'm a neat if I like to bother other people. I have a lot of things to do, you know. The ones who spoke were Tabin and Izumi, who had just finished calling Kyoyusuke. Kuroniko's friend. At first, Izumi and Tabin wanted to hear how Kuroniko's daily life was. Since Kaioyusuke seemed to be seeing Kuroniko often, Tabin hid a device on Kaioyusuke's shirt. But they both heard something quite interesting. That was why Izumi called Kaioyusuke. The next day, Izumi saw where many shops had stickers, banners, products, or anything about anime. Izumi said with excitement, "As I expected, this is the world of anime lovers." Then Tabin corrected his words. "It's an otaku." "No, it's anime lovers." Unexpectedly, Rory joined in. "It's otaku." "Wanna fight?" You're brave enough to challenge me." Hey, stop, we can't fight here." Kakashi tried to stop them. It could be terrible if they got out of control. Yufufufu, Kakashi, you're taking it too seriously." "Yeah, we were just kidding, you know." Kakashi heard that their words were not convincing enough. However, he felt he didn't care anymore, so he shook his head. When Izumi glanced here and there, something made him stop. His gaze stopped at a shop selling Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Seeing Izumi's exaggerated reaction, Rory asked, "What's up?" Izumi ignored Rory's question while muttering, "Should I make that? But how am I going to promote the device later?" Izumi suddenly looked to the right and saw Rory with an annoyed expression on her face. "Hey, what's up? I should be the one who asked you. Why did you just doze off earlier?" "I found something interesting. Tabin-chan, do you know that thing?" After speaking to Rory, Izumi turned his head and asked Tabin while pointing at the picture in the Yu-Gi-Oh card shop. "Which one, Yugi's picture, or Kaiba's picture? Even though I've never seen the anime, I've tried the game, it's quite interesting." "Both Yugi and Kaiba. But the most important thing is the device on their left arm. Do you know?" What is it? Dual card? No, card something." "It's a dual disc. What do you think if I create such a device, and that thing will show a mini hologram image according to the card used when playing?" Hearing what Izumi meant, Tabin immediately understood. "You mean like the battle effects of those cards, like in the game I played?" "Yup, more or less." Izumi nodded. If Izumi could make such a device, at least he had to make sure that the price was still affordable for the lower middle-class people. Chapter 223. Yup, Man of Culture. Talking about the dual disc, Izumi once imagined that, when using the device, the monsters from the cards would appear in the real world just like the ones shown in the anime. He imagined that when he was still in elementary school. Children's imaginations sound ridiculous, but wouldn't it be great if those imaginations were turned into reality? Just like the old games that have broken pixel graphics, gradually become 2D, to 3D, and then there was someone who had imagined himself entering the game world, and a virtual reality device was created. The more advanced technology is, the more advanced the animations. The concept of virtual idols when appearing in a live performance looks quite simple. Well, it uses a transparent screen and a projector to make it appear. It's just that, the way to implement it that makes virtual idols look 3D when viewed from various angles in the real world is quite complicated. Bringing virtual idols into the real world in 3D when viewed from various angles was a task he needed to make happen. And the dual disc he thought of had the same concept. Rather, the dual disc was easier to make since it was just a one-way projector to materialize a holographic picture. However, Izumi should have lowered the quality of the holographic image a bit to make it easier to mass-produce. This was also because he planned to make a slight change to the cards. The cards would be used as the basis for the holographic images materialized in the dual disc. By providing multiple movement models and effects in the cards, the dual disc would display different images during normal summons, special effect activations, special summons, battle effects, fusion effects, spell effects, trap effects, and field effects. Not only that, but Izumi also had to add all the effects of all types of cards that had to be connected to the dual disc of someone who was dueling when the card was used. So, at least Izumi should add a wireless connection feature to each dual disc, which would later become the must-rule for duels. Even though Izumi didn't explain to Tabin clearly, hearing about the dual disc to play the Yu-Gi-Oh game in the real world enticed Tabin. She asked him, "Why did you think of creating a dual disc now?" Isn't it interesting? Izumi's idea of creating a dual disc was brilliant. However, the Yu-Gi-Oh game is already in his world. He couldn't just release a new device for playing the Yu-Gi-Oh! In the real world without getting approval from the manga author, studio, or game developer who released it. Tabin nodded, but she wondered what Izumi's plan was next. Well, it's interesting at least, but how do you handle a company that released a Yu-Gi-Oh game? I will think about it later. The most important thing is to create it first. When there are results, I will try to find opportunities to contact them. Izumi replied. After talking for a while about planning to create a dual disc, Izumi and the others continued their tour. Various merchandise from anime, games, and so on are scattered throughout the shops in the Akihabara area. All merchandise is allowed for all ages, from children to adults. Even so, there are some shops that have a restricted area since they have products for 18+, and that genre is not allowed for kids. Rory didn't know that, and without realizing it, she almost entered the area. Because Rory still looks like a little girl, the shopkeeper forbids Rory to come in and says the forbidden word, little girl, to her. Abruptly, Rory got irritated and wanted to beat the shopkeeper out. Luckily, Izumi stopped her, otherwise, he didn't know what would happen to the shopkeeper. Izumi and the others stopped by several places, buying games, consoles, and some figurines. Even though Izumi and Tabin could make games, they both wanted something more practical, in which they didn't have to bother making games and consoles. That's why they decided to buy the game instead of making their own game. Approximately 1 hour later, Kakashi came out of the shop carrying shop bags in both hands. The first thing Izumi saw was a hand game console, PS Vita. I didn't expect you to be interested in that sort of thing, Kakashi-san, Izumi commented. Well, just to kill time. Kakashi definitely said nonsense. Killing time by playing PSV was just his excuse. Izumi arrived beside Kakashi in a flash and then snatched the other bag he was carrying. And what he saw on that bag stunned him. Grisya, Little Buster, White Album 2 de Capo, Sekai de Ikaben Dame Nakoi, Fate Series, and Clanad. Seriously? Galjan Aroj, to think that you're addicted to H stuff, Kakashi-san. Izumi turned to Kakashi in amazement. And Kakashi couldn't help, but let out his embarrassment as his visible right ear turned red. Tabin smirked after looking at Kakashi's expression. Maybe he often accessed forbidden sites through his phone. Well, both of them knew that Kakashi loved to read erotic novels. However, the fact that Kakashi bought visual novels of his own accord surprised them. Those weren't just ordinary visual novels, but erotic visual novels. Those are games only adults should be able to play. Since they knew about Kakashi's habit of liking erotic things, he responded. Reading novels all the time can be boring, so I tried something new. Man of culture, yep. Izumi just replied with a thumbs up. Kakashi would sometimes grin foolishly when he read an erotic novel, so Izumi wouldn't be surprised if he liked stuff other than novels. Tabin, Rory, and Kakashi didn't know where else to go after shopping, so Izumi suggested it. How about there? What Izumi pointed to was a shop that seemed to be selling various kinds of cosplay outfits from anime or games. Inside the shop, there are various outfits from popular anime. Cosplay outfits are not only aimed at teenagers and adults, but also kids. If what the customer is looking for is not there, the shop owner can provide an ordering service in which the outfit that the customer wants will be sent the following week. Interestingly, there are quite a lot of fighter outfits, such as Dragon Ball, Saint Seiya, Naruto, Code Geass, Bleach, and Gintama. There are also outfits from the JoJo anime. Izumi nodded after seeing the various outfits, and he was intrigued to buy them. It's only for men here. I'll try to take a look over there first. Tabin pointed in a direction where it could be seen that the cosplay outfits for men and women were separated. Tabin went in the direction he pointed with Rory, leaving Izumi and Kakashi by themselves. What Izumi chose was a roughly mid-calf-length coat with a stiff-standing collar and a golden chain attached to the left of the collar, a pair of tight trousers with 2 thin belts, and an ornament cap. Yup, it was Kyujo Jitaro's outfit. But instead of being black as shown in Stardust Crusaders, Izumi chose white instead. Kyujo Jitaro's outfit in diamond is unbreakable. What Izumi remembered was that Kyujo Jotaro also wore a sleeveless shirt under the coat, but Izumi could change it with his IS suit because it matched the coat quite well. Although that outfit was expensive, it was still affordable for him. Yet, Izumi didn't bring that much money, and he still wanted to buy another outfit. Izumi looked at the price tags of each outfit, looking for the nice and cheapest one. This is good. In front of him was a standard outfit consisting of a white yukata with a blue swirl pattern on the bottom, and at the end of the sleeves, a black red-lined shirt with a popped collar and black pants, and also knee-high black boots. It was Sakata Jintoki's outfit, and sure enough, Izumi was interested in it. As for the reason, somehow, any yukata fit him perfectly. That reason was enough for him to buy that outfit. Izumi turned to the white-haired man beside him. "How about you, Kakashi-san? Don't you want to buy something?" "Not now, I spent all my money already, maybe next time," Kakashi replied lazily. Izumi thought for a while. Since Kakashi was somewhat similar to Gojo Satoru, he would like to see Kakashi cosplaying as Gojo Satoru. "Well, maybe I should try to order that outfit and send it to him later," Izumi said secretly. Chapter 224, Kakashi's Thoughts and Izumi's Method. Meanwhile, Tabin and Rory headed to the place where the cosplay outfits for women were displayed. Those outfits are so cute and lovely. Tabin looked to the left and right, and a one-piece dress caught her attention. It was Takasaki Kurumi's astral dress. The dress was crimson and had black frills. At that moment, Tabin turned her head to Rory. "Rory-chan, don't you think that dress is so cute? I'm sure it will suit you." Rory's gaze followed the direction that Tabin pointed to. Not just that, Tabin also picked up some cute dresses other than Takasaki Kurumi's astral dress. While they were still engrossed in their shopping, Izumi came along with Kakashi. But they came at a bad time. It's not surprising. When girls are shopping, they often lose track of time and ignore everything else. So, both Izumi and Kakashi waited outside. At that time, Kakashi took a glance at Izumi, but he couldn't utter his thoughts. He didn't know what to say. Izumi noticed that, so he asked, "What's the matter, Kakashi-san?" Kakashi fidgeted. Soon after, he took a deep breath and let it out. He repeated it a few times before he put on a firm expression on his face. "You know, the leader of Akatsuki." Kakashi couldn't put his words properly, but Izumi got the gist of those. "Uchiha Abido, right?" Kakashi was dazed for a moment. Then, he nodded in confirmation. "Knowing that my friend is still alive makes me happy, but to think that he had fallen into the darkness and the cause was I, his old friend, it was obviously my fault." Kakashi sighed in a downcast. Looking at dejected Kakashi, Izumi replied emotionlessly. "So, you spent your time reading that manga, huh? I thought you weren't interested in knowing your future." Kakashi smiled bitterly. Not being interested in his future would be a lie. But he didn't really believe it the first time he joined the chat group. He couldn't believe that the chat group member's future was scripted in the artworks or novels. However, reality went according to the script even though it was not completely the same. That was why he decided to read the Naruto manga. And the content surprised him. Since Kakashi said nothing, Izumi carried on. "You don't have to blame yourself, Kakashi-san. The part of it was indeed your fault since you're not strong enough to protect your friend and even killed by your own hand. However, it wasn't completely your fault. Uchiha Madara wouldn't let Rin be alive either since she was a tool to let Abido awaken his Mangekyo Sharingan. He ordered Zetsu to control Rin's body and let Abido witness how Rin was killed by you. Either of you awakens your Mangekyo Sharingan at that time. As to why it happened to you as well, it was likely because his Mangekyo Sharingan linked each other or both of you felt a deep grief and coincidentally awakened at the same time." Kakashi turned to Izumi and asked, "Do you think I'm jinxed?" "Why do you think so? Because everyone around you is either going to fall into darkness or die? You're too paranoid, seriously. If you think you're jinxed, why didn't you help the third Hokage from being killed by Orochimaru?" Kakashi didn't expect that Izumi would bring that up. Since Izumi wasn't a stranger anymore, Kakashi started telling Izumi what was on his mind. When Kano Hagakure was attacked by Orochimaru, Kakashi felt doubt in his heart about whether to save the third Hokage or not. The reason for his doubt was due to his late father, Hatake Sakumo, who was once said to be more powerful than the 3 legendary ninjas from Konohagakure. The reason for his death was unnatural. Why would Sakumo kill himself because of the depression? The mystery death of Kakashi's father, a ninja he idolized, should have something to do with the 3rd Hokage and Danzo. Danzo should be the one who spread the rumor of how Sakumo failed the mission due to saving his comrades, and didn't know what kind of rumor caused a lot of the villagers to hate him. However, it was strange that the 3rd Hokage didn't try to put down the rumors, considering that Hatake Sakumo was a very strong shinobi. Without a doubt, all countries would take advantage of the presence of a strong shinobi and try to secure him no matter what. But it didn't happen in Konohagakure. Therefore, Kakashi apathetically made no move to save the 3rd Hokage, who was battling Orochimaru. After Kakashi told those to Izumi, he added, "I think I need your help to remove my Sharingan," Kakashi said while holding his left eye. "Huh, why?" "I don't deserve this eye, because I feel I have betrayed Obaido's trust." "Why should you care about that?" That was what Izumi wanted to say, but he swallowed it back since he saw Kakashi's firm expression. "Do you need me to plant another Sharingan on your left eye socket? I have a lot since I got them from Danzo's laboratory," Izumi asked while looking at Kakashi's left eye, but Kakashi refused. "Nay, need." Actually, Izumi wanted to try to research Sharingan, but to awaken from Sharingan to Mangekyo Sharingan to Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is too much trouble, and there is still the Eye of 6 Paths, Rinnegan, on the top of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Izumi might have a way, but he wasn't sure if his method would work. The requirements are huge spiritual energy containers, as well as blood and cells of the Otsutsuki clan or descendants. The purer the better. It is Kekkei Genkai after all. So Izumi still needed blood and cells. Meanwhile, spiritual energy containers could be opened without having a certain bloodline, but people need to cultivate their spiritual energy through their chakra points. By opening the lower danshin, middle danshin, and upper danshin, people could get huge energy containers within their bodies. The more people train, the more energy containers will be further improved. Somehow, people with Uzumaki bloodline have all of the danshins opened without properly cultivating their spiritual energy. That's why all the ninjas in Konohagakure admit that Naruto's chakra reserves are so huge even when he was still a genin-level ninja. Nevertheless, people from the ninja world didn't know the concept of the danshin, since it was a Taoist and Buddhist tradition. On the other hand, the most troublesome is awakening from Mangekyo Sharingan to Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The tighter the blood ties are between the donor and the recipient, the better it is for compatibility, siblings for example. Izumi didn't know whether that was the truth or not. He wasn't sure as well whether Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was born due to the fuse of the pair of eyes or completely swapped. But according to his knowledge, the donor gave the eyes while removing the recipient's original eyes. But the donor should send the spiritual energy to the recipient that would fuse into the 3rd eye chakra point, or maybe the crown chakra point of the recipient. And then, 2 kinds of spiritual energy fused into one. As a result, the recipient still kept the Sharingan form and power that was given by the donor. However, Izumi still thought of another way by using a bloodline connection. Since Rinnegan was originally from the Otsutsuki clan, Izumi had thought to use the blood and cells of the Otsutsuki clan. And what Izumi had in mind were Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, because both of them were reincarnations of Otsutsuki Hagoromo's sons. Then, Hyuga Neji and Hyuga Hanabi, the descendants of Otsutsuki Hamura. There is also another one who is none other than Otsutsuki Tonri. But Izumi didn't want to touch him yet. If his method worked, he would hope that Kakashi would be willing to accept the Rinnegan, since Kakashi was used to using the Sharingan. But seeing Kakashi intending to remove his Sharingan on his left eye, Izumi withdrew his intention to transplant Rinnegan into Kakashi's eye. Izumi sighed. "Fine, but let me prepare the equipment first. Tabin might have the complete equipment for it since she modified her body a few years ago. I'll call you after we're ready. But at the very least, I'll give you an eye for replacement." Kakashi frowned, but then Izumi said further to convince him. "It's not Sharingan but an ordinary eye. We still have to look for a donor, and it will take time. That's why I can't help you now. Kakashi nodded in agreement after hearing it. Chapter 225, A Confession. 2 days later, Izumi packed the things he needed. He wanted to go to Tabin's laboratory for the manufacture of a hologram computer, which Tabin had promised to help him with. Not just that, he also wanted to research the things he got from Danzo's laboratory. Not long after, Izumi arrived at a place that was surrounded by foreign buildings that had a construction that was much different from his world, even though it was the same as Japan in his world. Izumi still remembered where Tabin's laboratory was, so he didn't need to contact her. But when he arrived, he sensed that there was no one inside her laboratory. Where did that girl go? She even took Karin away. Izumi then contacted Tabin and asked her. It was just that he got a surprising answer. I just moved after bringing Karin here while carrying the loot from the previous mission. There's nothing to be seen in my old laboratory. WTF, why didn't you tell me? You're the one who didn't ask me, haha. Just hang in there, I'll pick you up real quick. Tabin immediately hung up the phone without waiting for Izumi to say something. Izumi resignedly waited because he didn't have to bother making a detection radar that could detect Tabin. Tabin arrived an hour later in front of him while driving the car. And then, Tabin drove the car and took Izumi to her new laboratory location. When Izumi arrived at Tabin's new laboratory, he was quite surprised. It looked like an ordinary building from the outside, but when he got inside, he didn't expect the place to be so spacious. This wasn't because of space magic or anything like that, but because Tabin's laboratory was underground. There were several reasons why Tabin had moved to that vast laboratory. First, after Izumi gave her the idea of creating artificial intelligence like an SAO, she started to prepare a system, software, or even hardware for the mass production of artificial intelligence. Despite knowing that she currently doesn't have any idea about artificial intelligence at SAO, which is too complicated, Tabin is trying to develop her own based on her experience. And she decided to build a new laboratory. Second, Tabin needs a place for research from the loot that Izumi got from Danzo's laboratory. And lastly, Tabin needed a training ground, which perhaps Karin wanted to use. According to Izumi, Karin should be talented in a certain field which is none other than Fuinjutsu. Although Izumi didn't really need Karin's talent, at least he wanted Karin to have the strength to take care of herself. Izumi feels sorry for the Uzumaki clan. Just because the Uzumaki clan was considered dangerous because of the only bloodline capable of unleashing the highest level of Fuinjutsu, all countries felt a threat that would eventually end in the Uzumaki clan's destruction. They are innocent, but their abilities are considered a crime by others. That's why Izumi is willing to help Karin get stronger because the ninja world is so unreasonable. Izumi was amazed at how much it cost Tabin to build this place, and it seems the construction of the laboratory is quite a secret. Welcome, Izumi-chan. I need help, Izumi asked straightly. Sure, just tell me what you need. Then, Izumi told Tabin about his conversation with Kakashi the other day. After he told everything, he added by asking how to make a holographic computer. Sure, I'll teach you. As for the eye for Kakashi, I'll use my connection to get a donor. After that, Tabin turned on her holographic computer. Seeing Tabin wasn't going to teach Izumi how to make a holographic computer for that moment, Izumi called Karin. What's wrong, Izumi-nae? Karin asked. Izumi smiled lightly. Let me train you. You've never had proper teachings, have you? Hearing Izumi's question, Karin smiled bitterly. Not hearing Karin's answer, Izumi asked one more time. What's wrong? You are willing to teach me. What a silly question, come with me. Izumi walked away. Tabin bought the entire building, so Izumi didn't really need to worry about being found out by strangers. First and foremost, Izumi had to test her chakra control, and after knowing her chakra control was good, he taught her a lot of ninjutsus. Karin has a water chakra aptitude, so he taught her a lot of water-release ninjutsus. And knowing she had an Uzumaki bloodline, he taught her Fuinjutsu as well. Karin was taught by Izumi until the clock struck 5 in the afternoon. Karin, Izumi called out. Karin turned her head while tilting. What is it, Izumi-nae? Truthfully, I brought you from the ninja world because I need you to do something for me. Of course, you can refuse. That's why I need your consent. I won't refuse if you ask me, Karin replied straightly. Duh, your words sound dangerous, Izumi secretly said. Then, he told Karin why he needed her help. In essence, the Uzumaki clan is a distant relative of the Senju clan, which is a direct descendant of Otsutsuki Hagoromo. The Uchiha clan is also one of the descendant clans of Otsutsuki Hagoromo, which was founded simultaneously with the Senju clan. Since the Uzumaki clan, Senju clan, and Uchiha clan are related by blood, Izumi wanted to create a pair of Rinnegan, which he would transplant the Sharingan into Karin's eye sockets. And Izumi also said that he would transplant cells and blood that had DNA from Otsutsuki Hagoromo. How is it? I'm not forcing you. If you don't want to, you can just say no, Izumi asked. Izumi could see that Karin's face looked a little scared after hearing Izumi's story. For Izumi, I will do anything, Karin replied firmly. Honestly, she was really scared, but ever since she found out about Izumi and Tabin's characters, the girl believed that helping them was the right thing. Needless to say, a week has passed. Izumi was still in front of the monitor screen for software development. He had finished manufacturing the chip used for the core of the holographic computer thanks to Tabin's help. While Izumi was busy typing, Tabin's soft voice sounded from behind him. Lend me your back. Without getting a response from Izumi, Tabin leaned her back on Izumi's back. Izumi froze on the spot in that instance. He asked without turning his head. What's wrong? Nothing, I just don't feel bored anymore. I see. You know, I used to feel a very deep emptiness. I am known as a genius, but because of my peerless genius, everyone can only respect me. No one dared to be my friend except Orimura Chifuyu. Even my little sister avoids me because she hates it when she's always compared to me. Chifuyu never had free time because of her busy life in the military. You must know I hacked and fired hundreds of missiles at Japan. Because of what? I did that on the basis of my boredom and the emptiness of my life. Izumi didn't make a sound and just listened to Tabin's outpouring. Izumi more or less understood. Indeed, being someone different and superior to others, that person was avoided by many because they felt they were not equal or comparable to a genius. This is what might make Tabin feel lonely and do unnatural things, such as helping two parties to fight each other. Tabin continued. But everything changed since I joined the chat group. I'm quite happy because I don't feel alone anymore. I also don't feel special anymore because everyone in the group is quite special as well. Spending a lot of time with you guys was great, especially with you, Izumi-chan. I've had feelings for you from the first time you came to my lab. It's just that I'm trying to hold it in because you like another girl, so I don't want to mention it. Just as Izumi expected, Tabin confessed her feelings. He was silent because this was quite a heavy thing for him. Even after breaking up, he found it difficult to love someone else in a short time. I knew this would happen. Kuroniko did that because she knows you like me, right? She wanted to worsen my relationship with Kyoyuko so you would have a chance. And in fact, Kuroniko succeeded. I'm sorry. It's not your fault. I know Kuroniko did it herself. She did it for you. It would be stupid if I didn't notice that. Honestly, my feelings are quite complicated right now, so for now, I can't give you an answer. Sorry. Tabin was slightly disappointed by Izumi's answer. Even so, she didn't force him. She knew that Izumi had just settled the matter with his ex-girlfriend, so it was only natural that his feelings were a little complicated. Perhaps Tabin was too hasty. She felt that the atmosphere was suitable enough to express her feelings, so she dared to say them. Yet, the timing wasn't right. Suddenly, Tabin turned around. He felt a soft sensation on his back. Tabin wrapped her arms around Izumi's body. Izumi seemed to feel guilty about his previous answer. There was no reason for him to refuse the woman who was hugging him. She is a high-spec woman whose wish in her world can come true, but everyone thinks she is too special. Even her own country considered her a valuable asset. However, if Izumi accepted her, he would feel that Tabin was just someone who replaced no more than his ex. He didn't want to be like that, so he asked for time to answer her confession. Tabin-chan, why did you choose me? You might be able to find someone better than me. Tabin fell silent. She answered a moment later. Do I need a reason to choose you other than loving you? Izumi shook his head. No, I think I understand a little that you don't need any other reason. Love can come at any time and the unexpected. And certainly, it's hard to get rid of that feeling. So you? Yeah, as you think, I still can't forget my previous love. Give me some more time. No, it's fine. I should be the one apologizing for not realizing how you feel right now. Tabin felt a little disappointed, but she still gave a smile. Knowing the feelings of the man in front of her, she thought that she should act more aggressively to let him forget his old love and turn to her. If Tabin kept trying to get close to Izumi, it was likely that his feelings for Tabin would grow naturally. Chapter 226, The Public Beach. Izumi spent his summer in Tabin's world doing research, since Karin agreed to have a pair of sharingan transplanted into her eye sockets. Izumi also took Sasuke's cells and blood so that Karin's body would not conflict when using the sharingan. One day, when Izumi invited Itachi to Tabin's laboratory to help Karin, Izumi asked Itachi, then Itachi reached out his hand to send his spiritual energy to Karin as well as created an illusion. About an hour later, she felt pain in her eyes, then it spread throughout her body. Izumi immediately came to her side and checked her out. Her nervous system was contracted, her blood pressure rose, and her heart rate accelerated. From the statistics and data Izumi got after examining Karin, she could conclude that there was a conflict between the Uchiha and Karin's DNA after Itachi sent his spiritual energy and created an illusion for Karin. Izumi jumped into action by calming her nervous system with his devil fruit power as he turned his fingers into thin needles. A few minutes later, Karin's condition turned to normal while Izumi also sighed in relief. He could only stroke Karin's head, who had fallen asleep due to the conflict in her body earlier. When Karin woke up the next day, Izumi, who was checking Karin's condition, was shocked. Her eyes have a pattern of 5-pronged stars in each eye. As I expected, bringing Itachi here was the right decision, Izumi exclaimed inwardly. Karin, what happened when you felt pain yesterday? Karin just tilted her head in confusion. I mean, did you imagine something? After digesting Izumi's questions for a while, Karin understood. Then she answered. I dreamed about my mother being tormented as a result of being used by the ninjas in the Kusagakure village. Then my feelings overflowed. I see, so that event triggered the awakening of her Manjikayo sharingan, huh? Izumi said secretly. Izumi smiled. You should rest well. If you're feeling better, try to get used to using your eyes. Karin nodded and tried to adjust her condition. After checking that Karin's condition had improved, he left her so she could rest. A week before summer vacation ends, Izumi decides to head back home. He was contacted by his friend and invited to the beach. As summer vacation was almost over, Izumi agreed. Izumi spent his time with his school friends during a summer vacation training camp. Also, he created a holographic computer and a prototype dual disc. Other than that, he taught Karin some ninjutsu and fuinjutsu as well as transplanted sharingan into her eyes. The next morning, Toru, Hiroyuki, Shu, Jin, and Tsukashi come to Izumi's house. They were dressed lightly with bags filled with a change of clothes. Oh, you guys, aren't we going later? Why so early? Jin pointed at Toru, Hiroyuki, and Shu, then said. The three of them can't wait to go to the beach to see the bikinis. PFFFT, hahaha, come in for a moment, I'm not ready yet. Izumi let them in, and they sat in the living room while waiting for Izumi to get ready. After Izumi packed his things, they got into the car Jin was driving. Is this your car? Well, it's my dad's. It's just that he has another car, so I use it sometimes. Jin just answered Izumi's question in a tone like someone was showing off. But after Jin said that, Hiroyuki responded with a scornful expression. Izumi-san, isn't the way he talks annoying? Look, his expression is like telling us, hee, I have a car, where's yours? Isn't it? Hiroyuki's face looks cute. If Izumi remembers, his expression looks like Tanaka Ryunosuke from Karasuno when he picked a fight. Izumi chuckled at that. There's nothing wrong with showing off. I also want to buy a car. It's just too bad I don't have a driving license. Why should you care about a driving license? Just buy it. Hiroyuki responded to what Izumi said. Meanwhile, Jin refuted. You fool, of course, you can't. You need to have a driving license if you want to buy a car. Even Izumi nodded. It's exactly what Jin said. Hiroyuki scratched his head. He didn't know that someone who wanted to buy a car also needed a driving license. How about asking your father? Hiroyuki asked again. I can't, he is working overseas. By the way, is your new job making so much money that you want to buy a car? Suddenly, Jin asked. Jin still remembers how Izumi told the coach that he got a new job, so he rarely joined the training. As far as Jin knew, Izumi was just a novelist. Besides, he might earn some money from his cake shop. Jin wasn't sure if the income from the two was enough to buy a car. Izumi replied with a smirk. Hee, although my income is not much, there is a prospect. Nevertheless, my novel will be adapted into an anime. Maybe the chief editor is currently making a schedule for the VA auditions. Wait, what? Seriously? They know that Izumi wrote 2 light novels, but Izumi doesn't tell them the titles of the novels. Thus, they didn't know whether Izumi's novels were famous or not. They just thought Izumi didn't want to say it because the novels weren't so popular. But Izumi's statement just now surprised them, which was the opposite of what they had thought. Izumi told them everything about the novels and the title of his novels that he had been hiding all this time. To their surprise, it turns out that Izumi's novel is in the top 10 in popularity. No wonder his novels were adapted so quickly. Jin said with a grumble. If I knew that, I wouldn't have bought it and just asked you. Hey, if you don't buy it, I don't get any money, you know. That's your problem, not mine. The hell, you guys, you should buy my novels, don't be like him. Izumi cursed Jin, who then turned to his other friend while pointing at the former. But they answered in unison. No. Then they all laughed at Izumi. While on the way, Izumi was quite curious about which beach they would go to. Shichigahama, to be precise, at the Shabutahama public beach. Jin, who was driving, answered him. Oh. Shichigahama does have many beaches, but only a few places are allowed to swim, one of which is the beach that Jin mentioned earlier. After 2 hours of traveling, they arrived at the location. Given that today is the last week before the summer holiday ends, it's not surprising that the public beach is so crowded. Hiroyuki and Shu looked excited at first, but when they saw all the visitors on the beach, their spirits dimmed. Why are so many not wearing a bikini? That sucks. We shouldn't have come to this beach. The others just laughed at their words. It was as they both said. They all go to the beach to see the beautiful view of the women. Too bad their fantasy did not come true. Even so, since they had already come to the Shabutahama public beach, they didn't want to go to another beach. Izumi and the others took their luggage from the car and headed to the beach. Not only their personal belongings were brought, but also 2 umbrellas, a mat, and 3 portable beach chairs. The 6 of them were already wearing their swimming trunks, they just needed to take off their shirts. When Izumi wanted to take off his clothes, Tsukashi asked, Is it okay? What for? Don't you have a tattoo under your shirt? Oh, I don't mind. Besides, why need to cover it up? I've already done it anyway. Izumi answered Tsukashi's question casually. He didn't feel that tattooing his body bothered other people, although there might be people who didn't really like tattooed people. And as he expected, his tattooed body caught the attention of the people around Izumi and the others. Izumi didn't care and started relaxing on a portable beach chair while applying sunscreen to his body. Not only Izumi, but his friends too. After that, Toru gave a suggestion. Shall we have a swimming competition? Swimming competition, while looking for a bikini that was washed away by the waves. That's quite interesting. Hiroyuki and Shu both nodded. Then, Tsukashi with an innocent and slightly embarrassed face said, Isn't that too much? What do you mean, Tsukamoto? It's only natural that men are a bit perverted. You should get used to it. Also, you need to learn to get close to a girl, for example, your childhood friend. Maybe your shyness will lessen. Because Jin felt that Tsukashi didn't act like a normal boy who was a bit shy by nature, Jin gave him some advice. Why do you even suggest a swimming competition? Isn't it obvious the winner? Suddenly, Izumi said, while pointing at himself with his smirk. However, Jin immediately replied while pointing at Izumi with his index finger. Don't think that just because you have the stamina of a monster, you excel in swimming. Swimming is a lot different from when we sprinted with the football club members. When training with the members of the football club, even though Izumi restrained himself, he still ran faster than almost everyone and even entered the top 3 fastest players out of all the club members. But what stood out from him was his endless stamina. He never looked tired even though the other members were already exhausted. If you really believe you can win, let's make a bet. The losers have to buy drinks for all of us. Or are you afraid? Sure, who's afraid? I accept your challenge. Because Jin immediately agreed to Izumi's challenge, he got ready and walked to the shore, while Izumi just followed him from behind casually. They both caught the attention of many people. Jin has a handsome face and is so attractive, plus his long blonde hair is like a person from a Western country. It was no wonder that he attracted attention. As for Izumi, his good look isn't below Jin at all. His shoulder-length black hair tied in a short ponytail and slightly long eyelashes really match his appearance, which makes his appearance so attractive. Then let's get started. Chapter 227, The Swimming Race. At first, only Izumi and Jin had the bet. Finding it quite interesting, Hiroyuki and Shu joined in on the bet as well. They both quite understand that Toru lacks talent in sports, so Hiroyuki only makes a bet on Shu. That is, if one of them loses, he has to buy yakisoba for all 5 of them. Izumi and the others reached the shore and stepped into the water. They discussed where the finish line of the swimming race would be. Out of the 6 of them, only Tsukashi didn't join. In the end, he will be the judge of the race. Shall we race to the lifeguard over there? Jin pointed in a direction that was around 120 meters from his position. The lifeguard sat on the high chair to keep an eye on the beachgoers. Hearing Jin's suggestion, Izumi and the others agreed. With them standing side by side in the water about 120 cm deep, beachgoers watched them curiously as it was clear that they were having a competition. Several of the interested beachgoers also grabbed their phones to record. Well, the truth was that they were only attracted to Jin and Izumi because of their good looks though. Looking at those two, Hiroyuki felt irritated as if he wanted to beat them up because their looks were better than his. Hiroyuki, along with Izumi, Jin, Toru, and Shu took their respective positions. Several people who were swimming noticed the competition, so they immediately stepped aside to make way for Izumi and the others. Meanwhile, Tsukashi, who did not participate, could only stand on the shore, preparing to give the signal. On your mark, ready, start. Simultaneously, the 5 youngsters started their race. Jin and Izumi competed at the front, followed by Hiroyuki and Shu, and the last position was Toru. Even though it was Toru who suggested a swimming race, it was still quite embarrassing because he was in the last position. Hiroyuki tried hard to catch up with Izumi and Jin. What's more, he heard the girls even give cheers to the 2 of them, which made Hiroyuki even more irritable. He even wondered why he couldn't be as popular as the 2 of them. Unforgivable. Not knowing where or how, he seemed to have gotten a power so suddenly made his physical abilities increase, and he quickly caught up with Izumi and Jin. And this time, 3 people are simultaneously competing to get to the finish line. Hiroyuki's awakening startled Izumi and Jin, who unconsciously reduced their speed and made Hiroyuki overtake them. When Jin and Izumi tried to catch up, unexpectedly the finish line was already in front of Hiroyuki, and he finally managed to win the race. Beachgoers watching their race cheered and applauded, especially the girls who started talking about Hiroyuki. Who's that spiky-haired guy? That's cool. He seems like a great sportsman. Yeah, even those 2 good-looking boys can't match him. Want to get closer to him? Why not you? I'm embarrassed to be in front of a cool guy. Listening to the girls talking about him, Hiroyuki immediately acted arrogantly. He crossed his arms and said haughtily to Jin and Izumi. Ha, look at this great Hiroyuki. You are indeed talented, but your talent is still below mine. Ha. A moment later. Hello. May I know your name? You were so cool, can you teach me to swim that fast? With many girls approaching him, Hiroyuki smirked as if the earth and heaven were on his side now. Intai. Yuki. Stupid Hiryuki, did you hear me? Suddenly, Hiryuki heard a loud voice in his ear that changed the scenery around him. And that scene was right where they were about to do a swimming race. Hiryuki was a little surprised because Izumi was in front of him, whose body was still clean, and his swimming trunks had not been wet by seawater either. He slapped his cheek to confirm. Ah, what the fuck, so I was just dreaming, damn it. Is there something wrong with your brain that makes you wet dreams in the scorching sun? You know, you've been grinning ever since, and your expression looks perverted. Wet dreams, your grandfather. How can I have a wet dream at the time? Hiryuki suddenly stopped talking and glanced around him. He could see people looking at him strangely, even the girls looked at him disgustingly. Hiryuki immediately went limp and murmured, I'm done for. Hiryuki was lost in thought for a long time. He even fell silent with a lecherous expression showing on his face. No wonder the girls looked disgusted at him, even though their original intention was to see Jin and Izumi. PFFFT. Ha-ha-ha. That was quite a gag, ha-ha-ha. Don't fantasize too much, this is the result, ha-ha. Shu, Jin, Toru, and Izumi laughed at their friend's anguish. What Hiryuki had done was unusual. They were quite sorry for him because the girls hate him, but they were also laughing at his stupidity. Even Tsukashi, who didn't talk too much, couldn't help but laugh. Izumi patted Hiryuki's shoulder and said, Don't think about it too much, you'll get used to it later. Who wants to get used to that, damn it? Hiryuki was getting more and more annoyed because they were making fun of Hiryuki. At that moment, Shu said, Then you don't need to enter the race, just go buy us yakisoba. Ain't no way, I haven't lost yet. Just wait, I'll show you my true skill. Hiryuki, who was provoked by being belittled, immediately stood up straight to shake off his earlier embarrassment. Pointing with his index finger at Izumi and Jin, he said, I'll prove it, I can be superior to you in other areas. Let's get started. Jin was dumbfounded to see Hiryuki, who looked like he was possessed, while Izumi could only laugh at him inwardly. A few moments later, they got ready. They stood side by side, with the small waves crashing against their bodies. Tsukashi gave the signal. Start. After Tsukashi gave the signal, Jin, Toru, Shu, and Hiryuki immediately stepped on the gas. As Izumi predicted, Jin was the superior, followed by Hiryuki, Toru, and Shu. To his surprise, Toru was actually superior to Shu in swimming. In fact, he almost overtook Hiryuki. But Izumi then dived into the water as everyone's eyes fell on the four people in front. Needless to say, with his water dragon slayer abilities, he dived swiftly and overtook them all. Izumi was still in the water waiting for them. As soon as his four friends barely got close enough, he emerged from the water as if he overtook them by diving. The fuck? Jin and Hiryuki were surprised when Izumi appeared in front of them, in which Toru and Shu overtook them when Jin and Hiryuki were stunned for a moment. In the end, just like Jin, Hiryuki lost the bet and made those two have to treat them all. How can you suddenly be in front of me? Yeah, you're cheating. Jin and Hiryuki started to complain, but Izumi answered. Well, it turns out that if you lose, you can make excuses. It's quite surprising. Damn it, I can't believe I lost against you. Both Jin and Hiryuki were startled by Izumi, who suddenly appeared in front of them. And because of that, Toru and Shu get ahead of them. Reluctantly, the two of them went to buy drinks and yakisoba. Even though they were a little upset by the shocking defeat, they felt that it would not be bad for them to go to the beach together once in a while. As they were talking and joking around, Izumi suddenly felt a goosebump. His body stiffened and trembled as he felt a terrifying aura suddenly appear, as if that person didn't need to bother hiding oneself. His friends were confused when they saw him, who suddenly fell silent. When Izumi turned his head, he saw a girl who had the appearance of a high school girl with waist-length, straight black hair and eyes of various colors, though it turned black again after looking at Izumi for a while. If Izumi could describe her appearance, she was such a beautiful and charming girl. Moreover, she was wearing an all-black bikini, but behind her beauty, there is a horror that Izumi can't ignore. Izumi started to raise his guard as soon as the girl saw Izumi. He could only hope that there wouldn't be any problems, even though he had prepared for the worst-case scenario to occur. On the other hand, that girl covered her mouth as if she was hiding her sadistic grin. Chapter 228, I Won't Let You. Izumi's cold sweat started pouring down as a girl's footsteps slowly approached Izumi. He couldn't believe that the worst nightmare had come to him sooner than he had expected. Izumi couldn't keep his usual calm and collected anymore after seeing her. That girl is none other than D, or a girl who has the alias Wakaba Hihiro, a manager of the underworld and an administrator. But it is unknown which world he manages. Even the nearly destroyed world where she reincarnated the students, a teacher, and Kumoko, who were victims of a magic attack from another dimension, was a world belonging to another god. Creating a fake identity as a high school student named Wakaba Hihiro is D's wish to escape his responsibilities as a god while enjoying life on Earth. Izumi didn't know why, but his feelings told him that the current D was a little different from the one in the novel. D who was in front of him seemed freer and even dared to let out her frightening aura. It was as if she didn't care about the manager managing the Earth, or maybe D herself was in charge. If D was the administrator on this Earth, she should be the god who gave Izumi the system, but if that was the case, it should be a level-based system similar to the system given to Kumoko. More importantly, it was the reason why she appeared in front of him. Izumi's friends were so confused that he suddenly fell silent and turned his head in a certain direction. They were also curious and saw the direction Izumi was looking at. As soon as they turned their heads, they saw such a charming girl. A sexy girl with ideal curves accompanied by a black bikini that resembles her hair color came into their view. Such a beauty. Very beautiful. She looks perfect. I don't mind marrying her. But the girl objected to marrying you. Izumi's 5 friends one by one gave comments. No wonder why Izumi immediately fell silent looking at the girl. But they were so surprised when the girl walked toward them step by step. Izumi calmed himself while looking at D. He said inwardly, "What the fuck is she doing here? Why does she seem to be looking for me?" To his surprise, Wakaba Hihiro opened her mouth and replied, "Are you perhaps thinking why I was looking for you?" Izumi furrowed his brow. Did she just read my mind? And once again, D answered with a chuckle. I can't read your mind, your expression can tell me already. Actually, D can't read minds, but her behavior seems to give other people suggestions, so that other people's thoughts go according to what she expects. Honestly, Izumi didn't want to involve his friends in this kind of trouble. Moreover, he did not have the power to protect them if the girl in front of him causing trouble. Izumi, you bastard. Why do you always have to know pretty girls? Why don't you introduce 2 or 3 girls to me once in a while? That's right, you are unfair. Why should you always be approached by beautiful girls? Seeing that the girl's gaze was only fixed on Izumi, Hiroyuki and Shu protested at Izumi out of irritation. Even Toru, who said he only liked Kyoyuko, was also fascinated by D's appearance. On the other hand, Jin, who only liked MILF, couldn't take his eyes off of D. Only Tsukashi lowered his head in embarrassment seeing D in a bikini in front of him. Hearing the protests from Hiroyuki and Shu, D turned her head towards them, then turned towards Izumi again. She said, "Oh, I see now." D turned to Izumi's friends and said to them with a smile, "I'll borrow him for a second, okay? This is a private talk, so don't try to eavesdrop." "Yes, ma'am. You can beat him if you want." Hiroyuki and Shu were instantly melted by her smile. They are all unaware that Izumi is currently experiencing a crisis. D pointed in a certain direction while leading the way. D took him to the end of a beach full of rocks, which is the perfect place for a boy and a girl who want to be alone to deepen their love. But not this time. D tilted her head while crossing her hands as if supporting her breasts. She smiled. I wonder, how did you know me? What's more, your strength? I've seen all your friends are normal humans. As for you, I somehow feel something special about you." Izumi felt a slight killing intent from her. "Say, what do you want?" Even though Izumi hated that, Izumi was forced to go along with her because she didn't want to involve his friends. Izumi didn't want to let his guard down to the girl in front of him. He was already prepared to give his all even, though he was 99.9% sure he couldn't win if a fight broke out. If Dee was using her fake identity as Wakaba Hihiro, maybe she was just sitting in her room right now. But this time, she didn't use her identity as Wakaba Hihiro due to her very conspicuous appearance. Nothing, I was just curious after feeling the fluctuations related to space in my old class, so I followed the trail that was directed at you. Moreover, it's not magic, so I want to meet the person who had used that ability. As I thought it was at that time, Izumi said inwardly, his expression turned ugly. So it's really you, huh? Then who are you? Where did you come from? I don't remember Earthlings having that kind of ability. Thanks to Dee's words, Izumi came to know that it wasn't her who gave him the system. Izumi asked back. I should be the one asking, who are you? I'm sure humans don't have as much power as you. Hearing Izumi's question back, Dee just laughed amusedly. Relax, will you? I am the ultimate evil god, the god everyone feared. Dee proclaimed herself playfully. She continued, I just wanted to know, where did you come from? Izumi clenched his fists and replied, Ultimate evil god? Are you a chuunibyou? As for your question, I am a native of this earth. But why does your excellency evil god come to my world? Of course, I just want to enjoy life on Earth like a normal human being, which is quite enjoyable. Moreover, I have a new toy. Izumi could guess the new toy that Dee mentioned. Then Dee continued by talking to Izumi while holding her chin and looking closely at Izumi's face. How weird. If you're a native here, how did you get that power then? Maybe I'll try to look at your memories, haha. Suddenly, her expression changed along with his laugh that sounded sadistic. Sensing himself in danger, Izumi reflectively activated rules of the area magic. Dee saw the magic circle on the ground in an instant, which made her lips curl upwards, while she flicked her fingers and cast conjuring. Suddenly, Izumi appeared behind Dee and unhesitatingly released Water Dragon Slayer's magic using his punch. With ease, Dee caught the blow with her palm and neutralized the magic attack. Whoa, apparently you're strong. It'll be troublesome if it's too loud in here. With a wave of her other hand, she created a dimension of 400 cubic meters, which even made Izumi more fearful of her. She basically could create anything from nothing that only God level could achieve. The power that Dee displayed didn't use her spiritual energy at all. He knew that power. It was somehow similar to Kuroniko's divine sword. Since the previous attack didn't work, Izumi took out a sword from the storage space. But before he could attack, Dee suddenly stood behind him with a tiny fist aimed at him. Izumi couldn't even sense that Dee was behind him, which was why he immediately activated his devil fruit ability that made the blow only pass through his body. Izumi avoided the blow by creating a hole in his intangible body. Otherwise, the blow would injure him since it wasn't an ordinary attack. Dee was quite surprised by the strange abilities that Izumi repeatedly displayed. And while Dee was dumbfounded, Izumi released his ghoul power, and Rinkaku Kagyun came out through the back of his waist. Izumi's Kagyun has 4 red tentacles, and the outside looks like dragon scales. Izumi stabbed Dee with her Kagyun suddenly, however. Clank, 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 clank. Surprisingly, Izumi's Kagyun and Dee's bodies clashed with a loud sound like metal clashing against each other. That made Dee bounce back a little bit. Damn it, Izumi was stunned. Fortunately, I conjured my physical body, Dee muttered. Dee had conjured her body when she snapped her fingers the first time. With that, her physical body became extremely powerful and exceeded the system's limits. Izumi clenched his teeth and held his sword tightly. Then he slashed it toward Dee after he teleported behind her with his most powerful attack. Dee felt the danger from Izumi's sword swing, which made her not hesitate anymore. With a slight movement of her left hand, she created a sword, which she then used to take Izumi's blade attack head-on. At the same time, she snapped her fingers using her right hand. Clank crack. The clashing swords made a ringing and loud sound, and a moment later a cracking sound was heard. The cracking sound came from the sword Izumi held, the legendary dragon slayer sword, Graham. The sword shattered into pieces after colliding once with Dee's creation. Izumi saw Dee's tiny right hand fly towards him quickly. When he wanted to teleport using his magic, Dee destroyed Izumi's magic circle. Stab. Igwa. Her attack was too fast. Before Izumi changed the shape of his body, her sword pierced through his body. Since the power was the same as Kuroniko's divine sword, there was no way his intangible body couldn't be affected. Izumi held his stomach in pain. But then, D launched a couple of attacks. Izumi did not move. His limbs and body were heavily injured. Izumi lay on the ground with blood flowing from his injuries all over his body. Even the internal organs were damaged. "Why are you so stubborn?" D asked him lightly. Perhaps I should check your family." Hearing that, Izumi's anger rose, his power burst out, his aura overflowed, and his Heishoku haki could even pressure her. He immediately got up and blindly attacked her. But since he attacked D as if he was unconscious, his attacks became erratic. And all of a sudden, her hand pierced through his body and weakened him. He fell. His blurry eyes glanced at the beautiful girl looking down at him. He tried to open his mouth and said, "Even if I die, I will control my soul to destroy you." And after saying that, Izumi's vision darkened. Chapter 229. Weird, there is no way she will let me go. His consciousness was in a dark place. Without any light illuminating the surroundings, he couldn't see anything around him. He began to wonder if he was in the afterlife and awaiting judgment from King Enma. Suddenly, his body jolted. He felt as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. Was I thrown into hell? That's what's on his mind. It turned out that, instead of falling into a bottomless abyss, he had fallen into a bright place that made it difficult to see with his eyes after being in the dark for too long. When he managed to open his eyes, he saw a blue sky surrounded by white clouds and the scorching sun. "Am I in heaven? Is there sunshine in heaven?" Izumi, who woke up from his slumber, muttered. "Heaven, huh? It's so good that you've tasted heaven with that beautiful girl, you bastard. I want something good like that too. Izumi, you're so lucky to have a more handsome face than both of us. You even did that with the girl until you passed out from exhaustion." Izumi was surprised to hear the voices of Hiroyuki and Sho, whose expressions were filled with jealousy. He didn't get what happened when he passed out. And also, he didn't really hear what the two of them were saying. Izumi tried to move, but his body felt weak, which made him remember what happened before he fell unconscious. "How can I still be alive? I'm pretty sure that my internal organs have been badly damaged. Did she heal me? But I doubt that. If she did that, she should be right here, waiting for me to wake up. What is she planning to do by letting me live? Is she going to use me as she did to Kumoko just to kill her boredom?" Izumi spoke to himself. He felt a chill when he thought that D was the one who healed him. Or it could be that she had resurrected him from the dead. But if she could resurrect someone, hadn't she already done so with students, a teacher, and a spider that had fallen victim to the magic that came from another dimension? On the other hand, he also remembered that she planned to use his family to blackmail him, in which he unleashed his wrath, even though it was pointless against her. Damn, I can't control my anger. I should keep my calm to find her weaknesses. I need to do something. More importantly, knowing he was alive and kicking was somewhat odd. He was so sure he couldn't be saved because he knew D couldn't resurrect him. If D does, only his soul will be sent to another world where he will be reincarnated as she did to Kumoko and the others. He struggled to get up. This was probably because he had lost a lot of blood. Still, he managed to sit up in his weakening state. He saw his stomach, which had no scars at all, even though his stomach had been pierced earlier by D's attack. "Hey, can you hear me?" He's been quiet ever since. And this time, Izumi heard Hiroyuki and Sho. "Oh, good morning." "Good morning, your head." "Bastard." Hiroyuki and Sho replied with anger, as their expressions told him so. Izumi didn't understand why Hiroyuki and Sho were mad at him. He wanted to know the reason. If D told them that he was about to die, there was no way they had such expressions. Hiroyuki and Sho said the same thing as what they said when Izumi just opened his eyes earlier. Izumi widened his eyes because of what they said. "You said what?" Izumi asked in astonishment. "You're still denying it. That beautiful woman who said you were exhausted after you two did something together." Hiroyuki said with a clenched fist as if it wanted to punch him. Meanwhile, Izumi was taken aback by the misunderstanding of his friends. But more importantly, where's that girl? Izumi was curious. Was he still living like this because she saved him? What for? Did she want to use him as a new toy besides Kumoko? Had she not read his memories yet that she decided not to kill him? But is she that different from the original story? Did she really have the ability to heal him? Or is there another person he doesn't know? Izumi kept questioning in his heart. It remains a mystery how he is still alive now. At the very least, he would know it when he met Dee again. But then again, she is too dangerous for him. He needs to find a way to take her down, or else his life won't be peaceful anymore. Izumi asked the others if that girl said something before leaving, but Hiroyuki and Sho were too noisy as their jealousy toward Izumi had reached its peak. He turned to Tsukashi, who didn't say much, and asked something. Tsukashi answered him. At first she was walking alone and she said you passed out after doing something together, so she left you behind. We were quite shocked by what she said. She also left a message for you. We will meet again, just you wait, like that. Then she went somewhere. Izumi shuddered when he imagined Dee saying something like that. Moreover, there was an 80% chance that she was the one who healed Izumi. What does that mean? Is she gonna move next to my house or something? Please leave me be. Izumi felt like crying when he thought about that. It was a big mistake for him to investigate a class that was hit by a magic attack from another world. And now, he was already marked by a god that was currently impossible to defeat. What to do? Izumi muttered while biting his nails. He didn't know how to get away from her. He took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. After repeatedly stabilizing his breathing, he began to calm down and think. So far, Dee hadn't done anything to harm humanity, but that couldn't be said of her enemy. As it happened when Kumoko and the others were hit by a magic attack aimed at Dee. I have to prepare for the worst, even if it costs my life. Izumi made up his mind as he would face Dee again, or maybe her enemies sooner or later. He looked at Hiroyuki and Sho, who had been making a fuss. Why are you guys so noisy? Why, you ask why? It's so nice of you to have fun with a girl. I want that too. Hiroyuki said while pointing his index finger at him, then he covered his eyes, which were starting to tear up from jealousy due to Izumi. Meanwhile, Sho felt jealous because he wanted to enjoy what Izumi felt together with the girl. The fuck, I'm sick, you know. Izumi could only yell at them with his remaining strength. Then, Jin started to speak. Yeah, you two calm down a bit, look at his face, he looks pale. Jin pointed at Izumi's face, which was clearly pale like a sick person. When the two realized what Jin had said, they fell silent while scratching their heads. Izumi also heard what Jin said and made him say, I just suddenly felt dizzy and fell unconscious. How could I do anything to that girl? Sho wanted to confirm. So you didn't do anything to her? Unfortunately, no. Izumi just shook his head, but then Hiroyuki clicked his tongue. Tisk, what a disappointment. I thought you had fun with her. Izumi twitched his cheek, then said, Hiroyuki, looks like you want to get beat. I can do it in your stead, you know. This time, it was Jin who responded to Izumi's words. Hiroyuki waved his hands. Wait, I was just kidding. Ah, no. Not only Jin, but Toru also restrained Hiroyuki from behind to prevent him from running away. Oblivious to Izumi, Dee, who had returned, put a smile on her face as she recalled what happened previously. I didn't think that would happen. This is going to get even more interesting. First, the spider and now a unique human. Both can be entertaining for me. Chapter 230, Transfer Student. When Izumi got home, he was able to stand up without the help of his friends. But still, he felt weak, even his stomach was growling with hunger. For a while, Izumi felt relieved. He didn't want to think about what happened before. He was grateful that he was still given the chance to live. Otherwise, how would his parents who only have an only child feel? If he died, his parents would be in utter shock, and their grief would drag on forever. Izumi could only lie down on the sofa in the living room. Little by little, his strength began to recover, and his injuries seemed to be completely recovered. Still, he wasn't in the mood to cook, so he bought food online. After he finished his food, at least my stomach is filled, Izumi said while stroking his stomach. He only ordered 15 servings of food, and it was still not enough to fill Izumi's stomach. But at least he's starting to get his strength back. He opened the chat group and wanted to type something, but he called it off because he didn't want to worry them. On second thought, he typed something different. Izumi, Gramp Warad, what about the guild? Warad, oh, we just need to wait for some time. I've already gone to the Magic Council to apply. Izumi, how did they respond? Is it positive? Kisame, oh, they were surprised when this old man founded the guild. Coincidentally, too, we meet a bald man like a monk, and he wonders why this old man decided to set up a guild. Izumi, monk, Jura. Warad, yeah, right. He's Jura Niki's from the Lamia Scale Guild, and I didn't expect Kisame to start fighting right away when they met. Kisame, he looks strong, so I can't help myself. Izumi, the fuck? You better not do that to Zaref or his men. You are indeed strong, but there are far more powerful ones yet to reveal themselves. Kisame, you don't have to worry. Old man Warad already told me. Knowing that the guild building was going pretty smoothly, Izumi was pretty sure it would only be a matter of time before it was formalized. He chatted for some time, then he went into his room and started operating the newly created holographic computer. After the hologram computer was running, as usual, Izumi opened an application. Then, he compiled a series of codes that is commonly referred to as programming language. This code is the language used on the computer. Just as humans need a way to communicate, so do computers. The reason why he wrote the codes was of course to develop software that would later be used on the dual disk that he wanted to create. And from that moment on, Izumi spent 4 days just making software and hardware, both for the dual disk and the cards. He plans to insert a small chip as a core in the card, which will later be read through the dual disk. Then, the dual disk will scan the card and display a small 3D virtual image on top of the dual disk. Even though later the company Izumi wanted to work with had to make a new version of the card, the investment Izumi had planned was not bad at all. And since the Yu-Gi-Oh! Dual card is already quite popular, of course, the people who bought the dual disc would buy the latest version of the card to duel with each other. With Izumi's plan of creating the dual disc first, the Vocaloid project will be delayed. Naturally, that was because he had never met the voice actress for Hatsune Miku. Izumi just wanted to make something that would benefit him first. Indeed, Izumi had created a 3D Vocaloid virtual image. Lyrics and arrangements have also been made. Only the voice actress is missing because he hasn't contacted the person yet. Therefore, the Vocaloid project still needs time to be completed. Over the past few days, Izumi had been feeling quite restless. How could he not be restless after getting a special message from D that she intended to see him again? If D intended to do something with his family, he would not remain silent even though Miyagi Prefecture would be destroyed later. Izumi sighed. I don't need to think about that. The important thing is, how can I prevent her from doing something like that? Izumi feels at his wit's end with the appearance of D against her. It was certain that he was not her match. The only way is to seal her. Yet, he felt that his power wasn't enough to do that. That power of hers was so familiar. It was Kuroniko's sword. That's right, that power I used to call divine power. However, that power is the power of the law which uses law energy. Izumi knew that divine power was the power of law because Kuroniko's sword wielded that power, even though Kuroniko couldn't use that power without her sword. So, it was not strange if Izumi was familiar with that power. September 1, 2010. Time flew smoothly as the summer holiday came to an end. As such, a new term begins. Izumi felt a little relieved that there was no sign of D which he thought would move near his house. On his way to school, he meets Mizuki Hisahito, who is walking with Yuzui Yuta, 2 seniors in the 8-team football club. Hisahito nodded at Izumi. He doesn't talk too much, even with his closest friends, while Yuta greeted Izumi. Morning. Morning, seniors. Izumi greeted them back. Yuta looked at Izumi's appearance and said, Your face doesn't look fresh. You stayed up late last night. Yeah, something like that. I had work to finish last night. Izumi couldn't say that he couldn't sleep because of something unreasonable. The work excuse was just a diversion to make what he was saying make sense. Yuta patted Izumi's shoulder. Don't push yourself too hard, you have to take care of your health. The National Cup qualifier will start in 2 weeks, so don't get sick then. Thank you for your concern, Yuta-san. They walked to school together while discussing the National Cup. His school, Katajiri High School, is in the J1 Youth League. However, that was exclusively for the team. As for the B team, which Izumi was in, was still in the J4 Youth League. Though, he didn't really care about that for now. When Izumi arrived in class, he immediately sat down in his seat with a tired appearance. Toru, who was already in class first, saw his face that didn't look like it used to be. Izumi, you don't look well. Toru, I'm just not getting enough sleep. Even though you just recovered after that time you suddenly got sick, now you're staying up all night. You'd better go to the infirmary. No need. Izumi waved his hand, telling Toru not to worry. Izumi laid his head on the table and covered it with both hands as if he wanted to sleep and didn't want to be disturbed by others. A moment later, the school bell rang. On the first day, the students only submitted their homework. The teachers will have a meeting afterward. Attention everyone, today we have another new student in this class. The homeroom teacher came into the classroom and gave a little surprise to the students. The class atmosphere was immediately lively, which caused Izumi to be slightly disturbed by the noise of the students in his class. Izumi kept his ears closed to stop the noise, but it was useless because the class was quite lively to hear the new student who was said to be a girl. Come in and introduce yourself. A girl walked into the classroom who had straight, waist-length black hair and black eyes. She is a beautiful girl, has beautiful eyes, long eyelashes, and fair skin. Hiroyuki and Sho looked at each other when they saw the girl's arrival in their classroom. They also saw Toru, who was also glancing at them. The girl introduced herself with a sweet smile. Introducing, my name is Wakabaheim, I hope I can get along with you. Hearing a name that resembled someone familiar to Izumi, he raised his head and looked at the transfer student. Instantly, his body seemed to freeze. At the same time that Izumi's gaze fell on the girl also glanced at Izumi with her mouth curled upward. Chapter 231, I'm in a pinch. Izumi was like being struck by lightning. He remained motionless after seeing the most terrifying person he had ever met. What's more, that most terrifying person actually became a transfer student in his class. Oh my fucking god, are you kidding me? Right, the god was joking with him. If the god hadn't been joking with him, D wouldn't have appeared before him. D's arrival by using another alias, Wakabaheim, made Izumi throw curses in his mind. What he didn't expect was that she seemed to have completely erased her presence and aura. Not quite, because it seemed that she became a normal girl. He didn't know what to do now. Everyone, even members of the chat group, was not her match. And in fact, for that girl to become a transfer student in his class must have some hidden purpose that he didn't know about. She used a slightly different name, whereas her previous name was Wakaba Hihiro. She assumed that name was dead because of the incident caused by the explosion. Therefore, she used a different name, although her appearance was the same as before. Wakaba-san, please go to the empty seat. The homeroom teacher told D or Haim to go to an empty seat, but instead, she walked toward Izumi, which made his heart want to burst. Izumi's seat was at the very back near the window. She headed over there and said to the students sitting in front of Izumi, I want to sit here, can you move over there? With a deadly sweet smile, she asked the student sitting in front of Izumi to move to another seat she pointed to. Of course, since the student sitting in front of Izumi was a boy, he couldn't refuse and happily handed over his seat to Haim. Haim sat on the seat and turned around while looking at Izumi with a smile. Then she said, Hehe, we meet again. Izumi clenched his teeth. However, he calmed himself after a split second. He asked in a low voice, What do you want from me? You still haven't given up on getting my memories. It's pointless, you know. Oh, pointless? Is that so? Makes me want to try something on you, hehe. Haim only responded with a chuckle. However, because everyone in the class, including the homeroom teacher, saw Izumi and the transfer student talking to each other, everyone felt that Izumi already knew her. The first to comment on them was Hiroyuki. He pointed at Izumi while shouting, As expected, you two must have done something when you met at the beach, right? Isn't that right? Right. Hearing Hiroyuki's words, the other students asked some questions. The two of them already know each other. What do you mean they've done something? The other male students simultaneously asked Hiroyuki. The homeroom teacher who heard Hiroyuki's words also said, "Oh, so the two of them already know. Then, I'll leave the transfer student to you, Miyamura-kun. Take her around the school, she must still be quite unfamiliar with our school." Hold up, wait a minute. Yeah, what's wrong, Miyamura-kun? The homeroom teacher asked Izumi after he said as if to refuse. But before he could answer, he heard a soft voice nearby. "Even if I die, I will control my soul to destroy you, isn't it?" Hearing that, Izumi held his complaint. He could only click his tongue while replying to the homeroom teacher. "It's nothing, sensei." The homeroom teacher just nodded, then asked the students to submit their homework. Without anyone noticing, Izumi looked at Haim furiously. But with his current strength, he was completely helpless against the girl in front of him. "My school life is over," Izumi only said in his mind about his current situation. After the students submitted all their homework, the homeroom teacher walked out of the class, followed by the class president and the vice president who brought a pile of students' homework. After they left the classroom, the students immediately surrounded the new transfer student. Where does she come from? Why transferred to this school? What is her relationship with Izumi? And some other questions. They bombarded Haim with endless questions. Not only the students who asked her, but Haim also asked them some questions as well. She murmured, "So, his name is Miyamura Izumi, huh?" Then she saw Izumi's seat, which was empty since he had gone somewhere. Haim stood up from her seat and walked out of the classroom. She was asked by the other students, which made her answer. "I want to find him, I still have business with him," Haim said while pointing at Izumi's empty seat. Then she immediately left the class. However, what she said infuriated the boys in the class. "Why does it always have to be Miyamura? When will it be my turn? I wanted to beat him to a pulp." "You'd better give up. Someone already tried, but it ended up the other way around." "Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, the captain of the kendo club, right?" "Seriously?" They talked about their jealousy toward Izumi, who was always popular with the girls. They even wanted to beat up Izumi. But unfortunately, they can't. Many already know that Izumi is very talented in all sports. However, they didn't know that it was because his body had already far surpassed the limits of an ordinary human strength. Meanwhile, Izumi was on the school roof looking up at the sky. He thought, if he and his family moved to another world, that would mean they would be starting over. Even so, there was also the possibility that Haim could find him while in another world, just like when she watched Kumoko, who was reincarnated as a spider in another world, and even sent the smartphone to communicate. That's what caused Izumi to abandon his intention to move because of the lack of certainty. When Izumi conversed with Haim, he came to understand that Haim did not have the ability to read minds, but rather was an expert at reading expressions. Well, she could somehow read Kumoko's mind in the anime. So, he was pretty much relieved when Haim didn't have the ability to read someone's mind. Suddenly, a girl's voice was heard nearby. "So you're here, huh?" Spontaneously, a startled Izumi jumped away from the girl's voice. Needless to say, she is D who uses Haim as her name. Izumi was so surprised because he didn't feel her presence at all even when she was close. Not even her footsteps could be heard. "She has perfect stealth ability," Izumi said in his mind. "Miyamura Izumi, right? I'm curious, you seem to have seen me the first time we met. Where have you seen me?" Izumi remained silent to Haim's question. Because Izumi was silent for so long, she asked again. "Come on, do I need to do something for you to answer my question?" Izumi sighed. If she wanted to, she could do something even worse. "Your previous class has been the talk of the news. And I know, you're also one of the students in that class, Wakaba Hiro." "Oh, my appearance is different from before. How did you know if that was me?" "Your presence when you were at the beach back then." "I see, you're quite sharp, aren't you?" "So, I'm wondering, why did you let me live at that time?" Hearing Izumi's question, Haim was quite surprised. She didn't think that Izumi didn't know anything about what happened to him at the beach. "You don't know about that." "Know what?" Haim shook his head. If indeed Izumi didn't know it, she didn't want to say anything. If you don't know, that's fine. After all, you will also find out by yourself in the future." "What do you mean?" Haim didn't answer Izumi's question. She said something that wasn't the answer to Izumi's question. Anyway, where did you get those powers? I didn't remember that I granted you since there was no god in this world. Izumi furrowed his brow. It was no wonder that the girl in front of him was so free. But didn't that mean she was the overseer of his world? Actually, I'm so curious, but since you're so stubborn, I might use another method. She snapped her fingers while grinning at Izumi. After that, she waved her hand and another dimension was created and trapped him in it. Chapter 232, Confrontation. Looking at his surroundings, Izumi knew he was screwed. He wouldn't be able to leave the dimension area created by Haim with his current ability. Moreover, anything related to space and time was useless in that dimension. He also couldn't leave with his IS because right now, he wasn't wearing the IS suit needed to operate the IS. Tusk, I should have worn an IS suit. To think I was too naive not to consider that she wouldn't attack me at school. Since Haim had never attacked an ordinary human, Izumi only thought that she wouldn't do this. It turned out that he was wrong, and in fact, this thought was just his suggestion, which closed the possibility for Haim to attack him. Hala. Spontaneously, Izumi immediately unleashed all his strength to the limit. His aura along with his Heishoku Haki burst out and exerted great pressure on his surroundings. Haim furrowed her brows after feeling the pressure released by Izumi. She didn't expect that there was a unique ability that could exert such strong pressure. After creating another dimension, Haim snapped her fingers not only to conjure up her body to be strong beyond the system limit, but she also created a skill to see other people's skills. Izumi seemed to notice something from her gesture, but still kept his mouth from talking. It didn't stop there. Izumi's strength continued to increase, making changes to his body. Without him noticing, some parts of his skin began to change shape like dragon scales. Dragon scales, Haim murmured after she saw the changes on Izumi's body. It was her first time seeing such a transformation. It was as if Izumi had dragon blood running through his veins, which increased his strength, pressure, endurance, and spiritual energy without turning him into an actual dragon. A moment later, the sclera of Izumi's eyes turned black, and his irises also turned red-like when Haim fought Izumi at the beach the other day. Not only that, she felt a kind of spiritual power enveloping Izumi's entire body. Haki, Dragon Slayer magic, and Kagyun, what are those skills? Looks like another god gave a different system than the level-based system, but I've never heard of it. Haim held her chin curiously. She analyzed those skills one by one. Because of the skill she created, she more or less knew the power Izumi unleashed. Instantly, she also thought, "Don't tell me that God knew I neglected my duty as a god, and the appearance of these unusual powers is a warning to me. Acha, what should I do?" She held her head, thinking that some other god knew that Haim was just having fun and integrating as an ordinary human. However, she stopped thinking about it and thought more positively. If another god knew I neglected my duty as a god, someone would have come to me. So I'm safe for a time being. Haim just nodded her head reassuringly. And at that moment, Izumi was already in front of her as he prepared to storm his attacks. Metsuryu Ogi, Torrential Roar. Izumi summoned a huge amount of torrent of water, violently streaming toward Haim in the form of a dragon's head. Haim was quite surprised by the power that Izumi released. If she didn't create a different dimension, maybe the area several miles away would be destroyed by the rushing water. She snapped her fingers just before the attack hit her. Crash bang! Izumi's attack split in half and struck both sides from Haim's position. Izumi didn't just stop seeing his attack thwarted. He immediately prepared to launch another attack. But unfortunately, before Izumi could make a second attack, Haim was already right in front of him while flying. She pointed to Izumi with her index finger and... bang! The shockwave attack that only used her index finger instantly blew Izumi away. Izumi's defense, which could be said to be a top-tier defense with a Logia-type devil fruit, was completely useless against Haim's attack. Well, the power of law is somehow similar to Busoshoku Haki, which negates the power of the devil fruit. Except, it's more powerful and lethal. You don't hesitate to attack even though I'm a girl, huh? You attacked me first, so I have to punish you. Hehehe. Haim said while grinning evilly. Haim, with an invisible movement for being so fast, was already in front of Izumi, who was trying to stand up. Izumi, who sensed Haim's arrival, instantly engulfed his fists in the waters and punches her. However, crack, there was the sound of a bone breaking. Aza. Izumi groaned in pain after his punch was hit back by Haim, which broke the bone of his hand. He immediately used Kagyun to whip Haim, who was in front of him, so he could distance himself from her. As soon as a Kagyun shaped like a dragon's tail whipped Haim, she simply stretched out her hand. Grab! Without any trouble, Haim caught the Kagyun. Izumi tried to escape by attacking Haim using whatever he had. Due to the fracture of his right arm, he can only use his left hand and his 2 legs along with Kagyun's 3 tentacles. Bang, bang, bang. Attack after attack was launched. Haim frowned as she felt Izumi's body was much tougher than before. Haki, quite an interesting ability. One exerts pressure and gives off a powerful aura, the other hardens the body. Haim said inwardly after seeing everything Izumi had shown. Haim then increased her strength slowly and started to counterattack, which overwhelmed Izumi. It didn't take long for Izumi to fall to the ground with both arms and 1 leg broken. His ribs were also cracked from Haim's punches and slams. Izumi lay on the ground with a frustrated expression. Looking for her weaknesses was way too hard than he thought. He knew that Haim was fighting him without using her full strength, which was the same as telling him that she was just playing around with him. Even so, he was quite surprised because, at the same time, he was able to use advanced Dragon Slayer magic that suddenly popped into his head. Whereas before, he couldn't use it at all. Taking huge amounts of damage as well as the pain that was killing him, Izumi whimpered and endured the pain. He couldn't move and couldn't escape anywhere because the dimension Haim created restricted his abilities related to space and time. Haim walked slowly toward Izumi, who was lying on the ground. Izumi tried to move, wanting to distance himself from Haim by using his Kagyun. However, it was pointless, in which he just resigned himself to his fate. Surprisingly, Haim sat beside Izumi with a sweet smile on her face. Are you done? Why don't you finish me off? Shouldn't you think of me as an irregular on this earth? Well, I do think so, but you might be able to give me entertainment. Haim giggled because she found Izumi's words so funny. So, what are you going to do to me? With the ability to manipulate dimensions like this, I believe you can send me to another world. Or are you really going to kill me and take my soul so you can reincarnate me into another world? You seem to know a lot, how come? Surprised by Izumi's words, Haim brought her face closer. However, Izumi averted his gaze and said, with your abilities, the mortals will not be able to match you. Your power has already reached the divine level. It wouldn't be surprising if you understood the soul, would it? It seems you're a little bit smart. Although knowing my power, you are brave enough to fight me. But you are wrong if I will kill you and send your soul to another world. It would be a shame if your abilities will be lost after your reincarnation. My abilities? Tell me, have you ever met someone like me? Izumi lit his brows after Haim said that. Izumi immediately understood that she meant someone who possessed divine power, in other words, a god. Izumi smirked. Does it make a difference if I say yes or no? Haim giggled, getting a nonchalant response from Izumi. Well, it doesn't matter if you tell me or not. I more or less understand it through your expression. Tusk. Izumi clicked his tongue because without even speaking, Haim already knew. All secrets will be revealed if Haim continues to lure him. Izumi started to ask. Then, if you don't kill me here, are you deliberately letting me suffer from my severe injuries? You're really sadistic, aren't you? Hehe, you'll find out later. Just wait a bit. You don't have to worry either because the flow of time in that world is much faster than in this world. Izumi didn't understand what Haim meant. However, after waiting for half an hour, Izumi was astonished. How could he not be astonished when his 2 broken hands began to make a sound as if the bones within them were glued together again? The cells in Izumi's body grew fast and began to heal his wounds and injuries from time to time. Chapter 233, 233. Thrown to another world. Feeling his wounds starting to slowly heal, he remembered the first time he fought Haim after they met. At that time, his injuries were so serious that he thought he couldn't be saved. But this time, he only realized that back then, the cells in his body were slowly healing from the severe injuries he had received. As long as he didn't die immediately, he could be saved. Even so, the girl in front of him was too terrifying. He thought Haim would do something when creating another dimension, as well as preventing him from escaping after knowing Izumi could use space magic. He felt pressured by a power he couldn't beat. Even Rory, who incidentally is a demigod, most likely couldn't do much against Haim. After learning that the cells in his body were regenerating possibly because of his Kagyun, he remembered the time he had asked Haim why she had let him live. But Haim instead asked back with a bit of surprise because she didn't know anything. Now he understood what Haim meant at that time. Izumi tried to calm himself down for a moment while closing his eyes. His breathing and heart rate began to return to normal. His mind began to clear. He had found and had an effective way to fight Haim. The unfortunate thing was, he couldn't finish it in just a week. What's more, he needed the help of external forces. Because Haim appeared so suddenly before he found something that might stop her, he was a little mentally disturbed since her strength was more dangerous if it was used against the people from the Earth. Probably, she could even destroy the Earth with her power. If Rory's strength is compared to the power level in Dragon Ball, Rory's strength only reaches the base form of Frieza's level. Meanwhile, D is at the third of Frieza's transformation level. Izumi waited for some time for the wound to heal, then he realized that there was a slight change in him. However, he remained silent without expressing it. Once Izumi had recovered and stood up, Haim said, "Well now, I know you have some unique powers that might not be limited by the level system, so you should help me out a bit." Izumi without turning to Haim, and just stretched his body while asking in an unconcerned tone. "Wait, what now? I will send you to another world." "Fine, besides, it's useless if I refuse, but I will ask first. Why should I go to another world? For what? You should have told me first so I had a clear goal in mind." I thought you would refuse. Well, I want you to save my old friend's world. If you succeed, I will stop interfering with your life after that. Even though she said that in her heart. My friend's world might not be saved. He didn't know that the system there was broken. Well, I will save you in the last moment if you failed though. Haim didn't know that the world she was referring to was already known to Izumi. Izumi responded by simply closing his eyes. And because of his calm expression, Haim couldn't read what he was thinking. "What the fuck, who would believe what you said?" Izumi said inwardly, and after that he raised his 3 fingers. "I have 3 wishes. You think I'm a genie?" "Short of, but I really need you to grant my conditions if you send me to another world." "Oh, what do you want?" "First, give me automatic translation capabilities in case our languages are different." That makes sense, then. "Second," Izumi asked for conditions before Izumi was sent to that world. And fortunately, the conditions weren't that difficult to grant, so Haim happily agreed. She also said that the flow of time in the world he was going to was much faster than the Earth where he lived. And moments later, Haim waved her hand and sent Izumi into a world that could be said to be on the verge of collapse. The Great Elro Labyrinth is an enormous labyrinth under the sea that also connects 2 continents. It is home to a myriad of monsters that often have dungeon names attached to their names. Near the entrance of the Great Elro Labyrinth on each continent stood forts to anticipate the outbreak of monsters that came out in large numbers from the labyrinth. It was noon at that moment. The clear sky and scorching sun accompanied the day when all of a sudden, a young man appeared on the top of the fort, where a lot of the fortress guards were looking after the Great Elro Labyrinth. That young man was none other than Izumi. His appearance out of nowhere naturally attracted a lot of attention from the people there. "Who?" A fortress guard immediately pointed his spear at Izumi, who appeared all of a sudden. Likewise the other guards. Izumi, who had just arrived, was certainly annoyed to see the spearhead in front of his eyes. "Tusk, stop pointing at me. My mood is pretty bad now." Izumi created a strong wind and made the fortress soldiers float in the air while spinning them around. If Izumi took back his power, those fortress soldiers would fall from a height of more than 30 meters. That bitch is really bad at sending people to another world, Izumi murmured while clenching his fists. Izumi could see Haim's previously confident face. She was confident because there was no way Izumi could beat her because his power clearly had such a significant difference. Since the world Izumi was sent to was a world under her jurisdiction, Haim believed that Izumi couldn't just leave that world. You will taste your own medicine because you have given me this ability without suspecting me. You think I can't escape this world? Izumi had been planning something since Haim wanted to send him to another world. But he didn't know if what Haim said about the flow of time having a difference from his original world was true or not. He had to check it himself. For now, I have to find strong enough allies, and perhaps Rory and Tabin can help me as well. At that moment, Izumi turned his head. Then another fortress soldier walked toward him and asked him to stop. Please stop, Sir Mage. As for my 2 comrades, I'm on their behalf to apologize if they did anything wrong to you, sir. Hearing that person's apology, Izumi controlled the wind and put the fortress soldiers down. The rest of the fortress soldiers, when they saw his prowess, greeted him respectfully. Even though Izumi was dressed like someone from the academy, with the ability to control the wind perfectly, he was mistaken for a great magician by the fortress soldiers. A magician with elemental manipulation like that could be said to be quite a rare thing. What's more, the magician profession is respected by many people. By the way, if we may know, what do you need to do in a place like this, sir? Nothing, I just lost my way. Anyway, where is this place? The fortress soldiers were confused because the young man in front of them didn't know this place. One of the fortress soldiers whispered to the soldier who asked Izumi earlier, and it seemed he was the captain of their squad. Ah, that means Sir Magician came here using the teleportation circle, right? I was thrown here, that's why I don't know where it is. Izumi answered while looking around. He was in a fortress built around the entrance of the labyrinth. He immediately knew that it was the Great Elro Labyrinth. The question is, which side of the continent is he currently on? This is the Oth's Labyrinth Fortress, sir. Hearing the soldier's words, it sounded like the fortress that Kumoko destroyed, about 2 years after she was reincarnated. He turned his head towards the soldier who had just answered while asking, has there been a monster outbreak lately? Yes, sir, many monsters are coming out of the labyrinth, as if there are monsters from the middle layer of the labyrinth, climbing to the upper layer of the labyrinth, and frightening the monsters in that upper layer. Your deduction is probably correct, you know. What makes you think so, sir? Izumi curled his lips. He didn't reply as he had already sensed a terrifying aura running toward the entrance of the labyrinth.